Sword God Chapter 2178 to Chapter 2229. I wish everyone a happy and blissful Mid-Autumn Festival. I wonder what this kid is doing in the furnace? The expressionless elder's expression changed slightly as he guessed. However, he couldn't find out, as his duty was only to guard the 10,000 tribulation divine flame furnace. Chenzong was still breaking through inside the furnace. Both the first step of condensing a primordial spirit and the second step of breaking through required some time. The flames of the 10,000 tribulation divine flame furnace could speed up the process and shorten the time. Of course, Chenzong didn't know that if the 10,000 tribulation divine flame furnace's power hadn't been enough, the inner demon wouldn't have been able to break through its defenses so easily and trigger the demon-severing curse. It was precisely because the 10,000 tribulation divine flame furnace's power wasn't enough that Chenzong was in danger. Of course, the inner demon was too strong. Even if the 10,000 tribulation divine flame furnace's power was sufficient, it would only cause more damage to the inner demon and not be able to eliminate it. However, Chenzong didn't know any of this. In any case, although the danger of the inner demon hadn't been directly eliminated, it had been overcome. As for the future, that would depend on it. Now, it was a cultivation breakthrough. Furthermore, it was a simultaneous breakthrough in both chi refinement and body tempering. This was a breakthrough that many cultivators had never been able to achieve since ancient times. His chi refinement power was controlled by the sweeping power of his primordial spirit. The Taichu sword origin also began to transform. This was a qualitative change. It was the power of the Yuan underworld realm, purer and more powerful than the Dao manipulation realm. At the same time, the heart sword path also underwent a transformation. At the Dao manipulation realm's 9 transformations, it was equivalent to grasping 90% of the power of the Great Path. The Yuan underworld realm was equivalent to grasping 100% of the power of the Great Path. Although there was a difference of 10% between 90% and 100%, it was an improvement between incomplete and perfect. The increase in power was very significant and shocking. The Yuan underworld realm was different from the Dao manipulation realm. It wasn't just the condensation of the primordial spirit. There was also a significant improvement and transformation in terms of cultivation strength and the power of the Great Path. It was an increase of several times. Because of this, even a 12-star Dao manipulation realm combat strength couldn't beat a 1-star Yuan underworld realm combat strength. When his chi refinement cultivation truly stepped into the Yuan underworld realm, his body tempering cultivation also made a breakthrough. It wasn't difficult to separate the body refining primordial spirit and integrate it into the world divine body. The difficulty lay in the precision. One had to slowly integrate it into every inch of the body. If the small success divine body realm cultivator was still considered to have a body of flesh and blood, then the great success divine body realm cultivator would begin to transform into a body of energy. This was a kind of qualitative improvement. When the primordial spirit merged with the divine body and transformed into a great success divine body, not only did it have terrifying divine power, but it also had the shocking ability to regrow broken limbs. Some injuries could be healed in an extremely short amount of time. When the divine body was cultivated to its peak, it could not only heal injuries and regrow limbs, but it could also regenerate from a drop of blood. Hence, powerful body refinement cultivators were extremely difficult to kill. Of course, it wasn't that they couldn't be killed. Instead, they had to grind away at their vitality and strength. If they couldn't recover, they would naturally die. Or they could target their weakness, which was their soul. No matter what, the strength of the soul of a body refinement cultivator was ultimately inferior to that of a chi refinement cultivator. This was a publicly acknowledged fact. Hence, many body refinement cultivators would search for secret treasures or secret techniques that could defend the soul to make up for their shortcomings. As for Chenzong, he didn't have such doubts because Chenzong was also a chi refinement cultivator. Of course, it would also be good if he could obtain secret treasures that could protect the soul. However, more importantly, there were still divine medicines and treasures that could restore the soul. Integrate, the scattered primordial spirit continuously integrated into the world divine body, giving Chenzong an extremely wonderful feeling. It was as if his world divine body was transforming into a primordial spirit body. The integration was inseparable and became one. It was as if they had returned to the same place. When the last bit of primordial spirit particles integrated into the world divine body, Qianzong's world divine body suddenly shook. Waves of energy burst out in his world divine body, shuttling back and forth endlessly. It was as if the waves were surging, as if the wind was blowing, and as if there were ripples. Divine body. Great accomplishment. In an instant, Qianzong could clearly feel that his control over the world divine body had reached an extremely astonishing level. It was far better than before. Because of this, he could clearly feel that the power contained in the great accomplishment divine body had reached an extremely terrifying level. The difference between the great accomplishment divine body and a small accomplishment divine body was very obvious. The great path of the world was an extremely top-notch great path. The power of the great path of the world was originally stronger than many other great paths. As such, the power of the great accomplishment divine body of the world divine body was extremely shocking. Qianzong estimated that an ordinary Yuan underworld cultivator might not be a match for him. The Tao controlling realm was divided into 9 transformations. However, the Yuan underworld realm didn't have any. Instead, it was divided into initial, intermediate, advanced, peak, or initial, intermediate, advanced, peak, and so on. Tyrannical, extremely tyrannical power wantonly within his body like the surging waves of the sea. It was as if he could destroy a mountain with a single punch. The furnace couldn't even withstand a single blow from him. Of course, this was just an illusion. Even if his strength was 100 times stronger, he wouldn't be able to cause any damage to the furnace. It was impossible. The changes continued. Specks of light diffused from his body and flowed towards the spirit sea. In the end, they converged into a consciousness within the spirit sea. It was the consciousness of the body-tempering primordial spirit. However, this consciousness seemed somewhat illusory, like rootless duckweed. It had a weak feeling that it couldn't carry anything. It seemed as if it would be blown away by a gust of wind, making the consciousness within it feel insecure. If this body-tempering primordial spirit was compared to the chi-tempering primordial spirit, the chi-tempering primordial spirit was like living in a comfortable and sturdy fortress that was protected on the outside. Its consciousness was like living in a pavilion within the fortress, while the body-tempering primordial spirit was exposed to the open space without any defenses. The consciousness within it was more like living in a thatched hut. The contrast was obvious. From the looks of it, he had to find treasures that could restore the primordial spirit. It was also necessary to find secret treasures or secret techniques that could protect the primordial spirit. The more the better, and the stronger the better. Otherwise, if the body-tempering primordial spirit was targeted, it would be disadvantageous to him. Now, both his chi-tempering and body-tempering cultivation had finally broken through. Yuan underworld realm, great mastery divine body realm, they advanced side by side. Qianzong tried to use the Lingwu Supreme technique and immediately realized that it was difficult to continue using the Lingwu Supreme technique. It was as if it couldn't drag such a powerful force and combine them. That's right. The Lingwu Supreme technique is only at the great magical power level after all. It's a little too difficult to use the power of a great magical power level to draw the power of a Yuan underworld realm and a great mastery divine body realm. Qianzong pondered. This was normal. He had derived the Lingwu Supreme technique previously and had reached the great magical power level. It was enough to control the power of a Tao manipulation realm and a lesser mastery divine body realm. However, now that he had achieved a major breakthrough in his cultivation, the great magical power level Lingwu Supreme technique seemed inadequate. It was like a child dragging a cart. Although he could forcefully drag it, it was a little too difficult. Most importantly, he couldn't maintain it for long. In other words, although I can combine the power of my chi-tempering and body-tempering cultivation to increase my combat strength, I can't do it as smoothly as before. I can't maintain it for long either. Qianzong couldn't help but ponder. There was no doubt that this had a huge impact on him and he had to resolve it. As for the solution, it was naturally to improve the Lingwu Supreme technique and derive it to a higher level. At the very least, it had to reach the heavenly magical power level before he could control the power of a Yuan underworld realm and a great mastery divine body realm. However, this required time and a foundation. His current foundation in secret techniques seemed to be insufficient. Forget it. I'll deduce it in detail when I return to the Heavenly Intention Palace, Qianzong said to himself. This was the Thousand Tribulation Divine Flame Mountain, so it wasn't suitable for him to stay for long. As for now, it wasn't time yet, so he could still continue to cultivate. What should he cultivate? After thinking about it, the most suitable cultivation method was naturally the Blazing Dragon Breath cultivation technique. The temperature in the Thousand Tribulation Divine Flame Furnace was blazing hot and the fire energy was extremely pure. It was much purer than the fire energy in the Dragon Flame Cave, so it should be more helpful for the cultivation of the Blazing Dragon Breath cultivation technique. Without hesitation, Qianzong circulated the Blazing Dragon Breath cultivation technique and the purple globe dragon flame appeared. It circled around his body and let out a series of dragon roars. Compared to before, the fire dragon formed by the purple globe dragon flame was much longer and thicker. The power it contained was also much more powerful. With a wave of his sleeve, 1,000 flames essence appeared one after another. There were blue ones and 3 purple ones. Qianzong took out all the remaining 1,000 flames essence. He wanted to use the pure aura of the Thousand Tribulation Divine Flame Furnace to refine all of them and increase the power of the purple globe dragon flame. Sure enough, the refining speed was beyond his imagination. It increased by more than 10 times. The power of the purple globe dragon flame kept increasing. The fire dragon, which was flickering with black starlight, kept wriggling and its body kept expanding. When all the essence of the myriad flames had been absorbed, the purple domain star dragon flame had finally reached the 9th cycle of the Tao manipulation realm. However, it didn't stop there. Instead, it kept absorbing the surrounding fire energy. It was the aura of the Thousand Tribulation Divine Flame Furnace. The combination of the Blazing Dragon Breath cultivation technique and the purple globe dragon flame seemed to have smelled the best. It suddenly let out a high-pitched roar and instantly swallowed up the surrounding aura. The aura was so pure and amazing. It could be refined from nothingness and directly absorbed for its own use. The purple globe dragon flame kept growing and gradually approached its limit. The divine flame was a general term. There were also different grades. The current purple globe dragon flame was a low-level divine flame. However, it was gradually approaching the limit of low-level divine flames. If divine flames were classified by combat strength, then the current purple globe dragon flame was at the 9-star level and was approaching the 10-star level. Suddenly, a dragon roar reverberated. The purple globe dragon flame broke through and reached the 10-star level. It didn't stop there and was charging towards the 11-star level. Qianzong felt that the 11-star level should be the upper limit of the purple globe dragon flame's aptitude. Just like cultivators, divine flames also had their own potential. It was difficult to reach the 12-star level after reaching the 11-star level. The next step was to break through and become a mid-level divine flame, which was equivalent to the origin underworld realm. However, when the purple globe dragon flame used the aura of the Thousand Tribulation Divine Flame Furnace to reach the 11-star level, it didn't stop there. Instead, it continued to absorb the aura in an overbearing manner, causing it to transform. Yu Tianfeng and Qi Mei were in seclusion to break through. Yu Tianfeng's goal was to break through to the Yuan underworld stage, while Qi Mei's goal was to break through the shackles and reach the 12th star level. As for the Jade Void Dragon, it wasn't in seclusion. Instead, it was adapting to its soaring fighting strength and striving to gain complete control of it. Qianzong should have entered the 10,000 Tribulation Divine Flame Furnace by now. He probably doesn't know that there isn't much power left in the furnace. The Jade Void Dragon sneered inwardly as it rested after finishing its cultivation. Qianzong should have agreed to its request earlier. It might have even benefited from it. However, there was no room for regret now, especially since Qianzong didn't know what was going on and was kept in the dark. The Jade Void Dragon felt very comfortable with this thought. Little did the Jade Void Dragon know that the 10,000 Tribulation Divine Flame Furnace was raging and shaking. The brilliance and dominance of the Blazing Dragon Breath refining technique was astonishing. The Purple World Star Dragon Flame was also astonishingly domineering because of this technique. The 10,000 Tribulation Divine Flame Furnace devoured all the fire aura in the furnace. However, this wasn't enough. It wanted to continue devouring. The 10,000 Tribulation Divine Flame Furnace shook and tried its best to emit more fire aura. half of it seemed to be forced. Of course, the 10,000 tribulation divine flame furnace didn't have any intelligence. Shaking, the interior of the 10,000 tribulation divine flame furnace shook continuously. Its power was accumulated bit by bit and eventually formed. This required many years of accumulation before it was enough for 3 people to use. Now, it was absorbing and accumulating in a way that wasn't beneficial to the 10,000 tribulation divine flame furnace. Instead, it would damage the furnace itself. Chenzong didn't know that there was no stopping it. The blazing dragon breath refining technique and the purple world star dragon flame seemed to have broken free from his control and were evolving on their own. The shaking was very weak at first, but it became stronger and stronger. Gradually, it spread to the outside and the entire furnace shook. What's going on? The old man guarding the 10,000 tribulation divine flame furnace was no longer expressionless. Instead, he stared at the furnace in shock. This kind of situation had never happened before. Open! The old man immediately shouted. He wanted to open the furnace but found that his strength wasn't enough. Not good. The old man immediately sent a message to the higher-ups. He was an elder, but he was only in the transcendent realm. He was not strong enough to deal with such an unforeseen event. Soon, a flame filled the sky and condensed into a flaming figure that emitted a terrifying aura. Greetings, luminous flame supremacy. The old man guarding the 10,000 tribulation divine flame furnace immediately bowed. The newcomer was the first venerable of the myriad tribulation divine flame mountain, Mingyan Venerable. He was the strongest among the venerables. Mingyan Xianxia ignored the old man. He stared at the 10,000 tribulation divine flame furnace. His burning eyes contained a solemn expression. Immediately, he slammed his hand forward. A huge fire palm smashed into the 10,000 tribulation divine flame furnace, causing the furnace to shake and open. Chenzong, who was in the furnace, was also repelled by an irresistible force and rushed out of the furnace. As soon as he came out, Chenzong felt that his surroundings were burning. His whole body felt as though it was being burned. His attention couldn't help but be attracted by Mingyan Venerable. He felt that the flaming figure contained a monstrous power that seemed to be able to burn mountains, boil seas, and incinerate the void. In front of him, Chenzong's soaring combat strength was like an ant. Of course, Yuan Underworld and Dao Venerables were like fireflies compared to the bright moon. It wasn't wrong to call them ants. Mingyan Venerable ignored Chenzong. Instead, he turned into a flame and entered the 10,000 tribulation divine flame furnace. Before long, Mingyan Venerable rushed out of the 10,000 tribulation divine flame furnace. The furnace is damaged. What happened during this period of time? Mingyan Venerable's gaze landed on the elder's face. Flames shot out from the elder's body. The elder's body trembled as he felt like he was going to be burned to ashes. He was extremely terrified. His cold sweat immediately evaporated as soon as it appeared. In just a short time, Mingyan Venerable had found out the cause of the furnace's damage. He also had some speculations, but he didn't know the details. In the face of the first Venerable's power, the elder didn't dare hide anything and immediately told him what had happened. Of course, he didn't know much. He only said that 4 people had entered the 10,000 tribulation divine flame furnace and Chenzong was the last one. It was also because of Chenzong's entry that the 10,000 tribulation divine flame furnace had suffered damage. Come with me. As soon as Mingyan Zun finished speaking, he immediately swept up Chenzong and turned into a ray of fiery light that flew away. The old man guarding the 10,000 tribulation divine flame furnace had a bitter expression on his face. He knew that he was going to be punished this time around. Mingyan Xianxia was not someone who could be easily fooled. His character was just like his title as a Xianxia. Mingyan was reasonable. Chenzong couldn't resist and let Mingyan Venerable take him away from the furnace peak. Mingyan Venerable wouldn't harm him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to bear the anger of the Heavenly Intention Palace. Even the Divine Flame Master was no match for the Heavenly Intention Palace. Of course, this was also a way for Chenzong to comfort himself. After all, he was no match for Mingyan Venerable and couldn't escape. He could only comfort himself in this way. Soon, Mingyan Venerable took Chenzong to the Divine Flame Peak. The Divine Flame Peak was the first peak of the Divine Flame Mountain, and Mingyan Venerable was the first venerable. He had a high position and authority. Mingyan Venerable was swift and decisive. He immediately issued an order to investigate all the information about the 10,000 Flame Grand Meat and the 10,000 Tribulation Divine Flame Furnace. Although this matter was done secretly, it was still possible to find out if the investigation was carried out. After all, he was just trying to deceive Chenzong and didn't think too much about it. Who knew that such an accident would happen and cause the 10,000 Tribulation Divine Flame Furnace to be damaged? If the 10,000 Tribulation Divine Flame Furnace wasn't damaged, this matter wouldn't be investigated. Now, the matter was exposed. Subsequently, the first elder, second elder, and third elder of the Divine Flame Peak were summoned. It was their conspiracy that caused the furnace to be damaged. In front of Chenzong, the first elder, second elder, and third elder were all punished. The Jade Illusory Dragon was also summoned. Originally, he wasn't qualified to enter the 10,000 Tribulation Divine Flame Furnace, but he had taken away Chenzong's benefits and indirectly caused the 10,000 Tribulation Divine Flame Furnace to be damaged. Therefore, the Jade Illusory Dragon couldn't escape punishment. The Jade Illusory Dragon's punishment was to guard the fiery demon cave for 100 years. Hearing his punishment, the Jade Illusory Dragon's expression changed drastically. The Fiery Spirit clan lived in the 10,000 Tribulation Divine Flame Mountain. Naturally, the ferocious Fiery Demon clan also lived there. The Fiery Demon clan had a violent temperament and was extremely aggressive. They wanted to take over the Divine Flame Mountain, but they were stopped in the Fiery Demon Cave. Guarding the Fiery Demon Cave wasn't a good job. In fact, it was quite dangerous. However, this was Mingyan Venerable's punishment, so he had to accept it. Chenzong only knew that such a despicable thing had happened in the 10,000 Tribulation Divine Flame Mountain. Fortunately, he had succeeded in breaking through. Although there were some hidden dangers, it was still a good thing. When Chenzong first learned the truth, he was also angry. However, he calmed down now. Otherwise, what else could he do? These people had already been punished, and the 10,000 Tribulation Divine Flame Furnace was damaged. He had also gained a lot. It was enough. Next, it was time to leave the 10,000 Tribulation Divine Flame Mountain. This time, when Chenzong left the Heavenly Intention Palace, Wholehearted Holy Man gave Chenzong a one-time use formation disc. It could be used to perform the Great Void Shift and return to the Heavenly Intention Palace directly. Otherwise, it would take a lot of time to rush back with his own speed. However, if he wanted to use the formation disc, he had to leave the 10,000 Tribulation Divine Flame Mountain first. Chenzong did not leave directly. That would be too rude. He had to inform the 10,000 Tribulation Divine Flame Mountain first. Naturally, the 10,000 Tribulation Divine Flame Mountain would not stop Chenzong from leaving. In fact, the investigation ordered by Mingyan Venerable was no longer a secret. Therefore, the punishment of the three elders and the Jade Illusory Dragon was also no secret. Speaking of which, it was a humiliation for the 10,000 Tribulation Divine Flame Mountain. It was fine to deceive outsiders, but there was an unforeseen event. As a result, the deceit was exposed. Wouldn't that be humiliating? Chenzong was the person involved. Therefore, the 10,000 Tribulation Divine Flame Mountain could not wait for Chenzong to leave. However, they were too embarrassed to say it out loud. Now that Chenzong proposed to leave, they were naturally very happy. After flying out of the sea of flames around the 10,000 Tribulation Divine Flame Mountain, Chenzong looked back and could not help but smile. Although the journey to the 10,000 Tribulation Divine Flame Mountain had been a little tortuous, it had been pretty good overall. At the very least, he had successfully broken through and resisted the inner demons. However, Chenzong reckoned that even if he had not been replaced by the Jade Illusory Dragon, he would only have been able to buy some time. In the end, he would not have been able to prevent the inner demons from invading him. The inner demons were something that even the Master of the Heart would find difficult to deal with. His chi cultivation and physique tempering had both broken through to the Yuan underworld and greater mastery divine physique tempering realm. This had made his combat strength even stronger. Even if he did not use the supreme Lingwu technique, just his chi cultivation and physique tempering realm combat strength alone would be very powerful. It would be even more powerful if he used the Supreme Lingwu technique. In short, he had gained a lot. Now that he was going back, he felt like he was returning from a rewarding journey. Chen Zong collected his thoughts and continued flying forward. This place was not suitable for him to use the disc array. He had to go further. However, when Chen Zong flew away from the 10,000 Tribulation Divine Flame Mountain, he saw a purplish-red color in front of him. It had turned into a pair of flaming wings that covered tens of thousands of meters of the void. An astonishing blazing aura spread out and fluctuated continuously. In the center of the pair of purplish-red flaming wings stood a valiant figure. It was Yu Tianfeng. This person was Yu Tianfeng, the number 1 Path Control Realm disciple of the 10,000 Tribulation Divine Flame Mountain. Yu Tianfeng stared at Chen Zong from hundreds of thousands of meters away. Her eyes seemed to be burning with a blazing flame, as if she wanted to burn Chen Zong to ashes. The void was vast. Yu Tianfeng's pair of flaming wings covered an area of tens of thousands of meters, burning like a raging inferno. Chen Zong, I am already at the Yuan underworld stage. I won't bully you. I will only use 30% of my strength to fight you, Yu Tianfeng shouted as the flames around her surged. Yu Tianfeng had originally wanted to say 30%, but when she recalled how powerful Chen Zong had been at the Wanyan Lake, she reckoned that it would be very difficult for her to defeat him with just 10% of her strength. After all, she had just broken through to the Yuan underworld stage not long ago and had yet to turn everything into her strength. This time, she had come out of seclusion to intercept Chen Zong because he was about to leave and she was worried that this was a rare opportunity. No need for 30%. Bring out your full strength. Chen Zong smiled and released his Yuan underworld aura. Yu Tianfeng's expression changed drastically when she sensed that Chen Zong's cultivation was also at the Yuan underworld stage. Fear flashed across her eyes before it turned into a blazing battle intent that burned even more vigorously. In that case, I won't hold back. Yu Tianfeng let out a roar and shook her whip. Like a dragon or a snake, flames surged like waves and turned into endless waves of fire that rushed towards Chen Zong. The power of this attack was many times stronger than before. If it was the Chen Zong from before his breakthrough, he would have to erupt with his true battle prowess in order to deal with it. However, Chen Zong used his finger as a sword and casually swung it. Sword light flickered as it suddenly lashed out like a lightning whip. It immediately split apart the scorching wave of fire as if it was striking the sky. Sword light flashed and turned into a crescent moon that shot towards Yu Tianfeng. Yu Tianfeng's expression changed drastically when she saw this attack. The difference in their combat strength was very obvious. Before Chen Zong had broken through to the Yuan underworld stage, his strongest combat strength had been comparable to a 2-star Yuan underworld stage cultivator without using the Lingwu Supreme technique and other techniques. He might not have reached the peak, but he was still a 2-star Yuan underworld stage cultivator. After all, the power of the 12th level Taichu sword origin technique, the 2000-meter sword domain, and the heart sword path was extremely shocking when the 4th sword was used. Without the 4th sword, the power of the 3rd sword had reached the peak of a 1-star Yuan underworld stage cultivator. Now that his Qi refinement cultivation had broken through to the Yuan underworld level, the Taichu sword origin had undergone a metamorphosis and become even more powerful. His heart sword path had reached a level of 100% control and was even more powerful. His sword path domain had also improved significantly. All of these things had allowed Chen Zong's combat strength. In terms of Qi refinement, even though his cultivation was only at the initial level of the Yuan underworld realm, Chen Zong's combat strength was at least at the 3-star level or even stronger. Fire Phoenix burns the sky. Yu Tianfeng unleashed her full strength and blasted out again. The long whip swept out, rolling up monstrous purple-red flames and turning into a 1,000-meter flaming phoenix. As it burned, it emitted a resounding and sharp cry that resounded through the sky and shook the 9 heavens. Its wings flapped suddenly and it immediately flew over, burning the void. That extremely shocking blazing power directly surpassed an ordinary 1-star combat strength and reached the peak of the 1-star level. Yu Tianfeng's talent was amazing and her potential was also very high. She had a 12-star combat strength when she was in the Dao manipulation realm. After breaking through to the Yuan underworld stage, her combat strength had reached the 1-star level even if she hadn't gone into seclusion to improve. It should be known that most Dao Manipulation Realm cultivators had less than 1-star combat strength after breaking through to the Yuan underworld stage. They would need to cultivate for a period of time to have any hope. However, as long as Yu Tianfeng cultivated for a period of time and converted the potential after the breakthrough into strength, her combat strength could reach the 2-star level and even had a chance of reaching the 3-star level. However, it still wasn't enough for Chenzong. Chenzong wanted to return to the Will Heavenly Palace and cultivate in seclusion to completely convert the potential after the breakthrough into strength and combat strength. He didn't want to delay any longer. He drew his sword. The Extreme Heart Phaseless sword was unsheathed. As his cultivation had broken through, the Extreme Heart Phaseless sword, as a natal divine weapon, its power had increased by more than a few times and was becoming more tyrannical. One sword, Chenzong only swung his sword and didn't use the Heart Refinement sword. It wasn't that he looked down on it, but that there was no need for it at all. Under the absolute difference in combat strength, such a sword was enough. Moreover, Chenzong had already drawn his sword. Sword light flashed, and in an instant, the 1,000-meter phoenix was directly penetrated from the head and shattered inch by inch. The sword light was like a hot knife through butter, sweeping everything in its path as it blasted straight at Yu Tianfeng. Yu Tianfeng's expression changed drastically, and she erupted once again. Flames burned fiercely, and all of them poured into the whip. Suddenly, the whip curled up, and swirled up one after another flame vortex after another, as if there was no end to it. Each vortex had a layer of power that constantly weakened the sword light. However, the sword light's power was astonishing. It had the combat strength of a 2-star Yuanming cultivator and broke through the layers of vortexes. Although its power was constantly being weakened, it still hit Yu Tianfeng and sent her flying. Her body seemed to have been penetrated, and the sword chi wreaked havoc. For a moment, Yu Tianfeng lost the ability to continue fighting. Chenzong sheathed his sword, but he didn't pay any attention to Yu Tianfeng. "You want to leave after injuring Junior Marshal Sister Yu?" A violent roar suddenly sounded, accompanied by a series of roars like waves and surging thunder. From the side, a bright yellow flame covered the sky and earth, enveloping a radius of tens of thousands of meters as it surged over. The bright yellow flame kept advancing as it burned. It gradually protruded from the middle and extended to the left and right, condensing into the shape of a huge eagle. It was extremely fierce and threatening. Its aura was much more tyrannical than Yu Tianfeng's, and its combat strength was even more tyrannical. Under the bright yellow flaming eagle that was several tens of thousands of meters tall, there was a young man dressed in bright yellow with crimson flames all over his body. His eyes were emitting a bright yellow light as he stared at Chenzong. Chenzong felt as if his body was being ignited. He was very strong, and Chenzong felt a little bit of fighting spirit. "Senior brother Huang." Yu Tianfeng frowned slightly when she recognized the newcomer. This person was also a true disciple of the Innumerable Tribulations Divine Flame Mountain, but he was a true disciple of the Yuanming stage. He had broken through to the Yuanming stage earlier than Luo Yunyang, and his combat strength was extraordinary. Most importantly, this person had once expressed his love for Luo Yunyang. Unfortunately, Yu Tianfeng hadn't accepted it because she didn't like it. How could a proud lady like Yu Tianfeng, who was like a flame queen, accept the love of someone who was inferior to her? Although she wasn't as good as the other party now, it was only temporary. Yu Tianfeng had absolute confidence that she would be able to catch up and surpass the other party in no time. "Senior brother Huang, this has nothing to do with you," Yu Tianfeng said again. She didn't want the other party to make a move because of her. She didn't like that feeling, as if she owed someone a favor. "Junior Sister Yu, I'm not just doing this for you." Huang Mingyuan smiled. "I'm also doing this for our Innumerable Tribulations Divine Flame Mountain. I wouldn't have made a move if this person was still at the Dao controlling realm, lest people say that I'm bullying the weak. However, since his cultivation base has broken through to the Yuanming stage and his combat strength is extraordinary, I have to make a move and let him know that our Innumerable Tribulations Divine Flame Mountain isn't that simple. There's no point in saying more. If you want to fight, let's fight." Chenzong's tone was sharp. He could sense that this person's combat strength had reached the 3-star level, which was just nice for him to temper himself. Of course, Chenzong only needed the combat strength of a chi refinement or body tempering realm cultivator. He would usually use his chi refinement realm to fight his enemies and use his body tempering realm as a concealment technique. Now that he had just made an initial breakthrough and hadn't settled down, a suitable battle would be a good way to temper himself. It would allow him to adapt and master his rapidly advancing strength during the battle. How heroic. I'll fulfill your wish. Take this attack of mine. Huang Mingyuan laughed heartily. He wanted to put on a good show in front of Yu Tianfeng. He immediately let out a long whistle and the bright yellow blazing eagle suddenly flapped its wings, sweeping up bright yellow flames that filled the sky. It was like a flaming meteor that bombarded Yu Tianfeng. This was the giant meteor wings, which possessed astonishing power. It was a widespread ability of the innumerable tribulations. Divine Flame Mountain. It condensed flames into the shape of a bird and unleashed astonishing power. In just an instant, Huang Mingyuan's 3-star combat strength was fully displayed. Yu Tianfeng's expression changed drastically. The power of this attack was indeed far greater than hers. If it were her, she wouldn't be able to withstand it at all. She would be directly smashed into pieces. However, she didn't know whether Qinzong could withstand it. Although Qinzong's combat strength was greater than hers, it was still unknown whether he was a match for senior brother Huang Mingyuan. Yu Tianfeng felt worried for no reason. It was a rare emotion. The giant meteor wings were blazing with flames. It seemed to have condensed into a substance. In an instant, it exploded with terrifying power and bombarded toward Qinzong. Qinzong's expression didn't change, but there was a glimmer of light in his eyes. He drew his sword. The sword light suddenly flashed and instantly traversed hundreds of meters. Before it dissipated, Qinzong had already struck out with his sword. It was the third sword of the heart-refining sword technique. The third sword was only integrated with the 1,000-meter sword principal domain. However, with the support of Qinzong's increasingly powerful Taichu sword spirit and heart sword principal power, its power had increased by many times. It directly possessed 3-star combat strength. It shattered the flames of the giant meteor wings, but the sword light was also greatly weakened until it dissipated. He raised his sword to his eyebrows and struck out again. It was the fourth sword of the heart-refining sword technique. It directly integrated a 2,000-meter sword principal domain. When the sword struck out, its power was more than 1 or 2 times stronger than that of the third sword. Kill. The giant meteor wings condensed from flames were instantly shattered. The astonishing sword light directly attacked Huang Mingyuan. Not bad. Huang Mingyuan was secretly shocked, but he didn't show it. Instead, he let out a long roar and suddenly waved his hands, grabbing out 2 extremely dazzling balls of flame. There were streaks of dark yellow lightning jumping around. That was the power of the flames condensed and compressed to a certain extent. Boom, the 2 balls of flame shot out like dancing dragons. Its power was extremely shocking. He held the 5-meter-long flaming blade tightly in his hand. The blade was made of a dark yellow flame that was constantly condensing and precipitating. It was surrounded by black lightning and emitted a terrifying aura of destruction. Flames had many different powers. Destruction and destruction were one of them. Slash, Huang Mingyuan brandished the 5-meter-long blade in his hand. The blade wasn't made of metal, but was condensed from his own origin source flame. The cultivation of the innumerable tribulation divine flame mountain was mainly based on the origin source flame. With the origin source flame in one's body, one's combat strength would increase. Once the origin source flame was damaged, one's body would also be damaged. Once the origin source flame was destroyed, one's body would be destroyed. In Qinzong's opinion, Huang Mingyuan's blade technique was actually quite ordinary. Of course, that was only in comparison. However, every slash of Huang Mingyuan's blade was extremely powerful, as if it could slash through everything. To a certain extent, this made up for the lack of attainment in blade technique. Slash. Slash, with the saber in hand, Huang Mingyuan seemed to not care about the consumption of his own strength. He continuously slashed out with his saber in a frenzy. Every slash unleashed a 100-meter-long saber light that burned endlessly. As they crisscrossed densely, they completely filled the void within a radius of several thousand meters. Moreover, they slashed toward Qinzong from all directions. The power of each slash was at the level of a 3-star warrior. After dozens of slashes, the power was enough to defeat many 3-star warriors. Chen Zong was also surprised by such an outburst. Yu Tianfeng's face was even paler. Although she was confident that she could surpass Huang Mingyuan in the future, it would be easy for Huang Mingyuan to kill her now. Would Chen Zong be able to withstand it? It had to be said that these dozens of powerful blade lights did indeed put a lot of pressure on Chen Zong. Burst, a 3,000-meter-long sword principal domain, that's right. When Chen Zong's cultivation base had broken through to the Yuan underworld grade, his sword principal domain had also increased from 2,000 meters to 3,000 meters. Merge. Under this astonishing pressure, Chen Zong relied on his superb comprehension and astonishing foundation to compress and merge the 3,000-meter-long sword principal domain into Sword 4. Of course, it was a little rough. As the sword light fluctuated, it was somewhat unstable. After defeating a few saber lights, it dissipated on its own. However, Chen Zong didn't care. He continued to swing his second and third sword, and the sword light shot out like an aurora. Under the pressure, the sword principal domain became more condensed and compressed. Every sword strike was more precise, and its power was also more tyrannical. Unknowingly, Huang Mingyuan had become Chen Zong's whetstone. Chen Zong had basically mastered Sword 4 when dozens of terrifying blade lights were shattered. The power of Sword 4, which was integrated into the 3,000-meter Sword Dao territory, was much stronger than the previous 2,000-meter Sword Dao territory. That was enough. Heart Flame. In an instant, the 8-layered heart flame burned and turned into 8-layered flames that spread around Chen Zong. The secret technique of the heart flame was effective regardless of one's cultivation level. Moreover, it would not be weakened in the slightest. In an instant, Chen Zong's strength and speed were increased by 80%. Although his combat strength was not directly increased by 80%, it had increased by quite a bit. Sword 4. When the sword struck out, the sword light was extremely dazzling and pierced through everything. Huang Mingyuan's eyelids twitched unconsciously, and an extremely strong sense of crisis broke out in an instant. The 5-meter-long saber suddenly shook, rolling up an extremely violent saber light, and bombarding out like a group of flaming meteorites. Piercing, Sword 4 was extremely powerful and unparalleled in its sharpness. It directly pierced through Huang Mingyuan's flaming meteor-like saber light. After piercing through the flaming meteor blade light like a hot knife through butter, it pierced through Huang Mingyuan's body. The terrifying sword qi immediately erupted and wreaked havoc in his body, causing Huang Mingyuan to lose a good portion of his combat strength. You are no match for me. Chen Zong sheathed his sword. Huang Mingyuan wasn't an enemy after all. Furthermore, he was a true disciple of the innumerable tribulations divine Flame Mountain. There was no need to kill him. Huang Mingyuan was naturally embarrassed and angry when he heard Chen Zong's words. He had never imagined that a true disciple of the Will Heavenly Palace would be so powerful. Chen Zong had just broken through to the Yuan underworld stage, but the power of his sword had already reached the 4-star level. Although Chen Zong had used the Will Heavenly Palace's mystic technique to enhance the heart flame, it also meant that his combat strength had reached the peak of the 3-star level without the enhancement of the heart flame mystic technique. Chen Zong had only just broken through, yet he already had such combat strength. If he settled down for a period of time and completely converted his potential into combat strength, it wouldn't be impossible for his combat strength to reach the 4-star level. Where did this monster come from? He had never heard of anyone who could reach the 3-star level as soon as they broke through to the Yuan underworld stage. Even those monstrous geniuses with 12-star combat strength at the Dao controlling realm could only reach the 2-star level of the Yuan underworld stage after breaking through to the Yuan underworld stage. The 3-star level was unheard of. Huang Mingyuan was shocked and angry, but he didn't dare make a move. Chen Zong sheathed his sword and ignored Yu Tianfeng and Huang Mingyuan. He rode a beam of sword light and flew away rapidly. It was time to return to the Will Heavenly Palace. Chen Zong, I will look for you again. Yu Tianfeng's voice was filled with determination as it sounded from behind him. However, Chen Zong ignored it. Look for me, so what? Do you think you can defeat me if you look for me again? That's impossible. The gap between their combat strength was so big now, let alone in the future. Ever since he had embarked on the path of cultivation, anyone who had been surpassed by him would never be able to catch up to him again. This had long formed an incomparably firm belief in Chenzong's heart. No, that was too absolute. If he had to say that he was half, then the heavenly palace could be considered. After he left, Chenzong took out the array disk of the Great Void Shift Array. He poured his power into it and immediately activated it. Layers of light circulated and overlapped, crisscrossing and instantly wrapping around Chenzong's body. It was as if countless threads were intertwining and weaving into a giant cocoon. In the next moment, all the light contracted inwards, compressing Chenzong's body to the smallest point. He then escaped into the depths of the void and disappeared. That point was escaping from the southern void at an astonishing speed, heading towards the central void. In just a short time, the Great Void Shift Array of the Will Heavenly Palace was activated. It buzzed and rays of light shone, intertwining and exuding endless mysteries. A figure appeared within it. At the same time, an extremely powerful divine thought swept across and filled the entire grand universal space teleportation formation. It was the Elder who guarded the Great Void Shift Array. He was a peak transcendent realm cultivator. His purpose was to prevent enemies from sneaking into the Will Heavenly Palace through the Great Void Shift Array, although the possibility of that was very low. After sensing that it was Chenzong, the extremely tyrannical divine sense was retracted. Chenzong's figure flashed and left the Great Void Shift Array, flying towards the Will Heavenly Palace. "You're back." The Will Heavenly Master stared at Chenzong and nodded slightly. Immediately, his eyes seemed to flicker with light. "You've made a breakthrough." "Yes, Master, I've made a breakthrough," Chenzong replied. "However, there are some unforeseen circumstances." "Oh, what unforeseen circumstances?" The Will Heavenly Master could not help but frown, his tone quickening. Chenzong summarized what happened at the Myriad Tribulations Divine Flame Mountain in the shortest possible time. Naturally, the changes in the heart demon was the main point. The Will Heavenly Master's figure flashed and he immediately began to check. He frowned, but there was nothing he could do. He had to find the Master of Will again. Then, Chenzong was summoned. Facing the Master of Will for the second time, Chenzong's heart was still unable to remain calm. The Master of Will was as calm as ever. After examining Chenzong, he frowned and shook his head, as if he was also helpless. "This heart demon is strange. It's not comparable to ordinary heart demons. It has already merged with your spiritual soul. If you want to remove it, you will also lose a part of your spiritual soul forever, and you will not be able to recover it," the Master of Will said slowly. The consequences were very serious. If a part of the spiritual soul could be recovered, it was worth a try. However, if it could not be recovered, the consequences would be very serious. "You don't have to worry too much." The Master of Will said to Chenzong, "You must know that the heart demon originates from one's own body. It is the collection of one's own desires. It comes from the same source as one's own body. What you need to do is to face the heart demon directly, and not reject it. If you can understand it one day, the heart demon will not be a burden to you, but something you can rely on to soar." Chenzong could understand the Master of Will's words, but he did not understand the meaning behind them. However, there were some mysteries that could only be understood and not explained in words. As for what it was, he still needed to understand and experience it himself. After thanking the Master of Will, Chenzong left with his master, the Heart Holy Man. "Don't feel too much pressure." The Heart Holy Man said to Chenzong, "To others, the heart demon is a drawback. However, to us of the Will Heavenly Palace, it is both a drawback and an opportunity. As for what it is, it depends on you. I hope that the heart demon can become your opportunity," the Heart Holy Man said in a serious tone. Heart demon, others could not help in controlling and subduing the heart demon. Everything depended on one's own strength. In the end, there were only three outcomes. First, one could obtain the opportunity and advance by leaps and bounds. Second, one could damage one's foundation and expel the heart demon. Third, one could be possessed by the heart demon and fall into the demonic path. Most people were the second. If it was the first, they would advance by leaps and bounds. The third would also advance by leaps and bounds, but fall into the demonic path and become irreconcilable. The Heart Holy Man hoped that Chenzong would be the first. After all, with such outstanding talent, it would be too scary if he was the third. However, this was something that he could not interfere with. He could only guide him. After bidding farewell to his master, Chenzong returned to his palace and began to cultivate in seclusion. When one's cultivation broke through a big realm, one's potential would be in a state of surging. It was the best time to convert it into one's own strength. If one missed this period of time, one's potential would return to a state of calmness. If one wanted to convert it into one's strength, the difficulty would increase by more than 10 times. Chenzong would not miss such a good opportunity. Seclusion was a form of quiet cultivation and also a form of refinement. Chenzong could feel an indescribable power surging endlessly within his body. It was like a tide, like the wind, like floating clouds. Chenzong knew that this was potential. It was the potential that had become active due to the breakthrough of a major realm. This potential could be transformed into one's strength in any aspect, be it chi refinement, body tempering, martial techniques, mystic abilities, and so on. The first step of seclusion was to comprehend and sort out the Great Path. The Heart Sword Path and the Great Path of the world went hand in hand. The Great Path was mysterious and profound as if it was endless. The mystery of the Tao controlling realm could be seen from the name of the realm. Tao controlling the Great Path meant using the power of the Great Path for one's own use. It was the initial mastery and application of the Great Path. The Ninth Revolution meant mastering 90% of the power of the Great Path. Mastering 100% of the power of the Great Path at the Yuan underworld realm was also a transformation. It was the beginning of unearthing the deeper mysteries of the Great Path. In short, apart from improving one's own cultivation base, the most important aspect of cultivation at the Spirit Ascension realm was to continuously enhance one's understanding and mastery of the Great Path. Ultimately, one would reach the pinnacle and truly master the Great Path. At that time, one would become a ruler of the Great Path. As for now, one was walking on the path of completely mastering the Great Path. The mysteries of the Great Path were slowly unearthed by Chenzong and grasped bit by bit. As Chenzong comprehended the Great Path of the Great Path, a buzzing sound gradually rang out in the secret room. It sounded like the vibrations of a sword. An illusory sword light appeared faintly around Chenzong's body. This was the level of the Great Path of the Yuan underworld realm. The more condensed the power of the Great Path was, the deeper one's understanding of the Great Path and the stronger the power of the Great Path was. Of course, one wouldn't deliberately manifest the power of the Great Path during a battle because it wouldn't have any effect on one's combat strength. It was just a judgment of the level. After the illusory sword light appeared, a vast illusory image of mountains, rivers, forests, and heaven and earth appeared. It was just like the outline of a world. The Heart Sword Path, the Great Path of the world. Gradually, the illusory sword light and the illusory world began to solidify bit by bit. However, the solidification speed was very, very slow. Not long after, the Heart Sword Path and Great Tao of World were withdrawn. Chenzong also opened his eyes. Earlier, he had been comprehending the Heart Sword Tao and the World Tao at the same time. Now, Chenzong felt that his comprehension of the Heart Sword Tao and the World Tao had reached the limit of his current level. It was difficult to improve any further. Then the second step should be a sword technique. The 3,000-meter-long sword principal domain was about to be completely integrated into the strongest sword 4. In addition, the 10,000 swords return to origin sword technique should also be innovated. With his potential surging, Chenzong's comprehension was many times more effective than usual. Moreover, with the support of the titled Divine Steel's unparalleled Divine Sword's titled power, his efficiency was even higher. The Yuan underworld realm was even higher, so Chenzong also reorganized the heart refining sword technique and the 10,000 swords returned to origin sword technique. Once again, he optimized and perfected them and improved them further. Originally, Sword 1 of the heart refining sword technique had been integrated into a 100-meter-long sword principal domain. Now, it had become a 500-meter-long sword principal domain. Sword 2 had been integrated into a 1,000-meter-long sword principal domain. As for Sword 3, it had originally been integrated into a 100-meter-long sword principal domain. Now, it had been upgraded to a 2,000-meter-long sword principal domain. As for Sword 4, after optimization, it could be integrated into a 5,000-meter-long sword principal domain. The 3,000-meter-long sword principal domain was nothing. Naturally, the 10,000 Swords Return to Origin sword technique had also been optimized and perfected. Furthermore, he had also successfully created the fourth move. At the same time, a mysterious warning that seemed to originate from the sword principle origin in the void flashed through his mind. The 10,000 Swords Return to Origin sword technique is a sword technique of the world Tao. It takes the path of a sword to create a world. Such a name is not suitable. Chenzong couldn't help but ponder. The 10,000 Swords Return to Origin, that was a kind of mystery. Now, with a higher realm, Chenzong felt that it was not appropriate to use the 10,000 Swords Return to Origin sword technique to name the sword technique of the world Tao. As a naming party, he had to change it. Thinking quickly, one name after another flashed through Chenzong's mind. Finally, he decided. The sword technique of the heart sword principle will be called the heart refining sword technique. As for the sword technique of the world Tao, it will be called the great world sword technique. It's simple and direct. Chenzong said to himself with a smile. He was quite satisfied with his decision. Changing the name was not something that could be done casually. For any kind of supernatural power, the more profound it was, the more important its name would be. It had to be compatible with its mystery. Only then would it be smoother, and it would also receive the recognition of the corresponding origin of the great path in the void. It would be of help to one's comprehension, and it would be smoother. On the contrary, there would be a lot of resistance. For example, if a sword technique had to be named a saber technique, would it be recognized by the origin of the sword principle in the void, or was it recognized by the origin of the saber principle? This was not appropriate. It would affect the follow-up. Especially, the more profound it was, the more obvious the impact would be. Of course, if it was not profound enough, the impact would be negligible. It was equivalent to nothing. Chenzong created the sword technique in order to exert the mystery and power of the heart sword principle and the great Tao of the world. It would continue to be perfected and improved. Therefore, he had to face it seriously. Sure enough, when Chenzong changed the 10,000 Swords Return to Origin sword technique to the Great World sword technique, he felt a sense of clarity. In this case, the first move should also be renamed. Chenzong pondered. His eyes were shining. The beginning of the world. Let's call it the beginning of the Yuan. The beginning of the Yuan, the picturesque mountains and rivers, the forest of thousands of trees. Next, it's time to comprehend the field domain of sword principle, Chenzong said secretly. The 3,000-meter field domain of sword principle was definitely not his current limit. It could be further improved. As for how far it could be improved, Chenzong did not know. He would do his best. 4,000 meters, the field domain of sword principle increased from 3,000 meters to 4,000 meters. 4,000 meters was his current limit. It would be very difficult to increase it further unless he made another breakthrough. Then, Chenzong began to deduce the Taichu sword energy technique. As a result, the Taichu sword energy technique was deduced to the 13th level under Chenzong's efforts. The Taichu sword energy in his body became more vigorous and purer. Its power also increased. It was different in terms of body refinement. Because the great Tao of the world directly merged with the divine body of the world was forged. Therefore, there was no need for any special technique. As long as the great Tao of the world was improved, the divine body of the world would also be strengthened. Naturally, his body refinement cultivation would also increase. Next, he naturally had to comprehend the supreme Lingwu technique and further deduce it to improve it. Chenzong's consciousness entered the Mind Elephant Pavilion once more and read the various secret arts. He used the One Heart Sutra to comprehend them. As long as he could comprehend the surface and grasp a trace of their profundities, he would be able to increase his accumulation of secret arts. In particular, secret techniques that were useful for his qi refinement and body refinement were more suitable. The deduction of the supreme Lingwu technique was more difficult and time-consuming than other aspects. 5 years, Chenzong spent a total of 5 years. He constantly comprehended secret techniques and accumulated a foundation before deducing the supreme Lingwu technique. He simulated it time and time again, modified it time and time again, perfected it time and time again. Including the breakthroughs. In other aspects that he had comprehended before, Qianzong spent 10 years cultivating in seclusion this time. 10 years did not seem short, but the improvement it brought to Qianzong was extremely shocking. Whether it was his Ji refinement battle prowess or body refinement battle prowess, Qianzong had raised them all to their current limits. They were at least at the 4-star level. Qianzong was completely confident about this. When the Supreme Lingwu technique was deduced to the level of divine ability, he could easily control the power of Qi refinement and body refinement. He could fuse them into a new power, further increasing his battle prowess. Supreme Lingwu technique. With a low cry, the two powerful powers in his body circulated and immediately fused into one. His power increased explosively. Unfortunately, cultivation is the foundation. It does not have as great an impact on battle prowess as the Great Path. If I can fuse the power of the two great paths, then I'll really advance by leaps and bounds. It had to be said that Qianzong was a little greedy. In the imminent deity realm, the Great Path was the foundation and the core. It was the most important component of battle prowess. It could be said that the Great Path occupied half of the entire battle prowess system. Therefore, although the fusion of the two cultivation powers would become even more powerful, it was only equivalent to a secret technique. If the two powers of the Great Path were fused together, it would be truly astonishing. It was far from what the fusion of cultivation powers could compare to. The gap between the two was definitely several times, or even higher. However, it was possible to fuse the power of cultivation powers, but to fuse the power of different great paths was wishful thinking. Before breaking through to the imminent deity realm, cultivators had to first sort out their great paths and decide which to keep and which to give up. They had to even remove the waste from the different great paths and fuse them into a new great path. With this, they could break through and comprehend the great path and master the power of the great path. Mastering the power of the great path was fixed and could not be changed. After all, every imminent deity realm cultivator could only master one power of the great path, unless they were like Qianzong, who had broken through both Qi refining and body refining simultaneously. Collecting his thoughts, Qianzong also spread out the power of the fusion. Although he dared to think about fusing the power of the great path, it was just a thought. Fine. Now, I'll go challenge the Star Battle Pagoda and see what level my battle prowess has reached, Qianzong said to himself. He immediately set off, leaving the palace and heading for the Star Battle Pagoda. If he wanted to know his battle prowess, the Star Battle Pagoda was undoubtedly the best place to go. This was because he could fight with all his might, regardless of life or death. Only then could he test his true battle prowess. Arriving in front of the Star Battle Pagoda, Qianzong stood still and gazed at it. The Star Battle Pagoda was still towering as if there was no end to it, piercing into the clouds. Last time, I reached the 14th floor. How many floors can I reach this time? Qianzong muttered to himself. Then, his figure flashed and entered the Star Battle Pagoda. Without hesitation, Qianzong chose to go to the 14th floor. This was because the opponents on the lower floors were nothing to him, and he could easily defeat and kill them. On the 14th floor, there was a 2-star barbarian warrior. When Qianzong appeared, he let out a roar and unleashed a terrifying power and killing intent. Without any hesitation, he attacked Qianzong mercilessly. His attack tore through the air and destroyed the mountains. This kid is going to challenge the Star Battle Pagoda again. The wholehearted holy man smiled from within the wholehearted palace. At the same time, the wholehearted holy man wasn't the only one paying attention to Qianzong. After all, Qianzong's title was Unparalleled Godly Sword, which was ranked first on the title Divine Steel. Even the Master of Will couldn't compare to him. On the 15th floor of the Star Battle Pagoda, there was a 3-star barbarian demon warrior. The sword light suddenly flashed. It was extremely sharp, like a divine lightning that could tear the heavens and earth apart. A terrifying sword pressure condensed within the sword and rushed forward, causing the barbarian demon warrior to unconsciously pause. In the next moment, it directly pierced through. Kill. With a flash, Qianzong entered the 16th floor. His opponent was the 4-star barbarian demon warrior. Stronger, before this, Qianzong wasn't a match for it. Even if he used all his techniques, he still wouldn't be a match for it. But now, Qianzong only planned to use the battle strength of the Qi refinement stage. Sword rise, sword fall, the the 4-star barbarian demon warrior also roared. Its momentum shook the heavens. Its huge fist was condensed with extremely terrifying totem power, and it blasted out like a burning flame. This punch was extremely powerful and ferocious. It vaguely resembled a huge and ferocious bear opening its bloody mouth and biting crazily. The sword light flashed and pierced through the ferocious bear's mouth. It instantly dissipated, and the bear's head also collapsed. This attack was evenly matched. Chen Zong's lips curled into a smile. His figure flashed, and he was as swift as the wind. Once again, he struck out with his sword. Heart-refining sword technique, Sword 3. After Chen Zong's refinement and optimization, the power of this sword was no longer inferior to Sword 4. Its power had increased greatly. Coupled with the more powerful heart sword principle and the 13th level of the Taichu sword origin technique, this sword attack completely had the combat strength of a 4-star level. Fight, fierce battle. It wasn't easy to determine life and death in a short period of time, especially when both of them weren't at the peak of the 4-star level. Sword 4. After fusing with the 3000-meter sword principle domain, the sword's power was even more tyrannical. It was surprisingly close to the peak of the 4-star level. It directly repelled the barbarian demon warrior and injured him, but it was still difficult to kill him. After the fierce battle, Chen Zong also confirmed that his regular Qi refinement stage combat power was at the level of a 4-star warrior. Then, let's explode. Heart fire. Burn. In an instant, layer after layer of flames burned around Chen Zong's body and spread out. In an instant, there were 8 layers of flames. Then, the 9th layer did not stop, and the 10th layer of flames also spread and burned. Burn, 100% power and speed and powers. That's right, after 10 years of seclusion, Chen Zong had successfully forged the 2 heart palaces to great success. Burn heart 2. Of burn heart mind. Even if it didn't increase his combat strength by 100%, it still increased his combat strength by quite a bit. Genesis origin body, sword s mind sword. Refining S hearts' sword. It was an extreme strike. Its power had broken through the limits and shackles, reaching a higher level. This sword attack seemed to be indestructible, and it was clearly at the level of a 5-star battle warrior. Even if it was only at the initial stage of the 5-star level, it was still difficult for a 4-star level to resist. The barbarian demon warrior immediately ignited all of its totemic power at the critical moment and unleashed a terrifying strike. It immediately reached the peak of the 4-star level. But it was useless. Kill. Now, my normal battle strength is at the 4-star level. If I use Heart Fire and Genesis Origin Body, my battle strength will reach the initial stage of the 5-star level. If I use the Supreme Lingwu technique, my battle strength won't surpass the 5-star level. At most, it'll reach the peak of the 5-star level. Chen Zong thought to himself. After all, the fusion of cultivation power was more limited. It wasn't like when he was below the spirit ascension stage, where cultivation power could be compared to Dao intent. Now, Dao intent was the most important. Furthermore, his current cultivation base had just broken through to the Yuan Underworld stage. It was only at the initial stage of the Yuan Underworld stage, so his heart sword path was also limited by his cultivation base. Thinking back, having a 5-star battle strength at the initial stage of the Yuan Underworld stage was still very shocking. Level 16, Chen Zong didn't try again. If he tried again, he would only reach level 17. He might be able to pass, but he would have to use all his means. There was no need. It was better to hold back a little. 4-star battle strength. He only broke through to the Yuan Underworld stage, yet he already has a 4-star battle strength. What terrifying talent. This is unprecedented. For a moment, all the powerhouses watching the Star Battle Pagoda were shocked. The single-hearted holy man was filled with pride. He didn't have much hope when he casually left behind an opportunity back then. After all, he didn't just leave behind one opportunity, he left behind many opportunities. However, only 2 people were able to become his disciples in the end. His 5th disciple, Chen Zong, was even more outstanding than he had expected. He wasn't inferior to his first disciple in the slightest. In fact, he was much better. He was really looking forward to his fifth disciple's future achievements. However, he still had to overcome the heart demon tribulation. As a master, while he was proud of his disciple, he naturally had to take action to fight for more benefits for his disciple. Thus, the wholehearted Tao Venerate issued a command. Most of the Tao Venerates from the 5 palaces had gathered in the Mind Palace. There was even a ruler present. Everyone already knows the ability of my fifth disciple, Zhenzong. Then, it's time to confer him the position of path disciple. The wholehearted Tao Venerate didn't beat around the bush. Of course, the other Tao Venerates also knew what the wholehearted Tao Venerate's objective was. Path disciple. A path disciple was above a true disciple. A path disciple's status was comparable to an elder's and was only slightly inferior to a Tao Venerate. Of course, this was based on status and not strength. Of course, compared to a true disciple, a path disciple was extremely rare. First, they had to be at the Yuan underworld realm. Second, they had to be extremely talented. This was because a path disciple represented the honor of a sacred ground more than a true disciple. If one were to talk about personal disciples, they could be categorized into ordinary personal disciples and elite personal disciples. Ordinary personal disciples were directly affiliated with the Heavenly Will Palace, and they weren't qualified to join the 5 palaces. As such, they weren't able to learn the unique cultivation techniques of the 5 palaces. Elite true disciples belonged to the 5 palaces and were even more outstanding. Thus, a path disciple belonged to the entire Mind Palace. It was the highest honor. Currently, there were only 2 path disciples in the Mind Palace. Zhenzong's talent is outstanding. I approve the position of path disciple, said a Tao Venerate. Seconded. Unparalleled Divine Sword's title is amazing. He's qualified to be a path disciple. Zhenzong's talent was obvious to all. Not long ago, he had even displayed a shocking battle prowess. In terms of talent, Zhenzong was fully qualified to be a path disciple. However, talent was a prerequisite for being a path disciple. It wasn't the only prerequisite. A path disciple carried the honor of the entire sect and shared the sect's honor and disgrace. In that case, I declare Zhenzong, the 5th true disciple of the Mind Palace, as a path disciple in preparation. He can only be a path disciple after passing the path disciple test. The Mind Venerate revealed a smile. A path disciple was reasonable. Every path disciple had gone through the same process. The test for a path disciple was much stricter than that of a true disciple. It wasn't that easy. If one couldn't pass the test, it didn't matter how talented they were. I declare Zhenzong, the 5th true disciple of the Mind Palace, as a path disciple in preparation. Everyone in the Mind Palace was shocked. A path disciple, that was the preliminaries for a path disciple. A path disciple's status in the Mind Palace was even higher than that of many Divinity Realm elders. It was second only to the Venerate. A path disciple. When Zhenzong heard about it, he was stunned. He never thought that he would be a path disciple in preparation. This status was completely above that of the elite true disciples. Immediately, Zhenzong revealed a smile. In the Mind Palace. Zhenzong, from now on, you will be a preparatory Taoist. Every move you make will represent the glory of the Heavenly Will Palace. The wholehearted holy man's expression was solemn, and his tone was unprecedentedly solemn. Yes, Master. Zhenzong also responded with a solemn expression. A path disciple in preparation to become a true path disciple has to go through many tests. The Mind Venerate looked at him with satisfaction. After the discussion between the Mind Palace Venerate and the Venerate, your first test is to guard the cave of the heart demons for 10 years. Only after completing the first test can you proceed to the second test. When do you plan to start the test? The Mind Venerate asked. Zhenzong pondered for a while. His original plan was to leave the Mind Palace after he finished his closed-door training and send the body of Yukong Venerable back to fulfill his last wish. It was also Zhenzong's vow. But now it seemed that he had to make some adjustments. Fortunately, the vow left by Yukong Venerable was within 1,000 years. So far, only a few decades had passed, not even 100 years. It was still far from 1,000 years. After all, 1,000 years referred to 1,000 void years. Then, the matter of fulfilling Yukong Venerable's last wish would be pushed back again. First, he had to complete the first test of the Path Disciple. Qianzong was still very curious about the Cave of the Heart Demons. The Cave of the Heart Demons is the place where the white world and the black world overlap. It is also the place where the heart demons can easily rush out of the black world. The Mind Venerate's tone was solemn. As a Tao Venerate, and an extremely powerful one at that, he was also very wary of the black world. The Cave of the Heart Demons is guarded on a rotational basis. Other than you, there are already other disciples guarding it. The highest ranked one is the Xianxia Tao Venerate. The Mind Venerate explained to Qianzong in detail, explaining everything about the Cave of the Heart Demons. After all, guarding the Cave of the Heart Demons was not an easy task. Once it broke out, it would be very dangerous. He did not want his disciple, who had a bright future, to have anything bad happen to him in the Cave of the Heart Demons. Qianzong listened attentively. After all, the Mind Venerate had guarded the Cave of the Heart Demons before and was very experienced. After a round of explanation, Qianzong had a detailed and in-depth understanding of the Cave of the Heart Demons. Then, my disciple, when do you plan to start the test? The Mind Venerate asked. Qianzong entered the ground and kept going down. It was dark all around, as if it was a void. There was no sound or light, which was enough to make some people with weaker willpower panic. However, such an environment was nothing to Qianzong. He didn't feel any pressure at all. Qianzong could even clearly remember how many steps he had taken and how many meters he had gone down before reaching his destination. Unparalleled Divine Sword Qianzong, welcome. However, guarding the mental demon cave isn't a good job. Li Xian Dao Master was a man who did not like to smile. He usually had a cold look on his face, but now, he squeezed out a smile. It was a little forced, as if he rarely smiled and had almost forgotten what it was like to smile. Greetings, Tao Venerate. Qianzong bowed first. No matter what, a Tao Venerate was a Tao Venerate. His status was extremely high and his strength was tyrannical. Respect was necessary. There are a total of 18 levels in the mental demon cave. You are at the Yuan underworld realm, so you should be guarding the 7th to the 12th level. Now that the term of the 8th level's guardian has expired, you can go and be the guardian of the 8th level. Venerate Li Xian smiled. Alright. Qianzong nodded. Mental demons that could rush out of the mental demon realm and enter the mental demon cave all had extraordinary abilities and had undergone some changes. They had a certain physical body and were divided into ordinary mental demons, elite mental demons, mental demon generals, mental demon kings, and above them was the mental demon ruler. Ordinary mental demons corresponded to the Tao manipulation realm. Elite mental demons corresponded to the Yuan underworld realm. Mental demon generals corresponded to the divine power realm. Mental demon kings corresponded to the Tao Venerate realm. Mental demon rulers corresponded to the sovereign realm. Of the 18 levels of the Heart Demon Grotto, the 1st to 6th levels were usually inhabited by ordinary heart demons, the 7th to 12th levels were inhabited by elite heart demons, and the 13th to 18th levels were mainly inhabited by heart demon generals. Of course, the stronger the mental demon, the fewer there were. Just because mental demon kings rarely appeared didn't mean they didn't exist. Therefore, a Tao Venerate guardian was very necessary. A Tao Venerate guardian of the mental demon cave would usually be there for 10,000 years, a divine power realm elder would be there for 1,000 years, Yuan underworld realm true disciples would be there for 100 years, and Tao manipulation realm true disciples would be there for 10 years. A rotation system was adopted. Qianzong's current identity was a preparatory path chosen. He was here to carry out the assessment mission and was not included in the duties of a guard. Of course, even if it was Qianzong's turn to guard, there would still be a long time. In fact, if Qianzong could become a true Taoist, it would be entirely up to him whether he wanted to guard or not. The Heart Devil Cave had a very clear division. Those at the Tao Master level were the chief guards. The other levels of the Demonic Heart Grotto each had a guardian elder. They could be at the Tao Manipulation Realm, the Origin Underworld Realm, or the Divine Ability Realm. After the allocation, Qianzong headed to the 8th level of the Cave of the Inner Demons to report. It was not really a report, after all, every level of the Cave of the Inner Demons had a guardian chief, and Chen Zong was the guardian chief of the 8th level. In terms of status, he was second only to Li Xian Holy Man. In the 8th level of the Devil's Heart Cave, there were 5 people gathered together. These 5 people were all true disciples of the Heavenly Palace. Each of them had a origin underworld realm cultivation base and powerful combat strength. Junior brothers, my guard period is up. It's time to leave. When your guard period is up, remember to look for me. I'll treat you to good wine. Luo Hao, who had a scar at the corner of his eye, smiled at the other 4. Don't worry, senior brother Luo. When the time comes, we won't go home until we're drunk. Yiming laughed and the other 3 responded with a smile. Then it's settled. Remember to look for me. Luo Hao smiled and then said seriously, in addition, I originally wanted to recommend Yiming to take over as the guardian chief of the 8th level, but it seems that he didn't agree. Perhaps someone is going to take over. No matter what, you have to cooperate with the new guardian chief. The Heart Devil Cave's guards were relatively slow to understand the outside world. Therefore, they did not know that Chen Zong had already arrived. Among the 4, Yiming's expression darkened slightly before he smiled. Don't worry, senior brother Luo. We will cooperate well. That's good. I'll take my leave first. See you outside. Luo Hao waved with a smile and turned to leave. After Luo Hao left, the smile on Yiming's face disappeared and was replaced by a cold expression. Originally, after Luo Hao left, he had hopes of becoming the guardian chief. Naturally, he would be able to obtain more merit points. Although guarding the Heart Devil Cave was a rotational duty and was compulsory for all members of the Heavenly Palace, one could obtain merit points during the period of guarding. Naturally, merit points had many benefits and no one would complain about having more. The merit points obtained by being the guardian chief would naturally be more than an ordinary guardian. It was at least double the difference. However, there seemed to be no hope for him now. Thinking of this, Yiming couldn't feel happy. Who will be the new guardian chief? The other 3 were also guessing. Before long, Chen Zong arrived. Yiming, Hongmei, Xianxia, Lin Xiao. Chen Zong's gaze swept over them. Before coming, Li Xian Dao Master naturally wouldn't let Chen Zong be confused. Therefore, he not only knew the names of the 4 members he would be leading, but also their cultivation and combat strength. I'm the new guardian chief. My name is Chen Zong. I'm very happy to meet the 4 senior brothers and senior sisters. I hope that we will cooperate well in the next 10 years and guard the 8th level of the Heart Devil Cave well. The 4 of them had entered the sect earlier than Chen Zong, so it was reasonable for Chen Zong to address them as senior brothers and senior sisters. Hearing Chen Zong's words, the 4 of them had similar reactions but also different reactions. 10 years. They were all slightly stunned. Shouldn't it be 100 years? The cultivation aura emanating from the other party was clearly at the origin demon realm and not the Dao manipulation realm. Moreover, the requirement to guard the 7th to 12th levels of the Heart Devil Cave was to be at the origin demon realm. Dao manipulation realm cultivators didn't have that ability. In addition, they also noticed the 2 words Chen Zong, or rather, this name. The Heart Devil Cave's understanding of the outside world was relatively slow, but it wasn't completely clueless. Therefore, they still knew the name Chen Zong. However, even though they knew, they couldn't keep up with the current information. It was only before Chen Zong had broken through to the origin demon realm. So it's junior brother Chen Zong. Congratulations on breaking through to the origin demon realm. Yiming was all smiles. Although he was unwilling, he didn't show it. The other 3 originally didn't have any hope of becoming the guardian chief, so it wasn't strange for them to have a new guardian chief. Therefore, they didn't have any psychological resistance. As such, Chen Zong settled down and guarded this place for 10 years. 10 years would pass very easily. Guardian Chief, the elite inner demons of the 8th level of the Heart Devil Cave are all very strong. Without sufficient combat strength, it will be difficult to resist. When Yiming spoke again, the other 3's hearts skipped a beat. They immediately knew that Yiming was going to make things difficult. After all, he was eyeing the position of Guardian Chief. What do you want to say? Chen Zong was neither fast nor slow as he stared at Yiming calmly. His calm gaze made Yi Ming's heart tremble uncontrollably. He vaguely had a bad feeling, but he still continued to speak. According to my speculation, the Guardian Chief should have broken through to the Origin Demon realm not long ago. Yi Ming seemed to have regained his confidence as he said again, I wonder how the Guardian Chief's combat strength is now. Do you want to give it a try? Chen Zong smiled faintly. Before coming, Chen Zong had expected that there might be a situation where the members weren't convinced. Sure enough, it was within his expectations. If the Guardian Chief is itching for a fight, Yi Ming will naturally accompany you. Yi Ming's words were very sharp. When he said this, people who didn't know better would think that Chen Zong wanted to challenge him and not the other way around. However, such a small trick was useless against Chen Zong. One sword. Chen Zong stared at Yi Ming as the smile on his face faded. A glint flashed in his eyes as he softly uttered two words. His words were simple and direct, but they were suffused with an indescribable sharpness that seemed to be able to pierce through everything and tear everything apart. Yi Ming's expression changed immediately. If you can block my sword, the position of the Guardian Chief will be yours, Chen Zong said again. Chen Zong said again. The sharpness contained in his words was even more intense and shocking, causing the other three to be extremely shocked. They unconsciously took a step back, as if they were being torn apart. One slash. Yi Ming was shocked and furious. He actually dared to dream of defeating him with one sword. Was he looking down on him? Was he humiliating him? How could a person who had just broken through to the Origin Demon realm not long ago defeat him with one sword, no matter how talented he was? No, not to mention defeating him with one sword, it was still unknown whether he could block his attack. Alright, if you can defeat or injure me with a swing of your sword without using any external forces, I'll go east, but I won't go west, Yi Ming shouted angrily. There was a raging fire burning within him. One sword, how could he be so delusional? It was simply a fantasy. He was simply arrogant and self-righteous. If he couldn't even block one sword, he could forget about being the Guardian Chief and just obediently cooperate with Chen Zong. This was also considered a bet. If Chen Zong couldn't force Yi Ming back with one sword, he would let Yi Ming be the Guardian Chief. On the other hand, if Yi Ming was forced back by Chen Zong with one sword, he would have to completely obey Chen Zong's orders. Regarding this, the other three people were the witnesses. The three of them could not help but feel somewhat excited. They felt that it was very exciting. Guardian Chief, we can't fight here. Let's go outside. Yi Ming sneered at Chen Zong. This time, he would definitely win. The position of Guardian Chief would be his. Although there would be some twists and turns in the process, it would still fall into his hands in the end. He didn't know that Chen Zong had already understood his combat strength. 4-star, that's right. Yi Ming's combat strength was the strongest among the four of them. He was at the 4-star level. As for the other three, they were all at the 3-star level. Even Luo Hao wouldn't dare say that he could force me back with one strike, Yi Ming thought in his heart. This was because Luo Hao's combat strength was at the peak of the 4-star level. He could defeat Yi Ming, but it wouldn't be easy to force him back or injure him with just one strike. As long as Yi Ming unleashed his full strength to resist, he could even counterattack and defeat Luo Hao. On every level of the inner demon cave, there was a room for the Guardian. Outside the room was an empty space. The ground was dark black and incomparably hard. It was countless times harder than steel. The surrounding cave walls were very rough and bumpy. Countless stones crisscrossed under the cave walls. From afar, it looked like a ferocious demon, frightening to the soul. Such an environment was not good. It would make people feel oppressed after a long time. Looking ahead, even with Chen Zong's amazing eyesight, he could only see darkness. It was like an endless abyss that stretched to an unknown place. It seemed like something extremely dangerous was lurking there. It contained great terror. That was also the direction where the inner demon would appear. However, the inner demon had not appeared yet. Chief Guardian, this place is very spacious. It should be enough for you to go all out, Yi Ming said with a smile. I'll give you 3 breaths to let you go all out. Chen Zong smiled. This is also my advice to you. Chen Zong's words puzzled everyone. Where did he get his confidence from? He had just broken through to the Origin Underworld stage not long ago. It was estimated that he had only broken through to the Origin Underworld stage in the past 10 to 20 years. It was very difficult for an Origin Underworld stage cultivator to improve. 10 to 20 years was nothing. Even the top geniuses had limited improvement. This period of time was at most to convert the active potential after the breakthrough into strength. That was all. Therefore, Qinzong's combat strength was estimated to be at the 2-star level, which was very shocking. It was even more shocking that he was only at the 3-star level, which was almost impossible. It was also because of this that Yi Tianming said that he would not use other external forces. He wanted to prevent Qinzong from using some trump cards that did not belong to him. Of course, this condition was mutual. Although he did not believe that Qinzong could threaten him, Yi Ming did not underestimate him at all. At the very least, he did not underestimate him in his actions. This was something that he had learned over the years. No matter what kind of opponent he faced, he could not underestimate them. Even if the other party was not strong enough, he could not let his guard down. After all, he had already formed a habit. If he underestimated the other party because he felt that the other party was not strong enough, it might lead to the same thing the next time. In an instant, he activated his cultivation technique and mobilized all the power of his mid-level Origin Underworld stage cultivation base. A tyrannical aura also spread out, forming an extremely terrifying pressure that suppressed the surroundings. It caused all the aura around him to stop flowing as if it had been solidified. The oppressive aura also spread out. Vaguely, there were electric arcs flashing around Yi Ming. They unleashed terrifying power as if they were going to destroy everything. The other 3 people, except for Qinzong's expression. In the next breath, Yi Ming's aura grew again. Layers of flames burned and surrounded him. There were a total of 8 layers of illusory flames surrounding Yi Ming's body, burning continuously. He had cultivated the 33-layered Heavens of Heart technique to the 8th layer. However, being able to cultivate to the 8th level of the 33-layered Heavens of Intent at the mid-level of the Yuanming realm was already considered pretty good. Come on. After unleashing all of his power, Yi Ming's long hair danced in the wind while lightning raged in his eyes. He was extremely violent as he stared at the ground and shouted. The extremely hard ground beneath his feet sank at that moment. Layers of cracks appeared and spread rapidly within a 10-meter radius. After Yi Ming was ready, Qinzong's right hand landed lightly on the sword hilt. A brilliant glow that was hundreds of meters long shot out of his eyes as if it was tearing the darkness here apart. He drew his sword, there seemed to be a faint sword hum. At the same time, a ray of light suddenly bloomed from the scabbard. The 13th level of the primordial sword origin technique was activated. The aura of a low-level Origin Underworld stage also spread out. The 3 people and Yi Ming felt relieved when they sensed Qinzong's cultivation base aura. It was as if they were relieved. Sure enough, his cultivation base was at the low-level Origin Underworld stage. Furthermore, he should have just entered the low-level Origin Underworld stage and had just consolidated his cultivation base. With such a cultivation base, no matter how strong his combat strength was, it would be at most a 3-star level. That was extremely shocking. The sword was pulled out inch by inch. The aura condensed on Qinzong's body also continued to rise, becoming increasingly tyrannical. A formless storm swept up in the surroundings, wreaking havoc. The extreme sharpness seemed to be able to cut everything into pieces, even the extremely hard ground was torn apart by cracks. When the sword was half out of the scabbard, the sword light was so powerful that it was difficult to look directly at it. Qinzong's aura also became more tyrannical and condensed. The power of his cultivation base was pushed to the extreme. Then, a layer of illusory flames burned on Qinzong's body. The 4 people knew at a glance that Qinzong had also used the Heart Flame divine ability. In that case, what level has this kid cultivated the 33 Heavens of Will to now? The level of Heart Flame was closely related to the strength of the mind power of the people in the Will Heavenly Palace. It was also a kind of talent. The 8th level, when the 8th level of illusory flames burned, the 4 people looked solemn. He had the 8th level of Heart Flame at the low-level Origin Underworld stage. This talent was much better than Yi Ming's. However, the 9th level of illusory flames burned as well. Yi Ming and the others looked even more solemn. When they saw the 10th level of illusory flames burn, the four of them were not solemn but shocked. The 10th level of heart flame, it meant that the 10th level of the heart flame divine ability had been completely cultivated and 10 heart palaces had been forged. Horrifying, extremely horrifying, it was simply unheard of. Staring at Yi Ming, who was 100 meters away, Zhenzong had the confidence to win. The divine feeling in the unseen world gave him the confidence to win. One sword move was enough to defeat Yi Ming. Therefore, Zhenzong did not intend to use the power of the Taichu sword origin form. When the 10th level of heart flame burned, the sword happened to be drawn from the scabbard. The moment the tip of the sword left the scabbard, Zhenzong waved his right hand. The speed of drawing the sword, which was originally slow, suddenly increased by countless times like lightning. The three of them realized that their eyes seemed to have lost their function. They could not catch Zhenzong's sword move at all. Even Yi Ming, who had stronger combat strength, could not catch it. His eyelids twitched. Lightning wall. In the face of danger, Yi Ming's reaction was extremely fast. He immediately exploded. Countless lightning flashed and condensed in front of him, forming a wall-like defense. His goal was to block Zhenzong's sword move. However, in the next breath, Yi Ming realized that he seemed to be naive. An extremely powerful sword gleam arrived. The lightning wall only blocked it for a moment before it was pierced and penetrated. The sharpness of the sword made Yi Ming feel that he could not resist at all. In front of this sword gleam, it was as if all defenses were useless. Sword technique of heart refinement, Sword 4, the power of Sword 4 with the Sword Dao territory of 4,000 meters was extremely terrifying. It caused the sword's power to reach or even surpass the level of a top 4-star combat strength. It was infinitely close to a 5-star combat strength. If Zhenzong unleashed the power of the Taichu sword origin form, the sword's power would truly reach a 5-star combat strength. However, a sword with a top 4-star combat strength was enough to deal with Yi Ming. Due to the characteristics of the Taichu sword origin, it was difficult to resist. The moment the lightning wall was penetrated, Yi Ming seemed to have turned into a bolt of lightning. He was surrounded by countless lightning bolts and retreated quickly. However, he was still a little too slow. Although he was fast, Zhenzong's sword was even faster. At the critical moment, Zhenzong stopped. Otherwise, this sword might not be able to kill Yi Ming, but it would be enough to penetrate him. As the sword returned to its scabbard, the extremely terrifying sharpness that seemed to be able to tear through space disappeared as well. It seemed to have been put back into the scabbard. The three people who were watching the battle could not help but breathe quickly. Their foreheads were covered in cold sweat. "I've lost." When Yi Ming uttered those three words, his voice was extremely dry and shrill. It was as if the words were squeezed out from his throat. He was extremely shocked. He had been defeated. Furthermore, he had used a secret technique to unleash all of his power. The sword penetrated the lightning wall. If he had not retreated in time, that sword would have penetrated his body as well. Yi Ming did not sense that Zhenzong had held back a little at the critical moment. Otherwise, he would not have been able to dodge. According to the bet, if Yi Ming was forced to retreat or be injured, he would be considered to have lost. However, his current position was a few dozen meters away from his previous position. This meant that he had been forced to retreat. Since he could not block that sword and retreated, he was considered to have been forced to retreat. Tenfold heart fire, absolute combat strength, that sword was definitely at the peak of 4-star combat strength. Yi Ming could only give up on the idea of becoming the town chief completely. What a pity. He had only been here for a few decades. If he were to become the town chief, he would be able to serve for a few more decades. It would be enough for him to earn more merits. Now, he dared not have any extravagant hopes. They were sincerely convinced, now, that was the only way to describe the four people's mentality. They were sincerely convinced by Zhenzong. The law of the strong being respected was applicable no matter where one was. With just one sword, Zhenzong had subdued the four of them. Of course, it would be beneficial for the next 10 years. At the very least, there would not be any problems for him to worry about. Naturally, he would have to do his best to guard the 8th level for 10 years. He had to ensure that no inner demons would rush out. Chenzong glanced at them. His tone was like a breeze as he asked unhurriedly, "I've just arrived, so I don't know much about this. Who can tell me in detail?" He walked toward the living room as he spoke. "Yes, town chief." Yi Ming snapped back to his senses. He pulled himself together instinctively and responded quickly. Next, Yi Ming was the main speaker while the other three supplemented. They told Chenzong about the situation on the 8th level of the Inner Demon Cave so that he could have a more direct and deeper understanding of this place. Currently, everything was peaceful. The inner demons would not appear all the time. They would only appear once in a while. However, there was actually no pattern to the exact interval. Therefore, everyone was usually cultivating while observing to see if the inner demons would appear. If there were, the early warning formation would send out a warning. By then, everyone would just have to make a move. The Cave of the Demonic Heart was the only connection between the white world and the black world. It was the passage from the white world to the black world and from the black world to the white world. It was naturally formed and not man-made. The Cave of the Demonic Heart could not be destroyed. Otherwise, it would have been destroyed by the ruler of the Heavenly Palace. Therefore, if the Cave of the Demonic Heart could not be destroyed, someone had to be sent to guard it to prevent the Demonic Heart from appearing in the white world through the Cave of the Demonic Heart and causing invisible damage. It could even endanger the entire void. Guarding the Cave of the Demonic Heart was not a good job, but it was not bad either. It could earn merits. Naturally, fighting the Demonic Heart was also a process of resisting the Demonic Heart. If they were attacked by the Demonic Heart again, they would not be so helpless. According to Yi Ming and the other three, there might not be any inner demons appearing even after a few years. Usually, they would cultivate and occasionally exchange pointers. It was possible that Chenzong spent his 10 years guarding the Cave of the Demonic Heart while cultivating. Of course, nothing was absolute. It was difficult to predict what kind of danger lurked in the depths of the Demonic Heart. According to Chenzong's understanding, although the Cave of the Demonic Heart was divided into 18 levels, if one wanted to enter the Black World, they had to enter from the 18th level. As for how Chenzong came to the 8th level, it was because the Heavenly Palace had built a small void gate here. It could be said that every level of the Devil's Heart Grotto had a void door. This made it extremely convenient for the people guarding the Devil's Heart Grotto. They could directly reach the corresponding level without having to enter the depths of each Devil's Heart Grotto and enter the next level. At the same time, if the Demonic Heart attacked and gained the upper hand, it could also leave the Demonic Heart cave through the void gate. This kind of thing had happened before. Fortunately, the Dao Master level experts were guarding the outermost area. Unless it was a king-level Demonic Heart, they would immediately be killed by the Dao Master level experts as soon as they went out. After 10 years of seclusion, Chenzong had transformed his active potential into his own strength. Now, his potential had returned to its usual state. It was much more difficult to excavate it during the incubation period. However, cultivation was like this. Bit by bit, one had to excavate one's potential and transform it into strength, increasing one's combat strength bit by bit. Wanting to reach the heavens in a single bound was just wishful thinking. Any cultivator would cultivate one step at a time, but only a few could reach the top. Most of them would struggle to get there. No matter how slow the improvement was, Chenzong would not give up on refining. Cultivation method, swordplay, secret technique, everything required cultivation. Fortunately, Chenzong had 10 heart palaces. Apart from heart flame and heart perception, the great void evasion art and great refining void god, I also occupied 2 heart palaces and cultivated them on their own. Moreover, they had already reached major completion. Of course, the remaining 6 heart palaces couldn't be left empty. After all, they were abhijnas that could cultivate abhijnas on their own. If they didn't use them, it would be a waste. Under normal circumstances, cultivators of the Heavenly Palace would usually master a few more mystiques than other cultivators, sometimes even more than a dozen. The reason for this was the Heart Palace forged by the 33 Heavens of Will. Chenzong had a choice of which mystiques to put into the remaining 6 Heart Palaces. In terms of offense, he had the Heart Refinement Sword Art. In terms of trapping enemies, he had the Sect Convergence Sword Art. No, it was now officially called the Great World Sword Art. In terms of defense, he had the great cycle sword realm derived from the extreme heart phaseless sword. Since he had both offense and defense, Xianxia naturally made other choices. He was used to traveling alone and might encounter all kinds of dangers, so he naturally had to be more comprehensive. There were many abhijnas and secret techniques stored in the heart image pavilion of the Heavenly Palace. Some were collected from the outside world, while others were self-created by cultivators of the Heavenly Palace. Of course, the blazing dragon breath technique also needed to be cultivated. If he placed it directly in the heart palace, it would be related to the purple world star dragon flame. The potential of such a divine flame was also extraordinary. Unfortunately, the purple world star dragon flame was still a low-level divine flame and hadn't broken through to the mid-level. Therefore, it couldn't increase his combat strength much. After all, the low level was equivalent to the Dao controlling realm, while the mid-level was equivalent to the Yuanming realm. He had to think of a way to make the purple world star dragon flame break through to the mid-level. Once the blazing dragon breath technique was improved, the purple world star dragon flame would have a certain chance of breaking through. For the sixth heart palace, Xianxia chose a curse technique called the demon sealing curse, or rather, a sealing technique. This was an abhijnas and secret technique created by a sovereign of the Heavenly Palace. Its purpose was to deal with inner demons. It wasn't completely accurate to call it inner demons. It should be used to deal with negative life forms like inner demons. Of course, it was most effective against inner demons. Its main purpose was to seal inner demons, whether it was one's own inner demons or those of the outside world. This might be useful for guarding the inner demon cave. After all, inner demons weren't that easy to kill. Sealing them was a good method. For the seventh heart palace, he placed a combat abhijnas, extreme lightning. Xianxia was adept at close combat, and the heart refinement sword art would be more powerful in close combat. Therefore, a movement technique that could allow one to close in on a target with extreme speed was rather important. If used well, it could catch the enemy off guard. For the eighth heart palace, he placed a body-refining abhijna secret technique, instant healing. The self-healing ability of body-refining cultivators surpassed that of chi refinement cultivators. This was where their advantage lay. This advantage was further amplified after they condensed their divine bodies. The self-healing speed of a low-level divine body realm was extremely fast. Some superficial wounds could be healed in the blink of an eye. However, injuries such as broken arms and legs weren't that easy to heal unless they were supplemented with some secret medicine. At the phenomenal divine body realm, serious injuries such as broken limbs could be self-healed. However, it required some time. It was fine during normal times, but it would affect the outcome of a high-intensity battle. As for the instant healing secret technique, its principle was to heal instantly and heal instantly. It was equivalent to shortening the self-healing time to within a breath. The price was that one's own energy would be greatly depleted. Self-healing didn't heal out of thin air. It consumed one's own energy. When one's energy was depleted, the self-healing ability would naturally lose its effect temporarily. Therefore, it wasn't that body refiners couldn't be killed, it was just that it was difficult to kill them. One could either directly destroy them with an extremely tyrannical power, or continuously injure them and exhaust their energy to heal themselves until they ran out of energy and died. Of course, it was also possible to directly destroy the opponent's spirit. The instant healing secret technique undoubtedly increased one's high-intensity combat ability. For the abhijnas in the ninth heart palace, Xianxia chose a spirit defense secret technique called Soul Rampart. As the name implied, it was a secret technique that protected the spirit. It was very necessary for body refining and spirit cultivation. The ability in the 10th palace was a rare restoration-type secret technique called the Flower Blooms and Withers. This secret technique did not have a high or low level. It could only be used to accumulate the power of the secret technique until it was completely accumulated. Its effect was to completely recover the power of the secret technique in a short period of time after using up all the power of the secret technique. Using the blossoming and withering secret technique consumed the power of the secret technique that one continuously accumulated. After using it, it would dissipate completely. If one wanted to use it again, one would have to continue accumulating the power of the secret technique. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that the Heart Palace's effect on the cultivation of the heart refinement to one sword technique and the Great World Sword technique was very limited, Xianxia would definitely have occupied two heart palaces. Perhaps it was also because the heart refinement to one sword technique and the Great World Sword technique were closely related to one's own comprehension of the Great Tao that the Heart Palace's effect on cultivation was very weak. These two self-created abhijnas did indeed require one to comprehend them on their own. The Great Void Escape technique was suitable for long-distance travel. Of course, it could also be used for short-distance travel to achieve unexpected results. The Great Refining Void God I could see through illusions and also had the effect of directly attacking the target's spirit. It was also very practical. The Flaming Dragon Breath technique was related to the cultivation of the divine fire. The demon sealing spell could better deal with inner demons, whether they were hidden dangers in one's own body or external inner demons. The Extreme Lightning was a combat body movement abhijnas. The Instant Recovery abhijnas could instantly increase the consumption of one's own power, thus allowing one to recover in an instant and heal all injuries. The Soul Rampart was a soul defense abhijnas. It might not be very effective in normal times, but it was very useful at critical moments and was very likely to save one's life. After all, the divine body at the level of great success had amazing self-healing ability. Coupled with the instant recovery abhijnas, as long as one's body was not crushed into pieces, one could quickly recover. However, once one's spirit was injured, it would be difficult to recover. Therefore, the defense of the spirit was very necessary. As for the blossoming and withering abhijnas, after accumulating enough power, one could recover when one was exhausted. It was also of great help in battle. It had to be said that the various abhijnas that Xianxia had chosen to put into the Heart Palace were almost all beneficial to battle. The power of the Heart Refinement Sword Art and the Great World Sword Art was not only related to the power of the Great Path and cultivation, but also to the Sword Principle domain. The Great Path was difficult to comprehend and it was not easy to improve one's cultivation base, especially since one had just broken through to the beginner level of the Yuanming realm. Although it had been consolidated, it was still very far from the intermediate level. In comparison, Xianxia felt that the Sword Principle domain still had room for improvement. 4,000 meters was definitely not the current upper limit. As long as the Sword Principle domain continued to improve, the Heart Refinement Sword Art and the Great World Sword Art would also become more powerful. The Sword Principle domain of 4,000 meters was released and completely enveloped. When Yi Ming and the other three sensed it, they were all shocked. To be able to become true disciples of the Will Heavenly Palace, their talent was very high. Now that their cultivation base was at the Yuanming realm, they had already begun to touch upon the Tao domain. Therefore, they could sense Xianxia's Sword Principle domain. The power of the domain shocked them. In terms of domain alone, Xianxia had left them in the dust. Most Yuanming realm cultivators had yet to comprehend a domain. Only a few people with outstanding talent had. There were very few people who could comprehend a Tao domain at the Tao manipulation realm. They were the top geniuses. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye as he cultivated. After 3 years, Xianxia also felt that his cultivation had slowed down. Compared to 3 years ago, his combat strength did not increase significantly. It could only be said that it was negligible. However, it was not as if Xianxia had not gained anything in the past 3 years. His foundation had become even more solid, and he had laid a better foundation for his next breakthrough. One day, Xianxia walked out of his room, intending to take a deeper look. Since he had come to the demonic heart cave, it was obviously not Xianxia's style to stay in his room. Knowing that Xianxia planned to move forward, Yi Ming and the other three did not stop him. They only told him not to go too deep to prevent accidents. Nodding, Xianxia walked out of his room, carrying the Extreme Heart Phaseless sword with him. He walked into the darkness ahead. The darkness was like an abyss, seemingly bottomless. Of course, there was a bottom line. The bottom line was to enter the next level, one level after another, until one reached the last level. The structure of the 18th level of the demonic heart cave was very interesting. From the deepest part of the first level, one would directly lead to the deepest part of the second level, the deepest part of the third level, and all the way to the deepest part of the 18th level. Zong did not plan to reach the deepest part of the passage because he did not plan to go deep into the next level. The 8th level was where he was guarding. As long as he guarded it for 10 years, he would leave and complete the first task of the Taoist assessment. Taking a step forward, Zong walked step by step toward the darkness that seemed like an abyss that could devour everything. The darkness was extremely deep. Gradually, Zong stepped into the darkness as if his body was being swallowed. It was silent inside. Even with Zong's amazing eyesight, it was difficult for him to see far. He could only see a range of about 10 meters. Beyond that, it began to become blurry. Within 100 meters, there was only darkness. Even Zong found that his divine telekinesis was suppressed here. However, his Sword Dao territory was not suppressed. It covered more than 4,000 meters, and everything was within Zong's perception. After patrolling around and almost going deep, Zong turned around and returned to his room to cultivate again. Outside, a series of noises sounded, as if there were people fighting fiercely. Zong scanned with his divine telekinesis and saw that Yiming was fighting the 3 of them alone. Cultivation was one thing. Sometimes, a battle was necessary to exercise one's limbs. Zong was itching for a fight. 1 against 4, he was alone while Yiming and the other 3 worked together. Fight, Yiming and the rest were happy to do that. A few years ago, when Zong had just arrived, he had defeated Yiming with a single slash of his sword. He had not fought since. Then, when the battle began, none of them used any secret techniques. Instead, they fought with their normal combat power. With a sword in hand, Yiming and the other 3 joined forces and attacked from 4 directions. However, they could not do anything to Zong. On the contrary, Zong gradually figured out their moves and targeted them directly. Gradually, they were at a disadvantage. The battle lasted for an hour. "Thank you, Guardian." Yiming and the other 3 immediately expressed their gratitude to Zong as soon as they stopped fighting. They had all benefited from the fierce battle earlier because Zong had seen through their combat style and so on. He targeted their weaknesses, allowing them to realize their shortcomings in the battle and improve on them. "Don't worry about it." Zong smiled lightly. It was considered a reward for him to ease his itching hands. On the 5th year, there was a sudden change. There seemed to be a black light fluctuating in the darkness. There seemed to be a black mist surging. Vaguely, there seemed to be a strange voice that was filled with malice. "Inner demons." Yiming and the rest reacted faster than Zong because they had been guarding this place for decades. It was not their first time being attacked by inner demons. However, it was Zong's first time. "Guardian, I think the inner demons are attacking us," Yiming said to Zong. "Inner demons?" Zong's eyes lit up slightly. They had been here for 5 years. There were still 5 years until the end of the mission. It would be a pity if they were not attacked by inner demons. The roars that were filled with evil grew increasingly closer and clearer. Zong and the rest could clearly sense that evil aura was continuously seeping out from the abyss like darkness and heading straight for them. Zong's eyes focused slightly. A bright light shot out from the bottom of his eyes as if it could pierce through the void. Vaguely, he seemed to see silhouettes appearing in the darkness and approaching them. The inner demons in the inner demon realm don't have a physical body. However, after entering the inner demon cave, they'll slowly transform and have a physical body, Yiming said. It's difficult to attack the inner demons without a physical body. We can attack the inner demons with a physical body, but it's difficult to kill them. Finally, the first silhouette charged out of the darkness. It had no legs and floated out like a ghost. However, it was not slow at all. Especially when it floated out of the darkness, the inner demon's eyes suddenly emitted a dazzling red light. It was scarlet and looked extremely evil. "Cultivator, you're mine." There seemed to be countless overlapping voices coming from the inner demon's mouth. It was as if the inner demon had merged with countless chaotic consciousnesses and spoke at the same time. The inner demons in the inner demon realm were the reflections of the inner demons in the void. Therefore, no one knew how many inner demons there were in the inner demon realm. Even the master of Will Heavenly Palace did not know. However, one thing was certain. The inner demons in the inner demon realm would constantly fight and devour their opponents. The more they devoured, the stronger they would become. Normally, the inner demons that could enter the inner demon cave would have grown to the level of an imminent god cultivator after devouring many times. The inner demons did not have any civilization or inheritance. The only thing they knew was to devour their opponents and find other living beings, such as humans or other races, to invade and devour their consciousnesses, invade their souls, and take over their bodies to wreak havoc everywhere. The Heavenly Palace divided the inner demons into two types, inner demons and outer demons. The so-called inner demons were the inner demons that were born in one's mind. They were like hidden enemies, but they were of the same origin and could not be completely eliminated. The so-called outer demons referred to the inner demons outside of one's body. Normally, it referred to the inner demons in the inner demon realm. If one had an inner demon, it would definitely be a disaster if the outer demons invaded. It would be an indescribable disaster. Therefore, Xianxia could not let the outer demons invade. Otherwise, the inner demon that was only left with a bit of black light in his god's soul would definitely awaken. Moreover, it would awaken with the help of God. The appearance of the first inner demon made Yi Ming and the other three look a little complicated. They seemed to be a little excited. They felt like it had been too long. Even if they fought, it would be difficult to relieve the fighting factor in their bones. They were also a little afraid because the outer demons were very terrifying and difficult to deal with. They were not easy to deal with and even more difficult to kill. However, no matter what, the outer demons were coming. The only way was to stop them or even defeat them. According to Xianxia's understanding, the outer demons were very difficult to kill. They could only be defeated slowly. Once they knew that they could not defeat them and that most of their strength had been exhausted, the outer demons would retreat. There was a difference between the outer demons and the inner demons. The outer demons did not have much intelligence because they were formed by devouring each other. Their consciousness was very chaotic. Under the chaotic conflict of multiple consciousnesses, only a small consciousness was left to drive instincts. Whether it was attacking or escaping, it was an instinct under the chaotic consciousness. The first outer demon charged over. Powerful and chaotic evil demonic energy spread out and spread in all directions. Xianxia's primordial spirit immediately felt that the evil aura was unknowingly attacking his mind and will, trying to mess up his mind and will. However, an attack of such a level could not affect Yi Ming and the other three, let alone him. However, Xianxia understood that the more outer demons there were, the more the chaotic willpower attack would stack. The more there were, the more powerful it would be. In the end, it would reach a point where even he could not withstand it. Let's give it a try then. Without hesitation, Xianxia formed a seal with one hand. In an instant, a black light was outlined like a brush. In a flash, it condensed into a curse seal and shot out. The demon sealing curse, Xianxia found this secret method in the mental image pavilion. Its level was only at the heavenly divinity level. It was not very high, but it was very suitable for the time being. Moreover, under Xianxia's comprehension and Heart Palace's cultivation, this secret method had reached small accomplishment. The small accomplishment heavenly divinity, demon sealing curse, immediately released a shocking power when Xianxia used it. In an instant, it hit the outer demon. The black light quickly spread out and turned into black threads. It was like vines that grew in an instant. It also looked like countless silk threads that surrounded the outer demon. Shrink, the black light shrunk rapidly, but the outer demon inside kept resisting. In the end, the outer demon could not resist the demon sealing curse's power. It was sealed by the demon sealing curse and turned into a ball of black light the size of a fist. Through the black light, one could vaguely see a figure inside. It was struggling and erupting with power as if it was trying to break the black light. Xianxia also felt that the demon sealing curse's power was being depleted as the outer demon kept resisting. In other words, the demon sealing curse's power was not permanent. It would be depleted as time passed, and it would also be depleted due to the inner demon's resistance. Of course, if the outer demon was injured first, its resistance would weaken, and the demon sealing curse's depletion would slow down. Xianxia attacked again. He cast another demon sealing curse to strengthen the black light ball. Immediately, the second, third, and even more outer demons charged out of the darkness. When they saw Qianzong and the other three, they immediately went berserk and charged at them. Yi Ming and the other three attacked immediately. They had also cultivated the demon sealing curse, but they did not cast it immediately. They would first cripple the outer demon before casting the demon sealing curse. The success rate would be higher. After all, they were inferior to Qianzong when it came to mental power and God's soul power. Even though Qianzong's soul had not recovered yet, they were still able to cast the demon sealing curse. Apart from being related to one's cultivation level, the demon sealing curse's power was also closely related to one's God's soul power and mental power. Roars rose and fell like waves. More and more external heart demons rushed out of the darkness. There were already more than a dozen of them, and each of them was at the elite level, equivalent to the origin underworld stage. Qianzong and the other four took action to resist the invasion of the external heart demons and prevent them from rushing out. Otherwise, it would be a dereliction of duty and they would have their merit points deducted. For Qianzong, the consequences were even more serious. It would leave a bad record in the mission assessment and might affect his promotion to Path Chosen. Retreat, Qianzong shouted. Yi Ming and the other three used their movement techniques and turned into streams of light to retreat. Great World Sword Technique, Forest of 10,000 Trees, in an instant, a sword Dao domain of more than 4,000 meters pressed down. Trees of sword chi that were more than 10 meters tall condensed in the air and pressed down, directly enveloping the external heart demons and suppressing them in a forest of sword chi. The main power of the Great World Sword Technique was to suppress and restrain, but its power was not weak at all. Although the external heart demons were very strong, their combat strength was at most equivalent to the 3-star or 4-star level. Under Qianzong's sword, the external heart demons were immediately suppressed and could not escape for a while. Kill! Yi Ming and the other three shouted and immediately attacked. The external heart demons suppressed by the forest of 10,000 trees were easier to deal with. However, even if they attacked the external heart demon, they could not kill it immediately. This was different from cultivators. Attacking the external heart demon would only weaken its power. When its power was weakened to the extreme, the external heart demon would lose half of its physical body and become illusory. At that time, they could either seize the opportunity to seal it or let the external heart demon seize the opportunity to escape and return to the mental demon realm. In most cases, the external heart demons escaped. Their reactions were very fast. After losing half of their physical body, they seemed to have lost their restraints. Once they escaped into the darkness, they merged into it and were difficult to capture them. Under the suppression of the forest of 10,000 trees, the external heart demons could not escape. Under the joint attack of Qianzong, Yi Ming, and the others, they were constantly injured and their bodies gradually shattered. At the same time, the sword chi of the forest of 10,000 trees would constantly wear down the power of the external heart demons. More than a dozen external heart demons exploded and turned into illusory black shadows. In the blink of an eye, they broke free from the suppression of the forest of 10,000 trees. Half-corporeal external heart demons would possess physical attacks, but they would also be restricted. Everything had its pros and cons. Now that the half-entity had been shattered and could no longer be maintained, it turned into illusory shadows and was no longer restricted. In an instant, more than a dozen illusory shadows rushed out of the forest of 1,000 trees to suppress them. Some of them screamed and rushed toward Qianzong and the others, trying to enter their spirit sea and invade their vital spirits. Some of them rushed into the darkness in an attempt to escape. Demon Sealing Curse. Without hesitation, Qianzong and the other four immediately cast spells. The demon sealing incantation was a secret incantation that one had to learn to guard the heart demon cave. It was to better deal with external heart demons. Of course, it was also effective against heart demons. 5 rays of black light lit up in an instant and shot out in a flash. However, there were a total of 8 illusory shadows, and they were extremely fast and agile. They all streaked across the sky and flew toward Qianzong and the others. After breaking free from the half-entity, the external heart demons were more than a few times more agile. Under Qianzong's control, the demon sealing incantation accurately hit one of the illusory black lights and immediately sealed it. The sealing speed was extremely fast, and it was completed in an instant. It turned into a ball of black light and fell. There was also a ball of illusory black light flying toward it. With a flash of sword light, Qianzong attacked with his sword. However, Qianzong found that even if he cut the external heart demons, the damage was very limited. It was as if the power of the sword qi had decreased by many times in an instant. An idea flashed through Qianzong's mind. He thought of the purple star dragon flame. Although the purple star dragon flame was only a low-level divine fire, equivalent to the combat strength of a 12-star Dao manipulation realm cultivator, it had absorbed the flame aura in the furnace of the myriad tribulation divine fire mountain. It was a flame aura that could resist the external heart demons and even hurt them. Perhaps the purple star dragon flame also contained its characteristics and could deal with the external heart demons. The only difference was the strength of the effect. As for how effective it was, he would know after trying it out. Qianzong moved his mind, and in an instant, a dragon's roar sounded. Then, a purple flame with flickering black light appeared and turned into a fire dragon. It circled Qianzong's body and quickly wrapped around Qianzong's arm. The dragon's head happened to be at the palm of his hand. The dragon's roar was high in the sky and reverberated in all directions. Qianzong grabbed out with his palm. Like a fire dragon soaring in the sky, an extremely mysterious undulation appeared on his arm. Qianzong made a grabbing motion in the air, and there seemed to be an indescribable mysterious power within it. No matter how nimble the external heart demon was, it was unable to evade. Instead, it felt as if it had been sent into Qianzong's palm, and it was also sent into the mouth of the purple star dragon flames. Burn, in an instant, as if oil had been added to the fire, the purple star dragon flame seemed to burn even more fiercely. At the same time, an extremely sharp and shrill voice sounded from the illusory black light. It was the external heart demon's scream. After all, the flame power of the 10,000 tribulation divine flame furnace had an obvious protective effect against external heart demons. If Qianzong's external heart demon had been an ordinary external heart demon, the consequences would have been very serious. However, Qianzong's external heart demon was extraordinary. Even the master of the will was shocked and helpless. Although the purple star dragon flame was only a low-level divine flame and didn't absorb much of the 10,000 tribulation divine flame furnace's power, it still had a certain effect on external heart demons. When dealing with external heart demons, the power of the purple star dragon flame could reach the level of a mid-level divine flame. Even if it was only a low-level mid-level divine flame, it was still amazing. It burned and burned continuously. Shrill and shrill screams rang out continuously. One could see wisps of black smoke rising from the mouth of the purple star dragon flame. However, the burning speed was a little slow. It would probably take more than 100 breaths of time to burn this external heart demon to the ground. On the other side, Yi Ming and the other three dealt with it calmly. They used their movement techniques to avoid the external heart demon's attack. At the same time, they held the demon sealing spell in their hands and waited for an opportunity to attack. After all, they had guarded this place for decades. It was not the first time they had dealt with external heart demons' attack. They were very experienced. As long as they weren't attacked by many external heart demons at once, they could deal with it. Qianzong controlled the purple star dragon flame with one hand to burn the external heart demon while condensing the demon sealing spell with the other to seal the external heart demon. Under the Sword Dao territory, the external heart demon's speed was affected. Its trajectory was completely captured by Qianzong, so it couldn't escape at all. It didn't take long for all the inner demons to be sealed. "Thank you, Guardian." Yi Ming and the other three expressed their gratitude to Qianzong because it was Qianzong who helped them seal the external heart demons. If Qianzong hadn't helped them, although the external heart demons would have been sealed or escaped in the end, it would have taken time. Moreover, after being sealed, Qianzong didn't snatch it. Instead, it belonged to them. Guarding the external heart demon cave not only gave merit points, but they could also exchange merit points for sealing the external heart demons and turning them in. If they didn't turn them in, they could find a way to refine it into essence and absorb it on their own. After this wave of external heart demons' attack was repelled, Qianzong returned to his room with the two sealed external heart demons. Once again, he activated the power of the purple star dragon flame to burn them. The external heart demons that were burned to death by the purple star dragon flame earlier left behind a little black glow after death. It seemed to be essence, pure essence without any impurities. It was the essence of the external heart demons. The essence of the external heart demons was very useful. It could strengthen one's consciousness. In other words, after absorbing the essence of the external heart demons, one's consciousness could be strengthened. An enhanced consciousness was greatly beneficial to battle. Not only could it strengthen one's control of one's own power, but it could also improve one's perception, making it more precise and sensitive. In short, there were only benefits and no disadvantages to having an enhanced consciousness. After putting away the purple star dragon flame, 3 black glows appeared in Qianzong's hand. Each one of them was as fine as sand. They were very fine, less than 1/3 the size of a grain of rice. If it was an external heart demon of the path manipulation realm, the refined essence would be even smaller. Qianzong had never absorbed the essence of the external heart demons before, so he didn't know how effective it would be. After absorbing the first external heart demon essence, it seemed to flow into his primordial spirit and nourish his consciousness. However, Qianzong didn't feel that half of the external heart demon essence was forcefully separated and merged with the black glows in the depths of his primordial spirit. It doesn't feel much. After absorbing all 3 external heart demon essences, Qianzong sensed them carefully and frowned slightly. The 3 external heart demon essences didn't bring much improvement to his consciousness. In fact, it didn't even increase it by a little. After all, Qianzong's consciousness was very strong. It was much stronger than cultivators of the same level. It would naturally be more difficult for him to improve it. However, Qianzong didn't know that only half of the 3 external heart demon essences were absorbed by his consciousness. The other half was absorbed by the core of the external heart demon in his primordial spirit. Of course, even if all of them were absorbed by Qianzong's consciousness, the improvement would be very limited. He still wouldn't feel it. However, these were only 3 external heart demon essences. If he could get more external heart demon essences and absorb more of them, perhaps his consciousness would be significantly strengthened and improved. For the first time, Qianzong desperately wanted to be attacked by external heart demons. Perhaps he was very lucky, or perhaps he was unlucky. In short, it didn't take long for another external heart demon to appear. This time, it was a dozen external heart demons that attacked directly. Great World Sword Technique, Boundless Earth, the 4th move of the Great World Sword Technique, which was also a move that Qianzong had comprehended before, was displayed instantly. With a swing of the sword light poured out like a waterfall. A rumbling sound was heard immediately. The sword chi turned into waves of earth and swept out as if the earth was shaking. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a piece of land more than 4,000 meters wide. It was filled with a turbid brown aura. Although it wasn't very big, it gave people a sense of boundless desolation. The dozen external heart demons were directly enveloped in the boundless land. The suppression power of this move was much stronger than that of the forest of 1,000 trees. Suppression, the dozen external heart demons couldn't move for a while. The brown turbid aura floating in the boundless land was also transformed by the sword chi. As it spread, it immediately caused severe damage to the dozen external heart demons. The earth-boundless sword covered the vast land. The earth was majestic and heavy as if it was suppressing all living things. The dozen or so external heart demons could not move at all. With Qianzong charging in, he was invincible. At that moment, Yi Ming and the other 3 could only watch. However, they had to attack soon because more external heart demons appeared and were blocked by them. With their abilities, they could defend against them. The attack of the external heart demons this time was more powerful than the previous one. The external heart demons in their half-corporeal state had shocking power. Every attack was extremely terrifying, and it even carried the power to attack one's mind and soul. One attack was a double threat, and it was very difficult to deal with. Yi Ming and the other 3 were experienced in dealing with it. They tried their best to avoid fighting the external heart demons head-on because once they did, they could defend against the external heart demons' half-corporeal attacks. However, it would be difficult to defend against the other attack. It would shake one's mind and soul, and it would intensify the shaking of one's consciousness. The dozen or so external heart demons that were suppressed by the earth-boundless sword collapsed one after another under Qianzong's sword. Their half-corporeal bodies shattered and dissipated, leaving behind a dozen or so illusory black shadows. They let out shrill shrieks like waves of sound waves, causing Chenzong to frown slightly. Immediately, the external heart demon that was closest to him charged over like a ferocious ghost. It charged directly at Chenzong's head, attempting to occupy Chenzong's primordial spirit, invade his soul, devour his consciousness, and possess his body. However, the external heart demon did not succeed. Chenzong sealed the external heart demon with a demon sealing spell. No matter how agile it was, Chenzong's Sword Dao territory captured all of its tracks clearly. Moreover, Chenzong's primordial spirit had powerful senses. The second demon sealing spell was cast, and the second external heart demon was sealed. Then, the third external heart demon was sealed. The remaining external heart demons felt threatened. As they screamed, they turned into illusory black lights and charged out of the earth-boundless suppression, wanting to charge into the darkness. Chenzong formed hand seals with both hands. 2 more demon sealing spells were cast, sealing 2 external heart demons. The remaining inner demons were even more alarmed. Although they were not very intelligent, they could instinctively judge the danger. 5 of their companions who had already been sealed felt that something was wrong and wanted to escape. When Chenzong encountered the external heart devil for the first time, he was limited by his experience. But this time, he had a familiar feeling. With a flash, Chenzong turned into a beam of sword light and chased after him. "Chief Guardian, don't be rash." Yi Ming's expression changed when he saw that, and he shouted immediately. But at that moment, Chenzong chased after the remaining inner demons and disappeared into the darkness. As soon as he entered the darkness, Chenzong immediately found that the remaining inner demons seemed to have disappeared. They were like small fish and shrimps that had entered the sea, hard to find. Sword Dao Domain, primordial spirit sensing. Suddenly, the surrounding darkness seemed to recede. Everything in the field of Sword Tao was within Chenzong's perception. The escaping inner demons were all within Chenzong's perception. Their trajectories were also captured by Chenzong. The suppression of the field of Sword Tao slowed down the speed of those inner demons. Demon sealing spell, following his perception, Chenzong attacked again. Seal, seal, seal. Under Chenzong's pursuit, the remaining inner demons did not escape and were all sealed. 15. Chenzong sealed a total of 15 external heart demons and obtained 15 balls of sealing black light. He put them away first and refined them into inner demon essence with the purple domain star dragon flame later. Since he had entered the darkness again, Chenzong changed his mind. Not only did he not retreat, but he continued to go deeper. These external heart demons were not much of a threat to him. After all, he did not use his full strength in the battle earlier. He only attacked with his normal combat strength. Holding his sword and moving forward, Chenzong's eyes flickered in the darkness. "The night gave me a pair of black eyes, and I used them to see through the darkness." The Yuan underworld realm condensed the primordial spirit, and the primordial spirit was the condensation of all the essence of one's power. Not only could it completely control all the power in one's body, but it could also be more sensitive to the outside world. It was silent in the darkness. Vaguely, Chenzong heard a low beast-like roar coming from afar. It was the sound of the half-corporeal external heart demons. Slightly delighted, Chenzong immediately sped up and went deeper. His eyes flickered, but it was difficult for him to see far. He could only rely on his field of Sword Tao and primordial spirit to sense a few half-corporeal external heart demons that had entered his field of Sword Tao. His sword struck. In the darkness, there seemed to be a sudden flash of light, and an external heart demon was immediately hit by the sword. Although the external heart demon had a half-corporeal body, it would not be seriously injured like a human. It would only weaken until it could no longer maintain its half-corporeal body and disintegrate. Chenzong's sword light contained extremely powerful sword qi. As soon as it entered the external heart demon's body, it immediately exploded and attacked everything. It immediately cut through the external heart demon's half-corporeal body and tore it into pieces. Kill, kill, kill. With a sword in hand, he was invincible. After destroying the external heart demon's half-corporeal body, Chenzong immediately formed a seal with his left hand and cast the demon sealing spell. Following an extremely mysterious trajectory, it was like the most agile butterfly, directly attacking the external heart demon and sealing it. Although it was difficult to see in the darkness, it could not stop Qianzong's sword. Like an elf in the dark, he danced with his sword. When all the roars and shrill screams disappeared, Qianzong sheathed his sword. It was because the external heart demon's attack had ended. If he wanted to kill and seal the external heart demon, he could only wait for the next opportunity. However, he did not know when it would be. However, this time, Qianzong sealed over 20 external heart demons. When he stepped out of the darkness, Yi Ming and the rest were already waiting. When they saw Qianzong's figure, they looked relieved after observing him carefully. Qianzong was safe and sound. Moreover, his expression, aura, and everything else showed that Qianzong was not invaded by the external heart demon. After being invaded by the external heart demon, one's expression and aura would undergo obvious changes in a short period of time. It was something that could not be hidden. It was also a kind of judgment. After refining over 20 external heart demons, Qianzong obtained over 20 external heart demon essences. After absorbing them, Qianzong did not feel any obvious increase in his consciousness. It was very subtle. When he opened his eyes, Qianzong could not help but look a little disappointed. It seemed like his plan to increase the strength of his consciousness with the external heart demon essences had failed. After all, after absorbing over 20 external heart demon essences, the effect of the increase was very weak. He could barely feel any increase. Even if there was, it was only a little, a very insignificant increase. According to such an increase, even if he absorbed 10 times more external heart demon essences, Qianzong estimated that the increase would be very limited. The expectation in his heart dropped a lot. Of course, if there was a chance to obtain more external heart demon essences, Qianzong would definitely not let it go. However, if he wanted to obtain external heart demon essences here, he could only wait for the external heart demons to take the initiative to attack. Or, he could take the initiative to break into the mental demon realm. However, that would be like a sheep in a tiger's mouth. Even a Tao Lord powerhouse would not break into the mental demon realm unless it was a last resort. It was too dangerous. For some unknown reason, every year, there would be 1 or 2 waves of external heart demons attacking the 8th level of the mental demon cave. However, they were intercepted every time. They were not repelled. Instead, half of their physical bodies were broken and sealed by the demon sealing spell. After using and fighting again and again, the demon sealing spell improved rapidly and reached full mastery. Its power was stronger and more accurate. It could be said that it never missed. Yi Ming and the other 3 were very happy. With the help of Qianzong, they had sealed many external heart demons. This was a harvest that they had not obtained in the past few decades. If Yi Ming had obeyed Qianzong because of Qianzong's powerful combat strength that surpassed his, he now had another reason to obey. His goal in becoming the guardian chief was nothing more than to gain more merit points. Now, he had gained more merit points than if he had been the guardian chief. Unfortunately, this kind of good time was always short-lived. This year was the 10th year. It was the 10th year since Qianzong came to the 8th level of the mental demon cave. After this year, Qianzong's guardian period would end. It was time for him to leave. The only thing that Qianzong regretted was that although there were many external heart demons attacking him during the 10-year guardian period, they were not strong enough. He did not use all of his combat strength. In the darkness, a figure gradually walked over. It was getting faster and faster. Finally, it rushed out of the darkness and emitted an extremely terrifying aura. It was like a flood bursting through a dam or a mountain collapsing. It was a person, but his expression was ferocious and cold. His eyes were filled with evil killing intent. There seemed to be a layer of faint aura on his face. After he stepped out of the darkness, he was extremely fast as if he was being chased by someone. His powerful aura also alerted Qianzong, Yi Ming, and the rest. Senior Brother Li, seeing that person, Yi Ming's expression changed drastically. Oh no, Senior Brother Li has been invaded by external heart demons. Guardian, Senior Brother Li is the guardian of the 9th level of the mental demon cave. He has 5-star combat strength, Yi Ming quickly said to Qianzong. At the same time, Senior Brother Li, who was invaded by external heart demons, revealed a terrifying ferocious expression. He approached in an instant. The terrifying killing intent turned into clouds of black energy that surged. Extremely terrifying demonic power surged, attacking and suppressing everything. Yi Ming and the other three could not help but tremble. The difference in combat strength made them feel like they were being attacked and suppressed by this pressure. Moreover, this pressure was demonic power. Cultivators who were invaded by external heart demons seemed to have lost their minds. However, they would unleash even more terrifying destructive power. In other words, their combat strength would increase to a certain extent. In contrast to Yi Ming and the other three's solemn expressions, Zhenzong was eager to try. A gleam shot out of his eyes like a sword. Perhaps he could fight to his heart's content against a 5-star powerhouse who was invaded by external heart demons. Moreover, through some characteristics, he could tell that senior brother Li had not been invaded by external heart demons for a long time. He could still be saved. If he was invaded by external heart demons for a long time, the difficulty of saving him would increase greatly. It might even be impossible to save him. Therefore, Zhenzong could only regret that he could not enjoy this battle. Instead, he wanted to end it as soon as possible and defeat his opponent. Then, let's go all out, level 11 internal flame, burn, Lingwu supreme technique. In an instant, Zhenzong's combat strength skyrocketed. 5,000 meter sword Dao territory. Great world sword technique, boundless earth. 10 years were up and Zhenzong was leaving. Thank you for your cooperation in the past 10 years. Zhenzong cupped his hands at Yi Ming and the others. No, we should be the ones thanking you. Yi Ming and the other three were completely convinced by Zhenzong, and they were even extremely grateful. If it weren't for Zhenzong, they wouldn't have been able to obtain so many merits in 10 years. It directly surpassed the accumulation of the previous few decades. In the end, when Zhenzong defeated senior brother Li, who was guarding the 9th level of the inner demon cave and possessed 5-star combat strength, the combat strength he displayed shocked Yi Ming and the others. Only then did Yi Ming realize that when Zhenzong fought with him 10 years ago, he had held back. One sword, just one sword was enough to suppress senior brother Li. His combat strength was at least at the top of the 5-star level, or even higher. Zhenzong left and recommended Yi Ming to be the guardian of the 8th level of the inner demon cave. When Yi Ming heard about it, he was naturally very grateful. The void was vast and boundless, and it was divided into 5 large areas. East, West, North, South, and Central. Each area of the void had a top star sector sect, which was also called a sacred land. In other words, in theory, there were a total of 5 sacred lands in this area of the void. The sacred land in the central void was the Will Heavenly Palace. The sacred land in the northern void was the Eternal Battle Fort. The sacred land in the southern void was the Thousand Tribulation Divine Flame Mountain. As for the sacred land in the eastern void, it was called the Juyuan Purple Temple. As for the western void, there was no longer a sacred land because it had been destroyed many years ago. That battle swept across the western void and shook the entire void. The other 4 sacred lands and countless sect forces were also mobilized because the enemy in that battle was the foreign tribes. It was an alliance formed by many foreign tribes and the battle was extremely intense. In the end, the foreign tribe alliance was scattered and retreated with heavy losses. The sacred land in the western void was the first to bear the brunt. The other race alliance was formed by many different races, and there was no lack of sovereign realm experts among them. Therefore, that battle was incomparably tragic, and there were countless casualties. In the end, although the alien race alliance was disbanded, the remnants of the alien race fled the western void to the outer realm. The western void's sacred ground was destroyed as a result. The entire sacred ground was almost destroyed and turned into ruins. That battle was too intense. It wasn't just one Dominator-rank powerhouse who attacked with all their strength. Many Dominator-rank powerhouses attacked with all their strength, causing the spacetime of the sacred ground to tremble violently. In the end, it was surrounded by spacetime storms, and no one could enter. Even Dominator-rank powerhouses couldn't force their way in. However, the spacetime storm would not be so strong all the time. It would have a period of exhaustion. When the spacetime storm entered its exhaustion period, the spirit realm experts would have a chance to break through the spacetime storm and enter the Western Void Holy Land ruins. Why did he have to enter? The reason was very simple. The war all those years ago was extremely intense, and there were countless casualties. More than half of them died within the ruins of the sacred grounds, so they naturally left behind numerous treasures, inheritances, and so on. Moreover, the Western Void's sacred ground ruins contained many treasures and inheritances, all of which were extremely tempting. This time, the space-time storm that surrounded the sacred ground ruins was about to enter its exhaustion period. It was time to enter again. Xianxia had completed his first Taoist assessment task. The second task was to enter the Western Void Holy Land ruins and obtain one of the treasures. As long as he completed this task, Xianxia would pass the assessment and become the third Taoist of the Will Heavenly Palace. The Western Void's original sacred ground was known as the Great Void Holy Gate. Now, only a huge ruin remained, and it was known as the Great Void Holy Gate Ruins. Xianxia and a group of experts from the Will Heavenly Palace used the Grand Universal Teleportation Array to travel from the Central Void to the Western Void. The Great Void Holy Ruins is just ahead. Let's go. The leader was an elder of the Will Heavenly Palace, a peak divinity realm expert. As the sound of his voice faded, he waved his hand, and a spaceship appeared. It was a peak-grade spaceship, and over 100 experts from the Heavenly Palace of Will boarded it. The spaceship was activated, and the speed of the spaceship increased exponentially. Among the hundreds of people from the Will Heavenly Palace, the highest was Divinity Realm, the lowest was Tao Manipulation Realm, and some were even Yuan Underworld Realm. If it weren't for the fact that Tao Masters and Sovereigns couldn't enter, many Tao Masters and even Sovereigns would have made a move. However, the space-time storm was very special. Even if it was in its exhaustion period, once a Tao Master entered, the space-time storm would become chaotic and violent. When that happened, the Tao Master would be in great danger. If he was lucky, he would be thrown into the space-time turbulence and appear somewhere unknown. If he was lucky, he would be killed by the space-time storm. Even Sovereigns couldn't escape such a fate. Therefore, every time the space-time storm of the Great Void Holy Ruins entered its exhaustion period, only Divinity Realm experts could pass through it. Strictly speaking, the Tao Manipulation Realm, Yuan Underworld Realm, and Divinity Realm experts were considered the lower levels of the Ascension Realm. Tao Masters were considered the middle levels of the Ascension Realm. There was a huge difference between them and the first three levels. In the Western Void, there were many void ships and even void ships flying past. Although they appeared from all directions, they were all heading towards the same destination. The Great Void Holy Ruins. The Great Void Holy Ruins was the ruins of the Great Void Holy Sect. It was a holy land of the Western Void. It was extremely powerful and had a deep foundation. There were also many treasures and inheritances. Cultivators who had entered the Great Void Holy Ruins and came out alive had more or less gained something. There were even some who had obtained some inheritances from the Great Void Holy Sect and improved by leaps and bounds, becoming famous experts in the Void. Because of this, every time the space-time storm outside the Great Void Divine Ruins entered a period of decline, it would attract countless eminent Divinity Realm cultivators from all directions and enter. Not only were there many rogue cultivators, but there were also many experts from various sects and forces. Even the experts from the four great holy lands would enter. The individual cultivators entered to change their own destinies. After all, compared to the disciples of the sect, the individual cultivator's path of cultivation was more bumpy. If they could obtain some treasures or inheritances, it would allow them to improve even more. The stronger they were, the more resources they could obtain. The strong would become stronger and the weak would become weaker. This was almost an iron law. Of course, this did not mean that the weak would become even weaker. It was just that because they were weak, they could not obtain more resources and benefits, so their improvement was slow. On the other hand, because the strong were stronger, they could obtain more resources, so naturally, they could improve faster. As a result, the gap between the strong and the weak would continue to widen. A huge, fiery red spaceship that seemed to be burning with flames flew across the sky rapidly. The flames seemed illusory, but they emitted a shocking heat. It seemed to have ignited the void. Wherever it passed, it left a dazzling trail of fire. There were hundreds of people on the flaming spaceship. Looking at the insignia on their robes, it was a burning sacred mountain. Innumerable divine flame mountain. The three sacred weapons of the Great Void Holy Sect have not been found yet. This time, we have to find at least one of them. The eyes of an expert from innumerable divine flame mountain seemed to be burning. His tone was also filled with a blazing aura. If Qianzong saw these people, he would definitely realize that Yu Tianfeng, who had been defeated by his sword, was also present. Of course, Yu Tianfeng was not the only familiar face. In another direction, in the eastern void, there was also a huge, top-grade spaceship. The spaceship was purple in color and gave off an extremely heavy feeling. It was like a person with steel muscles all over his body. It was extremely visually impactful. This was the spaceship of the Eastern Void Holy Land, Jiyuan Purple Hall. According to my calculations, the 3 sacred weapons of the Great Void Holy Sect might appear this time. We have to get at least one of them. A tall and muscular elder said in a deep voice. His voice was buzzing and seemed to shake the void. West of the Western Void was the boundary of the extraterritorial void. It was also the habitat of hundreds of foreign tribes. At this moment, a huge, strange-looking flying object that looked like a huge sea urchin was flying into the Western Void at an alarming speed. It was heading in the direction of the Great Void Holy Ruins. In the black flying object that looked like a huge sea urchin, there were dozens of creatures that did not look like humans. Some of them were covered in fish scales, some looked like ferocious beasts, and some looked very similar to humans. However, their skin was darker, their ears were slender, and their eyes were extremely sharp. Some of them even had an extra eye in the middle of their brows. The foreign tribes, these dozens of them were all foreign tribes. Each of them had a powerful aura. Their goal was obviously to enter the Great Void Holy Ruins. On the spaceship of the Will Heavenly Palace, hundreds of elders and true disciples of the Will Heavenly Palace gathered together. According to my calculations, the 3 sacred weapons of the Great Void Holy Sect might appear this time. The elder with the strongest combat strength said unhurriedly, "Our main mission is to obtain one of the 3 sacred weapons. Of course, it would be best if we could obtain one of the 3 sacred weapons. True disciple Chen, this is also related to your Taoist assessment. If you can obtain one of the 3 sacred weapons, you should be able to become a Taoist when you return to the Heavenly Palace. If not, I'm afraid you'll have to change your mission," the elder said to Qianzong. Qianzong nodded to show that he understood. This assessment mission was no doubt very difficult. The 3 sacred weapons of the Great Void Holy Sect were the 3 most powerful sacred weapons of the Great Void Holy Sect. To be honest, Qianzong did not have much confidence in obtaining one. Rest assured, true disciple Chen. This old man will definitely lend you a helping hand. A Divinity Realm elder smiled at Qianzong. That's right. The competition this time will be very fierce. We're not the only ones who want the 3 sacred weapons. However, true disciple Chen, we'll do our best to help you. The others also expressed their stance. This was a show of goodwill to Qianzong. After all, Qianzong was qualified to become a Taoist. Once he became a Taoist, Qianzong's status would rise and he would be above most elders, second only to Tao Master. It's a pity. Back then, the Great Void Sect had a World Divine Tree. However, the World Divine Tree was destroyed in that great battle. An elder suddenly sighed. The World Divine Tree. In the center of the Western Void, there was a black storm that swept endlessly. The storm seemed to be sweeping from top to bottom to top, from left to right, and from right to left. It felt like it was from the inside out, yet also from the outside in. It was contradictory and peculiar. The black storm looked like a small ball, only the size of a fist. However, at a closer look, it seemed to be infinitely huge, as if it was boundless and filled the entire void. The aura emitted by the black storm was incomparably violent and mysterious. It felt like it was isolated from the world, as if it could pierce through the past and the future. Space-time storm. This was the space-time storm outside the Great Void Ruins. The black space-time storm seemed to contain some kind of great terror, like the mouth of a void beast that could swallow everything. One after another, spaceships and spaceships flew over from afar. They stopped outside the space-time storm, several tens of thousands of meters away. They did not dare to get too close, as they might be caught up in the space-time storm if they got too close. The space-time storm that had not truly entered its period of decline was extremely terrifying. Even if a sovereign was swept in, there was a high chance of death. Even if they did not die, they would be severely injured. Is this the space-time storm? It's really amazing. In the past, I would take a few glances every time I passed by. Unfortunately, I had no chance to enter. However, this time I finally have a chance. Many people stared at the pitch-black storm with shining eyes. Even if it had entered its period of decline, Dao masters and sovereigns could not enter. Therefore, only Dao manipulation realm, Yuanming realm, and divinity realm cultivators could enter. Of course, the difference in strength between Dao manipulation realm, Yuanming realm, and divinity realm was huge. Dao manipulation realm cultivators could not fight back against divinity realm cultivators. Similarly, Yuanming realm cultivators could not fight back against divinity realm cultivators. In theory, if divinity realm cultivators entered, Yuanming realm cultivators and Dao manipulation realm cultivators would not be able to compete with divinity realm cultivators. After all, they would not even be able to escape if they found any treasures. However, that was not the case. First of all, the Great Void Ruins was huge and vast. After all, before the Great Void Holy Gate was destroyed, it was made up of many stars. The Heavenly Palace was located in the original realm's black and white world, while the Eternal Battle Fort was a battle fort formed from ancient stars and superstars. The Myriad Tribulation Divine Flame Mountain was a gigantic flaming mountain. The size of the flaming mountain was larger than an ancient star, and there were countless mountain peaks within it. The Great Void Holy Gate, on the other hand, was formed by powerful cultivators who moved 1,080 stars to form a formation. With an ancient star as the center, a heaven-defying formation was set up, causing the 1,080 stars to be as close to each other as possible, pulling each other along. The formation of this space-time storm had a lot to do with the Great Void Inverse Dimensional Turbulence Grand Formation of the Great Void Divine Sect. The Great Battle back then was incomparably tragic. Naturally, the Great Void Inverse Yuan Space Disrupting Grand Formation was also destroyed. It mixed with all the violent and chaotic energy and eventually became the Great Void Immortal Ruins of today. Therefore, the Great Void Divine Ruins within the spacetime storm was extremely vast. Even a Dao manipulation realm cultivator might not necessarily encounter a Yuanming or divinity realm cultivator. Of course, it wouldn't be a big deal if they were unlucky enough to encounter one. Another point was that the energy within the Great Void Divine Ruins was chaotic. Some places even sealed one's cultivation base. Once one entered, it didn't matter if one was a Dao manipulation realm cultivator, Yuanming, or divinity realm cultivator. It was all the same. It was precisely because of this that Ascension realm cultivators of different cultivation bases were given the opportunity to enter. After all, the Great Void Divine Ruins was so big and there were so many seals. One might not necessarily encounter someone whose cultivation base was much higher than one's own. Even if one did encounter such a person, one might still have a chance of escaping through the seals. Of course, there were many dangers within the Great Void Divine Ruins. The dangers brought by powerful cultivators entering were only a part of it. The void spaceships of the powerful forces, such as the star sector level forces, were custom-made. They all had unique appearances and markings. Therefore, at a glance, one could tell which force they came from. It was clear whether one could offend them or not. A void spaceship with a black bottom and a white top that had a distinct and harmonious appearance flew over at an astonishing speed. It was silent, as if it was shuttling through the inner layers of the void. Black and white. White on top and black on the bottom. This is the void spaceship of the Heavenly Will Palace. In an instant, many people's expressions changed and their eyes widened. The Heavenly Will Palace, the strongest in the void, the number one sacred ground. Although the Eternal Battle Fort, the Great Void Holy Sect, and the Eternal Battle Fort were all sacred grounds that were on par with the Heavenly Will Palace, and in terms of overall strength, they were not much weaker than the Heavenly Will Palace. Of course, being number one was always more impressive. Even the Heavenly Will Palace is here. What's so strange about that? I heard that the three great void divine treasures might appear this time. The Heavenly Will Palace must be here for them. This time, I think it's not just the Heavenly Will Palace. The Eternal Battle Fort, the Great Void Holy Sect, and the Great Void Holy Sect will be here too. After all, the three great void divine treasures were very attractive. The three Great Void Divine Treasures were the supreme divine treasures of the Great Void Holy Sect. They had unfathomable power, and during the war against the foreign tribes, they had killed countless of them. Although the Heavenly Will Palace, the Eternal Battle Fort, the Eternal Battle Fort, the Eternal Battle Fort, the Eternal Battle Fort, the Great Void Holy Sect, and the Great Void Holy Sect had similar divine treasures, no one would complain about having a few more. Even if it was just one more, it would be a great thing. For a moment, everyone's heart sank. This was especially so for the itinerant cultivators and those from the smaller factions. Their goal was to enter the Great Void Holy Ruins to search for opportunities. As for the three Great Void Divine Treasures, they didn't even dare to dream about it. But now, it seemed like it was impossible to avoid it. As expected, a void ship burning with flames flew over. It was powerful and domineering, as if it could ignite the void. It was a shocking sight. On the other side, a purple void ship that looked like a giant steel beast flew over. Its domineering and violent power repelled the void, as if it wanted to force everything back. The Great Void Holy Sect, the Great Void Holy Sect, not long after, a void ship that shone with countless lights and emitted an eternal aura of heaven and earth flew over. Its aura was extremely powerful, as if its battle intent was soaring to the sky. Sensing it from afar, those with lower cultivation levels immediately felt their battle intent being drawn to it. The Eternal Battle Fort, the people from the four Great Void Holy Grounds were all present. In the distance, a dark stream of light was approaching and slowly decelerating. A huge aircraft that looked like a black sea urchin appeared in front of everyone. It had a different style and a different aura. Immediately, the cultivators looked over and felt that the aura was very strange. That aura. Chen Zong frowned. The foreign tribes, an elder from the Heavenly Will Palace said. The foreign tribes? Chen Zong frowned slightly. He wasn't sure. Weren't the foreign tribes in the extraterritorial void? And they were driven out by the human race. Why would they dare to come in? Although the human race won the great battle back then, we suffered great losses. The foreign tribes were driven back and suffered even greater losses. They had no choice but to leave the Western Void and go to the more dangerous extraterritorial void. The elder immediately explained. After that, the foreign tribes tried to regroup a few times and tried to invade the Western Void again. But they were driven back by the human race. Both sides suffered casualties. In the end, they signed an agreement to not invade each other. Chen Zong nodded thoughtfully. The agreement clearly states that the human race can enter the extraterritorial void to train, and the foreign tribes can enter the void to train as well. However, the conditions are not to overdo it and not to deliberately cause damage. Now that the foreign tribes were here, it was obvious that they were here for the Great Void Ruins. Under the agreement, the human race couldn't deliberately target them. Of course, after entering the Great Void Ruins, there would be competition. What would happen then was another matter. After all, deliberately targeting was a relatively vague way of saying. As the space-time storm swept over, it gradually became more violent. Even from tens of thousands of meters away, one could feel the terrifying aura fluctuation. It was as if it was going to destroy everything. Everyone's expression changed and they were fearful. Even the Divinity Realm experts were fearful. However, after reaching its peak, the violent and destructive space-time storm began to weaken. When the space-time storm was weakened to the extreme, it finally stopped and maintained a low level of stability. It was time to enter the space-time storm. Immediately, one figure after another broke free from the spatial battleship and flew towards the pitch-black space-time storm. When entering the space-time storm, the larger one's body, the greater the impact of the storm. Therefore, they couldn't use spaceships to enter directly. After all, spaceships were at least 1,000 meters long and only 1 or 2 meters long. The difference was too great. Even if the space-time storm was in its weakened state, once a spaceship entered, the impact would be very terrifying. The spaceship could be torn apart by the space-time storm, and even the people on board would be injured. Therefore, the best way to enter was to enter by oneself. The smaller one's body, the smaller the contact area with the space-time storm. Naturally, the impact would be less. Follow closely. The strongest elder of the Will Heavenly Palace shouted as he took the lead, charging straight into the pitch-black space-time storm. Chen Zong also entered and immediately felt a strong force attacking him from all directions. The force was very strange, and he couldn't determine which direction it would come from. The force was very crazy and violent, and it kept attacking his body restlessly, as if it wanted to tear him into countless pieces. However, this force had already weakened to a certain extent and wasn't much of a threat to him as a Yuan underworld expert. If he was in the Dao manipulation realm, he would have to resist with all his strength. Otherwise, he could be injured if he wasn't careful. Since the people of the Will Heavenly Palace moved, the other factions and unaffiliated cultivators naturally wouldn't wait. Dozens of foreign tribes left their spaceships and rushed into the spacetime storm. Happy National Day, everyone! Good food, good drink, and fun. The spacetime storm raged and never stopped. No one knew what kind of mystery it contained. Even sovereign-level powerhouses found it difficult to find out. It had become an unsolved mystery. Ever since the destruction of the Great Void Divine Gate and the appearance of the spacetime storm, it had been raging and had never dissipated. There were only occasional periods of exhaustion, but it would recover after a period of time. Fortunately, the spacetime storm would not spread. Otherwise, the Western Void would have been affected and the entire Void would be in danger. Groups of eminent divinity cultivators shuttled through the spacetime storm. Some of them looked old and feeble, but that was only their appearance. For eminent divinity cultivators, whether they looked old or young did not have much effect on their strength. It was just that some people broke through earlier, so they looked younger. Some people broke through later, so they looked older. Of course, some people liked to maintain a youthful appearance, while others liked to look old. The void was so big, and there were countless humans with all kinds of hobbies. It was not surprising that they looked like this. The spacetime storm was very vast and was over 10,000 miles thick. After entering it, even the speed of eminent divinity cultivators was greatly restricted. They could not be as fast as they were in the void. Of course, even if they were restricted, their speed was not something that Yuanming cultivators and Dao manipulation cultivators could compare to. After all, everyone's speed and movements were restricted here. Eminent divinity cultivators did not need to move with others and did not need to wait. They could move forward at full speed and cross the spacetime storm before others to enter the Great Void Divine Ruins. On the contrary, eminent divinity cultivators of sects and factions had to carry other Yuanming and Dao manipulation cultivators of their own sections. They had to control their own speed, so they were slower. However, when they entered thousands of miles, an unforeseen event occurred. There seemed to be a constant whistling sound in their ears. It was like the roar of a gust of wind blowing. Everyone could not help but tense up and feel a chill all over their bodies. In an instant, Chen Zong felt the pulling force around him become more chaotic. Then, a black wind swept over. The figure of his fellow sect member who was flying in front of him seemed to have escaped into a spacetime black hole and disappeared. This scene made Chen Zong's pupils constrict. The howling of the wind was incessant, and then, gusts of black wind blew past. Anyone caught in the wind was unable to resist, and this was the case even for transcendent experts. They vanished as if they had been sucked into a space-time black hole, but in the next moment, they would appear very far away without any pattern. In front and around them, the people from the Will Heavenly Palace disappeared one after another. Gradually, a gust of black wind blew towards Chen Zong. Chen Zong's strong perception allowed him to capture the black wind, but Chen Zong found that he could not dodge it. No matter what he did, he could not avoid the attack of the black wind. It was as if it had locked onto him. In an instant, Chen Zong felt as if he was being blown by his own black wind. His whole body seemed to be wrapped up. The feeling was very strange and unique. It was as if he was being carried by an inexplicable force into the depths of time and space. Darkness, all Chen Zong could see was darkness. It was so dark that he could not see anything. He even lost all his senses. In this darkness, Chen Zong did not know how much time had passed. Suddenly, he felt a strong force attacking him. He flung himself out of the darkness and reappeared in the spacetime storm. However, he could no longer see his fellow sect members and elders from the Will Heavenly Palace. The plan to act together had been disrupted. The discussion on the Void spaceship had naturally come to an end. Of course, if they met along the way, they could join forces. After all, if he wanted to find and seize the three divine treasures of the Great Void, he alone was not enough. He would do his best. After all, this was related to his test for the Taoist. Of course, if he failed, he would have to take on other tests. The number of times a Taoist could fail a test was 3. If he failed more than 3 times, he would not be a Taoist. Chenzong had not failed yet. Of course, it would be best if he did not fail. He kept flying forward. As he flew, Chenzong saw a different scenery through the spacetime storm. In the next moment, Chenzong's figure rushed out of the spacetime storm. In an instant, he felt that all the binding force had disappeared. What appeared before him was a gray world that stretched as far as the eye could see. Vast, vast, sinking, ruins. An indescribable feeling passed through Chenzong's eyes and directly attacked Chenzong's spiritual will. Chenzong's mind was greatly shaken. The gray sky, the gray earth, the gray world, the countless collapsed palaces, and the broken walls formed a vast and boundless ruin. In the middle, there were some pitch-black void zones connected. They seemed to contain terrible danger, as if they were going to devour everything. This feeling was as if he had entered a world full of life and vitality into a world full of deathly stillness and despair. This kind of aura would make people feel uncontrollably oppressed. Chenzong could even clearly feel that the aura here was very chaotic and heterogeneous. There were at least hundreds of different auras. Moreover, the power of the Great Path was also very chaotic. It constantly collided and stirred up countless ripples. Chenzong's body was falling. Perhaps it was because of the chaotic power here, it was difficult to maintain flight. Although he was falling, Chenzong did not lose control or balance. Instead, he maintained a certain speed as he descended. As he was falling, a pitch-black crack suddenly appeared. It was very sudden. Chenzong was very alert. He reacted quickly and immediately dodged. He was almost affected by the spatial crack. That was not an ordinary spatial crack, but a spacetime crack. It was of a higher level and more dangerous than a spatial crack. Chenzong, who was falling, found that the higher the altitude, the more frequent the spacetime cracks would appear. The lower the altitude, the more stable it was. But stability did not mean that there would not be any spacetime cracks, only that there would be fewer of them. There were no other people from the Heavenly Will Palace around. There were other cultivators, but the closest one was tens of thousands of meters away. With Chenzong's eyesight, he could see them clearly. It was an old man with a cultivation of the path manipulation realm. He should be a rogue cultivator. A sudden change occurred, and a pitch-black crack appeared. The old man's perception was far inferior to Chenzong's, and in an instant, one of the old man's legs was affected. Without him noticing, the leg was swallowed up and completely disappeared. My leg, my leg. When the pitch-black crack disappeared, the old man felt that his left leg had disappeared. It was empty. He could not help but scream. He lost his balance and fell quickly like a meteorite. In the blink of an eye, the old man turned into a small black dot in Chenzong's eyes. Chenzong did not help because he did not know the old man at all. Besides, it was dangerous here. If he was not careful, he could encounter a spacetime crack. Chenzong could not put himself in danger to save someone he did not know. Of course, if it was not too dangerous and not too troublesome, Chenzong would not hesitate to help. After all, since he wanted to enter this place, he had to be prepared to encounter all kinds of dangers. He even had to be prepared to die. The Great Void Ruins was not only a place full of opportunities, but also a place full of danger. Sometimes, one would not even know how they got hurt or how they died. Maintaining a uniform speed, Chenzong spread out his field of swordway. His perception was also raised to the extreme. After avoiding several space-time cracks, he successfully landed. Under his feet was the ruins of a collapsed palace. Broken walls and broken tiles piled up. The barren aura was very strong, as if it had been settled for countless years. Indeed, it had been settled for countless years. It had been countless years since the invasion of the Alien Alliance, a fierce battle that had lasted for hundreds of years. There was no specific pattern for the spacetime storm to enter its period of exhaustion. Therefore, until now, the Great Void Ruins had been opened less than 100 times. Even though there were many people who entered every time the Great Void Ruins opened and obtained many opportunities, there were simply too many opportunities in the Great Void Ruins. What was obtained was only a small portion. Even if one entered 100 times, they would not be able to obtain all the opportunities in the Great Void Ruins. After all, there was a time limit every time it opened. Within the limited time, one had to face many dangers. It was very difficult to obtain many opportunities. After all, only a small part of the people who entered the Great Void Ruins could leave alive and obtain good opportunities. The rest either died in there or did not obtain much. Chenzong did not act immediately. Instead, he looked into the distance, determined the direction, and compared it with what he saw in the sky. He projected it in the deity ocean using his consciousness. It was vivid and lifelike, as if it was a miniature version of the ruins. After determining the direction and thinking, Chenzong adjusted his body and took a step forward. He was not very fast, but not very slow either. He maintained a uniform speed as he moved forward. The field of Sword Way covered a radius of 1,000 meters. It was not fully extended, so his energy consumption was lower. Under the perception of his primordial spirit, everything around him was under Chenzong's control. However, Chenzong sighed again. Originally, he was going to move together with his brothers and elders from the Heavenly Intention Palace. In the end, such an unforeseen event happened and he became alone again. As expected, I am more suited to move alone. Chenzong could not help but sigh. However, moving alone was not a bad thing. While traveling together with the elders and senior brothers of the Heavenly Will Palace would ensure their safety, they would still have less freedom and flexibility to do so. Since his debut, he had been moving alone most of the time. Even if he occasionally joined forces with others, most of the time he would move alone. He was already used to it. Here, the aura was barren and chaotic. There were ruins everywhere after a fierce battle. The name of the ruins was true to its name. Although there were many opportunities in the Great Void Divine Ruins, it was not something that could be obtained just by entering. Perhaps such a situation would occur during the first opening. However, the opportunities that were easy to obtain had long been taken away by others during the first few dozen openings. Now, if one wanted to obtain any treasures or inheritances, they had to search for them. There were still many places that had not been explored. Chenzong saw a huge skeleton that was more than 1,000 meters tall. The skeleton was gray and covered with fine cracks. It exuded an ancient aura of death and desolation. From the remaining aura, Chenzong could determine that this skeleton must have been very powerful when it was alive. Unfortunately, it was now just a rotten skeleton. Not only were there the rotten skeletons of skeletal beasts, but Chenzong also saw the shriveled corpses of humans. They were also rotten and did not leave anything behind. Even if there was anything left, it would have been taken away by others. Some of the skeletons and dried corpses were complete, while others were incomplete. In addition, there were also some broken and decaying divine items that had lost all power. They were not taken away because there was no value in retrieving them. No matter how magnificent you were when you were alive, you could not withstand the erosion of time. Chenzong stared at the rotten corpse in front of him and could not help but sigh. His sigh seemed to echo with the wind in the desolate ruins. There were humans and foreign clans among the skeletons. As for what kind of foreign clans they were, one thing was for sure, they were very powerful when they were alive. They were even more powerful than he was now. However, they had all become dried bones and dried corpses. No matter how powerful they were when they were alive, they could not withstand the erosion of time. For a moment, Chenzong's eyes flashed with a hint of confusion. But it was only for a moment. The confusion immediately dissipated and was pierced, torn, and shattered by a ray of light that was as sharp as a sword. You could not withstand the erosion of time because you were not strong enough. The light in Chenzong's eyes became sharper. If you were strong enough, you would be so strong that even time could not do anything to you. That was right. You would die because you were not strong enough. After you died, you would become a dried corpse under the erosion of time because you were not strong enough. If he was strong enough, others would be the ones to die. With this thought in mind, Chenzong's eyes became sharper and brighter as if they could pierce through time and space. The haze and confusion that had just appeared in his heart disappeared without a trace. With a single stride, Chenzong passed by the corpse that knelt on the ground, and his footsteps became even firmer. Moreover, a type of grand aura was faintly condensing silently on his body, causing his aura to become even more condensed. Strong, Chenzong's belief was very simple, and that was to become stronger. As long as he was strong enough, all the conspiracies would be useless, and all resistance would be futile. No one could kill him, but they would be the ones to die. Become stronger, enhance, he was stronger than anyone else, so strong that even time and space could not erase him. Chenzong reached out and pulled out a long sword from the broken wall. The body of the sword was mottled and covered with rust, and its aura was deathly still. With a slight shake, cracks immediately appeared on the sword. Chenzong was a little disappointed after a slight inspection. As expected, it was no longer able to hold on. Just like those powerful cultivators, it could not withstand the erosion of time. Of course, it was also related to the environment here. Surrounded by the space-time storm, the aura of the outside world could not enter at all. The aura inside was chaotic and heterogeneous. Without the nourishment of the relatively pure void yuan qi, the divine weapons and so on would naturally gradually lose their spirituality and power and eventually decay. If that's the case, what about the three great void divine weapons? Chenzong could not help but frown slightly as he pondered. Although godly artifacts were powerful, they also needed to be nourished by pure energy in order to maintain their power. Being isolated for a short period of time was not a big deal. Even if they would slowly lose their power, as long as they were not damaged, they could be nourished and restored. It was just a matter of time. There were even some secret techniques that could restore the power of a divine weapon in a short period of time without any side effects. However, ever since Chenzong entered the Great Void Divine Ruins, all the divine weapons that he had seen, whether they were broken or intact, had all decayed and lost all their power. They were useless and turned into scrap metal. Even if he brought them out, they would at most be treated as antiques. If these divine weapons were like that, then what about the three great void divine weapons? Even though the three great void divine weapons were known as the supreme divine weapons of the Great Void Holy Sect and possessed mysterious and incredible power, they were still within the category of divine weapons. Once they were deprived of the nourishment of pure energy for a long period of time, and in a place like the Great Void Ruins where energy was chaotic and heterogeneous, their power would continue to be lost. Then, after so many years, would the power of the three great void divine weapons have also been lost? Would they become like the long sword in his hand? If so, then it would be meaningless. But thinking back, the experts of Will Heavenly Palace must have thought of this. This was not a small matter, but a big one. They should not have overlooked it. But they still wanted to find the three great void divine weapons. This meant that even if their power was lost, the three great void divine weapons would not be damaged fundamentally. Or even if they were damaged, they could still be restored. Suddenly, Chenzong felt that he was overthinking. The experts of Will Heavenly Palace must have thought of this. But he did not need to think too much. Once he entered this place, he would do his best to find the three great void divine weapons, and at least get one of them. Other than that, he would look for treasures or opportunities that were useful to him, and do his best to improve himself. Otherwise, it would be meaningless to risk entering this place. With a casual toss, Chenzong threw away the long sword in his hand and continued forward. His eyes were extremely sharp. It had been at least 4 to 6 hours since he entered. Although it was difficult to feel the passage of time, Chenzong had not found any treasures so far. There were only some skeletons and divine weapons that were as broken as scrap metal. Suddenly, Chenzong retracted his foot. He was a little surprised. He took another step forward to test the waters. Immediately, he felt the difference in gravity. After careful observation, Chenzong found that the light in the area ahead seemed to be dimmer. But if one did not look carefully, it would be hard to notice. Twice. The gravity in this area was twice as strong as the gravity outside. Chenzong walked in. Other than the fact that the gravity was twice as strong as the outside, he did not discover anything else. There were no treasures or inheritances. It was just an abnormal phenomenon caused by the collapse of the Great Void Inverse Yuan Space Turbulence Grand Formation. This was not the first time such an anomaly occurred. Then, Chenzong found another anomaly besides the difference in gravity. That was the flow of time. In some areas, the flow of time was double or even triple that of the outside world. In other words, one breath outside was 2 or even 3 breaths in the abnormal area. Undoubtedly, such a place was the most suitable for cultivation. Thinking about it, a faster flow of time than the outside world meant more time for cultivation than others. But it was a pity that the auras in the abnormal areas with the flow of time were weaker and more heterogeneous. It was not conducive to the improvement of one's cultivation, nor was it conducive to understanding the mysteries of the great Tao. The only thing that could be considered useful was understanding the abhijna. After all, the flow of time was different. Understanding the abhijna was mainly about understanding, not practicing. Of course, if one was in a place where the chi of vitality was rich and pure, and the mysteries of the great Tao were clear, the effect would be better. It would often be twice the result with half the effort. Therefore, these places where the flow of time was doubled, tripled, or even tripled were useless. After that, Chenzong found other abnormal areas. After entering, his chi cultivation was directly affected. It was difficult to use it, and he retained his body refinement strength. There were other abnormal areas that affected his body refinement cultivation, but did not affect his chi cultivation. In short, there were many strange phenomena in the Great Void Divine Ruins. However, Chenzong estimated that a day had passed and he had not found any opportunities. It was clearly inconsistent with the rumors in the outside world that there were treasures everywhere. During this time, Chenzong only met one cultivator. They were about a few thousand meters apart. When the other party saw Chenzong, he immediately changed direction and moved further away. He was very vigilant, as if he was afraid that Chenzong would attack him. In this regard, Chenzong did not say anything. Under normal circumstances, if others did not attack him, he would not take the initiative to attack others. However, Chenzong could understand that person's actions. After all, it looked like that person was a lone cultivator in the path manipulation realm. A lone cultivator in the path manipulation realm could be considered lucky to be able to enter this place. Naturally, he would be more careful and cautious. He kept moving forward. After passing through a mostly collapsed palace, there was darkness. It was a darkness like a void. There was no light, no aura, and it was quiet and dead. This was also one of the dark areas that Chenzong saw when he fell from the sky. After passing through this dark area, he would naturally enter the next area of ruins. The Great Void Ruins was a general term, but it was made up of tens of thousands of ruins. They were either directly connected to each other or separated by dark areas. After all, the Great Void Holy Gate was formed by the Great Void Yuan inverse space-twisting formation arranged by 1080 stars. The entire Great Void Holy Gate was a great formation, and that great formation represented the Great Void Holy Gate. Back then, the Great Void Holy Gate was best at formations. Whether it was ordinary or void-level formations, the Great Void Holy Gate was the best at them. Back then, the 5 great holy grounds of the void each had their own areas of expertise. The Rui Heavenly Palace mainly cultivated the power of the mind. For example, the Thousand Tribulation Divine Flame Mountain was a flame superpower. For example, the Eternal Battle Fort was a variety of battle techniques. For example, the Juyuan Ziji Hall was very good at body refinement. Of course, chi cultivation was not inferior. And the Great Void Holy Gate was best at formations. Within the Great Void Immortal Ruins, there were tens of thousands of pieces of ruins of various sizes scattered all over the place. They were formed by the destruction of the stars but were unable to escape the restraints of the Great Void Inverse Dimensional Disruption spell formation. They collided and turned into pieces of land, forming the ruins. If one were to look down from the highest altitude, they would realize that the tens of thousands of pieces of ruins were distributed from the outermost area to the innermost area. They were like stars surrounding the moon. There was only one piece of ruins in the center, and it was also the largest piece. Every time the Great Void Immortal Ruins opened, everyone would first arrive at the outermost area of the ruins. Therefore, if there were any treasures or opportunities in the outermost area of the ruins, they would have been taken away by the people who entered before them. Even if there were any treasures left behind, they would be dug up every time they came. Therefore, Chenzong passed by 3 pieces of ruins and did not find anything. Of course, Chenzong only flew past them and did not search carefully. In general, even if there were any treasures in the outermost area of the ruins, they would not be too good. Furthermore, the opening time of the Great Void Immortal Ruins was limited. They could not waste time on the outermost area, so they had to go as deep as possible. If they found anything valuable along the way, it would not be too late to take it away. Moreover, Chenzong felt that the three Great Void Holy Treasures were unlikely to appear in the outermost area. They should be in the innermost area. This was a logical line of thought, but it was hard to say whether this was the case. Chenzong passed through the pitch-black void and entered the fourth piece of ruins. Chenzong saw another mummy. Chenzong did not deliberately remember which mummy this was. However, this mummy was different from the mummies and skeletons from before. There was something in his hand. It was a shuttle-shaped object. The shuttle-shaped object was about as thick as a child's arm and about a foot long. It was covered with lines and lines. It was a dull silver color, as if it was covered in dust. In a flash, Chenzong stretched out his left hand slightly and grabbed the air like a dragon stretching out its claws. The dim silver shuttle in the mummy's hand suddenly flew up and fell into Chenzong's hand. Of course, to be on the safe side, Chenzong's palm was covered with a layer of power to prevent any accidents from happening. When he held the shuttle in his hand, he felt it was slightly heavy, as if he was holding a 1,000-kilogram object. Of course, this weight was nothing to Chenzong. Chenzong observed it carefully and sensed it with his primordial spirit. He found that the structure of this object was somewhat strange. It was somewhat different from those divine artifacts he had seen before. The crisscrossing patterns gave off an indescribable sense of mystery. Formation artifacts, Chenzong said. This was what the Transcendent Realm Elders had said on the spatial ship. The Great Void Holy Sect was best at formations. They also dabbled in the art of forging weapons. It could be said that formations were the Great Void Holy Sect's main cultivation, while forging weapons was secondary. The divine artifacts forged by the Great Void Holy Sect were also known as formation artifacts by the outside world. They were unique divine artifacts that belonged only to the Great Void Holy Sect. The reason why they were called formation artifacts was because they were different from other divine artifacts. Of course, formation artifacts were also divine artifacts. Hence, they were collectively known as divine artifacts. For example, the three Great Void divine artifacts. However, the three Great Void divine artifacts could also be called the three Great Void formation artifacts. As this thought flashed through his mind, Chenzong carefully studied the shuttle in his hand. He was increasingly certain that this was the Great Void formation artifact of the Great Void Holy Sect. As for what he had seen before, they were all normal divine artifacts. Their forging methods were obviously different from those of the Great Void formation artifacts. Chenzong did not know much about formation artifacts. This was the first time he had seen one. Hence, he was unsure whether the shuttle in his hand was good or bad. In that case, he would give it a try. He tried to infuse his own Taichu sword essence into it. He felt the shuttle in his hand tremble slightly. The mysterious patterns on it seemed to light up. However, the speed was very slow. It was as if there was something blocking it. He could feel heavy resistance. Chenzong increased the output and infusing of his Taichu sword essence. More patterns lit up. When all the patterns were lit up, it was as if dust had been wiped away. The dim silver also became brighter. It was faintly resplendent. Chenzong could feel that there was a power gradually awakening within the shuttle. It was as if it was awakened by his own power. It was as if it was waking up from a deep slumber. TSK TSK TSK, ear-piercing sounds rang out. Streaks of silver-white electric arcs spread out from within the shuttle. They flickered and leaped, emitting a dazzling light. Go! With a silent command, Chenzong waved his hand. Immediately, a streak of silver-white electric light shot out from the shuttle. It was like a silver thunderbolt. It was very dazzling. It carried with it terrifying power. It tore through the air at an astonishing speed. With a boom, a broken wall was directly hit. It was instantly destroyed and turned into dust. Streaks of silver light flickered in the air. This power is almost equivalent to the combat strength of the 10-star Dao manipulation realm. Chenzong thought to himself. Although it was not bad, it was useless to him. After all, his combat strength had long surpassed the Dao manipulation realm. However, Qinzong also discovered that the formation artifact was not complete. Or rather, it was damaged. Perhaps that was why it was not powerful enough. However, Qinzong felt that even if the formation artifact was complete, it would not be as powerful as him. This thing was better than nothing. Qinzong put it away. With a flash, he passed by the mummy and continued forward. Qinzong also gradually discovered that the deeper he went into the ruins of God, the more chaotic the aura was. It was more disadvantageous for cultivation. Fortunately, he had prepared enough pills. As the fifth true disciple of the Xian Palace, who had also received the title of Unparalleled Divine Sword and was ranked first on the Divine Tablet of the Xian Palace, regardless of whether or not he could pass the Taoist test, there was no doubt that Qinzong's talent was undeniable. Naturally, he would be taken care of. Passing through the fourth piece of ruins, Qinzong found a shuttle formation artifact that could release the power of thunder and lightning. He did not gain anything else. Fifth, sixth, seventh, Qinzong crossed another piece of ruins. During this period, Qinzong naturally did not gain nothing. It was just that his gains were limited. By the time he reached the ninth piece of ruins, Qinzong had gained a little more. He held a mirror in his hand that was half the size of a palm. It was bronze in color and looked simple and unadorned. The front of the mirror was smooth, but it was covered with cracks as if it had been struck with great force. The back of the mirror was covered with unique patterns. The patterns were very complicated and dense, and they gave off a very mysterious aura. There was no doubt that this was another formation artifact. Qinzong also poured in Taichu sword origin. This time, the Taichu sword origin that he poured in was actually half of his own. A white ray of light blasted out of the mirror. It was as thick as a bowl, but it was extremely terrifying. It seemed like it could shatter everything. The destruction caused shocked Qinzong. 6-star, this power was at the level of a 6-star Yuan underworld cultivator, but it consumed half of his Taichu sword origin. Qinzong had no choice but to consume elixirs to recover. Qinzong felt that if he continued to pour in more energy, the power might be even stronger. However, Qinzong did not try again. This was because there were even more cracks on the formation artifact. It gave Qinzong a feeling that it would shatter at any moment. Perhaps he was saving his strength for a final attack. Qinzong did not know that this bronze mirror-like formation artifact was a replica of one of the three great void divine artifacts. Of course, there were many replicas of the three great void divine artifacts. This bronze mirror-like formation artifact's full power attack should be extraordinary. It might even surpass his full power attack. As a means of attack, it was not bad. It could be considered the biggest gain from entering the Great Void Divine Ruins so far. There were all sorts of ways to increase one's combat strength. Some directly increased one's own cultivation, while others were external forces, such as this formation artifact. In some cases, external forces would be limited. However, this was usually a competition. When it came to life and death, all means would be used to kill the opponent and protect oneself. In a situation where there were no restrictions, it would be foolish not to use any means that one had. After passing the ninth piece of ruins, Qinzong flew past the pitch-black area and entered the 10th piece of ruins. Within the Great Void Divine Ruins, there were tens of thousands of pieces of ruins. The 10th piece could only be described as insignificant. It was still a long way from the center. However, Qinzong met a second person. This person was wearing purple armor with black edges. He was tall like an iron tower. The aura he exuded was very shocking. It was filled with a terrifying pressure that repelled the surrounding aura. This person also saw Qinzong. A smile appeared on his rough face. "Hello, you must be a direct disciple of the Will Heavenly Palace." "I am a direct disciple of the Purple Extreme Hall of Juyuan. My name is Wang Tianding." This very strong young man immediately greeted Qinzong. "Hello." Qinzong nodded and smiled in response. "Did you find anything?" Wang Tianding asked with a smile as he walked over leisurely, shaking his shoulders. Then, he said to himself, "My luck is very bad. Since entering this place, I have only found a few broken array tools. Moreover, their power is very ordinary. I collect them more than I use them. However, I found a good array tool just now. This person's body was as strong as an iron tower, but his words were very eloquent, as if he was very familiar with others. Gradually, he walked in front of Chen Zong and stretched out his bear-like arm. Look, this is the array tool I just found. In an instant, something strange happened. Wang Tianding's outstretched arm swelled in an instant. It was as if every muscle on his arm had swelled up. The sound that burst out was very shocking. It was as if a taut bowstring had suddenly bounced. It was very shocking. Then, the strong arm also straightened in an instant. An extremely terrifying aura and power exploded, as if it was going to shatter the void. It directly attacked Chen Zong's shoulder. Suddenly, very suddenly, just a moment ago, he was smiling and greeting in a very friendly manner. In the next moment, he suddenly attacked. Even when he attacked, he still had a smile on his face. There was no sign that he was going to attack. It was as if he did not hold back. If this punch landed, Chen Zong's shoulder would probably be severely injured. This was because Chen Zong could acutely sense that his opponent's combat power was very strong. He was an expert in the phenomenal divine body realm. Boom, it was as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. Chen Zong didn't show any surprise or shock. On the contrary, he already knew about it. Yes, his opponent's every move was hard to guard against. It came without warning, but Chen Zong's perception was extremely sharp. He had already caught it. Sword radiance burst out. The sword radiance burst out with unparalleled power. It fiercely split mountains and shattered the earth. It directly collided with the opponent's fist. His opponent attacked without warning, but Chen Zong's sword was like a stroke of genius. It was extremely accurate. The collision of the fist and the sword caused a slight tremor. In an instant, an extremely terrible power burst out. A destructive storm raged in all directions, shattering everything around into powder. Wang Tianding's expression changed. Not only was his punch blocked, but the strength of his opponent's sword was also very shocking. It was extremely sharp, causing his fist to feel a sharp pain as if it was being torn apart. Another fist suddenly blasted out, followed by a bombardment of his legs. Every attack carried a terrible power that could destroy mountains. Sword formula of heart refining, sword 4, with a swing of the sword, sword radiance burst out like a violent waterfall. It directly blocked all of the opponent's attacks and repelled him. Good skill. Wang Tianding laughed loudly. He suddenly stomped on the ground and burst out with power. He quickly retreated, making an astonishing sound like a mountain moving horizontally. Knowing that his opponent's combat strength was not inferior to his, Wang Tianding didn't plan to fight to the death. He was very straightforward. If he could win, he would fight. If he couldn't, he would retreat. There was no such thing as face. It was very practical. Of course, this was also because he didn't see any treasures that tempted him. If he did, it would be a different story. Wang Tianding was very fast and decisive. Chen Zong didn't chase after him. Instead, he raised his sword to his eyebrows and swung it. In an instant, the sword radiance pierced through the sky like a meteor. Although it was launched later, it reached Wang Tianding first. Wang Tianding's expression changed slightly. He suddenly turned around and punched violently. The fist force was like a dragon, making a shocking roar. It was powerful and overbearing. The sword radiance and the fist force collided and both collapsed. Borrowing the force, Wang Tianding moved even faster. Boom! His entire body shot far away like a shooting star. Not bad. Chen Zong watched as Wang Tianding left. He had no intention of pursuing him. At the end of the day, it was also because he lacked motivation. Moreover, Wang Tianding's combat power was not weak. He was at least at the 5-star level of the phenomenal success divine body realm. In this place, if it wasn't necessary, it would be best not to consume energy. At present, there was only one way to replenish energy, and that was to consume pills. The simple exchange with Wang Tianding made Chen Zongxing realize how dangerous this place was. There was no warning at all. Wang Tianding had greeted Chen Zongxing with familiarity and then attacked him mercilessly in the next breath with a smile on his face. This person was dangerous. It was a good thing that his perception was astonishing. If it had been someone else with ordinary perception, they probably would have fallen for it. Collecting his thoughts, Chen Zong looked straight ahead. His figure flashed, and he turned into a sword light and flew away at an extremely fast speed. Deep in, deeper and deeper. 23rd piece. Chen Zong passed through the pitch-black area and landed on a new piece of ruins. At a glance, a relatively complete palace appeared in front of him. It was a little hazy. Chen Zong's eyes lit up slightly. In the ruins in front of him, he didn't see such a complete palace. It was all collapsed walls and ruins. A complete palace could mean treasures and opportunities. In a flash, Chen Zong increased his speed. In a short while, he arrived in front of the palace. A mysterious aura shrouded the palace, and it seemed to be scorching hot. The door of the palace was half open and half closed. It seemed that someone had entered, but judging from the traces, no one had. Chen Zong didn't rush into the palace. He looked up and saw the plaque of the palace. He could also make out 3 ancient words: Refined Void Palace. Refined Void Palace. After reciting it silently, Chen Zong stepped into the half-open door of the palace. He immediately felt that the aura inside was different from the outside world. It wasn't as chaotic, and it wasn't as heterogeneous. There was a kind of purity that was similar to the void outside the Great Void ruins. Of course, there was still some difference. If that's the case, perhaps the power of the treasures inside is more complete. Chen Zong muttered to himself. At least according to his current experience, that was the case. Chen Zong entered the first palace of the Refined Void Palace. It was also the palace at the front. In this palace, there was nothing around except for a furnace that was taller than a person standing in the center. It seemed to be the center of this palace. Chen Zong's sharp senses allowed him to feel that there was still a trace of scorching aura permeating from within the furnace. When he opened the lid of the furnace, the scorching aura became even more intense. Chen Zong looked inside and saw a weak flame burning. It was green, like the flame of a candle in the wind. It could be extinguished at any time, but it was tenacious and stubbornly held on. It emitted a trace of heat. Using his primordial spirit, Chen Zong determined that this was a divine fire. It was a core that was constantly depleting its power. That's right, this green flame was the core of the divine fire. Chen Zong tried to transfer a trace of the purple world star dragon flame's fire aura. It was immediately absorbed by the flame. It seemed to burn more vigorously, but it was difficult to detect. I wonder if refining it will improve the purple world star dragon flame. Chen Zong thought to himself. The purple world star dragon flame was at the peak of the low-level divine fire level. It was not easy to break through to the mid-level divine fire level. It could either cultivate slowly and accumulate bit by bit until it finally broke through. The other way was to devour other divine fires to nourish itself and break through its own limits. The purple world star dragon flame condensed and turned into a purple-red fire dragon. Dots of black light were distributed like dragon scales. It was magnificent. The fire dragon opened its mouth and inhaled. The green flame seemed to have no power to resist and was directly sucked into the purple world star dragon flame's mouth. A wisp of green light flashed across the purple world star dragon flame and then returned to silence. The purple world star dragon flame was refined by Chen Zong using the blazing dragon breath refining technique. The purple world star black star dragon flame had absorbed the essence of 10,000 flames and fire aura from the myriad tribulation god flame mountain, as well as the aura of the myriad tribulation god flame furnace. It was very powerful. More importantly, it was completely under Chen Zong's control. It was one with Chen Zong. Therefore, Chen Zong could clearly feel that the wisp of green flame was being refined bit by bit after entering the purple world star dragon flame. It was increasing the accumulation of the purple world star dragon flame. However, Chen Zong was not confident that it could break through to the mid-level divine fire level. With a wave of his hand, the cauldron was also collected by Chen Zong. The cauldron itself was also a treasure. It was an array artifact that had been preserved relatively well. Even if he could not use it, he could sell it and exchange it for void coins. Pushing open the door of the small hall, Chenzong stepped into the second small hall. It was empty. In the third palace, there was another furnace cauldron. Just like before, there was a flame, but instead of being green, it was red. After being absorbed by the violet universe star dragon flame, Chenzong took the furnace cauldron. He continued on until he reached the ninth small hall. In the ninth small hall, a figure was sitting. It was shrouded in darkness and could not be seen clearly. However, Chenzong could still feel that the aura inside was filled with death. There was no sign of life. It was not a living person. As if it had sensed Chenzong's entry and the aura of a living person, the figure shrouded in darkness suddenly trembled and let out a low roar. It was like the roar of a wild beast in the middle of the night. It was frightening. Chenzong's heart trembled. The moment he reacted, a black shadow flashed in front of him. A terrifying black light bombarded him. Extreme lightning, with the help of the Heart Palace, Chenzong's heavenly god armor movement technique. Extreme lightning, which had already reached the great mastery realm, was instinctively unleashed by him. His entire body seemed to transform into a bolt of lightning as he dodged in an instant. At the same time, sword light suddenly shone. Sword 4, the dazzling sword light blended into the 5,000-meter sword principal domain and erupted with unparalleled power. It pierced through everything and accurately hit the black light. Although he could not see it, Chenzong was sure that his sword had hit the figure and pierced through it. Strangely, from the corner of his eye, Chenzong saw that the figure was still sitting in the darkness. It seemed that it had never moved. Danger struck again. Sword principal domain suppression, primordial spirit perception. Chenzong realized that the figure was a black shadow. It was like a ghost. It was extremely fast and silent. No wonder it did not seem to have suffered any obvious injuries after being hit by Sword 4. Great World Sword Technique, Boundless Earth, the vast land unfurled like a painting when the sword was unleashed. It extended outwards and directly covered the black figure. The powerful suppressive force immediately caused the black figure to pause for a moment. Sword 4, as soon as the sword struck, it directly pierced through. Endless sword chi raged in the black shadow. Demon sealing spell. Chenzong pinched a spell seal with his left hand and cast the spell. The black shadow was obviously in the form of a ghost or an inner demon. It did not have a physical body. Maybe the demon sealing spell could work. Under the demon sealing spell, the black shadow erupted with amazing power and broke the spell. My young friend, please stop. The black shadow that broke the spell did not attack Chenzong. Instead, it spoke. Its voice sounded a little weak. Chenzong's sword that was about to strike suddenly paused. However, the power condensed on it did not dissipate. It was filled with amazing sharpness. His left hand was also pinching the demon sealing spell seal, ready to explode at any time. Who are you? Chenzong asked calmly. I am the Gusu Holy Man, the Deputy Hallmaster of the refined Void Hall of the Great Void Sect. My young friend, you must be a disciple of the Heavenly Intention Palace. The black shadow's voice was still weak, but its words were much more coherent. Chenzong's heart skipped a beat. A Tao Master of the Great Void Sect. It has been many years since the Great Void Sect was destroyed. My young friend, you are the first one to come. The black shadow sighed softly. There was an indescribable sadness in its voice. I am also glad that my young friend came and temporarily suppressed this demonic soul. Only then did my consciousness awaken. However, my consciousness cannot be maintained for long. When the time comes, I will perish together with this demonic soul. I will not allow it to do any evil. Before that, could my young friend tell me about the current state of the void? Chenzong pondered for a moment and briefly described the current state of the void. It was not very detailed, but it was enough for one to understand. The palace was dim and dark. Chenzong's sword hung low, facing him. In that battle, all my array items were destroyed. I guess the 3 godly treasures were damaged as well. Lord Gusu sighed. He already knew Chenzong's main purpose for coming here was the 3 godly treasures. However, the 3 godly treasures are the supreme array items of the Great Void Holy Sect. They were the culmination of the essence of the sect's array skills. They were peerless then, and even now, no one can surpass them. Lord Gusu's voice was full of pride even though he was only left with a remnant of his soul. It was a kind of pride that came from deep within his bones and soul. It was an unshakable belief. The Great Void Holy Sect was unparalleled in array skills and weapon forging. If the Great Void Holy Gate had not been destroyed, the current level of array formation and weapon forging in the Void would have been even higher. Even though there were people who had obtained some inheritance of array formation and weapon forging in the Great Void Holy Ruins, it was still difficult for them to reproduce their former glory. As long as the 3 godly treasures are not damaged, they will recover automatically even if they are damaged. However, with your current strength, even if you encounter the 3 godly treasures, you will not be able to take them. Senior, please tell me what you want. If I can do it, I will do my best, Xianxia said seriously. I am only left with a remnant of my soul. The Great Void Holy Sect has been destroyed for countless years. What can I ask for? Lord Gusu said self-deprecatingly. Don't worry, I don't have any requests. I only hope that the human race will become stronger. You are a true disciple of the Heavenly Palace of Will, and you have met me. It is fate. Before my remnant soul dies, I hope that some of the Great Void Holy Sect's legacies will not be lost. I am only left with a remnant of my soul. I do not have enough power to imprint with my soul. I can only speak verbally. Listen carefully and remember. With the power of my remnant soul, I can only speak in detail once. How much you can remember depends on your ability. With that, Lord Gusu began to recite. His voice suddenly became very mysterious, as if it contained some kind of secret of the great Tao and the void. It seemed to come from the void and floated into Xianxia's ears. Every word carried an indescribable mystery, which left a deep impression on Xianxia as soon as he heard it, as if it was going to be branded into his divine soul. Xianxia had memorized every single word that Venerable Gusu had said with his superb memory and comprehension, as well as Venerable Gusu's self-sacrifice. He had memorized every single word that Venerable Gusu had said. When the last word was spoken, a ball of light shot out from the black shadow. It was a dark light, but it seemed to be directed towards the light. Accompanied by a shrill roar filled with unwillingness, the black shadow started burning. It was the remnant soul of Honorable Gusu that had perished together with the demonic soul. Xianxia had learned a lot from the conversation just now. For example, the demonic soul was formed from the souls of powerful cultivators who had died in the Great Void Divine Ruins. Their souls had been corroded by the baleful aura and other negative auras for many years, and they were unwilling to give up. The stronger the unwillingness and resentment, the stronger the devil's soul. Venerable Gusu had a good mentality, so his devil soul was not very strong. Otherwise, Xianxia would not have been his opponent. The devil's soul had the ability to invade one's soul, take over one's body, and turn into a demon. However, its nature was different. In addition, Xianxia also learned the names of some treasures, but unfortunately, he didn't know where those treasures were. The only good thing was that some clues might make it easier for him to find and discover them. It was better than nothing. The biggest gain was probably the inheritance that Venerable Gusu had imparted. The Void Refinement Seal, it was also known as the 36th tier of the Void Refinement Realm. This was not an offensive or defensive divine ability, nor was it a cultivation formula. However, it was one of the most important and fundamental core divine abilities of the Great Void Divine Sect. The function of the 36th tier of the Void Refinement Realm was to refine the Great Void Divine Sect's formation equipment. According to Honorable Gusu, the more powerful the Great Void Divine Sect's formation item was, the harder it was to collect it. One had to either have the corresponding Dharma incantation or use an extremely powerful force to suppress and collect it by force. Besides, there was a third method, which was the 36th tier of the Void Refinement Realm. In short, the 36th tier of the Void Refinement Realm was a commonly used auxiliary divine ability to refine Great Void Divine artifacts. It could replace some of the unique divine incantations of the Great Void Divine artifacts. Once cultivated to the extreme, it was possible to refine or even refine the 3 divine artifacts of the Great Void. Venerable Gusu had imparted this technique to Xianxia because of fate, but also because he did not want it to end. Although he was not the only Tao master in the Great Void Divine Sect who had mastered the 36th tier of the Void Refinement Realm, no one could be sure that the other Tao masters would be able to pass it down. Other than the 36th tier of the Void Refinement realm, there were other auxiliary divine abilities. However, due to the exhaustion of the Remnant Soul and the Devil's Soul, it could not be passed down. This was Venerable Gusu's last regret. Qianzong was naturally very attentive when it came to the collection of the 3 divine artifacts of the Great Void. Enlightenment, as one of the top auxiliary divine abilities of the Great Void Divine Sect, the Void Refinement Seal was naturally mysterious and profound. Even though Qianzong had a high level of comprehension and was far superior to others, he still felt that it was very difficult. Other than its mystery, Qianzong did not have enough understanding of array artifacts. After all, the Void Refinement Seal was mainly used to target array artifacts, and the foundation of array artifacts was Array Dao. As for Array Dao, Qianzong could only say that he had scratched the surface. He could not even be considered a beginner. He was only slightly better than those cultivators who had never come into contact with Array Dao. With a weak foundation and a high level of comprehension, Qianzong did not leave the Void Refinement Hall. Instead, he continued to cultivate the Void Refinement Seal. Over and over again, the so-called Void Refinement Seal naturally condensed into a mysterious seal. At the first level, the seal was relatively illusory. It felt like a candle in the wind, as if it would be extinguished at any time. However, when Qianzong cultivated to the second level, he realized that the Void Refinement Seal had become much more solid. Cultivation, continuous cultivation. For a moment, Qianzong forgot about everything else. He formed a seal with both hands. In an instant, streaks of illusory flowing light were drawn in the void like a brush. They shuttled back and forth like butterflies. In the blink of an eye, they condensed into a mysterious seal. Void Refinement Seal. The third level is the limit of what I can comprehend right now. Although I can still continue to improve, the amount of time I need to spend is at least 10 times, or even tens of times more. Qianzong thought to himself. Spending so much time just to reach the 4th level was too much. After all, the opening time of the Great Void Ruins was limited. For the first 3 levels, Qianzong used the full power of the 10 intents of mind to deduce them. He was able to comprehend and cultivate them in a short period of time. As for the 4th level, it was even more difficult. Even if he had the power of the 10 intents of mind, he could not achieve it in a short period of time. However, Qianzong could use the 2 intents of mind to comprehend the 4th level as he hurried along. It was less efficient and took longer, but it would not hinder his movements. The urgent thing now was to recover the mental strength that he had consumed. Void Refinement Hall. A figure descended and appeared in front of the hall. When he looked up, he was delighted. Then, his expression changed. Someone entered before me. In a flash, the black-robed figure immediately entered the Void Refinement Hall. It was empty, but there were still traces of the cauldron being taken away. It was still very fresh. Enter, enter, enter. The figure continued to enter until he saw 2 figures in the last hall of the Void Refinement Hall. One of them was Qianzong, who was sitting cross-legged to recover his mental strength. The other was the body of Venerable Gusu. The newcomer's gaze swept across the hall and landed on Qianzong. His mind spun rapidly and he made a decision in an instant. Attack. The treasures in the Void Refinement Hall must have been taken by this person. Since he was the first to arrive, he would be able to obtain the treasures as well as the treasures on his body as long as he killed this person. Of course, he also dared to attack because he sensed that this person's cultivation was only at the initial level of the Yuan Underworld stage, while he was at the middle level of the Yuan Underworld stage. The Yuan Underworld stage wasn't like the Dao controlling stage, where there were many divisions between the first and the 9th revolution. The difference between the initial level and the middle level was greater than the difference between the first and the 3rd revolution of the Dao controlling stage. Even if the other party was a genius, the disparity in cultivation would make the other party no match for him. Qianzong had sensed this person the moment he arrived. He had also sensed the other party's cultivation. The reason he hadn't reacted was because his mental strength hadn't fully recovered. However, when the other party attacked, Qianzong opened his eyes and a sharp light shot out like a sword. It seemed to be able to penetrate everything, causing the other party's heart to tremble and palpitations to erupt for no reason. There was no posture, but a sword light suddenly flashed in front of him. It was incomparably sharp and directly tore through the black light as if it was tearing the black sky apart. It was too fast and extremely sharp. The figure was so shocked that he couldn't dodge it at all. Kill, the sword slashed through the air. It should be known that although Qianzong's cultivation was only at the initial level of the Yuan underworld stage, his combat strength could reach the 5-star level, which was very shocking. Although this person's cultivation was at the intermediate level of the Yuan underworld stage, his combat strength was actually only at the peak of the 3-star level. The difference between a 3-star level and a 5-star level was simply overwhelming. The sword light was withdrawn and returned to the scabbard. Qianzong didn't get up. He continued to recover his mental energy. Only when his mental energy was fully recovered did he stand up. With a flash, he appeared beside the severed body. Even the person's soul hadn't escaped. It had been directly shattered by Qianzong's sword. Otherwise, if a Yuan underworld stage powerhouse's soul had escaped after their body was destroyed, they could still survive for a period of time and take over the body of someone who hadn't condensed a soul yet. The other party's storage ring was also taken by Qianzong. He checked it and found that it was relatively ordinary. There wasn't anything that could make Qianzong's eyes light up. However, it was better than nothing. He treated it as a way to enrich his accumulation and wealth. His wealth had been accumulated little by little like this. As for the other party's identity, Qianzong didn't pay too much attention to it. Regardless of the other party's identity, since the other party had made a move on him and tried to kill him, he wouldn't show any mercy. Of course, if the other party had the ability to escape from his sword, he wouldn't deliberately chase after them. It could only be said that this person was very unlucky. He had underestimated the difference in strength and was courting death. The void refinement seal was profound and vast. As Qianzong hurried along, he tried to comprehend it using his two minds at the same time. The efficiency was very low, and he did not know how long it would take for him to comprehend the 4th level. This was also because Qianzong's foundation in formations was weak. After all, the void refinement seal contained a large amount of the essence of formations and a small amount of the essence of craftsmanship. Within the Great Void Ruins, there were tens of thousands of wastelands. There were also many people who entered. There were at least tens of thousands of people in the Tao Manipulation Realm, Yuanming Realm, and Divinity Realm. They entered from all directions. In the beginning, they entered from the outermost area and gained nothing. But as they went deeper, they gradually gained more and more. However, they would also encounter each other and the competition would become intense, resulting in deaths and injuries. Qianzong crossed one wasteland after another and went deeper. Although he did not know where the 3 great void divine weapons were, he thought that the deeper he went, the higher the chances of finding them. Unknowingly, time passed. Qianzong had already crossed hundreds of wastelands and truly entered the depths of the Great Void Ruins. The deeper he went, the higher the chances of finding an opportunity. Qianzong had obtained a lot of formation weapons. Of course, there were not many that could help him. A wave of mysterious fluctuation seemed to have attracted strands of invisible energy to gather around his body. It seemed to be condensing into an extremely mysterious mark. Qianzong revealed a smile. He had finally comprehended and mastered the 4th level of the Void Refinement Seal. There were 36 levels of the Void Refinement Seal. Basically, the first 3 levels were a threshold. When he reached the 4th level, it was obviously more mysterious than the first 3 levels. As long as he mastered the 4th level, the next 5 and 6 levels would not be too difficult. The real difficulty was the 7th level. However, the 7th level was still far away from him. At least for the 5th and 6th level, Qianzong felt that because of his weak foundation in formations and craftsmanship, it was very difficult to comprehend. He estimated that he would need to spend 100 times more time and effort than the 4th level. Currently, the 2 hearts of one mind would no longer consume too much of his mental strength. After all, the recovery speed of his mental strength was extremely fast under various conditions, and it was enough to keep up with the consumption of the 2 hearts of one mind. Slowly comprehending it was better than nothing. As long as his foundation in formations and refining was supplemented, he would be able to comprehend the 5th level in a short period of time. As long as he comprehended the 5th level, he would be able to master it easily with his absolute control over his strength. The pitch-black area was vast, and the Great Void Divine Ruins was actually a miniature version of the void. For example, the pieces of ruins were like galaxies or star regions, and the dark areas between them were like belts of nothingness. If one were to look down from the highest point of the sky, the entire Great Void Immortal Ruins could be divided into irregular rings from the periphery to the center. Xianxia stepped into a new wasteland. This wasteland was huge. Other than Xianxia, there were also many people who stepped into it. However, they all maintained a certain distance from each other and were very cautious. Those who could cultivate to the Ascension realm were no fools. After all, fools were already dead and the grass on their graves would have already withered over and over again. Furthermore, entering the Great Void Divine Ruins was a competition. Apart from oneself, even fellow disciples of the same sect would become targets of competition. As such, traveling alone was not a bad choice. Not long after, dozens of people stepped into the wasteland. Basically, they were all at the Yuanming realm. It was difficult for Dao Manipulation realm cultivators to arrive. Even if they did, they would lack the strength to compete. In the center of the wasteland was a huge tower. It was completely black and covered with dark golden patterns. These were formation path patterns, and they looked extremely mysterious. It was a formation path pagoda. The formation path pagoda stood majestically on the wasteland like a mountain, as if it was suppressing the wasteland. Formation path pagoda. Xianxia's eyes lit up slightly. The ancient Void Holy Man had said that there were many types of formation path pagoda in the Great Void Divine Sect. They were divided into 5 levels, from low level to mid level, high level to top level, and then to supra level. The formation path contained in the low-level formation path pagoda was the foundation of formation path. In other words, it was not at the level of void formation path. For example, the various formations that Xianxia had encountered in the Lingwu Holy World were the foundation of formation path. As for the mid-level formation path pagoda, it contained the mysteries of star-level formation path. As for the high-level formation path pagoda, it contained the mysteries of star-level formation path. As for the top-level formation path pagoda, it contained the mysteries of star-level formation path. As for the super-level formation path pagoda, it contained the mysteries of star-level formation path, also known as void-level formation path. There was only one super-level formation path pagoda in the Great Void Divine Sect. There were as many as 10 top-level formation path pagoda. There were hundreds of high-level formation path pagoda. There were thousands of mid-level formation path pagoda. There were tens of thousands of low-level formation path pagoda. Of course, that was when the Great Void Divine Sect was still around. In the Great Battle back then, the Great Void Divine Sect was almost destroyed. Naturally, the formation path pagoda was also severely damaged. This was especially so for the super-level formation path pagoda. During the battle between the sovereigns, it eventually collapsed. It had to be said that it was a regret that could not be made up for. The top-level formation path pagoda was also severely damaged. There was not much left. Most of the remaining ones were probably the low-level formation path pagoda. However, according to the Gusu Holy Man's guess, there were only a few hundred of them left. The one in front of him was the low-level formation path pagoda. In every formation path pagoda, one could receive the inheritance of formation path. Of course, there was a limit to the number of times one could receive the inheritance. According to the Gusu Holy Man, every low-level formation path pagoda could only receive the inheritance 10 times. After it was used up, it had to be replenished. When the Great Void Divine Sect was still around, it could be replenished. However, now that the inheritance was gone, there was no way to replenish it. According to the information that had been passed down, it could be determined that this formation path pagoda was a low-level formation path pagoda that contained the fundamental mysteries of formation path. However, was the inheritance of formation path still there? No matter what, since they had encountered it, it was fate. Of course, they had to give it a try. However, there were dozens of people. Only one person could receive the inheritance at a time. In other words, only those who reached the top of the formation path pagoda had the right to receive the inheritance. If there was only one inheritance, then only one person could receive it. As he thought about it, Xianxia's figure shot towards the formation path pagoda like a sword radiance. Ripples spread out like water. In an instant, Shenzong's figure disappeared into the pagoda. The other Yuan underworld cultivators did the same. The staircase that led to the next level was at the end. Basically, as the Great Void ruins opened many times, those who entered and exited would slowly organize the information and combine it with some information from the Great Void Divine Sect to make deductions. Therefore, these Yuan underworld cultivators knew that this was a low-level formation path pagoda. They also knew that if they wanted to receive the inheritance, they had to reach the top. Charge! Dozens of people burst out at full speed and rushed towards the staircase. That was the only way to the next level. Get lost. The staircase was deliberately made very narrow so that only one person could pass through. Naturally, there was a need to fight. Someone immediately attacked the cultivators beside him without hesitation. You're the one who needs to get lost. There was a loud roar. Of course, no one started a fierce battle. Once a battle started, unless everyone was involved, it would only give others a chance to step onto the staircase. An extremely tyrannical light carrying a vigorous and overbearing power blasted towards Shenzong. Its power was so shocking that it made him feel pressured. Shenzong's eyes flashed as he unsheathed his sword. Swordlight was vast and mighty as it slashed out. Extreme lightning. In the next moment, Shenzong took a step forward like a bolt of lightning. He was so fast that he surpassed everyone else. Stop him. The expressions of the others changed. If Shenzong reached the staircase first, he would be in the lead. Perhaps they would still have a chance to take back this temporary lead, but it would undoubtedly increase the difficulty. In an instant, dozens of powerful attacks blasted towards Shenzong without mercy. They would not hesitate to kill him on the spot. This was the time to fight. They couldn't care less about anything else. Great Void Escape Technique. Without hesitation, Shenzong executed the Great Void Escape Technique, which had reached perfection, and avoided dozens of attacks. He appeared on the staircase. There was a limit to the staircase, so he could only climb it. However, before he climbed the staircase, Shenzong still had to repay his debt. 11th level Blazing Core Flame. The power of the Taichu sword origin body erupted. Great World Sword Art, Boundless Earth. With a swing of his sword, the 5,000-meter-long sword Dao domain transformed into a vast expanse of land that swept out and enveloped the dozens of Yuan underlings. The terrifying power suppressed them like the suppression of the land. The profoundness of the Great World Sword Art was astonishing. The Boundless Earth suppressed the dozens of Yuan underworld cultivators, but every Yuan underworld cultivator suffered the same suppressive power. For a moment, the dozens of Yuan underworld cultivators were unable to move. After sheathing his sword, Shenzong turned around and stepped onto the staircase, climbing rapidly. In an instant, Shenzong rushed to the second floor. Some people also broke free from the suppression of the Boundless Earth and immediately rushed towards the staircase. There was still hope for them. However, Shenzong was a step too slow. Unless they were much faster than him, it would be almost impossible for them to overtake him. Shenzong used the Great Void Escape Technique and shook off his opponents. He once again stepped onto the staircase and rushed to an even higher floor. The low-level array formation pagoda only had 3 floors. Stepping onto the 3rd floor was the last floor. In the center of the 3rd floor of the low-level array formation pagoda was a circular platform that looked like an altar. Shenzong landed on it directly. This was the foundation stone of the array formation inheritance. A buzzing sound was suddenly heard and the surrounding lights seemed to be lit up. They flickered and shuttled back and forth continuously. Shenzong couldn't help but smile. This meant that the low-level array formation pagoda could also accept the basic inheritance of the array formation path. This was exactly what he lacked. If this had been a mid-level or higher array formation pagoda, Shenzong wouldn't have been able to understand it even if he had accepted the inheritance. After all, he lacked the foundation. As the array formation revolved, Shenzong immediately saw countless mysteries evolve before his eyes. Through a mysterious method, they were injected into his consciousness, as if they were about to form an imprint. The mysteries of the foundation of the Tao of Array constantly poured into Shenzong's mind like a flood that was about to burst. After all, although the foundation of the Tao of Array was called the foundation and seemed very simple, it wasn't simple at all. It was broad and profound, mysterious and boundless. Even with Chen Zong's strong spirit, he felt that it was bloated and full. 3 intents at once, it consumed more energy than 2 intents at once, but it could maintain a certain recovery speed and not exhaust the power of the mind. After all, Chen Zong did not forget that there were other cultivators. Who knew if they would be unwillingly waiting for him to come out before attacking him? If that was the case, once the power of the mind was exhausted, it would be very disadvantageous for him. Under the 3 intents at once, coupled with his strong comprehension, one of them was used to sort out the fundamental mysteries of formation Tao that were pouring into his spirit, while the other 2 intents were used to comprehend. Combined with the superficial knowledge of formation Tao that Chen Zong had mastered in the past, he quickly got started, comprehended, and improved at an astonishing speed. The existence of the Formation Tao Pagoda was naturally to pass on the secrets of Formation Tao to the disciples of the Great Void Sect. Naturally, it would not purposely destroy a person's spirit. Therefore, even if it was a barbaric infusion, it would adjust itself according to the individual's condition. When there were signs of being unable to bear it, it would slow down. When the upper limit was reached, it would intensify. Chen Zong's endurance was undoubtedly amazing, so the speed of the infusion was even more terrifying. As it poured in crazily, Chen Zong continued to comprehend. If the Great Void Sect was still around, this speed would definitely shock the entire sect. It took a few days for Chen Zong to finish receiving the fundamental inheritance of Formation Tao. The surrounding light gradually dimmed and disappeared. At the same time, Chen Zong opened his eyes. There seemed to be strands of light shuttling back and forth in his eyes, drawing the outline of a formation. While receiving the inheritance, Chen Zong was also sorting out and comprehending at the same time. With his strong comprehension and high realm, he comprehended many mysteries. For a moment, Chen Zong was confident that he could comprehend the 5th level of the Refining Void Seal in a short time. The Refining Void Seal was closely related to the mysteries of Formation Tao. Although it was also related to the mysteries of weapon forging, it was not that significant. With enough knowledge of Formation Tao, the effect was much better than having sufficient knowledge of weapon forging. Of course, if he could obtain the knowledge of weapon forging, it would be even better. Stepping out of the cornerstone of Formation Tao inheritance, Chen Zong walked down the stairs. There was a person waiting on the 2nd level of the low-level array formation pagoda. It seemed like he had gone through an intense battle and was the final victor. Upon seeing Chen Zong, that person's eyes flashed with a bright light, as though a raging fire was burning within him. However, he didn't act. After all, the inheritance wasn't a physical object. Even if he defeated his opponent, he wouldn't be able to take it away. Since this was the case, why waste time? Chen Zong did not make a move either. He went down to the 1st floor and walked out of the Formation Tao Pagoda. Then, he heard a roar of anger. This was because there was only one last Formation Tao inheritance left. After Chen Zong accepted it, there would be no replenishment from the Great Void Sect. Chen Zong could not help but feel lucky that he was one step faster. Next, I will need the basic inheritance of the weapon refining path and the intermediate star rank array path inheritance, Chen Zong thought to himself. Only by combining them would he be able to cultivate the Void Refining Seal to a higher level. The Refining Void Seal was one of the highest inheritances of the Great Void Sect. It was the essence of the Great Void Sect. The Refining Void Seal was divided into 36 levels and 12 realms. 3 levels made 1 realm. The 12th realm could only be comprehended and cultivated by mastering the Supreme Formation Tao inheritance and the Supreme Weapon Tao inheritance. From the 9th to the 11th realm, one needed the Supreme Formation Tao inheritance and the Supreme Weapon Tao inheritance as support. From the 6th to the 8th realm, one needed the Supreme Formation Tao inheritance and the Supreme Weapon Tao inheritance as support. From the 3rd to the 5th realm, one needed the Supreme Formation Tao inheritance and the Supreme Weapon Tao inheritance as support. From the 1st to the 3rd realm, one needed the Basic Formation Tao inheritance and the Basic Weapon Tao inheritance. Chen Zong had learned Weapon Tao before. Although it was not profound and he did not deliberately study it, it was not impossible to say that it was a Basic Weapon Tao inheritance. Every realm was divided into 3 levels. In other words, after he thoroughly studied and comprehended the basic inheritance of the Array Tao, he could comprehend and cultivate the Void Refining Seal to the 9th level. As for the 10th level, it required a mid-grade star rank array Dao inheritance and a low-grade equipment Dao inheritance. These were all opportunities. Chenzong could only try his best to obtain them. Sharpening a knife would not delay the work of cutting firewood. Chenzong advanced while comprehending the basic formation Dao inheritance. Currently, he had comprehended 10% of the formation Dao inheritance. The remaining 90% would take some time. However, the basic formation Dao inheritance corresponded to the level below the Ascension realm. For Chenzong, who was at the Origin Underworld realm and had a higher level of comprehension than the Origin Underworld realm, it did not count at all. Chenzong estimated that it would not be long before he completely comprehended and mastered the basic formation Dao inheritance. Advance, advance, advance. Although his combat strength did not increase, his horizons were constantly broadening and accumulating. When he arrived at the next ruin, Chenzong saw a huge tree stump. The reason it was called a tree stump was because the tree had been destroyed by a terrifying power. Only the bottom section was left. Even though it was only a section, it was still shockingly huge. It was about 1,000 meters tall, but it was tens of thousands of meters wide. It was hard to imagine how tall the tree would have been if it had been whole. After all, the height of the tree was dozens of times higher than its width. Unfortunately, the battle back then had been too intense. Such a huge tree had also been destroyed, leaving only this 1,000-meter-tall tree stump. However, the tree was not completely destroyed. At the very least, with Chenzong's powerful perception, he could sense that it still contained a bit of life force. However, the life force was not strong enough to completely revive the tree. It could only stay here and allow time to pass. After an unknown number of years, it would truly disappear. The world sacred tree. Chenzong sighed softly. This tree stump was left behind by the world sacred tree. The world sacred tree was a sacred tree that could only be born in some worlds. However, the Great Void sect was very powerful. They had found a sapling of the world sacred tree in a world and transplanted it into the Great Void sect. They had specially constructed a large array to simulate the environment of the world so that the world sacred tree could grow. The Great Void sect would also comprehend the mysteries of the formation Dao from the world sacred tree. Of course, the fruit of the world sacred tree also contained extraordinary power. It was a cultivation treasure. However, the world sacred tree was only left with a stump. Its vitality was like a candle in the wind. Even it was slowly dying, let alone blossoming and bearing fruit. It was impossible to even think about it. After all, the array that simulated the world around the world sacred tree had been destroyed. Chenzong noticed that some cultivators were climbing up the tree stump. They seemed to be comprehending something. Chenzong's figure flashed and he rushed up the tree stump. This 1,000-meter tall and 10,000-meter wide tree stump was rough and uneven. It was filled with potholes. Some of the potholes were dozens of meters deep. Standing there, Chenzong could feel traces of aura fluctuations through physical contact. It was the aura fluctuations of the world sacred tree. It was very mysterious. After trying, Chenzong realized that the aura he could feel in the potholes was stronger. He chose a pothole to enter and sat down cross-legged. Chenzong began to feel the aura with all his might. Of course, he used the 3 intents of mind. One of his intents was to pay attention to the outside world to prevent being attacked, while the other was to comprehend the mysteries of the aura. The world sacred tree contained the mysteries of the world. In short, when the world sacred tree was born in a world, it carried the mysteries of that world. It was almost like the origin of the world. The two were closely related. Of course, the more powerful the world, the more powerful the world sacred tree would be. However, at the same time, the more powerful the world, the lower the probability of the world sacred tree being born. The probability of the world sacred tree being born was already very small. Under even smaller circumstances, there was almost no hope. The black and white world was the original realm, but there was no world sacred tree in it. Firstly, the black and white world was too strong. It was so strong that it was difficult for it to be born. Secondly, the black and white world was special. The black and white world was divided into 2. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for the world sacred tree to be born. Otherwise, given the tyrannical black and white world, once the world sacred tree was born, how amazing would it be, under the three intents of mind, Qianzong's comprehension efficiency was very high. Especially when Qianzong came into contact with the remaining aura of the world sacred tree, his own great path of the world was also stimulated. A buzzing sound rang out. Soon after, numerous illusory figures spread out from Qianzong's body. Those illusory figures gradually condensed, transforming into a sky above and a land below. The sky was clear and the land was turbid. Within it, vegetation, forests, mountains, rivers, and even birds and beasts gradually appeared. This was Qianzong's great path of the world. Strictly speaking, Qianzong's study and mastery of the great path of the world were not as good as his heart sword principle. After all, Qianzong had initially cultivated the sword and comprehended the sword principle. The great path of the world was only comprehended later. Furthermore, Qianzong had been practicing the sword all this time. His growth in the sword principle would definitely surpass that of the great path of the world. However, comprehending the remaining aura of the world sacred tree's stump had stimulated his own great path of the world. It was of great help to his comprehension of the great path of the world, just like comprehending the aura of the world origin. The world sacred tree had been nurtured by the great void divine sect for many years and was constantly growing. It was comparable to the world sacred tree in the middle world. Even though it was only a remnant now, it was still very amazing. Other cultivators could also comprehend some of its mysteries. Of course, this was useful for Yuan Underworld and Dao Manipulation Realm cultivators, especially those in the Dao Manipulation Realm. The improvement would be more obvious. Yuan Underworld cultivators could also improve, but it was useless at the Divine Ability Realm unless it was a complete world sacred tree. Now, it was only a stump, not even 1,000th of its peak. Even the top Yuan Underworld cultivators would not have much effect, let alone the Divine Ability Realm. The sky, the earth, the trees, the grass, the stones, the mountains, the water droplets, the river, the ocean, Qianzong saw a world unfold in front of him. The spring water flowed, the wind and clouds surged, and the sun shone brightly, illuminating the earth and everything. In an instant, dark clouds gathered and spread with the wind, covering the sky and the sun. It was so heavy that it became darker and heavier, as if it would collapse at any time. Rumble, an extremely oppressive sound suddenly exploded. It was the sound of thunder, rolling and vibrating endlessly, resounding throughout the world and shaking the clouds. Amidst the crackling sound, lightning suddenly wreaked havoc in the dark clouds like a dragon in the sea, and bean-sized raindrops fell from the sky. An incomparably huge thunderbolt struck down, directly bombarding a piece of land that was full of vitality, exploding a huge crater. Rainwater poured down, filling the crater and turning it into a pool. The sun rose and the moon set, and the moon rose and set, day after day, month after month, year after year. Gradually, the water level of the pool kept falling until it dried up. A sapling broke out of the ground, absorbing the spiritual power of the earth, the essence of the sun and the moon, and the vitality of the rain and dew, and slowly grew. As time passed, the sapling grew into a small sapling. A figure surrounded by runes descended. His face could not be seen clearly, but one could feel that the runes around him were extremely mysterious. They contained a terrifying power that seemed to have reached the level of a Dao Master. The Dao Master was very happy to see the sapling. The formation pattern spread out and covered it, digging up a large piece of land and taking it away. In the blink of an eye, the sapling was replanted, and a figure surrounded by formation patterns like a star circle, exuding monstrous power, surrounded it. With a wave of his hand, formation patterns scattered, and a large formation gradually took shape. Inside the large formation, it was as if heaven and earth had been opened. The top was clear and the bottom was turbid, and the power of the formation patterns condensed into the alternating sun and moon, the formation patterns condensed into the mighty wind and clouds, and the formation patterns condensed into the boundless earth, which quickly spread out. A world, it was actually evolving a world with the power of the formation. Countless formation patterns continued to condense and fall, and that world became more and more complete until it was completely complete. A figure exuding a terrifying aura stepped down from the sky and planted a sapling in the center of the formation world. In an instant, Qianzong understood that this was the memory of the stump of the world divine tree, which was stimulated by his own great path of the world. This was also an opportunity that belonged to Qianzong, because other cultivators who comprehended the great path of the world did not have such an opportunity, because they did not master of the great path of the world. The great path of the world and the world divine tree complemented each other. Qianzong also did not expect that he would receive such an opportunity. The sapling from before should have been the very beginning of this world tree of God. It was born in a world. There were many ways to give birth to a world tree of God in a world, and what he saw was one of them. The Tao Master who was surrounded by formation patterns was the Tao Master of the Great Void Holy Sect. When he found the sapling of the world divine tree, he was very happy and took it back to the Great Void Holy Sect. The sovereigns and Tao sovereigns of the Great Void Holy Sect worked together to create a world of array formation. They planted the world tree of the world in it and merged it with the world created by the power of the array formation. Gradually, it grew stronger and stronger. Fully comprehending. The formation world was like a real world, with the sun rising and the moon setting, the cycle of the 4 seasons, the alternation of light and darkness, and the reincarnation of life and death. Qianzong was like a bystander, but also like he was experiencing it himself. He felt as if he had integrated himself into the world divine tree, as if he had become the world divine tree, and was absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, the sun and the moon, step by step, to grow stronger. This was a kind of indescribable joy, a kind of moving feeling in life. It made Qianzong feel incomparably moved, as if he was growing, as if he was constantly improving and breaking through in his cultivation. It was incomparably wonderful, and he was immersed in it, becoming deeper and deeper. Unknowingly, the world divine tree had grown to an astonishing level. Its trunk was tens of thousands of meters long, and it was millions of meters tall. It stood in the formation world, and became the center of the formation world. It had vast and mighty power, as if it was endless. However, this power was not lethal. In other words, the power of the world divine tree was the power of life. It was a mysterious power, and it did not have any direct attacking power. Many people from the Great Void Holy Sect would come here to comprehend the mysteries of the world divine tree, and to improve their formation skills. Some of the essence leaves of the world divine tree also contained extraordinary power. When the fruits were ripe, they would be plucked and become the cultivation treasures of the Great Void Holy Sect. Unknowingly, disaster struck. Tyrannical foreign tribes charged into the Great Void Holy Sect. These foreign tribes were huge and possessed terrifying power. They were all at the sovereign realm, and there were many at the Tao Lord level. Naturally, the Great Void Holy Sect resisted with all their might. Gradually, cultivators from other sect forces arrived. Destruction, everything was destroyed. The foundation of the formation world began to be destroyed under the terrifying power. It was unstoppable. When the formation world was broken, the world divine tree was also revealed. It was discovered. The world divine tree was a treasure. However, in this fierce battle, where even the sovereign realm cultivators were involved, the world divine tree was also destroyed. Qianzong could feel waves of intense pain sweeping over him, and he was on the verge of death. In the end, the world divine tree was broken. Its branches were taken away, and some were scattered everywhere. In the end, only a stump was left. Ruins. After a battle that lasted for hundreds of years, everything was turned into ruins. There were countless casualties. Through the memories of the world divine tree, Qianzong saw countless cultivators fall in various places. Gradually, the battle ended, and everything returned to silence. This place changed from the Great Void Holy Sect to the Great Void Holy Ruins. It was isolated from the outside world by the space-time storm. The remaining power of the world divine tree began to decline because it could not be replenished. Although the rate of decline was slow, it was indeed declining. The domain that it could sense was also shrinking along with the decline of its power. Now, the range of the tree stump's perception was only a few pieces of ruins around it. Moreover, it was still declining. At this rate, the power of this stump of the world divine tree would be depleted in a few thousand years. It would be completely silent, and it would be equivalent to death. The growth of the world divine tree was very slow. Qianzong felt that he had experienced an incomparably long period of time. That was because he had merged with the memories of the world divine tree. He had followed the experience of the world divine tree from its initial emergence as a seedling. Hundreds of thousands of years. Shenzong estimated that it would take at least hundreds of thousands of years for the world divine tree to grow from a seedling to a height of 1,000,000 meters. However, that was not the end. The world divine tree could continue to grow. It could even reach a height of a few million meters. Unfortunately, in that great battle, the Great Void Holy Sect was destroyed. The world divine tree was also destroyed. The fact that it still had some power left proved that the world divine tree was tenacious. However, no matter how strong it was, it could not withstand the erosion of time in its broken state. Without the power of the outside world to replenish it, the world divine tree would eventually perish in the river of time. If there was power from the outside world to replenish it, even if it was in a broken state, there was hope that it could slowly recover. However, it was a pity that Shenzong could not bring it away. Previously, when his consciousness merged with the memories of the world divine tree, it was almost as if they were one. There was an indescribable feeling. He could not bear to see the world divine tree die like this, but there was nothing he could do. Junior of the human clan, don't be sad for me. As if he was hallucinating, a weak voice sounded, startling Shenzong. Junior of the human clan, don't be surprised. I am the spirit of the world divine tree. A second voice sounded, letting Shenzong know the identity of the other party. The spirit of the world divine tree, as a natural world divine tree, it was not that simple. It had spirituality, and that spirituality would slowly strengthen until it finally gained consciousness. Unexpectedly, the spirit of the world divine tree was still alive. Shenzong thought that it had been destroyed in that great battle. It seemed that it was not destroyed, but fell into a deep sleep because it was too weak. If it were not for Shenzong's great path of the world, the spirit of the world divine tree would continue to sleep until it truly perished. But now, it had been awakened. Even if it was awakened, it could not change the outcome of its eventual demise. Junior of the human clan, you have the aura of the world. The spirit of the world divine tree's weak voice sounded again. You and I are fated. Soon, I will disappear completely. In the end, I can't escape death. Why don't I bestow the last of my power to you? The spirit of the world divine tree said. Its weak voice sounded a little more enlightened, like a wise old man who had weathered many hardships. Immediately, a strong force burst out from the world divine tree. The dozens of cultivators who were comprehending the mysteries of the tree stump could not resist the force. Under the impact of this force, they were immediately sent flying, almost flying out of the ruins. Rays of light shone, enveloping the whole tree stump. They were about to soar into the sky, but when they reached thousands of meters in the air, they suddenly stopped. Then, from all directions, they converged and fell to the center, like a waterfall falling from heaven. Not everyone on the tree stump was sent flying. There was still one person on the tree stump, and that was Shenzong. Shenzong received preferential treatment. The rays of light fell from the sky, and a force rushed up from below. In an instant, Shenzong was suspended in the air, surrounded by two forces. The force kept pouring into Shenzong's body. The shadow of the great path of the world around Shenzong became more and more condensed, and gradually expanded. The last remaining force of the world divine tree did not improve Shenzong's cultivation. Instead, it was integrated into Shenzong's body, so that Shenzong's future cultivation would be smoother, whether it was qi refining or body refining. Another benefit was that it could further improve Shenzong's comprehension and mastery of the great path of the world, and he was constantly approaching the heart sword way. The blackout didn't come until now. The power kept surging. Even though it was only the remaining power of the world tree, which was less than 1/10,000th of its original power, it was still magnificent and vast. It should be noted that after hundreds of thousands of years of growth, the world divine tree was millions of meters tall. The power it contained was so vast that not even a Tao master could compare with it. Even if it was less than 1/10,000th, or even 100,000th, it was still amazing and extremely pure. Such power kept pouring in and being absorbed and refined by Shenzong. The mysteries contained in it were also comprehended by Shenzong. The accumulation of the great path of the world became more and more vigorous. Imperceptibly, Shenzong's mastery and application of the great path of the world improved. When all the power poured into Shenzong's body naturally floated down. Destined descendant of the human clan, I hope my last power will be useful to you. A weak voice sounded. At last, it became intermittent and finally returned to silence. Chenzong was silent. Then he whispered, "Thank you," although the spiritual deity of the world tree could no longer hear him. A feeling of sadness lingered in Chenzong's heart. It was like strands of silk weaving back and forth, turning into a net of sadness that enveloped his heart. The resonance of the memory, as if the experience of incarnating into the world tree, made Chenzong feel as if he had experienced it himself. Now, the world tree gave him its last remaining power, which was enough to maintain its weak vitality for thousands of years. This gift was very heavy and very moving. The strong and vigorous power kept surging in his body, like waves rising and falling. Chenzong kept running his cultivation method and urging the power of the world divine body to refine this power. At the same time, he was comprehending the great path of the world under the dual mind realm. Damn it, it's him. It's him who got the remaining power of the world tree. The cultivators who had been sent flying by the remaining power of the tree of world were furious when they saw Chenzong appear. Originally, they had all been comprehending the mysteries of the world tree, and they had gradually gained something. They had never thought that something would happen. They had been blasted away by a powerful force. Even though they were not injured, they had lost the opportunity to comprehend the world tree. If everyone had been sent flying, it would have been fine. They would have waited until the force disappeared before trying again. Unexpectedly, there was still one person left on the tree stump. They immediately thought that the matter of them being sent flying was most likely caused by this person, or at least related to this person. His anger flared. In an instant, they attacked one after another, blasting out astonishing attacks. Many of these people had a Yuan underworld cultivation base. Initial and mid-level Yuan underworld cultivation bases were very powerful when they attacked. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen powerful attacks came from all directions, as if they were going to smash Chenzong into pieces. When it came to opportunities, one had to fight for them. However, when the opportunity was gone, some people would rationally choose to retreat and search for other opportunities. Some people were different. They would only give up after venting the anger in their hearts. The dozen or so attacks were not weak. However, when these attacks bombarded Chenzong's body, their speed kept decreasing. When they were about 1 meter away from Chenzong, they all came to a stop. It was as if time and space were frozen, and they stopped in midair. Break! Chenzong softly spat out a single word. It was as if his words were a law. The dozen or so powerful attacks that had been frozen were instantly shattered like porcelain that had been violently smashed. The dozen or so attacks were of different colors. After they shattered, they looked like petals dancing in the sky. There was an indescribable brilliance. Just nice. I'll use you guys to test my new power. Chenzong took a step forward. With a bang, layers of ripples surged out in the void. It was as if Chenzong wasn't stepping on air, but on water. Layers of invisible ripples appeared on the surface of the water. His next step seemed to travel through time and space as he rushed into the midst of the Yuan underworld cultivators that had attacked. Suppress. As Chenzong said that word, an extremely terrifying pressure descended. Vaguely, there seemed to be a roaring sound in the void. Indistinct shadows appeared one after another, like the sky, the scorching sun, the wind, the clouds, the earth, the mountains, the forest, the vast ocean, the long river. This was like a miniature world. It was very faint and almost undetectable. However, if one looked closely, they would be able to see some traces of it. The Yuan underworld cultivators' expressions changed drastically. They were horrified to discover that they had been suppressed by a vast and mysterious power. For a moment, they were actually unable to move. Domain, they could sense that this was the power of a domain, but they couldn't sense what kind of domain it was. Sword light suddenly flickered as a sword swept across the sky and merged with this suppressive domain. There was nowhere to hide and no way to resist. Since they had attacked him so viciously, Chenzong naturally wouldn't show any mercy. Wherever his sword passed, there was no way to resist and they were all killed. The sword didn't return to its scabbard. Instead, it became one with the sword and attacked the others. Kill, kill, kill. He didn't let anyone who had attacked him go, regardless of which faction they were from or whether they were unaffiliated cultivators. The dozen or so people were unable to put up any resistance. They were first suppressed and then killed. Qianzong hadn't expended much energy during the entire process. The others were pale and drenched in cold sweat as they hurriedly fled. Qianzong didn't give chase because these people hadn't attacked him. As he allowed these people to leave, Qianzong felt a wave of excitement in his heart that was difficult to calm down, and it was like the surging waves of a river. The World Sacred Tree's final gift was to give its remaining power to Qianzong. To the World Sacred Tree, this power was insignificant when it was at its peak. However, it was a metamorphosis for Qianzong. Really, it was a metamorphosis. In terms of qi cultivation and body tempering, he had already reached the peak of the initial Yuan underworld and the peak of the initial divine body tempering. He had saved at least a few decades of cultivation effort. It wasn't easy to raise one's cultivation base at the Yuan underworld level. There were some differences even in the initial stages. Some people had just entered the initial stages, while others had been in the initial stages for hundreds of years. Their accumulations would definitely be relatively more robust. With Qianzong's cultivation speed, if he wanted to reach the peak of the beginner stage in both qi cultivation and body refining, he would need a few decades of cultivation under normal circumstances. But now, he had saved a few decades of time and reached the peak of the beginner stage. He was only a step away from the intermediate stage. Although cultivation base wasn't the entirety of combat power and was only a small part of it, an increase in cultivation base would still have an effect on combat power. However, cultivation base wasn't the main point, as it was only a side effect. The main point was the World Great Path. The power of the World Sacred Tree was extremely mysterious and contained the mysteries of the world. If other cultivators were to comprehend it, they would be able to comprehend some mysteries of the Great Path and improve their Great Path. After all, the Great Path origin of the world was equivalent to a weakened version of the Void Great Path origin. Although the world origin couldn't be compared to the void origin in essence, they were ultimately of the same origin. Qianzong had mastered the World Great Path, which was close to the world origin. The final power of the World Sacred Tree was more than 100 times more useful to Qianzong than to others. This directly allowed Qianzong's comprehension and mastery of the World Great Path to reach an astonishing level. If the World Great Path that Qianzong had previously mastered was just a facade, then the current World Great Path had a foundation and a core, which was the final origin of the World Sacred Tree. Although the realm of the World Great Path hadn't increased, its essence had strengthened. After the strengthening, Qianzong had mastered the World Great Path domain. The Sword Dao domain originated from the Heart Sword Dao that Qianzong had comprehended and mastered. Any ascending spirit powerhouse would master a domain. The only difference was the speed at which they mastered it. The powerful ones could master a domain at the Dao manipulation realm, the good ones could master a domain at the Yuan Ming realm, and the ordinary ones could master a domain at the transcendent realm. In the end, the so-called domain was a kind of understanding and mastery of the great path that one had mastered. Regardless of the level of one's cultivation, as long as one had a thorough understanding of the great path that they had mastered, they could activate a great path domain. In short, every ascending spirit could only master one type of great path domain because they could only master one type of great path. Qianzong had already mastered the Sword Dao domain, which originated from the Heart Sword Dao. However, the World Great Path hadn't activated a great path domain. It had always lacked something. Only now did Qianzong understand that he hadn't touched upon the deeper mysteries of the World Great Path. Now, with the gift of the World Sacred Tree, he had obtained the final bit of origin. Even if it was just a trivial bit of origin, it had become a catalyst that allowed Qianzong to truly master his own World Great Path. That bit of origin was actually nothing to Qianzong, but it was like a key that opened a door. The feeling inside the door was completely different from the outside. World Domain, the domain of the World Great Path, once it was mastered, it improved rapidly. Originally, Qianzong's accumulation of the World Great Path was very strong. The only difference was that it wasn't thorough enough. Now, not only had he mastered it thoroughly, but with the help of the World Sacred Tree, his domain had surpassed the Sword Dao domain and reached 6,000 meters. Sword Dao domain, 5,000 meters, World domain, 6,000 meters, one person had two great path domains. How amazing was that? After mastering two great path domains, Qianzong suddenly had an idea in his heart. Just by thinking about it, Chenzong knew that it was very difficult. He wasn't confident that he could do it. However, this was the only way to be challenging, wasn't it? Cultivation was to challenge all kinds of difficulties and go against the flow. If everything went smoothly, it would be too boring after a long time. The storage rings of more than a dozen people who had been killed were all taken away by Chenzong. There was no one left. Chenzong looked back at the dried-up stump that had lost its last bit of vitality. He looked a little lonely. After all, he seemed to have experienced many years in a short period of time. It was as if he had become a sacred tree that had experienced wind and rain. There was an indescribable feeling that was very profound. After exhaling a long breath, Chenzong waved his hand. The purple star dragon flame turned into a fire dragon and appeared. After absorbing some of the flames, the purple universe star dragon flame was slowly transforming. Its power had become even stronger. Ignite! The blazing fire burned fiercely, and the light of the fire shone in all directions. An incomparably hot aura continued to spread. The flame was at least tens of thousands of meters tall, and it soared into the sky. It was incomparably huge, and extremely shocking. Chenzong stood outside the flame and said nothing. To be honest, even if the tree stump of the world tree had completely lost its vitality and was only left with a piece of wood, it was still a treasure. After all, it was the stump of the world tree, not an ordinary tree stump. Chenzong could have taken it away, but he did not do so. Instead, he set it on fire and burned it until it was burned to ashes. Just like that, it was buried. The world tree had sprouted from the ground, grew strong, and finally was destroyed. It had given its remaining vitality to Chenzong. It was like an elder worthy of his respect. Since that was the case, he had to let it go on its way with peace of mind. Burn, it was buried in the fire. Without a doubt, this incomparably huge flame that was as vigorous as a mountain attracted the attention of others. After all, such a huge flame was incomparably conspicuous and eye-catching. Everyone in the surrounding ruins could see it and feel the astonishing heat. Some people could not help but rush over to see if there were any treasures. In the end, they found that there were no treasures, only a section of the stump that had been set on fire and was burning. They left in disappointment. Chenzong did not pay any attention to it. Only when the flames were extinguished and the huge tree stump was burned to ashes did he wave his hand. A gust of wind whistled out. It was extremely violent as it swept out. The gust of wind contained countless sword chi. When it landed on the charred tree stump, it immediately shattered into powder and drifted away with the wind. Dissipate, it dissipated like smoke and scattered like dust. Born from the earth and returned to the earth. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. When his voice faded away like dust, Chenzong's body floated into the distance. The huge tree stump on the ground of the ruins had already disappeared without a trace. There was only a huge charred mark that proved something. The tree of world disappeared. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. But it did not disappear, because the last of its inheritance was with Chenzong. It had fused with Chenzong's spirit and became a continuation. As Chenzong flew, he constructed a map model of the Great Void Divine Ruins in his Divine Sea. This was what he saw when he merged the memories of the World Tree of the Divine World. The destruction of the Great Void Holy Gate and its transformation into the Great Void Divine Ruins were all under the World God Tree's perception. Although the World God Tree had been destroyed back then and only a stump remained, the Spirit God did not fall into a deep slumber. She could still sense the entire ruins of God. However, as time passed, the World God Tree's vitality and power slowly declined as it could not be replenished. The range of its senses also constantly shrank. In the end, the Spirit God fell into a deep slumber, and her senses instinctively covered the surrounding ruins. At its peak, the World God Tree's perception range was more than 10 times that of the Great Void Sect. Chenzong's great path of the world resonated with the World God Tree and fused with it. It was as if he had transformed into the World God Tree and obtained some of its memories. Everything that the World God Tree sensed about the Great Void Divine Ruins was shared with Chenzong. In other words, not only did Chenzong know how many ruins there were in the Great Void Divine Ruins, but he also knew the distribution of each ruin. In fact, the World God Tree had also sensed the great battle back then. It had also sensed where some of the treasures ended up. that meant that Qianzong also knew. This would be of great help to Qianzong in his search for the three divine treasures of the Great Void. It was as if the World God Tree had provided him with a very accurate map. Not long after, Qianzong used his own divine thought to construct a detailed map in his spirit sea. It was a complete map of the Great Void divine ruins. It was not flat, but three-dimensional and lifelike. It was as if the Great Void divine ruins had been directly projected into Qianzong's spirit sea. Immediately after, Qianzong used his divine thought to mark out his location. He also marked out the final locations of the three divine treasures of the Great Void, as well as some treasures and inheritances. He also planned out the shortest and most time-saving route for himself. Cheating, it was as if Qianzong had turned on a cheating device. This was the third benefit of meeting the World God Tree. In the past, the Great Void divine ruins had been opened many times, dozens of times, almost 100 times. However, no one had ever achieved this and obtained such benefits because they had not comprehended the great path of the world. Except for Qianzong. The three divine treasures of the Great Void are the Void-Shattering Mirror, the Great Void Thunderous Robe, and the Heavenly Void World-Suppressing Pagoda. Qianzong thought to himself as he hurried along. He already knew this information. After all, the three divine treasures of the Great Void were very famous. He even knew the effects of the three divine treasures of the Great Void. The Shattering Void Mirror was a divine tool mainly used for attacking. Once it was activated, the Shattering Void Mirror's light would shoot out, and its might would be extremely terrifying. Destroying a star was a trivial matter, and shattering a world was nothing. Even if a Dominator-level powerhouse was struck by it, they would be injured. That's right. When the Void-Shattering Mirror was fully activated, its power was enough to injure a Sovereign Realm elite. Of course, it was not that easy to activate such a terrifying divine artifact. As for the Great Void Thunderous Robe, it could activate the Great Path of Lightning domain. In other words, after obtaining and refining the Great Void Thunderous Robe, one could master the Great Path of Lightning domain. A mighty prowess cultivator could only master one Great Path domain. It was only possible if, like Qianzong, both his qi and body cultivation had broken through to the Dao manipulation realm. Moreover, they had to break through to the Yuanming realm. However, if one obtained the Great Void Thunderous Robe, they could master one more Great Path domain, which was the Great Path of Lightning. It was said that the Great Path of Lightning could be overlapped with the Great Path that one had mastered, and its power would be even stronger. If one cultivated the Great Path of Lightning and also mastered a Great Path of Lightning, then the amplification after overlapping would be even more astonishing. Those who had yet to master a Great Path domain would be able to master a Great Path domain directly after obtaining the Thunderous Taishi Robe. Those who had mastered a Great Path domain would be able to master an additional Great Path domain. Those who had mastered a Great Path domain of the Thunder lineage would be able to make their own Great Path domain even stronger after overlapping. Moreover, the stronger one was, the stronger the Great Void Thunderous Robe's Great Path domain would be. If a sovereign obtained the Great Void Thunderous Robe, then the Great Path domain's power would also reach the Sovereign Realm. Finally, the Heavenly Void World Suppressing Pagoda's power was different from the Void Shattering Mirror and the Great Void Thunderous Robe. After all, the Void Shattering Mirror's attack power was very strong, but it could only attack in a straight line. Normally, if it attacked an expert, it could only attack one target. If it still had energy left, it could attack other targets in a straight line, but it was still limited. The Great Void Thunderous Robe was a supreme treasure that could activate the Great Path domain. Its power could be strong or weak. When it was strong, it could reach the Sovereign Realm, and when it was weak, it could only reach the Dao controlling realm. Everything depended on one's ability. The Heavenly Void World Suppressing Pagoda was a strategic divine artifact. It had nothing to do with one's cultivation level. Once it was activated, it could directly cover a certain area and form a suppressive force. Under the suppressive force, even a Sovereign Realm expert would be weakened by several %. This was the first power of the Heavenly Void World Suppressing Pagoda. The second power was to absorb living beings into the pagoda. Ordinary cultivators did not understand, but the upper echelons of holy lands like the Will Heavenly Palace knew that if they were sucked into the Heavenly Void World Suppressing Pagoda, all their cultivation power would disappear. No, it should not really disappear, but be suppressed and could not be used. What it had was only ordinary power, as if it had been reduced to an ordinary person. As such, it would be impossible to use one's own power to attack the heavenly void world suppressing pagoda. It would be impossible to break the suppressive shackles and escape the pagoda. It could be said that the heavenly void world suppressing pagoda was the most powerful of the three divine artifacts of the Great Void. Shenzong was heading in the direction of the Great Void Thunderous Robe, one of the three divine artifacts. This was the sensory memory of the world divine tree. As for whether it was accurate or not, Shenzong did not dare to be 100% sure. After all, so many years had passed. However, he was at least 70% or 80% sure. Three pieces, his position and the possible position of the Great Void Thunderous Robe were about the same distance away from the three pieces of ruins. The ruins of the Great Void Divine Ruins were very strange. They seemed to be continuously distributed from the outside to the inside, but there was also a sense of crisscrossing left and right. It was as if one could reach the innermost area by going in a straight line from the outermost area. However, this was not the case. One might think that one was going in a straight line, but one might unknowingly deviate from the direction. Previously, Shenzong had thought that he was going in a straight line. Logically speaking, no matter how big the Great Void Divine Ruins was, there were only tens of thousands of pieces of ruins. If he were to go from the outermost area to the innermost area, based on the dozens of pieces of ruins that he had passed, he should have entered the center. At the very least, he should be close to the innermost area. However, this was not the case. It was only when Shenzong used the memory of the World Divine Tree to create a miniature of the Great Void Divine Ruins in his spirit sea that he realized that what he thought was going in a straight line was actually slowly deviating. However, now, with the memory of the World Divine Tree and the miniature of the Great Void Divine Ruins in his spirit sea, it was very detailed and lifelike. It was like a direct projection of the Great Void Divine Ruins and could be called a living map. Shenzong had an accurate guide and would not lose his way unknowingly. With a goal and even more motivation, Shenzong felt that his entire body was filled with energy, as if he had endless energy. Shenzong did not stop at any of the three pieces of ruins. He used his divine will to sweep through them. If he discovered any treasures, he would make a move. However, there were cultivators on each piece of ruins. There were more than one, and they were all looking for the so-called opportunities and treasures. There were even Divinity Realm cultivators. Under the circumstances where they did not discover any treasures, Divinity Realm cultivators would not make a move recklessly. This was because if they made a move against someone weaker, they would not be defeated by someone stronger. Of course, if they encountered treasures that interested them, they would definitely make a move. Otherwise, what was the point of coming here? It was better to stay in their own territory and cultivate. There was no need to take such risks. The sword radiance flew across the sky and quickly passed through the dark area before landing on a piece of ruined land. Shenzong released his divine consciousness and started searching. According to the memory left behind by the World God Tree, the final location of the Great Void Thunderous Robe was most likely in this piece of ruined land. However, this piece of ruined land was not small and the Great Void Thunderous Robe was not a big target. Without releasing any aura, it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. However, he had an advantage. Since he was 70 to 80% sure that the Great Void Thunderous Robe was here, he had to search with all his might. Shenzong did not care about other opportunities for now. As long as he could find the Great Void Thunderous Robe and bring it back to the Heavenly Intention Palace, he would have passed the Taoist assessment and become the Taoist of the Heavenly Intention Palace. He was now the third Taoist. He released his divine consciousness and his eyes were sharp. The world territory was also activated and covered an area of 6,000 meters. 6,000 meters was a range of 12 miles. It was not small and increased Shenzong's search efficiency. There were other cultivators who entered this piece of ruined land and were also searching for treasures and opportunities. However, they did not have a clear target like Shenzong and were trying their luck. Time passed by slowly. Shenzong was practically searching every inch of the area. The other cultivators didn't do the same. Instead, they quickly searched the area. If they found any treasures, they would take action. If they didn't find anything, they would leave immediately. The Great Void Ruins was huge and there were many opportunities. It was not worthwhile to stay in one place unless they were sure that there was a great opportunity. Otherwise, they had to search quickly. If they could find something, they would. If they could not find it, they would leave quickly and go to other pieces of ruined land. Otherwise, it would be a waste of time. People came and went in shifts. Xianxia was the only one who was still searching. He had already searched half of the ruined land but still could not find the great void thunderous robe. In front of him, there were sounds of intense collisions. Someone was fighting and seemed to be fighting for some treasure. Xianxia looked and saw that the treasure was not the great void thunderous robe. It was very simple. The void thunderclap robe was a robe that could be worn. Xianxia didn't know the two parties involved in the battle, so he naturally wouldn't interfere. Both of them weren't weak, they were probably at the top of the 5-star level. It was very intense, and they were fighting with all their might. The collision of the tyrannical power immediately caused severe damage to the surroundings. The ground of the ruins was extremely hard, but it was still unable to withstand the bombardment of such power. Dust flew everywhere, and countless rocks and other objects were sent flying in all directions by the terrifying power. As Xianxia looked around, his eyes suddenly lit up. He saw a piece of black cloth on the ground, covered with silver veins. He reached out and grabbed it, then shook it. Instantly, the soil was shaken off. Xianxia's eyes flickered as he looked around. It's completely black with silver lightning patterns. It's a formation of the great Tao of Thunder. Could this be the void thunder shocking robe? Xianxia looked at the old robe in his hand and couldn't help but get excited. He didn't expect that after searching for so long, the void thunder shocking robe would appear because of the destruction caused by the battle. Originally, the void thunder shocking robe should have been buried under the ruins. In fact, there were some treasures that were buried under the ruins. However, under normal circumstances, no one would deliberately bombard the ground of the ruins. That method was not certain if one would be able to obtain anything. Moreover, it would waste one's strength for no reason. In the Great Void Divine Ruins where the aura was chaotic and difficult to replenish, it was very important to preserve one's own power. Although it could be replenished with elixirs, it would take some time. If one took too much, it would cause one's power to become less pure. The two parties involved in the battle didn't use their full strength. They only used about 80% of their power. They were constantly paying attention to their surroundings. When they saw Xianxia pull out a black robe from the ground, it was covered with silver lightning patterns. It seemed to be something extraordinary. The two of them seemed to have a tacit understanding and stopped fighting. In the next moment, the two of them immediately rushed towards Xianxia. They were extremely fast and flanked him from both sides. Their target was the robe in Xianxia's hand. Of course, they didn't recognize what treasure it was. They only thought that since it was taken out from the ruins, it must be a treasure. No matter what it was, they would think about it after they got their hands on it. Attack! In an instant, a solid fist print rushed towards Xianxia like a moving mountain. It carried an extremely terrifying power and directly blasted towards him. On the other hand, the cultivator on the other side struck out with his palm. The palm print condensed and burned with a blazing flame, emitting a dazzling fire light. The combined attack of the fist and palm had the power of a 6-star level. It was extremely powerful and brought great pressure to Xianxia. Extreme lightning. In just an instant, Xianxia turned into a bolt of lightning and flew backwards to avoid the fist and palm. The sword radiance suddenly shone. He swung his sword and the sword radiance was like a scroll that was quickly unfolding. Lingwu Supreme Technique, 11 levels of Flame of Heart, Great World Sword Technique, Boundless Earth. This sword was not integrated with the power of the sword principal domain, but the power of the world domain. The heart-refining sword technique was suitable for the sword principal domain. The Great World Sword Technique had been driven by the sword principal domain before. However, since he had mastered the world domain, Xianxia instinctively felt that the world domain was the most suitable power for the Great World Sword Technique. As soon as he swung his sword, the two of them were immediately swept up by the boundless earth and enveloped in it. Suppress. The Great World Sword Technique under the world domain's suppression power was pushed to the extreme. The two 6-star experts were suppressed by this sword and couldn't escape for a while. However, the two of them were very decisive. They immediately activated their secret techniques and erupted. Their combat strength surged and they attacked wildly. The power of the Taichu sword origin body, heart-refining sword technique, sword 4, he raised his sword to his eyebrows. The sword radiance broke through the air and condensed a sword principal domain that was 5,000 meters wide. It turned into the most powerful sword radiance and pierced through the sky. The extremely condensed sword radiance was so bright that the two of them couldn't look directly at it. A strong sense of crisis surged in their hearts. They couldn't block it, this sword couldn't be blocked at all. It had reached the combat strength of a 6-star expert. The terrifying power of the Taichu sword origin was enough to tear through everything. However, the two of them were 6-star experts after all. Although they were pierced through, they didn't die. Instead, they unleashed their full power and escaped from the suppression of the boundless earth. The cultivator on the left took out a round mirror. There were cracks on the surface of the mirror. He activated it right away. In an instant, a terrifying beam of light blasted out. It exploded with shocking power and blasted directly at Xianxia. The cultivator on the right also took out a strong crossbow and pulled the trigger. A ray of light arrow that was as thick as a finger shot out. It seemed to be able to pierce through everything. Formation artifact. The two of them were using formation artifacts. The power that was unleashed in an instant was extremely powerful. It directly reached the combat strength of a top 6-star expert. The threat that it brought to Xianxia was even greater. However, Xianxia's combat strength could also reach the combat strength of a top 6-star expert when he unleashed his full power. He swung his sword and the sword radiance shot out. For intents of 1, the 4 sword radiances split up and attacked in 2 directions. The power of each sword radiance was extremely terrifying. It could pierce through everything and was unstoppable. 2 of the sword radiances collided with the attacks of the 2 formation artifacts. They paused for a moment and exploded with terrifying power. The other 2 sword radiances shot towards the 2 cultivators. This time, it was a fatal blow. The 2 cultivators were pierced through between their eyebrows. Their eyes were filled with shock. Then, 2 tiny figures appeared above their heads and flew away at a shocking speed. Primordial Spirit, Xianxia's attack was powerful, but the 2 cultivators weren't weak either. Their primordial spirits weren't destroyed. Instead, they took the opportunity to escape from their bodies. However, their primordial spirits were also attacked by Xianxia's sword chi. They were more or less injured. The 2 primordial spirits were too fast. Xianxia couldn't chase after them. After all, without a body, the primordial spirit's speed would be several times faster than the body's speed. However, in such a place, the injured primordial spirits wouldn't be able to hold on for long. If there were no accidents, they would quickly weaken and eventually die. Only the primordial spirits of Transcendent Realm cultivators could survive for a longer time after leaving their bodies. Yuan Underworld Realm cultivators didn't have this ability. With a wave of his hand, Xianxia put away the 2 cultivators' storage rings. Naturally, the formation artifacts they used were also taken by Xianxia. This should be a replica of the void-shattering mirror, Xianxia said to himself. There were replicas of the 3 great void divine tools. However, the void-shattering mirror was the most common, followed by the great void thunderous robe. As for the heavenly void world suppressing pagoda, it was the least common because it was too difficult to copy. Previously, he had also obtained a broken bronze mirror, which was also a replica of the void-shattering mirror. Could the robe in my hand also be a replica? Xianxia suddenly thought of something. Some replicas were very clever, to the extent that they could pass off as genuine. After the world divine tree was destroyed, it was possible that there would be some deviation in perception. Regardless of whether it was a replica or not, he would take it first. When Xianxia planned to put the great void thunderous robe into the 9 heavenly rings, a sudden change occurred. With a boom, it was as if heaven and earth were shaking. Electric light constantly diffused from the robe, turning into bolts of lightning that wreaked havoc. Lightning surged, lightning wreaked havoc like a tidal wave, one after another. It was a silver-white lightning that was dazzling and resplendent. Numerous bolts of lightning crisscrossed in the air. Some were as thick as a finger, some were as thick as an arm, and some were as thick as a thigh. Regardless of whether they were thick or thin, every single bolt of lightning contained an extremely terrifying might that seemed capable of destroying everything. An aura that caused one's heart to palpitate ceaselessly spread out like a raging tide. In just a few short breaths, this silver-white lightning directly covered half of the ruins, turning into a lightning domain. Looking at it from afar, it made one's heart palpitate. What a shocking power of lightning. There must be a great treasure. An expert approached and felt the shocking power of lightning. He immediately revealed a smile. His figure flashed, and power filled his body. He plunged into the lightning and disappeared, as if he had been swallowed. He was not the only one who entered the vast lightning. All the cultivators who came to this ruins either did so without hesitation or after thinking for a while. Wealth was found in danger. If one wanted to obtain a fortuitous encounter, one had to dare to take risks and wait for a fortuitous encounter. Unless one was a person with heaven-defying luck, it would be wishful thinking. Only a few people with heaven-defying luck had appeared since ancient times. They were extremely rare. Within the field of lightning, Xianxia was dumbfounded. This turn of events was completely out of his expectations, and he was caught off guard. He had only intended to take the thunderous cosmos robe, and did not expect such an unexpected turn of events. Now, the robe was constantly releasing a terrifying power of lightning. Xianxia could not get close to it, because the power was too strong, and it was beyond his limit. Xianxia did not know whether to laugh or cry. Since it had come to this, he would try to take it directly. He only needed to take the first step. The refining void seal, he quickly formed a seal with both hands, and once again, it blasted into the lightning. Again, something strange happened. As if stimulated by the refining void seal, the lightning that burst out from the Taishu thunderous robe became even more intense. As Xianxia's refining void seal fell one after another, the Taishu thunderous robe finally seemed to disappear and turned into a ball of blazing lightning. Finally, Xianxia's refining void seal was like a stone sinking into the sea. Xianxia withdrew even further. The lightning was too hot, and the pressure was too strong at such a close distance. This power belonged to the power of the great void thunderous robe. Xianxia's goal was to draw it out and let it release as much as he wanted. Without any replenishment, this power would not last for long. As long as the power of the great void thunderous robe was exhausted, he would be able to retrieve it. As for causing too much of a commotion and attracting others, there was nothing he could do about it. After all, things were not under his control. It seemed that this robe was very likely to be the real thunderous cosmos robe, and not a replica. At this moment, the first figure rushed into the lightning, and quickly approached. His eyes swept across, and Xianxia immediately tensed up, and his hair stood on end. The Transcendent Realm, this was a Transcendent Realm expert. Xianxia could not help but feel his heart sink. If a Transcendent Realm expert was attracted here, did it mean that he had no chance to get the robe? After all, he lacked the ability to compete with a Transcendent Realm expert. This was the difference in combat strength. Someone from the Heavenly Will Palace. The Divine Tier Elite glanced at Xianxia and saw the emblems on Xianxia's robe. Since I'm here, this is mine. Don't make a mistake. Those words sounded polite, but there was also a clear hint of warning in them. Out of consideration for the Heavenly Will Palace, Xianxia was advising Xianxia to back down, or else he might just lose his life. In most cases, no one dared to casually kill the true disciples of the Holy Lands. After all, the Holy Lands had astonishing methods and might be able to track them down. At that time, when the powerhouses were dispatched, where could they run to? If they were in the void, it would be very difficult to escape unless they escaped to the outer realm. However, that was the territory of the outsiders, and it was also very dangerous. Therefore, as a last resort, the people from the major powers would try their best not to kill them or make them their enemies. Of course, if his family background was also very high, he wouldn't have so many taboos. The Divine Tier Elite's background was relatively ordinary compared to the Holy Lands, so he naturally wasn't willing to make a move on Xianxia. However, if Xianxia didn't know what was good for him, he would still have to kill him for the sake of the treasure. As for the future, he would think about it later. Xianxia thought about it and retreated. He wasn't a match for a Transcendent Realm expert. The other party only needed one move to suppress and kill him. Even if he used all his strength, it would be useless. that was an absolute difference. After all, he was only at the initial stage of the origin underworld realm. No matter how strong his combat strength was, it was only at the peak of the 6-star realm. Clamor, rage, or talk tough, it was meaningless. Seeing Qianzong retreat so decisively without any hesitation or talk tough, the divine tier elite didn't pay any more attention to him. His attention was completely attracted by the ball of blazing lightning in front of him. What an astonishing power of lightning! If I can collect it. The divine tier elite's eyes blazed with an incomparably astonishing passion, as if flames were burning. Soon after, his power exploded. He opened his hands and grabbed, turning them into huge palms that were covered with shocking power. He grabbed the ball of blazing lightning. He did not know what was inside the ball of lightning. However, a lightning power that could release such astonishing power was definitely not to be underestimated. The palm formed by the divine tier power caught the ball of lightning but didn't manage to grab it immediately. Instead, it was destroyed by the terrifying lightning. How powerful! The divine tier elite was shocked. Withdraw your claws. A violent shout suddenly sounded, accompanied by an incomparably blazing aura that swept over. It was like a violent stream of flames that bombarded the dike. It was incomparably violent. The divine tier elite was shocked. His expression changed drastically as he hurriedly dodged. You're from the Omni-Tribulation Divine Flame Mountain. I found this treasure first. The divine tier elite's expression turned grave when he saw who it was. His eyes narrowed slightly as he spoke in a deep voice, as if he was going to argue with reason. Scram. The divine tier elite from the Omni-Tribulation Divine Flame Mountain didn't intend to argue with the other party. He was extremely overbearing and rude as he directly told the other party to scram. At the same time, his eyes were filled with anger. Raging flames surged into the sky and intertwined with the lightning. You. The divine tier elite relied on his cultivation base and felt that he wasn't inferior to the other party. He wanted to speak again. With a boom, the divine tier elite from the Omni-Tribulation Divine Flame Mountain attacked. One palm, with just a lift of his palm, a dazzling scarlet flame immediately burned on his palm, causing his entire palm to turn into a flaming palm. It emanated an extremely terrifying power as it blasted out. Natal superpower. The divine tier elite in the black robe was shocked. He immediately activated his own power and his natal superpower. He turned into a ray of black light that pierced through the sky. A divinity realm powerhouse's natal mystique was much more powerful and shocking than other mystiques. The two natal superpowers instantly collided. The divine tier elite from the Omni-Tribulation Divine Flame Mountain's divine tier superpower was stronger. It directly destroyed the black light of his opponent's divine tier superpower. The flaming palm print was like the hand of a fire god as it blasted towards the divine tier elite in the black robe, shattering his defensive power. However, his natal superpower wasn't useless. At least it blocked a portion of the power of his opponent's flaming palm print. He was sent flying, but he borrowed the force to retreat. He wasn't seriously injured. Qianzong was very decisive. When he left, he didn't think that he would be lucky enough to stay. No matter what, a divine tier elite wasn't someone he could fight against. Since that was the case, he would leave quickly. Even if he had some regrets, there were 3 great void divine treasures. Other than the great void thunderous robe, there was also the void-shattering mirror and the most important heavenly void world-suppressing pagoda. They were all worth fighting for. On a piece of ruined land, there were ruins everywhere. Broken walls and many weapons were scattered around. They were all divine treasures. However, because they were damaged in the battle and because the great void divine ruins was sealed, they couldn't receive the nourishment of the outside world's chi of vitality. In the end, they perished and became scrap metal. In the distance, a violent and powerful aura of thunder exploded. It spread in all directions and shook the surroundings. In an instant, a dusty mirror that looked like a piece of scrap metal shook. Cracks appeared on it, and in the next breath, it exploded. Then, a bright light shone out. The light was a faint black that was almost transparent. There was an ethereal aura fluctuation, but it also contained an extremely terrifying aura. It seemed to be able to penetrate and destroy everything. As the light spread out, the models on the ancient mirror gradually fell off, revealing its exquisite and simple body. The faint, almost black light gathered and turned into a beam that was as thick as a thigh. It shot up into the sky as if it could pierce through the 9 heavens and shatter the heavens. It was like a beam of light that broke through the void. The void-shattering mirror has appeared. The knowledgeable cultivators saw the beam of light that shot up into the sky from afar. They felt the aura that seemed to break through the heavens. They were stunned and immediately became happy. The void-shattering mirror, one of the 3 divine treasures of the Great Void, had appeared. When the power of the Great Void thunderous robe erupted, and when the shattering void mirror sensed the power of the Great Void thunderous robe and erupted with its own shattering void power, releasing the shattering void light, in the innermost region of the Great Void divine ruins, in other words, in the ruins adjacent to the centermost region of the Great Void divine ruins, a powerful tremor suddenly appeared. Rumble, it was as if thunder shocked the world. However, there was no surge of lightning. There was only a vast and boundless aura. The aura was mixed and chaotic. It was like an invisible wave surging, rolling up tens of thousands of huge waves that shook endlessly. Waves of shocking aura also sounded. It was like the roar of an ancient giant beast. Countless chaotic auras swept over from all directions and gathered at the center. They became more and more intense. Gradually, they turned into darkness and descended, as if a demon god had descended. Rumble, the first black lightning appeared. It tore apart the darkness, but it also made the darkness deeper. Strike down, streaks of pitch-black lightning carried extremely terrifying destructive power. They struck down from the sky one after another, as if they wanted to shatter this piece of ruined land that was adjacent to the center of the ruined land. It was extremely terrifying and could destroy everything. However, the lightning that struck down did not really destroy this piece of ruined land. Instead, it was continuously absorbed by a mysterious force. It was absorbed again and again. The ground shook violently. A strong black light swept out and rushed into the sky. In just an instant, it spread out rapidly. It was like a surging black wave that covered all directions. 10 breaths, in less than 10 breaths, the entire ruined land was covered by the black light. At the center, a small pagoda drilled out from the ground and landed on the ground. It continued to expand. In the blink of an eye, the small pagoda became a huge pagoda. It was as if it suppressed the entire ruined land. Countless chaotic auras flowed into the huge pagoda and were continuously absorbed. Even the heavenly void world suppressing pagoda has appeared. As expected, the divination this time was not wrong. The 3 great void divine treasures have really appeared. The group of transcendent realm cultivators from the sacred land were all stunned. Then, they were overjoyed. They immediately exploded with astonishing speed and flew in the direction of the heavenly void world suppressing pagoda. It was dark and lightless. From afar, it looked like a dark and desolate domain. The chaotic and impure aura in the surroundings was constantly being absorbed. In the sky, there were bolts of dark lightning striking down recklessly. The huge black tower in the center was constantly absorbing and devouring the bolts of dark lightning. Heavenly void world suppressing pagoda, this old man is coming. Since it has appeared at this time, the heavenly void world suppressing pagoda should belong to me. This pagoda is fated to be with me. One by one, the transcendent realm experts unleashed their powerful auras, sweeping up streaks of light as they charged towards the area covered by the dark light. Fast, extremely fast, extremely fast. The one with the blazing flames was the transcendent realm expert from the myriad tribulation god Flame Mountain. The one who moved swiftly through the void was an expert from the heavenly will palace. The one with the intent to fight was the eternal battle fort's expert. The one with a strong body, whose every movement was like a raging tide, was a powerhouse from the purple extreme hall of Ju Yuan. There was also an expert covered in black lightning, and exuding a terrifying aura. He did not belong to the sacred grounds, but he was also very scary. These transcendent realm experts were not only strong, but also knowledgeable. They knew the value of the heavenly void world suppressing pagoda. The 4 great sacred grounds wanted it, as did the great sects of the stellar fields. Even the rogue cultivators wanted it. If the rogue cultivators obtained the heavenly void world suppressing pagoda, they could trade it with the 4 great sacred grounds and request for it. For example, they could become elders of the 4 great sacred grounds and obtain important resources from the 4 great sacred grounds. All in all, there were many benefits. They had to fight for it. The heavenly void world suppressing pagoda of the human race. A muscular non-humankind being, who had a horn on his head, sneered coldly. His cold eyes shone with an extremely sharp light as he said, "If we can bring this tower back, not only will the humankind lose a great treasure, our kind will also gain a great treasure, which will be very useful in the future." As soon as he finished speaking, the one-horned alien stomped his feet lightly, and with a boom, the ground shattered. The explosive power he unleashed was shocking to the extreme. His entire being was like a meteor as he shot through the pitch-black area and charged into the darkness. It wasn't just this one-horned foreign expert who moved. The other foreign race experts moved as well. Heavenly Void World Suppressing Pagoda. The Heavenly Void World Suppressing Pagoda was the first of the 3 divine weapons of the Great Void Sect. It was the most mysterious over-God weapon. During the invasion of the foreign tribes, the Heavenly Void World Suppressing Pagoda had displayed astonishing power, causing the deaths of many powerful cultivators of the foreign tribes. Of course, the Shattering Void Mirror and the Void Thunderclap Robe were also extraordinarily powerful. They had killed many foreign race elites, but in comparison, the Heavenly Void World Suppressing Pagoda was even more terrifying. If the foreign races could take away the Heavenly Void World Suppressing Pagoda, it would not be a good thing for the human race, but it would definitely be a good thing for the foreign races. Even though the human race and the non-human race had an agreement to coexist peacefully, that was only relative. No one could guarantee that when the non-humankind recovered and became stronger, they wouldn't gather an army and invade the Western Void again. In front of the interests of the race, everything else had to stand aside. The aura emitted by the awakening of the Heavenly Void World Suppressing Pagoda was extremely powerful. One could feel it even from afar. As a result, it became like a lighthouse, attracting even more people. However, there was no Tao Manipulation Realm cultivator. That was because it was simply impossible to go deep into the Great Void Divine Ruins with the strength of the Path Manipulation Realm. The deeper he went, the more chaotic the aura became. There was also the possibility of encountering demonic souls and so on. It was extremely dangerous. In the center of the darkness, at the top of the Black Pagoda, a will was awakening. It was as if a pair of eyes had opened and were staring at it. How many years have passed? It seemed to be a heavy sigh that echoed in the darkness. The aura became stronger and stronger, and the voices were like the roars of a storm, becoming more and more resounding and intense. The Divine Gate has become history and disappeared into the river of time. However, the power of the Divine Gate will not disappear. The Heavenly Void World Suppressing Pagoda is here. If you want to take me away, then come. Whoever can reach the top will have the right to take me away. The last sentence was like a thunderclap that swept out in a mighty manner. That is, the spirit of the Heavenly Void World Suppressing Pagoda has awakened. It seems that the Heavenly Void World Suppressing Pagoda was not severely damaged in the Great Battle back then. For example, the Shattering Void Mirror and the Void Thunderclap Robe were both severely damaged, so much so that their spirits fell into a deep sleep and were difficult to wake up. Only the spirit of the Heavenly Void World Suppressing Pagoda had awakened, which meant that the damage was not very serious. As long as I can reach the top, I can take away the Heavenly Void World Suppressing Pagoda. The one to reach the top will definitely be me. Everyone became more and more excited. Previously, although they all wanted to take the Heavenly Void World Suppressing Pagoda away, it was not that easy. Now, it was equivalent to having a clear direction. Reach the top, as long as they reached the top. Reach the top? Chen Zong's eyes flashed. Originally, Chen Zong planned to find the Shattering Void Mirror because the route was closer. However, the sudden appearance of the Heavenly Void World Suppressing Pagoda attracted Chen Zong's attention. In terms of value, the Heavenly Void World Suppressing Pagoda was better than the Shattering Void Mirror. Now, the spirit of the Heavenly Void World Suppressing Pagoda had awakened and spoken. They could fight for it. Of course, the other point was that the powerhouses of the Will Heavenly Palace would probably also go to the Heavenly Void World Suppressing Pagoda. At that time, if they joined forces, he would not be powerless to face the transcendent powerhouses. With the other powerhouses of the Will Heavenly Palace, the chances of fighting for the Heavenly Void World Suppressing Pagoda would undoubtedly be greater. Without hesitation, Qinzong immediately changed his route and rushed toward the heavenly void world suppressing pagoda. At the same time, he took out medicinal pills to replenish the energy consumed by rushing at full speed. The sword light rushed forward and flew in an instant, constantly approaching the ruins where the heavenly void world suppressing pagoda was. At a glance, it was as if absolute darkness had appeared in front of one's eyes. From the outside, one could only see the darkness and could not see anything inside. Qinzong noticed that someone rushed in quickly and disappeared into the darkness as if he was swallowed by the darkness. Qinzong's speed did not decrease at all. He also flew quickly and crashed into the darkness. In an instant, Qinzong felt that the darkness was filled with an extremely strong chaotic aura. It was more than 10 times stronger than outside the darkness. The stronger this chaotic aura was, the more obvious the impact it had on the cultivator. It seriously interfered with the operation of the cultivation power. Whether it was qi refining, body refining, or other powers, they would all be disturbed. The difficulty of operating them would increase dramatically. Imperceptibly, one's strength would be affected and then decline. As he continued to enter, the feeling of interference became more and more intense. Then, when Qinzong completely entered the darkness, he was surprised to find that it was not as dark as it looked from the outside. Although it was still dark, he could see things in the darkness. It was like the darkness at the beginning of the night when the sun was setting, not the darkness of the middle of the night. In addition, the chaotic and mixed aura inside seemed to have been sorted out and became orderly. It turned into two completely different and opposing auras. They opposed each other and collided with each other, but there was a sense of harmony. It was very strange. Being in it, Qinzong felt that his cultivation power, whether it was qi refining or body refining, was disturbed. It was a very serious disturbance. He only felt that he could only exert less than 50% of his usual cultivation power. The other thing was the Great Path. In here, the power of the Great Path seemed to have become very weak and chaotic. It was even more difficult to mobilize. In other words, in here, the extent of his combat strength was very limited. Qinzong estimated that it was less than 30% of his usual strength. The first power of the heavenly void world suppressing pagoda is to interfere with the use of power, whether it's cultivation or the power of the Great Path, and then affect one's combat strength. Qinzong thought to himself, in this case, I shouldn't be the only one affected. This situation might be more beneficial to me. Although he thought so, Qinzong was not sure. Staring ahead, he could vaguely see a huge black shadow standing in the darkness, as if it was infinitely tall. Heavenly void world suppressing pagoda. Qinzong said word by word. After calming down, he suddenly took a step forward and ran up. In here, the interference was too serious, so it was difficult for him to use some of his supernatural powers. However, it was not difficult for Qinzong. Other than Qinzong, there were also others rushing toward the heavenly void world suppressing pagoda from all directions. Reach the top. As long as they could reach the top, they could take away the heavenly void world suppressing pagoda. It sounded like the spirit of the heavenly void world suppressing pagoda would cooperate to take it away, so the difficulty would be much lower than forcefully taking it away. Therefore, the people who entered the dark domain did not fight at all. Instead, they all rushed into the heavenly void world suppressing pagoda. They all knew that the real battle would begin in the heavenly void world suppressing pagoda. Reach the top. It sounded very simple, but it was probably very difficult to do. After all, it was not just him. There were many people, and many people meant competition. In the end, only one person could reach the top and take away the heavenly void world suppressing pagoda. Everyone was clear about this. Fight, the human race wanted to fight, and so did the foreign race. In short, since they had entered this place, they had to fight. Long before Qinzong entered this place, someone had already stepped into the heavenly void world suppressing pagoda. It was not in the dark domain, but in the real heavenly void world suppressing pagoda. Close, Qinzong continued to approach the heavenly void world suppressing pagoda. When the person in front of him approached the heavenly void world suppressing pagoda, his figure instantly disappeared. Yes, he directly disappeared. When Qinzong himself was 10 meters away from the heavenly void world suppressing pagoda, he immediately felt an irresistible force land on his body. Then, as if he was traveling through time and space, under the guidance of that force, he directly flew forward. His speed was extremely fast, like a flickering shadow. In just an instant, Qianzong discovered that he had passed through the body of the heavenly void world suppressing pagoda. The black body of the pagoda did not seem to exist. It was as if it was in vain, it was also as if his body had been turned into an illusion. It was very strange. In short, when he felt that his feet were on the ground, Qianzong was shocked to discover that his strength had disappeared. He could not feel it. It was as if he had become an ordinary person. There were tens of thousands of mighty prowess cultivators who had entered the great void divine ruins, including the foreign races. However, more than half of them were in the Dao manipulation realm. It was difficult for them to enter the great void divine ruins with their Dao manipulation realm combat power. The interference was too severe, and their energy consumption was increasing. They could not hold on any longer. In addition, they might encounter danger and other powerful cultivators. In the end, only a few thousand cultivators reached the inner area and stepped into the heavenly void world suppressing pagoda. Thousands of people appeared in the heavenly void world suppressing pagoda. Every one of them, regardless of whether they were in the Yuanming realm or the mighty prowess realm, human or foreign, had their power suppressed and could not be mobilized. They were reduced to ordinary people. Everyone was not used to losing that terrifying power that could destroy mountains and destroy heaven and earth. It was as if they had become weak chickens. It was very uncomfortable. No one moved. Instead, they stood and maintained a high level of vigilance. At a glance, they could see other people. However, they could only see their figures and not their bodies. Other than themselves, they did not know who the others were. It was mysterious and strange. Welcome to the heavenly void world suppressing pagoda. I am the pagoda spirit. A laugh suddenly sounded. It seemed to have a hint of mischief. Immediately, light scattered. Like the afterglow of the setting sun, a figure condensed out of thin air and slowly descended. Muyu was bathed in the afterglow of the setting sun. It was a figure wearing a long white robe. His face could not be seen clearly. He seemed to be very young, but also very old. An indescribable aura spread out from the figure. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, he was like a god. Everyone has heard what this pagoda spirit said. Whoever can reach the top will be qualified to take the heavenly void world suppressing pagoda away, the pagoda spirit said again. However, there was a hint of ridicule in his voice. Immediately, everyone's breathing became rapid. Their eyes shone with a strong light. Take away the heavenly void world suppressing pagoda, everyone wanted to do so. However, there are too many of you. I counted. There are a total of 2,788 people. The pagoda spirit laughed again. However, only one person can take away the heavenly void world suppressing pagoda. What should we do? Everyone could not help but feel that something was wrong. Fight for it. The strong are respected. The weak are not qualified to take away this pagoda. Due to the fact that your cultivation levels are different, there is a difference in your combat strength. This is unfair. Therefore, all of you have temporarily sealed your strength. In other words, the strength you have is the strength of an ordinary person. Yes, a little stronger than ordinary people, but not as strong as cultivators. Let's fight for it. There are 99 tower tokens here. Whoever obtains a tower token will be able to enter the next level. As soon as it said those words, the pagoda spirit waved its hand, and countless streaks of light shot out. There were a total of 99 streaks of light, and they slowly revolved in the surroundings. I'll give you a reminder. Remember, choose the weapon you're best at first. In an instant, the afterglow bloomed, as if the setting sun had turned into a blazing sun, dispelling all the darkness, allowing everyone to clearly appear under the light, as well as in the eyes of others. Sword, Qianzong shouted without hesitation, and a long sword appeared in his hand. It was very handy, whether it was the weight, length, or comfort. However, Qianzong could tell at a glance that it was a very ordinary sword. This was because his cultivation level and great path power had been sealed. Even the ultimate heart phaseless sword had been suppressed and could not be used. Therefore, the only thing he could use was this ordinary sword. After all, everything he had learned was on the sword. In a situation where he had lost his powerful strength, having a sword in hand was the most reassuring thing. At the same time, weapons appeared in the hands of others. Swords, sabers, spears, staffs, halberds, and so on. As for those who cultivated fist and palm techniques, gloves appeared on their hands, and those who cultivated leg techniques had battle shoes on their feet. Chenzong also saw the people from the Will Sky Palace. There were Yuan underworld true disciples like him, as well as divine ability realm elders. However, that was not all of them. In addition, many people from the innumerable Divine Flame Mountain, Jiu and Purple Extreme Hall and Eternal Battle Fort were also present. The others were Yuan Underworld and Divine Ability Realm cultivators from the Star Domain's great sects, as well as some unaffiliated cultivators. There were also a dozen foreign races. Chenzong remembered that there were dozens of foreign races that had entered the Great Void Ruins. However, there were only a dozen of them that had entered the Heavenly Void World Suppressing Pagoda. However, the bodies of these foreign races exuded traces of terrifying aura fluctuations, as if they possessed extraordinary strength. They did not use any weapons, as their bodies were the best weapons for them. Even if they had lost the power they had gained through cultivation, these foreign races were born with strong physiques. This was not affected in the slightest. In an instant, a speck of light fell from the sky. It was a pagoda ascension token. The speck of light did not fall quickly, and its trajectory was erratic and difficult to find. No one knew where it would land. Everyone's attention was drawn to the speck of light. Their eyes flickered as they stared at the speck of light and moved along with it, constantly trying to predict where it would land. However, in a situation where one's strength was suppressed, they could not use their divine consciousness. Their thinking ability was not as good as before, so it was difficult to determine where the speck of light would land. Even Chenzong found it difficult to do so. They could only rely on luck. In an instant, the second speck of light fell. The third speck, the fourth speck, more and more specks of light fell. Finally, all 99 specks of light fell, landing in all directions. It was as if the stars were spinning, and there was a sense of brilliance to it. As the specks spun, everyone stared at them and suddenly felt a little dizzy. All of a sudden, a muscular non-humankind being with a long horn on his head slightly bent his legs. Under his dark green skin, his muscles bulged one after another, and his veins bulged out one after another, making him look like a boa, which was quite a shocking sight. That pair of legs immediately exploded with a terrifying power. With a bang, like the roar of a drum, the one-horned foreign race member instantly shot up into the sky, jumping 5 or 6 meters high. His thick and long arms, which were covered with a tough greenish-black skin, grabbed the air with his 5 hook-like fingers. A whistling gust of wind swept up, and he suddenly grabbed at a speck of light. His attack was as fast as lightning. It was very shocking. Of course, if it was under normal circumstances, this kind of power would not be much and would be insignificant. However, one had to know that everyone's cultivation power was suppressed and sealed. They were relying on the strength of their bodies before they cultivated. Using the strength of their bodies without cultivation to jump 5 or 6 meters high and make a whistling sound like the wind when they attacked, this kind of power was extremely shocking. It showed that the strength of their bodies was extremely terrifying. It was far beyond the standard of a normal person, at least several times stronger than the standard of a normal person. Under the situation where his cultivation base was suppressed, it was undoubtedly very difficult for him to fight against this foreign race with the strength of his body that he had yet to cultivate. Fortunately, there were only a dozen or so foreign races, and there were 99 Tower Ascension tokens. However, the one-horned foreign race member's grab did not succeed in grabbing that speck of light. The speck of light seemed to have a mind of its own. In an instant, it dodged. However, it did not deliberately avoid it. Instead, it followed a fleeting trajectory and very naturally slipped by the one-horned foreign race member's palm. The foreign race member was slightly stunned. His eyes widened, and he seemed to be in disbelief. His grab had missed. How was this possible? His reaction was very fast. He suddenly grabbed with his other hand, and a violent gust of wind whistled endlessly. However, he missed again. Furious, the one-horned foreign race member suddenly swung his arms. It was as if he had attacked more than 10 times in a breath, but it was still useless. He did not catch any specks of light. The one-horned foreign race member landed on the ground and did not catch any specks of light. At this moment, from the corner of his eye, he saw a human stretch out his hand and luckily catch a speck of light. "That's mine." The one-horned being suddenly let out an enraged roar as he unleashed another attack, mercilessly unleashing his full power. With a boom, the air seemed to explode. The human cultivator who had just caught the speck of light did not have time to rejoice. He immediately felt an extremely terrifying aura that was wrapped in a shocking murderous intent. He wanted to dodge, but he found that he could not. His body seemed to be thousands of kilograms heavy, as if he was carrying a mountain on his back. His limbs also seemed to be frozen. Unable to dodge, he wanted to attack, but he found that he was one step too slow. With a boom, he felt a huge force coming at him. He felt as if he had been hit by a statue of the god of berserkers head-on, or as if he had been hit by a 1,000-pound boulder. His bones let out cracking sounds, unable to bear the weight, and broke. His muscles were torn, and he was sent flying, coughing up blood. With just one hit, this human, who was originally a transcendent, was severely injured and on the verge of death. The foreign race member's strength was too terrifying, and his attack speed was also extremely fast. Although his cultivation base was suppressed and he only had the strength of his body before he cultivated, as a powerhouse, his use of his strength was also very shocking. This was not something that ordinary people could compare to. With the strength of an ordinary person, they could easily deal with 10, dozens, or even hundreds of ordinary people. This was because they could unleash their strength to the extreme and surpass their limits. This was the case for both the human race and the foreign race. With one hit, he was directly injured and killed. The speck of light also fell into the one-horned foreign race member's hand. Weakling. The one-horned foreign race member grabbed the speck of light and sneered. In the situation where they had lost their cultivation base, the human race was a weakling to the foreign race. After all, the human race did not have the naturally strong physique of the foreign race. The difference was several times. Moreover, both of them had cultivated, and their fighting methods were also very good. They could directly crush the other party. If the human race and the foreign race did not have any cultivation base in the battle many years ago, the human race would have been defeated long ago. This void would have long belonged to the foreign race. "Take away all the tower ascension tokens," the one-horned foreign race member shouted. "A bunch of weaklings. You have lost your cultivation base, and you still want to fight with us?" The other foreign race members also mocked. They were also speaking the human language. After all, the foreign race had their own language, and at the same time, they could also learn the human language. Ridicule. In a situation where they had the advantage, the foreign race members mocked the human race mercilessly, even if the human race outnumbered the foreign race members. It was a small giant. He was over 2 meters tall and had a strong body, like an iron tower. His body exuded a ferocious aura. It was a middle-aged man. Judging from his armor and insignia, he was from the Purple Extreme Hall of Juyuan. Wang Tianzhong. Wang Tianzhong is a new elder of the Purple Extreme Hall of Juyuan. He is talented and has amazing divine strength. He could lift 1,000 jin even before he started cultivating. A Yuan underworld direct disciple from the Will Heavenly Palace said, he also has a younger brother called Wang Tianding, who is also a direct disciple of the Purple Extreme Hall of Juyuan. He is also very talented. Wang Tianding. Chenzong muttered. It was the person who had suddenly attacked him and fled when he realized that he wasn't easy to deal with. As expected, Wang Tianzhong's appearance was similar to Wang Tianding's. Come. Let me, Wang Tianzhong, see what you losers are capable of. Wang Tianzhong's aura surged with every step he took. Even though he had the body of an ordinary person, his innate divine strength was still very terrifying. His application of his own strength was even more shocking. When it came to the application of physical strength, body refinement cultivators were better than chi refinement cultivators. After all, chi refinement cultivators mainly cultivated inner chi, which wasn't part of the physical body. Although body refinement cultivators could also control tyrannical strength, it was inseparable from the physical body. The Purple Extreme Hall of Juyuan focused on body refinement. Many light spots were still circling in the sky. They hadn't completely landed yet, as if there was a force controlling them. Currently, only the one in the hands of the one-horned alien was in possession of it. However, it didn't mean that it was stable after obtaining it. They still had to hold on to it. At the top of the sky, a pair of eyes stared at them with a hint of a smile. It was a mocking smile. It was the tower spirit. It was watching a show. After so many years of loneliness, it naturally wanted to watch a good show. Wang Tianzhong's words seemed to have stepped on the alien race's sore spot. Their faces darkened and they almost exploded. Weak human, let me, Tu Lulu, teach you a lesson. An equally tall and muscular alien race stepped out. His body was filled with an extremely terrifying aura. His footsteps were like the beating of a drum, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Boom, the strong wind roared as Tu Lulu raised his fist. The veins on his thick arm bulged and his muscles tightened. His 5 fingers clenched into a fist as he suddenly threw out a punch with an extremely powerful force. This punch seemed to be able to shatter mountains. Wang Tianzhong's eyes narrowed. He lowered his waist and sat in a horse stance. His 5 fingers clenched into a fist, and the joint of his middle finger protruded slightly. He suddenly exerted force, and the muscles on his forearm suddenly swelled up. In an instant, it swelled up like a thigh, which was very shocking. With a boom, Wang Tianzhong punched out with his gloved fist. His 1,000 gene of strength was pushed to the limit, surpassing the limit, and carried with it an extremely tyrannical strength. Without the slightest bit of trickery, the 2 fists collided in an instant. It was as if 2 gigantic boulders weighing over 500 kilograms had collided. Streams of strong air currents were created from the collision, turning into rings that swept out and then turned into gusts of strong wind that blew past. The 2 fists seemed to be glued together and did not separate from the impact. Tu Lulu's face was ferocious as he continued to exert force. One could see the veins on his arms turning like pythons. Wang Tianzhong's eyes widened, and his face turned red. That was the sign of his blood and qi bursting out. The muscles on his thick arms trembled as if there were little mice shuttling back and forth. Burst, burst after burst, and the power was released continuously, trying to push the opponent back. However, they were evenly matched. All eyes were on the 2 of them. Who would win? With a boom, another round of power burst out. In the midst of the collision, the 2 arms suddenly trembled and separated. Whether it was Tu Lulu or Wang Tianzhong, their bodies leaned back slightly. Their legs exerted force, and their other hands suddenly blasted out. They met force with force, and only used their tyrannical power to attack. It was as if a big drum was constantly beating, and the rumbling sound was surging. The power was astonishing. However, everyone also noticed that the more Tu Lulu attacked, the more violent he seemed to be. His originally ferocious face looked even more ferocious. He even grinned. Tu Lulu's mouth was already very big. When he grinned, it looked even more shocking. It was like the mouth of a shark, ready to devour flesh and blood. Weakling, is this all you've got? You've really disappointed me. On the contrary, Wang Tianzhong was still able to exchange blows with Tu Lulu in the beginning. However, after a while, both of his arms were trembling slightly, and there were signs that he could not hold on any longer. The innate difference between the human race and the alien race's physique began to show. Before cultivating, the human race would not be able to fight against the alien race with their innate physique. That was because the alien race had great power, and extremely terrifying muscles, bones, and skin. They were even born with the ability to resist some ordinary sword attacks. Wang Tianzhong was born with a powerful physique, and he had the strength of 1,000 gene. Among the ordinary people, he was simply an invincible existence. However, he was still a human, and he had not broken through the limit of the human race. Even if he was stronger than ordinary people and could fight against the alien race, he was still innately weaker than the alien race. Blood burst. Wang Tianzhong shouted in a low voice like an angry bear roaring. In a split second, strands of blood-red color spread out from his arm like lightning. The muscles of his right arm were filled with blood instantly, and it expanded even more. His entire arm also turned blood red in an instant, like a big boiled shrimp. Wisps of hot air began to spread out. Boom, the punch was extremely ferocious. When Tu Lulu met it, his arm trembled as if it was knocked back. His whole body even slid back a few meters, and his arm was trembling slightly. The dozen or so alien race members were stunned. In a head-on collision, he was actually knocked back. Then, Tu Lulu's expression became even more ferocious. His mouth opened wider, and his eyes shone with a fierce light as if he was going to swallow Qianzong whole. An extremely terrifying aura erupted from his body, and it turned into a murderous aura that soared into the sky. Alright, the point is not to determine the winner, but to fight for the Tower Ascension token. An elder of the Great Purple Extreme Palace spoke and stepped forward. He had already seen that Wang Tianzhong's punch was a secret technique. It could not be called a secret technique, but it was a heavy burden on his body, and he would not be able to use it again in a short period of time. Once the alien race attacked again, Wang Tianzhong would not be able to block it. In a split second, a dot of light fell from the sky, attracting everyone's attention. Attack, fight for it. Fall down, all of you. At the top of the sky, the tower spirit laughed evilly. Then, the remaining 98 dots of light fell in an even more mysterious and erratic way. The alien race members did not have time to deal with Wang Tianzhong. Instead, they locked onto one of the dots of light and attacked one by one. Thousands of people fought for dozens of dots of light, and the scene immediately became chaotic. Qianzong did not move. He stared at one of the dots of light, and his eyes followed it without blinking. In a split second, Qianzong attacked. Even though he was just an ordinary person, he instantly exploded with extraordinary speed. More importantly, it had a natural trajectory. Catch it, Qianzong immediately caught the dot of light in his hand. Not many people noticed this, and they did not pay too much attention to it. After all, the current situation did not give them time to think about it. The tower spirit in the sky suddenly focused on Qianzong, and his eyes flashed with surprise. The falling dot of light was slightly affected by him, and its trajectory was erratic and unpredictable. If their cultivation was not suppressed, these cultivators would naturally be able to catch it easily. But now, they were just ordinary people, and even their thinking was affected and weakened to the extreme. Just like that, he caught a ray of light in an instant. It didn't seem like a coincidence, but rather, it had a natural feel to it. This was something that could only be achieved by those who had reached an astonishing level of control over their own strength and had an incomparably solid foundation. Qianzong was such a person. Compared to the thousands of people present, Qianzong's background could be said to be very humble. Although he was now a true disciple of Will Heavenly Palace, and had a higher status than many people, in fact, the origin of the people present, even the rogue cultivators, was not comparable to Qianzong's. These people cultivated from ordinary people to the transcendent realm in a very short time. It was not because of their outstanding talent, but because of the influence of their environment. As for Qianzong, he was born in a small place in a remote corner of the secondary world. He cultivated from the lowest level of martial arts, and rose little by little. There was a difference in foundation. Fight for the Tower Ascension tokens that had not yet been obtained. Fight for the Tower Ascension tokens that had already been obtained. This is mine. The one-horned man swept his right arm, and a strong wind roared. Although he had already obtained a Tower Ascension token, he was not satisfied. If he took the other Tower Ascension tokens, he would be able to reach the top directly. Although the innate physique of the human race was not as good as that of the foreign race, in terms of the application of martial arts, a small number of humans could more or less contend with the foreign race. Junior, give the Tower Ascension token to this old man. A transcendent realm old man rushed towards Qianzong, and his hand reached out, wriggling like a snake. The old man could not use his cultivation, and only his physical strength could be used to perform some very simple martial arts. But even so, the simple martial arts in the hands of a transcendent realm powerhouse still had amazing power. What responded to the old man was a flash of sword light. The sword light wasn't fast, but it had an indescribable sharpness. It was as if it could tear through everything, as if it could pierce through one's mind. The sword broke through the air and blocked his attack, causing him to be unable to break through. This caused the elder to be extremely shocked. At the same time, the flash of sword light was close to his arm. Retreat, the transcendent realm old man hurriedly retreated, avoiding the flash of sword light. He could not help but break out in a cold sweat. What kind of swordsmanship was this? Why was it so mysterious? It felt unfathomable. The old man stared at Qianzong for a while, and finally gave up. He rushed towards the other people who had obtained the tower ascension tokens. Obviously, Qianzong was a tough nut to crack. However, there were many people, and there would always be someone who did not know better than to attack Qianzong. Give me the tower ascension token. Wang Tianzhong recovered slightly after the explosion of his blood qi, and immediately rushed towards Qianzong. He opened his hand and swept it like a cattail leaf fan, causing a strong gust of wind, and roared endlessly. When the cattail leaf fan-like palm blasted towards Qianzong, it paused for a moment, then suddenly reached out and grabbed the tower ascension token in Qianzong's left hand. Wang Tianzhong, the new elder of Zhu Yuan's Purple Extreme Palace, was born with great strength. He could lift 1,000 pounds with a single arm. When his palm came, a strong wind pressure swept over, blowing Qianzong's robe and long hair. The air in front of him was sucked dry. Not only was he unable to breathe, but he also felt suffocated. The wind pressure was so strong that Qianzong's cheeks unconsciously sunk in. Wang Tianzhong did not hold back in this attack. If Qianzong could not withstand it, he would most likely be severely injured. Qianzong's eyebrows furrowed slightly as he made a decisive and merciless move. His feet moved in a disorderly manner as he continuously changed his position. He raised his sword and an extremely sharp sword glow tore apart the strong wind pressure as if it was cutting through the wind. Facing that palm, he raised his long sword and counterattacked. Wang Tianzhong revealed a grim smile. His opponent's sword was just an ordinary sword. Moreover, his opponent's strength was not as good as his own. Moreover, he was wearing gloves that could block the sword light. Wang Tianzhong's hand didn't change, but his strength seemed to have increased by several notches. This palm strike directly knocked Qianzong to the ground, and even severely injured him. As for Qianzong's identity, Wang Tianzhong didn't care. No matter how strong Will Heavenly Palace was, it was still on the same level as Zhu Yuan's Purple Extreme Palace. As long as he did not kill this person, it would be fine. This thought flashed through Wang Tianzhong's mind. The moment the sword light approached, he suddenly clenched his 5 fingers, trying to catch Qianzong's sword. The protection of the gloves was enough to protect his hand from being injured by the sword. Coupled with his great strength, it was enough for him to hold the sword tightly. Wang Tianzhong's plan was good, but unfortunately, he underestimated Qianzong and overestimated himself. Qianzong raised his sword, but with an indescribable mystery, it avoided Wang Tianzhong's grasp. It was like a shadow in the water, making Wang Tianzhong feel that he had caught it. In fact, what he caught was just an illusion, as if it was a real illusion. It was too fast, incomparably mysterious, and exceeded everyone's expectations. The sword light arrived and slashed across Wang Tianzhong's chest, tearing open a wound. Immediately, the sword light fell and connected with each other like a chain of 9 swords. Every sword fell on Wang Tianzhong's body. It was unstoppable and extremely mysterious. It felt as if it was a part of nature. Wang Tianzhong only felt that no matter how he attacked, he could not catch the sword light, nor could he resist it. He could only howl. The sword light paused for a moment before disappearing completely. Wang Tianzhong's body was now covered with many wounds, all of which spurted out blood. Retreat, retreat, retreat. As the blood spurted out, Wang Tianzhong felt his strength draining away. If he still had his cultivation, this kind of injury wouldn't be a problem at all. He could easily recover and there wouldn't be any impact. However, his current body was at the level of an ordinary person. Even if he was born with divine strength, he still couldn't break away from the level of an ordinary person's body. Wang Tianzhong's expression changed greatly. He hurriedly retreated far away from Qianzong. Qianzong didn't chase after him. With this kind of injury, Wang Tianzhong had almost lost his combat ability. Another reason was that there were other people who wanted to kill him and try to seize the Tower Ascension token in his hand. For a moment, Qianzong was under great pressure. There were only 99 Tower Ascension tokens in total, but there were nearly 3,000 people fighting for them. In other words, every person who got a Tower Ascension token had to face the covetous eyes of more than 20 strong enemies on average. However, this was not the case. Some people who got the Tower Ascension token faced fewer strong enemies, while some faced more enemies. 3 figures attacked together. They were from the same force, and their target was Qinzong. These 3 people were holding long sabers. They raised them and slashed down together. The saber radiance cut through the air and directly cut off Qinzong's escape. He could only face the attack head-on or retreat. However, the saber radiance was dazzling and the saber pressure was amazing. It was so terrifying that it made people lose the courage to fight and involuntarily want to retreat. However, there was a follow-up change. If Qinzong retreated, he would immediately be attracted by the aura. The saber radiance of the other party would sweep up and become more powerful and violent. Finally, it would turn into an irresistible saber storm. An ordinary person's body and strength could still release terrible lethality with the low-level martial arts that he had practiced. Qinzong narrowed his eyes slightly. His eyes flashed as if they could see through everything. He didn't retreat. Instead, he took a step forward. His long sword vibrated and made a series of pleasant buzzing sounds. A stream of light flowed on the sword. The sword radiance of this sword was dazzling. It cut through the air as if it was blocking the river and cutting through the clouds. The 3 saber pressures were broken in an instant. The saber radiance also paused. Then, there was the ear-piercing sound of the saber and sword clashing. It was as if the eardrums were being pierced. The sword radiance was like a dazzling shadow. Then, the 3 sabers flew out of the hands of the 3 people. Their wrists were bleeding. Their faces changed and they hurriedly retreated. Brilliant basic swordsmanship. The pagoda spirit stared at Qinzong in amazement. This basic swordsmanship was so brilliant that it was rare to see it even when the Great Void Holy Sect was still around. Although the Great Void Holy Sect majored in array formation and minor in weapon forging, not everyone was like this. There were a few people from the Holy Sect who majored in other things, such as swordsmanship or saber dao. Moreover, their attainments were very high and their combat power was extremely strong. No matter what, the Great Void Holy Sect was a holy land with a deep foundation. It was not difficult to cultivate some martial arts experts. However, there was no one whose basic swordsmanship was as profound as this. Of course, the pagoda spirit did not know that Qinzong started from nothing. At the beginning, he was only able to cultivate basic swordsmanship. Moreover, he had never given up on it. As for the other cultivators in the void, although they also started from basic swordsmanship, their basic swordsmanship was quickly replaced by more advanced swordsmanship because their cultivation level increased faster. At that time, their main focus would be on the more advanced swordsmanship. Even after they had obtained the martial arts of the divine powers, they would focus on the divine powers. Everyone's cultivation time was limited. Their energy was also limited. Of course, they had to allocate it appropriately. After severely injuring Wang Tianzhong and repelling the 3 sabersmen, Qinzong turned around. The sword radiance was like a thunderbolt that split the sky. The sword pierced through and directly pierced the long spear that was coming from behind him. The body of the long spear trembled and rolled up layers of spear shadows. It was like a flower that was blooming, making it impossible to tell where it would eventually stab. It was an extremely advanced spear technique. However, Qinzong's sword pierced through in a straight line. There was no forced movement. There was only a kind of determination, a determination that could cut through all obstacles. No matter how you change, I will only break it with one sword. This sword seemed to have the help of the gods. The sword radiance was about to strike. The spear flower paused, as if it had been pierced through the stamen of a flower. It exploded into pieces. Immediately after, the moment the body of the spear and the sword came into contact, the sword trembled slightly. The trembling body of the spear was directly broken. The sword radiance seemed to carry Qinzong's body. It was as if he and the sword were one. It was as if they had become one. In the blink of an eye, the sword had already arrived. It was as fast as lightning. The person holding the spear did not hesitate to turn around and sweep the body of the spear. However, he was still a little too slow. His shoulder was immediately pierced through. The body of the spear also paused. The momentum of the counterattack was immediately broken by Qinzong. The sword was pulled out. Blood also sprayed out like a fountain. The person holding the spear was pale. He kept retreating, not daring to attack Qianzong again. His pale face was filled with horror. He was in the transcendent state. He had practiced the spear for thousands of years. Even if he had temporarily lost his cultivation and was only at the level of an ordinary person, he could still perform the mysterious and powerful spear technique with his accumulation of experience. Even if he was facing hundreds of ordinary elite soldiers, he could still kill them all. However, such a spear technique was broken and injured by the opponent's sword in just 2 or 3 moves. Qianzong did not pursue him because there were others rushing over. A kick swept up the wind and clouds, and a mighty blast came. With a solemn expression, Qianzong held the sword in his hand. His long hair fluttered. He was not afraid at all. If he could use his cultivation, he would not have the slightest ability to compete with a group of transcendent state powerhouses. However, everyone's cultivation was now restricted. They could not use it for the time being. Other than those who were born with divine strength and the foreign races, the rest of the people's innate physiques were not much different. They could only use the strength of an ordinary person and their well-honed martial arts attainments. Moreover, it was based on basic martial arts attainments. Qianzong did not have the confidence to compete with transcendent state powerhouses. After all, the transcendent state powerhouses were already stronger than his. They also had natal transcendent state powerhouses, which was even more terrifying. If they used natal transcendent state powerhouses, he would not be able to resist at all. He would be turned into ashes in an instant. However, it was different now. He was very good at using the body of an ordinary person to perform basic sword techniques. It was also close combat. Strong confidence made Qianzong's sword seem to be sharper. 1, 2, 3, no matter who it was, as long as they coveted Qianzong's tower token and tried to steal it, they were all repelled by Qianzong. With a single strike, it was as if he had the help of the gods. True disciple Chen's sword technique is indeed terrifying. Otherwise, why would he be called the unparalleled godly sword? The elders of Will Heavenly Palace were secretly shocked. At this moment, they fully realized that the unparalleled godly sword lived up to its name. This human sword technique is so profound. He must have extraordinary talent and potential. This is not a good thing for our race. A foreign race powerhouse with a lithe body like a cheetah's eyes flashed coldly. He directly repelled a human, who fell to the ground and spat out blood. Obviously, he was badly injured. He quickly rushed towards Qianzong. When human beings fought against other human beings, although they said that they would try their best, they would still try their best not to injure their vital parts. However, when non-humankind beings fought against human beings, it was different. They would directly deal heavy blows. However, even though there were only a dozen or so of them, each and every one of them had innately powerful physiques. Not only were they powerful and fast, but they also possessed astonishing explosive power. Furthermore, their defensive capabilities were also extremely terrifying. Furthermore, the human race did not all join forces, so in a short period of time, many cultivators were severely injured by the foreign races. Today, there were hundreds of known alien tribes, each with their own talents and strengths. Innately, they were incomparable to the human tribe. But among the hundreds of alien tribes, there were also differences in strength. The one attacking now was the hunting tribe, one of the top 10 alien tribes. Their talent was to transform into shadows. Although their strength was not much stronger than the human tribe, their speed was much faster and they were good at instantaneous bursts. The hunting tribe had played the role of scouts and assassins for the alien tribe alliance during the war many years ago. They had assassinated many human tribe experts. Now, the hunting tribe had their eyes on Qianzong. Their terrifying murderous intent condensed into a single point, turning into a chilling chill that made Qianzong's hair stand on end. In an instant, as the shadow approached at an astonishing speed, a cold black light burst out like broken starlight. It pierced through the air mercilessly, causing Qianzong's muscles to tighten and his hair to stand on end. The dark black light condensed into a single point, carrying an extreme murderous intent. It pierced through the air, causing Qianzong to feel like he was being penetrated. Fast, that dim light was extremely fast, as if it had transcended the limits of time and space. Of course, that speed did not transcend the limits of time and space. Even at the peak of the hunting tribe, they could not transcend the limits of time and space. It was only because their cultivation was suppressed that their thinking and other aspects were severely affected that they could not accurately perceive it. That was why they felt that this vast attack had transcended the limits of time and space. From another point of view, this attack was terrifying and difficult to dodge. It was too fast. Even if Chen Zong's control of his body had reached an astonishing level, he could not dodge it in an instant. However, Chen Zong did not think of dodging it. His eyes narrowed slightly, and there seemed to be a shadow of a sword reflected in his pupils, turning into a dazzling sword light. In the next moment, an extremely cold sword will erupted, covering a radius of several meters. The formless sword will seem to have turned into a substance, terrifying to the extreme. That dim light was cold, but Chen Zong's sword was even colder. In the previous battle, Chen Zong did not show any killing intent. But now, his opponent showed no mercy. His killing intent exploded, causing Chen Zong to show no mercy. The killing intent condensed on the sword and turned into sword light. The extremely cold sword light was like the cold sword chi from the aurora, like the thunder sword power that could split the sky. The sword vibrated rapidly along with Chen Zong's wrist. Although the sword was ordinary, its toughness and hardness were not bad. The shadow shuttled through the crowd, and the sword light pierced through the air. It was as if two enemies met on a narrow path, and the stronger one won. It was as if his essence, energy, and spirit had all merged into this sword. There were no other distracting thoughts. There was only purity, extreme purity. Under the shocking impact of the sword will, the shadow seemed to be shocked. It paused for a moment and felt an extremely cold chill invade its body. It wanted to freeze its body, and the light that was attacking also paused for a moment. This pause was the separation of life and death. The sword light rushed forward and pierced through the air. It also possessed an extremely terrifying might. After it directly shattered the dim light, it continued forward with irresistible force and swept through everything before it. Kill, the sword light disappeared, and the shadow also appeared, revealing its body. It was dark all over, as if it was wearing close-fitting night clothes. Its body muscles were streamlined, and it was incomparably strong, like a cheetah. Its hands had sharp claws that were half a foot long, which could be called a killing weapon. It was the Serene Hunting Clan. One sword kill, the sword will is amazing. The tower spirit was even more surprised. Not many people saw the scene just now. Only the tower spirit saw it clearly, not missing any details. The one-horned alien also happened to catch a glimpse of the scene. Suddenly, his face changed, and his eyes turned red. A terrifying killing intent overflowed. Human, you're going to die. With a loud roar, the one-horned alien suddenly rushed forward. Chen Zong only felt an even more terrifying killing intent. His whole body trembled, and his hair stood on end. It's time to enter the next round. A voice resounded. Immediately after, the 99 people who held the tower tokens in their hands froze. None of them could move. The one-horned alien who rushed towards Chen Zong had a ferocious and murderous look on his face, but his entire body seemed to be frozen. He could not move, and he could only maintain the posture of rushing forward. The others were also suppressed by a force. This force was not very strong, but because everyone had temporarily lost their cultivation, they could not resist at all. You wait. Those who did not get a tower token, leave. As the tower spirit's voice fell, numerous figures began to emit light. In the next moment, over 2,000 people disappeared one after another. In the end, only 88 people remained. Every single one of them had obtained at least one tower ascension token. Once the tower tokens were obtained, there was fighting. After a few rounds of fighting, the dust finally settled. A small number of people obtained 2 or even 3 tower tokens. However, there was no difference between getting 2 or 3 pieces and getting 1 piece. Only one person can reach the top. The afterglow of the afterglow shone again, and the tower spirit's figure appeared. 88 people, the winner will reach the top. As soon as the tower spirit finished speaking, layers of light lit up. Layer by layer, it continued to rise until it reached the top. In an instant, the tower was divided into layers. The middle was empty, and only the 4 sides were clearly separated. The first layer had 88 rooms, the second layer had 44 rooms, the third layer had 22 rooms, the fourth layer had 11 rooms, and so on. The higher one went, the fewer rooms there were. On the first floor, the 88 people who had obtained the tower tokens were all forced into the small room under the influence of a force. Seeing this, Xianxia immediately understood what was going to happen next. Fight, a one-on-one battle, a battle to determine the winner, and even a battle of life and death. In an instant, Xianxia felt his blood boiling. His essence, qi, and spirit were bursting. His sword intent condensed and shot straight to the sky. Then the first battle will be between you and me. The tower spirit's gaze swept over, and then it tapped its finger lightly. Two people appeared in the empty space in the middle at the same time. The winner can ascend to the next layer. You're just a tower spirit, and you dare to tease us like this? One of them stared at the tower spirit, furious. If not for the fact that he was weak, he would definitely attack the tower spirit directly. If that's the case, you can leave. The tower spirit pointed casually. Without any hesitation, the person who spoke turned into a ray of light and flew out of the heavenly void world suppressing pagoda, appearing outside. Naturally, his opponent won and entered the second layer. Everyone was speechless at this. To be honest, the tower spirit's actions did not make people feel good. It was a bit forced. Of course, this depended on one's thoughts. If you did not care, then it did not matter. If you cared, you would feel aggrieved. The more you thought about it, the more uncomfortable you would feel. In the end, you would explode in anger. Xianxia did not care about this at all. His goal was to get one of the 3 great void divine artifacts. Because of his strength, he did not have the chance to get the great void thunderclap robe. As for the void-shattering mirror, he did not look for it because of an accident. Now, only the heavenly void world suppressing pagoda had a chance to get it. Since that was the case, Xianxia did not care about anything else. Whether it was forced or teased, in the end, he was not strong enough. If there was a sovereign here, would the tower spirit of the heavenly void world suppressing pagoda dare to make such arrangements? Since he could not resist, then he would act according to the rules. The world was like this. Either you followed the rules or you broke them. The second battle began. The previous incident made everyone know that the tower spirit was not moved by force or persuasion. It could not resist his power, so they had to follow the rules first. Fight, 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 the third battle, the fourth battle, the 10th battle was Xianxia's turn. Xianxia's opponent was a transcendent tier elite from the myriad tribulation divine flame mountain. In fact, other than Xianxia, the rest of the people who stayed were all in the transcendent tier. If they still had their cultivation, Xianxia would not have stood a chance. But now, relying on his martial arts attainments, Xianxia was not afraid. Even if he was facing a Dao master, Xianxia was not afraid at all. The outcome would only be known after the battle. You are Xianxia. Rumor has it that you have the title of unparalleled divine sword. I wonder if it is true. The elder of the myriad tribulation divine flame mountain had never seen Xianxia before. However, he had heard of Xianxia's name. After all, Xianxia had caused quite a stir in the myriad tribulation divine flame mountain. You will know after you try. Xianxia smiled and raised his long sword in front of him. It could be used to attack and defend. It was a perfect combination. For a moment, the elder of the myriad tribulation divine flame mountain did not know where to start. Take my punch. After observing for a while, the elder struck decisively. He could not delay any longer. Otherwise, it would affect his stamina. In fact, the cultivation of the myriad tribulation divine flame mountain did not pay much attention to martial arts. After all, the last thing they needed to cultivate was flames. They mainly focused on flames and the divine ability. However, even with that being the case, the power of this elder's fist was extremely astonishing. Bringing with it an intense burst of fire, the fist smashed toward Chu Feng. Xianxia did not move, but his eyes became brighter. Just as the elder's punch was about to hit him, a sword light suddenly flashed. The man and the sword became one, as if they had broken through the boundary. The sword and the fist crossed each other in an instant. Their backs faced each other, and Xianxia sheathed his sword. Good swordsmanship. You live up to your name of unparalleled divine sword. The elder of the myriad tribulation divine flame mountain did not turn his head. Instead, he said this and fell forward. A line of blood appeared on his neck. Killed with a single strike, the pupils of the others shrunk like needles. They could not see clearly at that moment. It was too terrifying. Chenzong heaved a sigh of relief. Although the elder of the myriad tribulation divine flame mountain was very powerful, it was also his best move in his current state. There were about 10 other people left. Their pupils shrunk like needles. This was especially true for the one-horned man. When he looked at Chenzong, his eyes were filled with cold killing intent. It was as if he had an irreconcilable feud with Chenzong. The elder of the myriad tribulation divine flame mountain was not really dead. After all, he was in the heavenly ethereal world suppressing pagoda and was under the control of the pagoda spirit. Although he seemed to be dead, he was just faking his death. However, he was not dead. He had lost and had to leave the pagoda. As Chenzong won, he naturally advanced to the second level. The one-horned man appeared and attacked violently with his arms. With just 3 punches, his opponent vomited blood. Even his internal organs were shattered. 44 people were defeated and 44 people were victorious. They entered the second level and began the second round of fighting. One slash, a slash infused with essence, chi, and spirit. It was a powerful slash that could kill. It was as if it had been tempered thousands of times and refined by a raging fire. As Chenzong continued to use this sword, it seemed to become purer and purer. Its sword intent became increasingly powerful and condensed. 3rd floor, 4th floor, 5th floor, the number of participants decreased. On the 4th floor, 11 of them advanced to the next floor. One of them was lucky enough to advance to the 5th floor. The remaining 10 fought with each other. 5 won and 5 lost. The winner advanced to the 5th floor. Chenzong was one of the 6. Other than him, one was an elder from the Heavenly Palace, one from the Purple Extreme Hall, and one from the Eternal Battle Fort. As for the remaining 2, they were from different races. The one-horned race was one of them. As for the myriad tribulation divine flame mountain, they stopped at the 4th floor. Of course, this didn't mean that the myriad tribulation divine flame mountain was weak. It was just that compared to other holy grounds, the myriad tribulation divine flame mountain's strength lay in its fire attribute abilities. The Heavenly Palace, on the other hand, had greater control over their martial arts and abilities. The Eternal Battle Fort was good at fighting. Naturally, their martial arts were also very important. The Purple Extreme Hall of Juyuan focused on refining their physique. They were also very good at controlling their physique. In this battle, Chenzong's opponent was an elder from the Heavenly Palace. True disciple Chen, let me experience your sword skills. The elder from the Heavenly Palace said with a smile. Please. Chenzong bowed slightly. The elder's weapon was a long saber. Death here wasn't a real death. Thus, he could use his full strength without any scruples. With a flick of his wrist, the saber light pierced through the air like a crescent moon, cold and chilling. Chenzong also flicked his wrist. The saber light pierced through the air like a bolt of lightning. The elder's saber skills were exquisite and unconstrained. The saber light's trajectory was hard to discern. For a moment, he was on par with Chenzong. After a brief moment, both sides retreated as if they had a tacit understanding. Chenzheng's sword technique is indeed brilliant. If this continues, it will be difficult to determine the victor. The elder laughed as he raised his saber. The tip of the saber pointed at Chenzong, and an astonishing pressure of the saber spread out and pushed forward. There was a faint and astonishing momentum, and an extremely sharp breath filled the air. That was the saber will. Why don't we decide the winner with one move? All right. Chenzong responded. His feet were slightly apart, and his legs were slightly bent. He raised his sword to his eyebrows, and his heart was straight. The sword will permeated the air, as though it was everywhere. The formless sharpness of the sword will sliced through everything, tearing everything apart. In the next moment, the elder took a step forward. His blade flashed and turned into a streak of light. He charged forward like a bolt of lightning that tore through the darkness. He was extremely fast and powerful. Qianzong also took a step forward. His sword light broke through the air, and all the sword will was contained within it. It turned into a streak of flowing light in the sky, traversing the void. The saber and the sword crossed each other in an instant. Both sides stood with their backs facing each other, motionless. After 3 breaths, a trace of blood appeared on the elder's neck, slowly seeping out. Qianzong, on the other hand, was unscathed. "I'm injured." The elder of the Heavenly Palace wiped the blood from his neck and side. Then, he turned around and smiled at Qianzong. "Qianzhen, it's up to you now." After saying that, the elder directly admitted defeat. His saber technique was very powerful because he was a saber cultivator. However, his saber technique was still inferior to Qianzong's sword technique. Qianzong won and entered the 6th floor. In the next 2 battles, the one-horned man defeated Zhu Yuan and the elder of the Purple Extreme Palace. The elder of the Eternal Battle Fort defeated the other alien and entered the 6th floor. "Only the 3 of you are left, but only one can reach the top." The tower spirit landed and said with a smile that was not a smile. He glanced at the 3 of them. Then, he pointed at the elder of the Eternal Battle Fort. Then, the other finger moved back and forth between Qianzong and the one-horned man. In the end, the finger pointed at the one-horned man. The one-horned man grinned, his face ferocious. On the other hand, the elder of the Eternal Battle Fort looked solemn. The one-horned man's innate strength was astonishing and his explosive power was terrifying. It was not good to face him directly. Otherwise, he would be the one to die. "Fight!" An astonishing fighting spirit burst out from the elder of the Eternal Battle Fort, soaring to the sky. The Eternal Battle Fort's warriors spent their lives fighting. When they were under the spirit realm, they had to cultivate unceasingly to nurture their fighting will. Often, they had to fight. After they had broken through the spirit realm, they would take a short rest and then enter the North Battlefront to experience the deadly battle against the barbarian tribe, which would transform their fighting will. The more the warriors of the Eternal Battle Fort fought, the stronger their fighting spirit became. The stronger the fighting spirit, the greater the combat power they could unleash. The one-horned man grinned ferociously. He charged forward like a violent bear but with the astonishing speed of a cheetah. The combination of strength and speed created a terrifying pressure. The elder of the Eternal Battle Fort slightly raised his eyebrows. Then, he took a step forward and dashed forward. It seemed that he wanted to face the one-horned man head-on. The one-horned man also realized this. His face became more ferocious and ferocious. His previous opponents were all blown up by him. He was brutal. Thunderous booms rang out continuously. The arms of the one-horned alien swelled up as he punched out continuously. His speed became faster and faster, creating an extremely violent storm of fist energy that pushed forward. It was as if he could shatter everything in front of him. Qianzong gazed. He was sure that if the elder of the Eternal Battle Fort was hit, he would die without a doubt. He might even explode. At the moment when they were about to collide, the elder of the Eternal Battle Fort moved his body. He performed an astonishing footwork to avoid the storm of fist power of the one-horned man. Then, he turned his body sideways and lashed out with his leg, which was as powerful as a whip that could break a mountain. This kick contained all his strength. It was as vast as wind and thunder, and its momentum was shocking to the extreme. If he was kicked, even with the powerful body of the one-horned alien, he would not be able to withstand it and would be heavily injured. It was even to the extent that his neck would be directly broken. The one-horned man had rich fighting experience. He immediately raised his arm to block the kick. At the same time, he twisted his arm and grabbed the leg of the elder of the Eternal Battle Fort. He grabbed the leg tightly as if he wanted to crush it. Enduring the pain, the elder of the Eternal Battle Fort also used all of his strength to kick the one-horned man's head. Tragic, extremely tragic. The one-horned man's head was heavily injured. However, the elder of the Eternal Battle Fort was also grabbed by the leg and smashed to the ground. He was violently smashed to death. Blood splashed everywhere as the elder of the Eternal Battle Fort was thrown to the side. The one-horned man roared with blood all over his head. The last battle was between Qianzong and the one-horned man. The one-horned man's injuries were completely healed. His strength was also fully recovered. Human, you are dead. The one-horned man's eyes were filled with ferocious killing intent. It was as if he wanted to destroy Qianzong. However, Qianzong's expression did not change. He held his sword in his hand and sword intent filled the area. His eyes shone with cold light. This was the last battle. The outcome of this battle was related to the ownership of the heavenly void world suppressing pagoda. If he lost, the heavenly void world suppressing pagoda would be taken away by the alien race. This was not a good thing for the human race. No matter what, even if I can't get the heavenly void world suppressing pagoda, I will not allow the alien race to take it away. Qianzong thought to himself. Even though the alien race lived in the outer space and lived peacefully with the human race, no one could guarantee when the alien race would come back and attack the outer space again. The so-called contract was just a restriction. It was a restriction that could be broken. The power of the heavenly void world suppressing pagoda was extraordinary. If it was taken away by the alien race and they attacked again in the future, the heavenly void world suppressing pagoda would kill many human experts. Therefore, Qianzong had a great reason to win. The first reason was that the heavenly void world suppressing pagoda belonged to the human race. He would not allow the alien race to take it away. The second reason was that the heavenly void world suppressing pagoda was related to his Taoist assessment. It was very important. His belief became stronger and stronger. There seemed to be an indescribable power spreading from Qianzong's heart. He had a feeling that he was going to break through the limit. Qianzong only felt that his sword intent seemed to have strengthened a little out of nowhere. This kind of strength made Qianzong somewhat confused. He vaguely guessed, but he did not have many clues. Moreover, he was facing a strong enemy now. He did not have the Heart Sutra to use, so he could not be distracted. The one-horned alien race was very strong. At the same time, the one-horned alien race was also very afraid of Qianzong. Although the latter's physique was not as strong as his sword technique was very terrifying. That sword was incomparably sharp. Even though the one-horned alien race's physique was strong and his defense was amazing, he was not confident that he could block Qianzong's sword. Qianzong also knew very well that his physique could not block a single punch from the alien race. It was enough to blow him up. Therefore, this battle was extremely dangerous. If he was not careful, he would die. Although it would not be a real death, he would lose the qualification to reach the top. The heavenly void world suppressing pagoda would also be taken away by the alien race. One sword. I will kill this alien race with one sword. Qianzong thought to himself. His belief became stronger, his killing intent became stronger, and his sword intent became more condensed. If he was caught in a protracted battle, it would be very disadvantageous for him. After all, the innate physique of the human race could not be compared to that of the alien race. Therefore, he put all his strength into one sword. He gambled on this one sword, a sword that carried the belief of killing. His eyes became more and more focused. It was as if all the sharpness in his eyes was gathering in one point, an extreme point. The one-horned alien race's pupils contracted. He faintly felt a tingling sensation all over his body. He was very frightened. Suddenly, the one-horned alien race roared. His strength completely erupted. His originally huge body seemed to have swelled up again. He became more and more terrifying, and the fierce power he emitted became more and more shocking. His feet stomped on the ground like a violent giant bear, but with the speed of a cheetah, he charged forward. His thick arms suddenly clenched into fists and continuously blasted out, turning into fist shadows that covered the sky, enveloping all directions. An extremely violent storm of fist energy was swept out, destroying everything in its path. Qianzong's eyes became brighter and brighter. In the end, it was as if the sun had been absorbed into them. They shone so brightly that it was difficult to look at them directly. With a flash of sword light, it was like a stream of light in the sky, like lightning, like a shooting star. The one-horned man fell forward, and Qianzong's left arm was shattered. Both sides were injured, however, Qianzong won. The one-horned man's body turned into light and disappeared into the heavenly void world suppressing pagoda, leaving only Qianzong. Are you a disciple of the heavenly will palace? The pagoda spirit appeared in front of Qianzong, looking interested. It sized up Qianzong as if it wanted to see through him. At the same time, it waved its hand, and Shenzong's shattered left arm instantly recovered. The pain disappeared without a trace. Yes. Facing the pagoda spirit, Shenzong was not afraid. He replied calmly, "Now I've reached the top." "That's right. You can take the heavenly void world suppressing pagoda away." The pagoda spirit smiled. "Be prepared. There are many people waiting for you outside the pagoda." Shenzong frowned slightly. If he obtained the heavenly void world suppressing pagoda, it would definitely attract others to fight for it. In the pagoda, everyone's cultivation was suppressed. They could only use their basic physical strength to perform basic martial arts. He was not afraid of anyone. However, if his cultivation was restored, he would not be a match for a transcendent powerhouse. However, since the heavenly void world suppressing pagoda was going to fall into his hands, he could not let it slip away. "Can I control the power of the heavenly void world suppressing pagoda?" Shenzong asked. If he could control it, then the heavenly void world suppressing pagoda could release its power to suppress others. He could even absorb them into the heavenly void world suppressing pagoda and completely suppress them. If that was the case, he had even less to fear. With your ability, you can only use the first level of the heavenly void world suppressing pagoda's power. The pagoda spirit smiled. The heavenly void world suppressing pagoda's damage was not serious. It could only be considered a minor injury. If he wanted to completely use its power, he had to refine it. Moreover, he had to at least have the power of a transcendent. Shenzong was only at the early stage of the Yuan underworld realm. He could only use the first level's power if the pagoda spirit was willing to cooperate. "Then, I will now give you the initial control of the heavenly void world suppressing pagoda." The pagoda spirit pointed its finger, and the light fell on Shenzong's body. In an instant, Shenzong felt that there was an unclear connection between him and the heavenly void world suppressing pagoda. "Now, it's up to you. If you can't defend it, the heavenly void world suppressing pagoda will be taken away." After saying that, Shenzong felt that the pagoda spirit in front of him seemed to be retreating continuously. However, the pagoda spirit did not move. It was him who was retreating. He was leaving the heavenly void world suppression pagoda. Shenzong saw one figure after another. When they saw him, their eyes lit up, and they rushed over at high speed. An extremely powerful aura spread out and kept attacking Shenzong as if it was going to destroy him. Shenzong felt like he was in the teeth of the storm. The elders of the Heavenly Palace rushed to Shenzong's side as fast as they could, protecting Shenzong as they released their powerful aura. "Retreat. If you go any further, you will be making an enemy out of the Heavenly Palace. Think about the consequences." One of the elders ignited his heart fire, and layers of illusory flames burned on his body, stacking on top of each other. His aura grew stronger and stronger. 20 layers of flames burned, proving that this elder had cultivated the 33-layered heavens of will to the 20th layer. The elder's outburst and words had indeed shocked the group of people. The Heavenly Palace was the leader of the 4 great sacred grounds. If they continued to fight for the heavenly void world suppression pagoda, they would definitely provoke the Heavenly Palace. However, not all factions were afraid of the Heavenly Palace. For example, the other races, the Myriad Tribulation God Flame Mountain, and the Purple Extreme Hall of Juyuan. In an instant, the people of the Heavenly Palace were surrounded. The aura of the transcendent realm surged like waves of destruction, terrifying to the extreme. In comparison, the Heavenly Palace did not have any advantage. "Brat, hand over the heavenly void world suppression pagoda." Wang Tianzhong's body was as sturdy as an iron tower. After his cultivation recovered, his terrifying aura surged out in all directions, as if it could shatter mountains. "The Heavenly Palace better hand over the heavenly void world suppression pagoda. Otherwise, you will have to bear the consequences." One of the elders from the Myriad Tribulation God Flame Mountain was burning with black flames. He looked like a god of fire that wanted to incinerate everything in the world. Under the lead of the one-horned man, more than a dozen other races glared at the Heavenly Palace. Terrifying killing intent filled the air as they charged forward. The other factions and rogue cultivators did not dare to get close. This was clearly a clash between the great sacred grounds. If they tried to interfere, they would only be courting death. In an instant, the faces of the heavenly palace turned cold as the pressure on them increased. In an instant, a sudden change occurred. Waves of tyrannical battle intent surged into the sky, aiding the heavenly palace in resisting the other faction's experts. Eternal Battle Fort, what is the meaning of this? Wang Tianzhong of the Purple Extreme Hall of the Juyuan Purple Extreme Hall said angrily. He had failed in his attempt to snatch Qianzong's tower token in the Sky Void World suppressing pagoda. Instead, he had been repeatedly injured by Qianzong's sword. A dignified divine power perfection divine body echelon powerhouse had actually been injured by a Yuan underworld junior. Qianzong can be considered half a disciple of the Eternal Battle Fort. An elder of the Eternal Battle Fort said unhurriedly. His tone contained a terrifying power. Qianzong had once obtained the Eternal World Token and entered the Eternal Battle Fort. He had also cultivated the Eternal Battle Fort's martial arts. Although Qianzong had become a disciple of the Heavenly Palace in the end, he had not joined the Eternal Battle Fort. Of course, it was also because of Qianzong's outstanding performance. The Eternal Battle Fort had spread its net far and wide. Many people had obtained the token, but only a portion of them had joined the Eternal Battle Fort in the end. As for those who had not joined the Eternal Battle Fort in the end, the Eternal Battle Fort would not pay any attention to them. After all, there were so many people and the Eternal Battle Fort was not idle. However, Qianzong was very outstanding and talented. They already knew about the unparalleled Divine Sword title and had witnessed the amazing swordsmanship Qianzong had displayed in the Heavenly Void World Suppression Pagoda. In the future, Qianzong would definitely become a sword Dao powerhouse. Such a person with amazing talent and boundless potential was definitely worth investing in. When the Heavenly Palace and the Eternal Battle Fort joined forces, the innumerable Tribulation Divine Flame Mountain and the Purple Extreme Hall of Juyuan were immediately apprehensive. Human powerhouses would not be easy to deal with if they could use their cultivation base. Although the foreign races wanted to obtain the Heavenly Void World Suppression Pagoda, they did not dare act rashly given the current situation. As if they had a tacit understanding, the innumerable Tribulation Divine Flame Mountain and the Purple Extreme Hall of Juyuan's elders took the opportunity to attack. When the battle began, the Heavenly Palace's elders protected Qianzong firmly and were at a disadvantage. Although the Eternal Battle Fort's elders were strong, they were also suppressed by the many strong enemies. Suppress. A small black pagoda appeared in Qianzong's left hand. He softly spat out a single word. It was like the sound of the heavens. In an instant, a tyrannical wave rushed out from the small black pagoda and flew out. When Qianzong had taken the Heavenly Void World Suppression Pagoda, the suppressive force had disappeared. But now, the suppressive force had reappeared. In an instant, darkness enveloped the area and everyone was suppressed. However, the Heavenly Palace and the Eternal Battle Fort were not affected. Retreat. Without hesitation, the innumerable Tribulation Divine Flame Mountain and the Purple Extreme Hall of Juyuan retreated. Under such suppression, they could still use their cultivation base, but because of the disturbance, they could not use their full strength. They could only use about 50% of their strength. With such strength, he immediately fell into a disadvantageous position. On the contrary, they could feel that the auras of the Heavenly Palace and Eternal Battle Fort were stable. It was as if one was losing strength while the other was gaining strength. Who asked you to be so arrogant? The elders from the Heavenly Palace and Eternal Battle Fort retaliated. Pressure, pressure, and battle prowess. Mother * cur, I'll kill you all. An elder of the Eternal Battle Fort cursed continuously. Just now, he had been suppressed miserably. Now, he could finally fight back. For a time, the myriad Tribulation Divine Flame Mountain, Juyuan's Purple Extreme Palace, and the dozen or so members of the foreign races were thrown into chaos. Of course, it was not that easy to kill them. Moreover, the myriad Tribulation Divine Flame Mountain, Juyuan Purple Extreme Palace, and the dozen or so foreign tribesmen were not stupid. They knew that their strength would be affected, so they would not fight. Instead, they kept retreating, trying to get out of the range of the Heavenly Void World Suppressing Pagoda. Qianzong's ability was limited. The Heavenly Void World Suppressing Pagoda's first layer of suppression could only cover a radius of 10,000 meters. It was incomparable to the previous layer of suppression that covered the entire wasteland. True disciple Chen, since the heavenly void world suppressing pagoda is in our hands, why don't we leave now? An elder of the Will Heavenly Palace said to Chen Zong. The heavenly void world suppressing pagoda was the first of the three great void divine tools. It was a strategic tool with astonishing power. Its value was immeasurable. It was much better than the void-shattering mirror and the great void thunderous robe. After all, the Will Heavenly Palace also had offensive divine tools like the void-shattering mirror. However, they did not have something like the heavenly void world suppressing pagoda. Chen Zong quickly thought about it. According to Chen Zong's plan, he wanted to continue staying in the great void divine ruins to look for opportunities. However, the situation was different now. With the heavenly void world suppressing pagoda, he had become the target of many people. Even if he gave the heavenly void world suppressing pagoda to the elders of the Will Heavenly Palace and let them take it away, it would be very disadvantageous for him to stay. At the very least, many people would target him. Everything was related to his lack of battle strength. Elders, before we leave, I still need to take a look at a few ruins. Chen Zong said. Okay. The elders immediately agreed and escorted Chen Zong. With their escort and the heavenly void world suppressing pagoda in his hands, once it was activated, it could suppress 10,000 meters. Others would not be able to do anything to Chen Zong. Those ruins were the ruins where the Array Dao Pagoda and the Weapon Dao Pagoda existed. Chen Zong's goal was to obtain the inheritance. This was beneficial for his accumulation. It was also a kind of perception that originated from the soul. In the future, it might come in handy. Array Dao, Weapon Dao, this did not mean that he would walk the path of Array Dao or Weapon Dao. After all, it would take a lot of time and energy to study it. His main cultivation was the Sword Dao. Under the protection of the elders, he flew out of the Great Void Ruins. The space-time storm outside the Great Void Ruins was still in a weakened state and had yet to recover. Not long after, Chen Zong and the others successfully rushed out of the space-time storm and did not encounter the same storm vortex that they entered. Disciple Chen used the Great Void Diversion Array Disk to return. One of the elders smiled and said, "We still have to enter the Great Void Ruins to look for opportunities." The Great Void Ruins was not closed yet and they could not waste such a rare opportunity. As for Chen Zong, with the Great Void Diversion Array Disk, he could directly teleport back to the Heavenly Will Palace without their protection. Thank you, elders. Chen Zong nodded and took out the Great Void Diversion Array Disk and activated it immediately. Seeing Chen Zong disappear under the power of the Great Void Diversion Array Disk, the elders turned around and returned to the Great Void Ruins. With their cultivation and combat strength, even if they were surrounded by a few Divinity Realm cultivators, they could escape. Now that Chen Zong was gone, they could enter the Great Void Ruins and look for opportunities without worry. The power of the Great Void Diversion Array Disk was shocking. In a short time, Chen Zong crossed the Western Void and entered the Central Void. He was far away from danger and entered the black and white world. He appeared in the Great Void Diversion Array Disk of the Heavenly Will Palace. Back in the Heavenly Will Palace, Chen Zong heaved a sigh of relief. To be honest, carrying the Heavenly Void World Suppression Pagoda put a lot of pressure on him. Now that he was back in the Heavenly Will Palace, he was truly safe. Walking out of the Great Void Diversion Array Disk, Chen Zong quickly went to the Heavenly Will Palace to look for his master, the wholehearted holy man. "You're back." Seeing Chen Zong, the wholehearted holy man smiled. "Master, I didn't let you down." Chen Zong smiled. The wholehearted holy man's eyes lit up. "Good." The wholehearted holy man could not help but be excited. "Take it out and let me see what divine item you have." Chen Zong opened his palm, and a small black tower appeared in his hand, emitting a unique aura. "This is..." The single-hearted holy man's pupils contracted to the size of needles. A tower-shaped divine item. Could it be the Heavenly Virtual World Suppressing Pagoda, one of the three divine items of the Great Void? The three Great Void artifacts were the Void-Breaking Mirror, the Great Void Thunderous Robe, and the Heavenly Void World Suppressing Pagoda. The three divine tools stood side by side. However, the value of each of them was publicly acknowledged. The most precious item was naturally the Heavenly Void World Suppressing Pagoda, followed by the Void Shocking Robe, and then the Void Shattering Mirror. When the Great Void Immortal Ruins opened, the Will Heavenly Palace gave Chenzong the Taoist assessment mission to bring back one of the three Great Void Divine Treasures, even the Void-Shattering Mirror. He never expected that Chenzong would bring back the Heavenly Void World-Suppressing Pagoda. One could imagine how difficult it was. The wholehearted Tao Sovereign immediately brought Chenzong to see the Sovereign Lord of the Will Heavenly Palace. The Sovereign Lord also summoned the other Tao Sovereigns. It is indeed the Heavenly Void World-Suppressing Pagoda. Yes, this is the Heavenly Void World-Suppressing Pagoda, one of the three Great Void Divine Treasures. The pagoda is damaged, but it is not serious. It can be repaired. The Tao Sovereigns inspected the pagoda and were very satisfied. As for the pagoda spirit, it did not make a sound. It did not act like it did in the Great Void Immortal Ruins. It could not be helped. The people around it were at least Tao Sovereigns. They were not people it could deal with. When it activated its power, the Heavenly Void World-Suppressing Pagoda could deal with Transcendent Realm cultivators. However, it could not do anything to Tao Sovereigns. Therefore, the pagoda spirit was very low-key and obedient. Since Chenzong has brought back the Heavenly Void World-Suppressing Pagoda, he has completed the Taoist assessment mission. I hereby announce that from now on, Chenzong is the third Taoist of the Will Heavenly Palace, the Sovereign Lord said. The single-hearted holy man could not stop smiling. The single-hearted holy man has struck gold. Isn't that so? The first and third Taoists are his disciples. The other Tao Sovereigns teased him, but their words were full of envy. They could not help but be envious. Including the new Taoist Chenzong, there were three Taoists in the Will Heavenly Palace. Two of them belonged to the Single-Hearted Palace. The eldest disciple of the Single-Hearted Palace, the first true disciple of the Single-Hearted Palace, North Tao Sirius Luo Beichuan, was the first Taoist of the Will Heavenly Palace. The second Taoist belonged to the Will Heavenly Palace. The third Taoist, Chenzong, was still the Single-Hearted Palace. The Tao Sovereigns of the other palaces were naturally envious. Why was it that none of their disciples could become Taoists? Of course, although they were envious, they were not jealous. They were just happy and could not help but tease the single-hearted holy man. The single-hearted holy man did not care about the teasing. He was very happy and excited. Compared to the other four palaces, the single-hearted palace was still very young. After all, it had been established for a long time. Moreover, the Heart Sutra was difficult to cultivate and pass down. Hence, the single-hearted palace only had 6 people. The single-hearted holy man was the master and the other 5 were his disciples. Compared to the other 4 palaces, the overall strength of the single-hearted palace was actually the weakest. This was because the single-hearted palace did not have an overlord and only had one Tao sovereign. The combined strength of the other 4 palaces was much stronger than that of the single-hearted palace. However, the single-hearted holy man was the most powerful Tao sovereign in the Will Heavenly Palace. The first disciple of the single-hearted palace, Luo Beichuan, was the first Taoist of the Will Heavenly Palace. The third Taoist was the 5th disciple of the single-hearted palace, the unparalleled sword god Chenzong. Limitless glory. With such a disciple, what more could I ask for? The single-hearted holy man was very excited. Soon, the news of Chenzong becoming the third Taoist was announced. Everyone in the Will Heavenly Palace knew about it, except for those who were still in the Great Void Immortal Ruins or those who were in danger zones who did not receive the news. Taoist, this was a form of address and representation of a powerful force. Those who were not powerful enough did not have the position of Taoist. It was the symbol of a powerful force. In the current void, only a few powerful forces had the position of Taoist. Naturally, the 4 great sanctuaries had it. The announcement of a Taoist was a huge matter. No matter which powerful force it would be announced to the entire void. Of course, it was a bit of an exaggeration to say that the entire void knew about it. Normally, only the powerful forces would know about it, which was the star sector level forces. Forces below the star sector level were not qualified to know about it. Just like the Yuan sect in the Eastern Void Yuan galaxy. They knew about the Will Heavenly Palace, but they did not know about the structure of the Will Heavenly Palace. As for the announcement of a Taoist, the Will Heavenly Palace would not only announce it, but also invite the powerful forces to participate. This required some preparation and was not easy. The single-hearted holy man left with Chenzong. However, he did not bring Chenzong back to the Will Heavenly Palace. Instead, he brought Chenzong deeper into the Will Heavenly Palace. Chenzong did not know what was going on. The single-hearted holy man did not explain and just went deeper into the Will Heavenly Palace. However, one could see that as they went deeper, the single-hearted holy man's face became more solemn. There was a hint of solemnity. Finally, the single-hearted holy man stopped. In front of him was a door. It was a very simple door. There were countless pictures on the door, as if there were countless figures inside. Some were standing in the void, some were leaping, and some were sitting cross-legged. There were all kinds of postures. It looked messy, but they were all vivid and lifelike. Staring at the silhouettes on the door, Chenzong felt his vision flicker as if those silhouettes had come to life. Chenzong was secretly startled, but in the next breath, he returned to normal. Chenzong, this is the tomb of the gods, the single-hearted holy man said, his voice extremely serious. Tomb of the gods? Chenzong did not understand. It sounded easy to understand. The tomb of the gods. However, were there really gods in this world? The imminent god realm was a realm of cultivators. In the eyes of mortals, they were like gods. However, for imminent god realm warriors, other imminent god realm warriors were not gods. Even the dominator realm warriors were just cultivators. They had nothing to do with gods. What was the tomb of the gods? The gods in the tomb of the gods were left behind by the ancestors of the Will Heavenly Palace. The single-hearted holy man seemed to see Chenzong's confusion and continued to explain, after the ancestors of the Will Heavenly Palace reached the level of Tao Master, if they died, they would be buried in the tomb of the gods if they could be found. Their spirit and mind would combine and become gods. Any Heavenly Palace Tao disciple can enter the tomb of the gods and find a god to protect himself. This is the earliest rule passed down from the Will Heavenly Palace. It is the protection of the ancestors for the juniors. The single-hearted holy man said solemnly, when I open the door to the tomb of the gods, you can enter. When the time comes, whether you can find a god to protect yourself will depend on your ability. Tao disciple, you only have one chance to enter for free. If you can't find a god to protect you, you will have to spend a lot of merit points to enter again, the single-hearted holy man said solemnly. It wasn't easy to enter the tomb of the gods. One had to make a huge contribution to the Will Heavenly Palace or have a lot of merit points. A lot of merit points wasn't a joke. A Yuan underworld cultivator might not be able to earn enough merit points even if they spent thousands of years earning them. Furthermore, it was still unknown whether one could gain the recognition of the gods after entering the tomb of the gods. It could be said that most people who made a huge contribution or spent a lot of merit points to enter the tomb of the gods would return empty-handed. Only a few people would gain the recognition and protection of the gods. The chances of gaining the recognition and protection of the gods were too low. Therefore, even people who earned a lot of merit points wouldn't keep them. Instead, they would use them at appropriate times to improve themselves. It was impossible to keep them all the time. If they were killed because they were too weak, a lot of merit points would be wasted. The single-hearted holy man formed a seal with his hands and formed a series of seals that landed on the ancient and mysterious door of the tomb of the gods. Suddenly, the figures on the door seemed to come alive. Their eyes lit up one after another as if divine light was being emitted. Chenzong was secretly startled. In that instant, he actually felt as if he had been seen through. It was as if his entire spirit had been seen through. However, that feeling also felt like an illusion. In the next moment, there was a creaking sound as the door slowly opened. Chenzong's eyes narrowed as he stared. He felt as if a new world was opening up before him. The tomb of the gods. When the ancient door of the tomb of the gods was opened, there was a dark world behind the door, as if it led to the abyss. He couldn't see through it or feel it. Go in, wholehearted holy master said to Chenzong. Nodding, Chenzong took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He stepped into the door of the tomb of the gods like water in an ancient well. When Chenzong stepped into the darkness, he had a wonderful feeling. It was as if he had left the original world and entered another one. The tomb of the gods was indeed like another world. The sky was dark, the earth was dark, and the air was still. At first glance, there was a kind of emptiness and nothingness. Desolate, cold, gloomy, it was as if it was a world of the dead. Living creatures were not allowed to enter, and there was a sense of incompatibility. Huge mausoleums were located on the gloomy earth. Each mausoleum looked huge and majestic, standing on the vast earth like a mountain. Each mausoleum had a different appearance. Some of the mausoleums were like giant towers, some were like palaces, some were like giant turtles, and some were suspended in the air. Every mausoleum was emitting a desolate and deathly still aura. After careful observation, Qianzong also noticed the difference. Some of the mausoleums had a flame burning on them, but some had no flame burning on them. A mausoleum without a flame meant that the god inside was gone, which meant that it had been taken by someone else. A mausoleum with a flame meant that there was a god inside. If there was a god, Qianzong could get the god's approval and protection. As for how to get the god's approval and protection, Qianzong didn't know. His master, wholehearted holy master, didn't teach him in detail. He only said that when he saw a mausoleum with a flame, he had to step into it and calm his mind to sense it. Maybe this was the way to get the god's approval. Qianzong didn't know anything about the gods. He only heard about it from his master, so he didn't know how to choose. However, getting the god's approval and protection was a good thing. So, let's get started. The flames on the closest mausoleum had already been extinguished, which meant that the deities were no longer there. They could only go deeper. The conditions for the formation of a deity were very strict. First of all, it had to be at least at the Tao sovereign level, or even at the sovereign level. Secondly, the body would perish. There was no cure, but the soul would not completely scatter. Furthermore, if one were to die, they would have to return to the heavenly palace of will in the shortest amount of time possible and send them into the tomb of gods. Then, they would have to build a tomb and place their bodies inside. The tomb and the tomb of gods would slowly transform their bodies and Xianxia into a godly spirit. All in all, it was very strange and very special. Qianzong did not know the secret behind it. The only thing he knew was that these cultivators who had become gods had done it willingly. After becoming gods, they recognized the juniors of the heavenly palace and protected them with their last bit of strength. Qianzong slowly walked inside with a solemn and dignified attitude. Standing in the tomb of gods, Qianzong looked around. There were mausoleums everywhere, although they were far from each other. Following his master's instructions, Qianzong closed his eyes and adjusted his state of mind, eliminating all distracting thoughts. He calmed his mind and focused on the 33 layers heaven technique. 33 layers heaven technique was the mainstream technique of the heavenly palace of will. It was also a symbolic technique. Everyone in the heavenly palace of will would cultivate it. The aura of the 33 layers heaven technique slowly spread out. Then, it spread to the surroundings. At first, it was faint, but gradually grew stronger. Finally, it became strong. Qianzong's body seemed to be burning with flames, as if he had activated the heart flame divine ability. Obtaining the recognition and protection of the gods was difficult, but it was also easy to say that it was easy. It was just a matter of calming one's mind and focusing on the technique. The aura gradually grew stronger, as if it had turned into a gust of wind. It drifted in the silent tomb of gods, sweeping in all directions. As Qianzong's aura continued to spread, it grew stronger and stronger. The burning mausoleums seemed to feel it. They gradually swayed as if they were being blown by the wind. Slowly, the swaying of the flames became more obvious and more intense. They continued to burn, becoming more and more vigorous. 1 flower, 2 flowers, 3 flowers, 4 flowers, 5 flowers. As the 5 flames burned, gradually, a sound rang out from within the mausoleum. From the sound of it, it seemed to be the sound of chains shaking. Within the 5 burning mausoleums, ancient bronze coffins slowly rose up, floating in the air above the mausoleums. Qianzong opened his eyes and looked at the 5 ancient bronze coffins floating in the air. Chains formed by the power of the Great Path firmly locked the coffins. The other end of the chains extended into the mausoleums. The burning flame flew up and immediately entered the ancient bronze coffin. Numerous sounds also sounded from within the ancient bronze coffin. It was as if something was awakening within the ancient bronze coffin and was about to break out of the coffin. Strands of aura also spread out from the ancient bronze coffin. Soon after, Qianzong felt as though he could see the ancient times. Numerous illusory figures stepped out from the ancient bronze coffin, and the void was as flat as the ground. The 5 figures were all different. Although their faces were blurry, one could vaguely make out the appearance of an old man, a middle-aged man, a woman and a young man. Each of the 5 figures was covered in layers of halos that seemed like blazing halos. It was as if a divine radiance had enveloped them. It was as if a god had descended and was filled with an ancient and sacred aura. You were only at the initial level of the Yuan underworld realm, yet you were able to cultivate to the 11th level of the 33 levels of intent and forge 11 heart palaces. Not bad. The old man seemed to be smiling. In all fairness, forging 11 heart palaces at the initial level of the Yuan underworld realm was very shocking. The 33 levels of intent could forge 33 heart palaces. 11 heart palaces was 1/3 of the total. There were 5 levels in the spirit ascension realm. On average, it was equivalent to forging 6 to 7 heart palaces per level. In other words, at the limit of the Tao controlling realm, an ordinary disciple of the intent sky palace could forge 6 heart palaces. The better ones could forge 7 heart palaces. Geniuses could forge 8 heart palaces, but that was only 8. After breaking through to the initial level of the Yuan underworld realm, forging 8 or 9 heart palaces was considered a pretty good standard. If one could forge 10 heart palaces at the initial level of the Yuan underworld realm, it would be extremely shocking. Chen Zong had forged 11 heart palaces and was in the process of forging the 12th heart palace. This surpassed many geniuses of the intent sky palace. The 5 figures were all astonished. After becoming a god, one didn't lose all their memories or consciousness. They would still possess intelligence. Their intelligence would be similar to when they were alive. Every god had memories from when they were alive. They also possessed powers that they hadn't possessed when they were alive. Kid, I was the sky will wholly venerate when I was alive. I belonged to the intent palace and cultivated the 33 levels of intent to the 27th level. I am proficient in 3 types of time mystic abilities and 18 types of mysterious mystic abilities. The old man introduced himself directly, but it sounded like he was promoting himself. The other 4 figures also introduced which palace they belonged to, what Tao venerates they were, what mystic abilities they possessed, what they were proficient in, and so on. Chen Zong was a little dumbfounded and couldn't react for a moment. His master had said before that it was still unknown whether he could obtain the recognition of a god. The recognition of a god meant that the god would appear. Now, 5 gods had appeared, which meant that Chen Zong had obtained the recognition of 5 gods. Of course, Chen Zong could only choose one god and not all 5. This was the rule. Every god was ultimately formed by the spirit and mind of a different Tao venerate. They possessed the wisdom of each Tao venerate when they were alive. They were all proficient in different things and their combat strength when they were alive also differed. All in all, it was also a matter of learning how to choose. Of course, even if he made a random choice, it wouldn't be harmful to himself. It would only be beneficial. However, how to maximize the benefits to himself was a problem that had to be considered. After the 5 gods finished their self-introductions, they stared at Chen Zong, waiting for Chen Zong's choice. To be honest, gods were a kind of life extension of Tao venerates. They had been here for a long time and they also hoped to leave and go out again. However, if they didn't take a liking to someone, they wouldn't compromise. There was no doubt that Chen Zong was very outstanding, which made them very tempted. They directly recognized Chen Zong and wanted to protect Chen Zong in his cultivation. However, when gods chose people, it was also the same for people to choose gods. Chen Zong was thinking. Although he was tempted, he didn't make a choice immediately. In fact, Chen Zong wasn't very satisfied with the 5 gods. If people knew Chen Zong's thoughts, they would probably hack him to death. They wanted to be recognized by one god but couldn't. You were recognized by 5 gods and could choose one of them. What a huge difference this was, and you still had to be picky. Aura, Chen Zong had been operating the 33 heavens of the mind, constantly releasing the aura of the cultivation method. With a flash of inspiration, Chen Zong activated the aura of the sword principle. The aura of the Taichu sword energy technique and the heart sword principle also spread out, overlapping and merging with the aura of the 33 heavens of the mind. It was a seemingly illusory aura, but it was also an extremely sharp aura. This kind of sharpness could tear apart all sword shadows and penetrate all nothingness. It was as if heaven and earth, the world, and everything in the void, regardless of whether it was hard or soft, existence or nothingness, couldn't resist this sharpness from the heart. When this aura swept out, the figures of the five gods trembled while the divine radiance that suffused their bodies rippled incessantly like water. It showed that they were extremely surprised, or perhaps it should be said that they were extremely shocked. This aura was even more shocking. In an instant, more flames burned fiercely on the mausoleum. One after another, ancient bronze coffins emerged from the mausoleum and appeared above the mausoleum, releasing an ancient and sacred aura. There weren't many mausoleums in the Tomb of the Gods, only about 100 of them. After all, the number of Tao masters in the heavenly palace of Will was limited. Some of them were still alive, while others had perished. Only those who had perished could be sent into the Tomb of the Gods to build mausoleums. It was considered good to have over 100 mausoleums. Among the hundreds of mausoleums, more than half of them had not been taken away. Most people entered the Tomb of the Gods just to try their luck. It was difficult to gain the recognition of the gods, let alone take them away. The price to pay for entering the Tomb of the Gods was not small. Over time, no one dared to enter. It could be said that no one had entered the Tomb of the Gods for over 1,000 years. But 1,000 years was nothing to a Tao master. If wholehearted Tao master had entered, he would have been shocked because the gods in the mausoleums had been awakened one by one. Awakening the gods was equivalent to gaining the recognition of the gods. Usually, at this stage, one would be able to gain the protection of the gods. However, for someone like Xianxia to directly awaken all of the deities, just how shocking was this? It was a pity that no one saw it. Otherwise, even the Mind Dominator would have been shocked. After all, when the Mind Dominator entered the Tomb of the Gods, the number of gods he had awakened could not be compared to Xianxia. Of course, there were not as many gods as there were now. But more importantly, it was the degree of recognition. The first 5 gods to awaken had the fire of divine glory on them, fluctuating and growing stronger. If they could protect Xianxia, they would definitely rush over. Unfortunately, this was a process of mutual recognition. If you recognized me, I would also recognize you. Only then could they protect each other. The flames of divine splendor burning on every deity's body were different. They were different in color and aura. One by one, the gods stepped out of the void and appeared in all directions. They circled around and constantly released their auras. Some of the auras were like rippling water, some were like blazing flames, some were as gentle as the bright moon, and some were as vigorous as a mountain. Each god had mastered some of the same divine powers when they were alive. Some were different, but the great path they had comprehended was different. Xianxia sensed carefully. Based on their auras, he could sense whether or not they were compatible with him. Only when their auras were compatible would it be the most suitable. At this moment, an extremely powerful aura was awakening. Instantly, all the deities were shocked, and the divine flames on their bodies were also fluctuating. That aura carried a shocking demonic nature. As it awakened, it actually suppressed the aura of the gods, which surprised Xianxia. Soon after, Xianxia saw a black figure walking over in the air. With each step, the figure's aura grew stronger. The black figure was surrounded by a divine radiance that was black in color. It was like the fire of a fiend god, and it was extremely powerful. Clearly, it was much more powerful than the other gods. Although the faces of the other gods were blurred, Xianxia could still see the surprise and shock on their faces, as well as an emotion called fear. The godly spirits couldn't help but step back. The godly spirit burning with black divine flames stepped forward. His aura became increasingly powerful and peerless. No other godly spirit could compare to him. I am Reverend Demon Heart. The godly spirit burning with black divine flames had his hands behind his back. His black robes fluttered in the absence of wind. When he opened his mouth, his voice seemed to shake the great Tao. However, that was all. He didn't introduce himself like the other gods. However, Xianxia could feel that venerable Demon Heart's godly spirit really wanted him to choose him. In terms of aura alone, Reverend Demon Heart was the strongest. There was no doubt about that. The strength of a god's aura was closely related to their strength when they were alive. In other words, Reverend Demon Heart was the strongest when they were alive. When choosing a god to protect, the stronger the better. Chen Zong stared at Reverend Demon Heart, carefully sensing the aura between them. It was actually very harmonious. Many thanks, seniors. Chen Zong bowed respectfully to the other god spirits. Even though these people were long gone and had been replaced by god spirits, they were still members of the Heavenly Palace of Will. They had made great contributions to the Heavenly Palace of Will, and they were all worthy of Chen Zong's respect. Chen Zong then turned to Reverend Demon Heart. Senior Demon Heart, I'll have to trouble you in the future. A wise choice. Reverend Demon Heart's voice seemed to overlap, as if a Tao sovereign of the past and a god of the present were speaking at the same time. It was an indescribable feeling. Junior, what is your name? Which palace of the Heavenly Palace of Will? In reply to Senior, my name is Chen Zong, the fifth true disciple of the Heavenly Palace of Will, Chen Zong replied unhurriedly. Reverend Demon Heart paused. The Heavenly Palace of Will, this was the first time he'd heard of such a thing. When Reverend Demon Heart had died, the Heavenly Palace of Will only had 4 palaces. There was no Heavenly Palace of Will. Presumably, the Heavenly Palace of Will had been newly established. Establishing a new palace was no easy task, and it also meant that the Heavenly Palace of Will was stronger than it had been in his time. Reverend Demon Heart was happy from the bottom of his heart. I am God Demon Heart. Today, I have formed a contract with Chen Zong, the fifth true disciple of the Heavenly Palace of Will's Heavenly Palace of Will. I will be your Tao protector. Reverend Demon Heart didn't hesitate in the slightest and began to chant. This was a type of incantation that was truly recognized by a god. It contained the profound power of the great Tao. Chen Zong didn't resist in the slightest. He relaxed his body, as Heart Tao Sovereign had already told him. The chanting of Venerable Devil Heart's divine spirit became louder and louder, as if it was resonating with the power of the divine spirit tomb. Wisps of mysterious aura gathered from all directions. The aura was black, like wisps of smoke. They gathered together and condensed into black snakes that wriggled towards the tomb. Countless black serpents also condensed and turned into black flood dragons. The black flood dragons soared in the sky, constantly absorbing the black mist and evolving into black sky dragons that dominated all directions. In total, they turned into 9 black sky dragons, or black demon dragons, circling above Reverend Demon Heart. Their heads were connected, and they shuttled and intertwined with each other. Finally, they fell and shrank, turning into a strange mark that fell into Reverend Demon Heart's hand. Form. The last 2 words came out of Reverend Demon Heart's mouth, as if the oracle of an ancient god had descended. As Reverend Demon Heart pointed with his finger, the black mark that had finally condensed into a black mark shot through the air and shot toward Chen Zong's heart. Chen Zong only felt an indescribable heat, a heat that seemed to want to burn him into nothingness instantly erupted. However, before he could carefully feel that heat, it immediately turned into an indescribable chill that froze his soul. Extreme heat and extreme chill alternated. The black mark finally fell on Chen Zong's heart and turned into a brand. Chen Zong could clearly see that there was an additional black mark on his heart. It looked like it was condensed from 9 black demon dragons, but it also looked like it was condensed from hundreds of black demon serpents, and it also looked like it was condensed from countless black auras. As it crisscrossed, its trajectory had an indescribable mystery, as if it was formed by nature. Chen Zong could not see through it at all. The black mark was the mark that the god had successfully formed. It was located in his heart, turning into a brand that had merged with his mind. In the next moment, Reverend Demon Heart's body flashed and turned into a black flowing light, directly entering the black god mark on Chen Zong's heart. The moment Reverend Demon Heart entered the black god mark, Chen Zong immediately felt a powerful force constantly pouring into his mind, as if it wanted to fill and expand his mind. This was the power of the mind energy that did not belong to Xiaochen was surging out continuously, filling his heart palaces. Chen Zong's heart palace was filled with his own heart palace, while the heart palace's heart palace was filled with the heart palace's 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 heart palace. When the power of the mind from the outside stopped pouring in, Chen Zong was even more shocked. The power of the mind from the outside was as much as the power of the mind that he had. When they were connected, it turned into a sea of mind power that was constantly fluctuating. Chenzong knew that the power of the mind from the outside came from the demon heart of the god. Being recognized by a god, forming a contract with it, and being protected by it, he directly gained the power of the mind from the outside. It was a great thing. However, Chenzong still needed to think about how to use the power of the mind from the outside. In addition, this was not the only benefit of being protected by a god. Chenzong could not help but smile excitedly. Immediately, he stepped out of the god's tomb. Since he had been recognized by a god and formed a contract with it, there was no point in staying. It was better to leave as soon as possible and study it. Outside the god's tomb, wholehearted holy man was still waiting. Chenzong, do you have the protection of a god? Seeing Chenzong come out, wholehearted holy man hurriedly asked with great concern. Although he felt that with his disciple Chenzong's talent, there was a high chance that he could be recognized by a god and form a contract with it. What if something unexpected happened? Fortunately, I did not disappoint you. Chenzong smiled. Wholehearted holy man immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Which god did you get the protection of? Wholehearted holy man could not help but be curious. Master, the one I made a contract with is Demon Heart Knight's god spirit, Chenzong answered. He wanted to know more about Demon Heart Knight's background. Demon Heart. Venerable. Wholehearted holy man was slightly stunned. Immediately, he seemed to be thinking. The thinking speed of a holy man was extremely fast. Soon, wholehearted holy man figured it out. A shocked expression appeared on his face. He stared blankly at Chenzong and was momentarily speechless. Demon Heart Holy Man, or Demon Heart Holy Man, was a legend of an era. In that era, Xian Palace had not yet been built, and Xian Holy Man had not yet been born. However, Demon Heart Holy Man was already famous in the void, and was one of the strongest Dao masters. That year, the alliance of foreign tribes invaded, and the Great Void Holy Sect was the first to bear the brunt of it. Other holy lands and other forces also rushed to help, resisting the invasion of the alliance of foreign tribes, and an intense battle of life and death unfolded. That year, the Demon Heart Holy Man also made a move and rushed to the Great Void Holy Sect as reinforcements. With his combat strength at the pinnacle of the Dao Master level, he killed many foreign tribe experts. Among them, he killed no less than 10 foreign tribe experts who were at the level of Dao Master. His battle record was astonishing and he became a thorn in the flesh of the foreign tribe. The foreign tribes were beaten back, and Demon Heart Holy Man's demonic nature was even more aroused. He did not care about anything, and directly killed his way into the midst of the foreign tribes, killing even more of them. This caused a sovereign-level foreign tribe expert to chase after him for thousands of miles. In the end, Demon Heart Holy Man managed to escape from the pursuit of the sovereign-level foreign tribe expert. Of course, this was also because the sovereign-level foreign tribe expert had not yet recovered from his injuries, and could not use his full strength. However, for a Dao Master to be able to escape from a sovereign-level foreign tribe expert was already very shocking. However, his demonic nature was aroused, and he was pursued by the sovereign-level foreign tribe expert. Although he managed to escape in the end, the sovereign-level foreign tribe expert's strength was also very frightening. Demon Heart Holy Man was severely injured, and under the terrifying power of the sovereign-level foreign tribe expert, he could not get rid of the foreign force in time. By the time he returned to Xian Palace, it was already too late. The sovereign of Xian Palace used many methods, but still could not save Demon Heart Holy Man. At his own request, he was sent into the Divine Spiritual Mound, and built a mausoleum there. He became a divine spirit, and waited for an outstanding junior to enter and gain his recognition. Unfortunately, many years had passed, and Xian Palace, the fifth palace, was added, but no one could gain the recognition of Demon Heart Holy Man, and gain his protection. Until Chenzong entered. Chenzong's aura awakened the Demon Heart Holy Man and gained his recognition. Chenzong also chose the Demon Heart Holy Man and formed a contract with him. Chenzong was very impressed by the Demon Heart Holy Man's past as he listened to his master's simple explanation. He also felt lucky. He did not expect the Demon Heart Holy Man to be a top Tao Master level fighter. His combat power was extremely strong. After he became a divine spirit, he was still a very powerful existence. I've heard that the demon heart holy man's most powerful ability is to turn one's inner demons into a second spirit. The wholehearted holy man sighed. It's a pity that such a method cannot be replicated. Second mind. Shenzong was shocked when he heard that. That's right. With a second heart, not only has the power of the demon heart holy man's mind multiplied, his recovery speed has also multiplied. The single-hearted holy man said in a serious tone. There was envy in his voice. With an additional source of the power of the mind, one's own power of the mind would be multiplied. This might not be of much help to other cultivators, but to the cultivators of the Will Heavenly Palace, it was extremely beneficial. It was related to their own strength. Just the Will Heavenly Palace alone was enough. The Will Heavenly Palace consumed a lot of the power of the mind to perform the Will Heavenly Palace. If the power of the mind was not enough, it would be difficult to unleash its full power. To the cultivators of the Will Heavenly Palace, the strength of the power of the mind and the speed of recovery had a great impact on their own body. Gaining the recognition of a divine spirit, forming a contract, obtaining the protection of a divine spirit, and also obtaining the abilities of the divine spirit when he was alive. The wholehearted holy man looked at Shenzong as he spoke. The demon heart holy man was very strong when he was alive. He controlled many powers. Now that he has become a divine spirit and formed a contract with you to protect you, you will also obtain one of those powers. Yes, it might be the second heart. Shenzong said with uncertainty. Really? The wholehearted holy man was shocked. Outside my Will Heavenly Palace, there is an additional power of the mind. It is as much as my own. Shenzong explained his situation simply. It should be the second heart. The wholehearted holy man was happy for Shenzong. One must know that Shenzong's mind was much stronger than other cultivators of the same level. Otherwise, he would not have been ranked first in the Will Heavenly Palace. Now that he had a second mind, the power of his mind was multiplied, and his recovery speed was multiplied. How shocking was that? This undoubtedly increased Shenzong's ability to fight for a long time. Under proper usage, Shenzong's combat strength would be even stronger. The demon heart holy man who had just formed a contract with Shenzong would enter a state of deep sleep for a short period of time. The only thing it could do for Shenzong was to strengthen Shenzong's power of the mind. It was just like the second heart that his master, the wholehearted holy man, had mentioned. The rest of the help could only be shown when the demon heart holy man awakened. The wholehearted holy man patted Shenzong's shoulder and was filled with joy. This disciple of his did not disappoint him. Not only did he obtain the recognition and protection of the god, but this god was also a powerful person like the demon heart holy man, a top-notch Tao master. The wholehearted holy man had once made a comparison. If he were to fight the demon heart holy man at his peak, who would win? The final conclusion was that if they were to spar, he would not be a match. If they were to fight to the death, he would definitely die. Whether the demon heart holy man would die, he could not be sure. In other words, he was not a match for the demon heart holy man. Of course, the wholehearted holy man could continue to improve and become even more powerful at the Tao master level. However, that would take a lot of time. After bidding farewell to his master, Shenzong returned to his palace to study the power of the mind. There was no doubt that the power of the mind came from the demon heart of the god. This was because the power of the mind only appeared after the demon heart of the god entered. It was as much as the power of the mind that he controlled. Then, it was connected through the 11 heart palaces. The 11 heart palaces were like a medium. This was very likely the second mind that the demon heart holy man had when he was alive, as his master had said. It was gratifying to have a second mind, but it had to be used reasonably. Otherwise, it would be like sitting on a mountain of treasure and not knowing how to exploit it. It was more theoretical than practical. Shenzong decided to retreat for a period of time to study the use of the power of the mind. In other words, the use of the power of the second mind. He wanted to make full use of it reasonably. Let's test the recovery speed of the power of the mind first. Shenzong thought to himself and immediately used the Heart Sutra. The 10 wills of one heart, there was no need to make a move. He just activated the 10 wills of one heart and the power of the mind was being consumed at an alarming rate. However, Chenzong immediately discovered that when his power of the mind was being consumed, the second power of the mind was also rapidly flowing into his power of the mind through the 11 heart palaces, directly replenishing the consumption. Moreover, there was no disharmony. It was as if after passing through the heart palaces, the second power of the mind had become his own power of the mind. There was no difference. Chenzong also clearly felt that the recovery speed of his power of the mind had indeed improved significantly. Previously, the recovery speed of his power of the mind was not considered slow. Now that he had built 11 heart palaces, the recovery speed had improved further. After that, he had received the title of Unparalleled Divine Sword. This title had not only brought Chenzong fame, but also substantial benefits. That was, the recovery speed of his power of the mind had multiplied, and the speed of his comprehension and cultivation of the sword principle had multiplied. Now, after receiving the support of the Demon Heart Holy Spirit, Chenzong not only had the second power of the mind, but the recovery speed of his power of the mind had also multiplied. As such, the recovery speed of Chenzong's power of the mind was simply astonishing. Another point was that he could not directly mobilize the second power of the mind. However, when his power of the mind was consumed, the power of the second power of the mind would rapidly replenish his power of the mind. Coupled with the recovery speed of his power of the mind, his ability to sustain it had more than doubled. 10 intensive mind, sword technique of refining the mind to 1, sword 4, in an instant, 10 sword lights appeared and pierced through the air. This was the strongest sword move that Chenzong could perform. He had once used a secret treasure to kill the demonic barbarian warriors on the northern battlefront. Its power was extremely shocking. However, the sword skill performed by 10 intensive mind consumed too much power. It would directly drain his power of the mind. Therefore, Chenzong rarely performed this move because it consumed too much power. Once he performed it, if he did not kill the enemy, he would basically lose most of his combat strength. After performing this move, the 10 sword lights instantly pierced through the air. They were extremely powerful. Under Chenzong's control, the 10 sword lights connected head to tail and pierced through the void toward the same target. Chenzong could feel that his power of the mind was almost completely drained in an instant. There was less than 10% left. However, it was only for a moment. The second power of the mind immediately passed through the 11 heart palaces and rapidly replenished the power of the mind that he had consumed. In just a short span of time, the power of the mind that he had consumed was fully recovered. In this way, Chenzong could perform the sword skill of 10 intensive mind again. Moreover, there would be some power of the mind left in the end, so he would not fall into the state where his power of the mind was completely exhausted. After some time, he would be able to recover some of his power of the mind and it would not affect his combat strength. There was no doubt that not only did his combat strength increase, but his combat strength had also been significantly improved. Of course, to a certain extent, his own combat strength had also been enhanced. Can I reach the 7-star level if I unleash my full power now? Chenzong narrowed his eyes slightly as he pondered. The gap between 6-star and 7-star was not small, especially when his cultivation base was not high enough. It would be even more difficult to surpass this level of combat strength. Mastering 6-star combat strength at the initial stage of the Yuanming realm was already very shocking. Attaining 7-star combat strength was indescribable. In any case, the second power of the mind had indeed brought great benefits to him. After a month of seclusion, Chenzong mastered the power of the second power of the mind and made full use of it before coming out of seclusion. Next, Chenzong prepared to leave the Intention Sky Palace and head to the Jinkong sect to fulfill the last wish of the former owner of the Void Escape, Yukong Venerable. He would send his body to the Jinkong sect and hand it over to the higher-ups of the Jinkong sect. The void was divided into 5 directions: east, west, north, south, and central. The void sect was located in the Void Star Zone, which was located in the Eastern Void. Chenzong had originally come from the Eastern Void and had experienced a lot in the Eastern Void. The Eastern Void was also where he had started and risen in the Void. As a path disciple, Chenzong naturally had the right to use the Great Void Transfer Array directly to reach the Eastern Void. After taking out his astrolabe, Chenzong looked at where he was and then at the Void Star Zone. After comparing it with the Yuan Star Zone, He realized that he could take a slight detour and make a trip to the Yuan star zone before heading to the void star zone. The reason he wanted to make a trip to the Yuan star zone was because it was his first stop in the void. He had also made a few friends there. Now that he had come to the eastern void, he wasn't in a hurry to head to the void sect. It would just take a little more time. With this thought in mind, Xianxia immediately took action. He took out the evanescent void and set off immediately. Piloting the evanescent void after reaching the Yuan underworld realm was completely different from before. When he had been at the Dao manipulation realm, Xianxia had only been able to unleash the speed of a high-grade void ship. However, at the Yuan underworld realm, he could fully unleash the potential of a top-grade void ship. When the top-grade void flying boat was fully activated, it was extremely fast. Xianxia, who had a Yuan underworld cultivation base, could not only activate the top-grade void flying boat to fly at full speed, but he could also activate the void shuttling ability of the top-grade void flying boat. This shuttle could travel a distance of 100 void years at a time. Such speed was extremely shocking. Furthermore, Xianxia was now able to maintain the Heart Sutra of the Heart 3 intent realm on a daily basis, which had surpassed the previous Heart 2 intent realm. Previously, when he had used the Heart 2 intent realm, the recovery speed of his mind power had barely been able to keep up with the rate of consumption. He had been able to maintain it for a very long time. He had even been able to maintain it all the time except during battle. After obtaining the protection of the God Spirit Demon Heart, the recovery of his mind power had doubled again. With the second mind, Xianxia could activate the Heart 3 intent realm and its recovery speed could keep up with the rate of consumption. Xianxia seemed to have three independent consciousnesses under the Three Hearts realm. One of them was used to pilot the evanescent ship, the other was used to comprehend the Great Void Sex Equipment Path Inheritance, and the other was used to comprehend the Great Void Sex Array Path Inheritance. After obtaining the Heavenly Void World Suppressing Pagoda and leaving the Great Void Divine Ruins, Xianxia found a few Great Void Inheritance Pagodas. Among them, there were 3 Array Formation Pagodas and 4 Craftsmanship Pagodas. However, there were a few Inheritance Towers that were empty. In other words, there was no way to pass on the inheritance. In the end, Xianxia obtained the mid-level and high-level Array Dao Inheritance, as well as the low-level and mid-level Tools Dao Inheritance. Even though he didn't receive any top-tier or super-level Array Dao Inheritance or high-level Tools Dao Inheritance, it was enough. After all, Xianxia's goal wasn't to focus on Array Dao or Tools Dao. With such an inheritance, Xianxia had a deeper understanding of the secrets of the void. Xianxia wanted to obtain the Array Dao and Tools Dao inheritances because of this. After obtaining the Lianshu seal and comprehending it, Xianxia realized that even though the Lianshu seal wasn't an offensive or defensive mystique, it was a mystique that couldn't increase one's combat power. However, the Lianshu seal pointed directly to the secrets of the Great Path of the Void. It didn't point to any Great Path secrets, but it was like a general principle. To cultivate the Lianshu seal, one needed to have Array Dao and Tools Dao as a foundation. Even though he hadn't cultivated the Array Dao and Tools Dao in the past, Xianxia understood one thing after receiving the inheritance. The Array Dao and Tools Dao were both Daos of cultivation, and they were complete and profound inheritances along with the Sword Dao, Blade Dao, and so on. Sword Dao and Knife Dao were specialized, while Array Dao was specialized. However, it covered a wider range and involved more secrets of the Great Path. Xianxia originally didn't plan to spend time on Array Dao and Tools Dao. However, after receiving the inheritance, he understood that it would be beneficial to his path of cultivation. His Sword Dao was the Heart Sword Dao. It originated from the heart, and the heart could accommodate all things. Array Dao covered many secrets of the Great Path. Yes, it wasn't accurate to use the word covered to describe it. It should be said that Array Dao was like a door. After opening it, one could see more secrets of the Great Path. On the other hand, Xianxia also had an idea. He wanted to integrate the secrets of Array Dao into his Sword Dao. Xianxia wasn't sure if he could do it, but it was worth a try. The path of cultivation was also a path of trial and error. Unless one followed the path of cultivation step by step, it would be very stable. However, one's achievements would be limited in the end because it would be difficult to surpass the predecessors. The deeper one followed the predecessor's path, the harder it would be to get rid of their influence. Zong didn't want to be that kind of person. When he had enough accumulation, Zong began to walk on his own path. Of course, it would be very difficult. Sometimes, it would even be difficult to move an inch. Sometimes, he would even take the wrong path and have to readjust, wasting time. However, the path that he walked on was the most suitable for him and had endless potential. Zong's comprehension was extremely high and amazing. Under the three intense realm, it was as if he didn't use the Heart Sutra. The effect of comprehending wholeheartedly was very amazing. The escapee started to fly at full speed as a top-grade void flying boat. Together with the void travel of over 100 years, Zong rushed to the Yuan galaxy in the shortest time possible. With such a speed, it completely exceeded the full speed of an ordinary Dao master. It wouldn't take too much time to reach the Yuan galaxy. When one first saw the void, they would feel that it was boundless and vast. The stars in the distance emitted a little light. It was very magnificent and unusually charming. However, after seeing it many times, one would feel bored. Finally, the escapee flew into the Yuan galaxy. Zong immediately sent a message to Su Luan and Lin Weiyin. Then he sent a message to Li Wenhe and Bai Mei. Li Wenhe and Bai Mei had fought side by side with him and could be regarded as friends. Soon, Zong received a reply. It just so happened that the four of them were in the Yuan galaxy and had time. Of course, with Zong's return, even if they didn't have time, they would squeeze out some time. Don't ask why, because it was Zong. The meeting place was naturally in the Second Realm Suppression City. It was Zong's first stop after stepping into the void. It was quite memorable. Moreover, it was in Zong's small courtyard. This courtyard had been given to Zong by Su Luan and belonged to Zong. Although Zong had left, this courtyard was empty and no one else lived in it. Su Luan was now considered a candidate for the sect master of the Yuan sect. He could officially take over the position of sect master until his cultivation base broke through to the Yuan underworld realm. Now, he was also the city lord of the Second Realm Suppression City. This was also to train Su Luan's ability. In order to be the sect master and rule a sect, one had to have sufficient strength. However, one also had to have a certain degree of management ability. Without management ability, one wouldn't be able to become a marshal and command an army. With strength, one could at best be a general responsible for charging and breaking through enemy lines. Although the small courtyard wasn't very big, it was still spacious enough to accommodate 5 people. There was more than enough room. Zong took out some fine wine and many delicacies that no one had ever tasted before. After all, after becoming a disciple of the Heavenly Intention Palace, Zong's identity was different. Especially since he was a Dao disciple, it wasn't difficult for him to get some fine wine and delicacies. Although they hadn't seen each other for many years, their appearances hadn't changed much. After all, they were all genius-level cultivators. In addition, Su Luan's cultivation base wasn't the original second revolution of the Dao manipulation realm. Instead, it had reached the 4th revolution of the Dao manipulation realm. As a candidate for the sect master, he was qualified to enjoy more cultivation resources in the Yuan sect. As for Lin Weiyin, Bai Mei, and Li Wenhe, they had also successfully broken through. Now, they were all at the 1st revolution of the Dao manipulation realm. The 4 of them were all spirit realm experts. They were qualified to travel in the void. Good wine, good wine. After taking a sip of the wine, Li Wenhe immediately exclaimed. Although the other 3 weren't so noisy, they couldn't hide the shock on their faces. By the way, Zong, after all these years, what is your current cultivation base? Su Luan wanted to restrain himself from asking, but he couldn't resist the curiosity in his heart. As a true disciple of the Heavenly Intention Palace, his talent was extremely shocking. After all these years, his improvement wasn't small, but the other party's improvement was probably even greater. Although he knew that it would be a blow, Su Luan couldn't help but be curious. As the saying goes, curiosity killed the cat. However, Lin Weiyin, Li Wenhe and Bai Mei still put down their wine glasses and looked at Zong. They were also very curious. What level had Zong reached? What was the 3rd revolution of the Dao manipulation realm? Even though they knew that they couldn't compare to Zong, they still wanted to know. In fact, Zhenzong didn't want to talk about this. After all, it would be a blow to others. However, now that he was asked, it wouldn't be good to hide it. I just broke through to the Yuan underworld realm not long ago. Zhenzong thought for a moment before replying unhurriedly. He used a casual tone and didn't deliberately show off. Of course, Zhenzong didn't think that there was anything to show off about. After all, his experience had taught him that the Tao controlling realm and the Yuan underworld realm weren't considered very powerful in the entire void. However, Su Luan and the other three felt that it was different. The Yuan underworld realm, that was the level above the Tao controlling realm. In the Yuan galaxy, the Yuan underworld realm was the strongest. After all, the ruler of the Yuan galaxy, the sect master of the Yuan sect, was at the Yuan underworld realm. In other words, the strongest person in the Yuan sect, a nebula-grade force, was at the Yuan underworld realm. Now, only a few years had passed and they had all advanced to the Tao controlling realm. However, Zhenzong had already surpassed the Tao controlling realm and reached the Yuan underworld realm, which was equivalent to the sect master of the Yuan sect. Furthermore, Su Luan knew that Zhenzong's combat strength far exceeded his cultivation base. This was the case when he was at the Tao controlling realm, so it would most likely be the case when he reached the Yuan underworld realm. In that case, it was hard to say whether Zhenzong, a new Yuan underworld realm martialist, or the Yuan sect master, a veteran Yuan underworld realm martialist, was stronger. In short, Su Luan and the other three were practically scared silly. They were dumbstruck and motionless like stone statues. The gathering didn't last very long. It was just a few days. They drank and ate the delicacies brought by Zhenzong, which were helpful to Tao manipulation realm cultivators. They chatted and chatted while Zhenzong, who was at the Yuanming realm, gave them pointers on their cultivation. In the end, Zhenzong took out some treasures that he didn't need and gave them to the four of them. In Zhenzong's words, these were congratulatory gifts for Su Luan becoming a sect master candidate and for Lin Weiyin, Li Wenhe, and Bai Mei breaking through to the divine ascension realm. He hoped that they would be able to continue on their cultivation path. The treasures that Zhenzong took out were nothing to Zhenzong, but their value was astonishing to the others. However, they still accepted them in the end. This was a token of his sincerity and also a token of friendship. The first time I saw Zhenzong, he was only at the demigod realm. The last time I saw him, his cultivation had reached the first revolution of the Tao manipulation realm. Su Luan watched the escapee depart from the second world suppression city and exclaimed, "This time, Zhenzong is already at the Yuanming realm. I really don't know if he will be at the divine ascension realm the next time I see him." Li Wenhe seemed to feel the same way and nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice. Bai Mei looked absent-minded. Her eyes were a little blank. No matter how strong she was, she also understood that the gap between her and Zhenzong was too big. It was like comparing a glimmer to a star. Lin Weiyin stared at the escapee's departing figure. Her pretty face was filled with loneliness. Her heart belonged to someone else, but she also understood that Zhenzong was like a floating cloud in the sky. He was unfathomable, like a god that was difficult to reach. The gap was too big. It was unattainable. In the end, he could only bury this feeling deep in his heart. Inside the escapee, Zhenzong steered the void-flying ship and quickly left the second world suppression city, flying in the direction of the Wukong star domain. While piloting the evasive ship, Zhenzong was distracted. Zhenzong could tell what was on Lin Weiyin's mind, but he could not express his opinion. Fortunately, he could only pretend that he did not know. Now that they had gathered and left, Zhenzong did not know how many years it would be before he could reunite with his friends again. Zhenzong did not linger for long before he returned to normal and began to meditate again. The void was vast, and the spirit realm warriors had a long lifespan. As long as they didn't fall, they would meet each other again in the future. As for now, everyone was still very young. They still had a long time to work hard and cultivate diligently to become even stronger. Zhenzong steered the evanescent battleship while comprehending the array doctrine and crafting doctrine. Occasionally, he would switch to comprehending the cultivation method and sword doctrine. Even though his combat prowess did not increase by much, he would continue to accumulate. When the time was right, he would advance by leaps and bounds. The distance between the Yuan galaxy and the Wukong star area was still very far. It could be said that the Yuan galaxy was located in the northeast of the eastern void, while the Wukong star area was located in the southwest of the eastern void, close to the southern void. If it were in the past, it would take a lot of time to cross the distance. But now, the evanescent battleship speed was fully activated. Coupled with the 100-year void travel, Shenzong could cross the distance in a short time. The evanescent battleship passed through the void belt between star areas. After that, it would enter the Wukong star area. The Xianxia was the ruler of the Wukong star area. It was a middle-rank star area level force. Although there were no Dominator-level experts, there were some Town Master-level experts. Yukong Venerable was one of them. Of course, Yukong Venerable had died and only a corpse was left. But he also left the evanescent battleship, a top-grade void battleship, and 2 heaven divine senses with great potential that he had created. Now, Shenzong was going to send Yukong Venerable's corpse back to the Xianxia according to the agreement or oath. This was also a kind of experience. As for the conferring of the Taoist disciple, it would not be so fast or so simple. After all, it was not a simple matter to inform and invite many powerful forces to attend the ceremony. It could not be done carelessly, because the Taoist disciple was related to the honor and continuity of the Heavenly Intention Palace. It needed to be arranged carefully. It would take a lot of time. Shenzong estimated that it would take him enough time to come out and gain experience before going back. This time, Shenzong did not encounter any void disasters. He safely crossed the void belt and entered the Wukong star area. Along the way, he encountered void beasts and void bandits. However, the evanescent battleship speed was amazing. It was at the Town Master level. The void bandits could not keep up with it at all. After all, Town Masters were powerful. Why would they be bandits? Of course, there were no absolutes in the world. There were Town Master level space bandits, but they were very few and rare. Such powerful interstellar bandits generally wouldn't appear in small places, as it wouldn't be beneficial to their cultivation. As for the void beasts, most of them were more peaceful and would not take the initiative to attack. A few of them were more ferocious, but it was still difficult to catch up with the speed of the evanescent battleship. After crossing the void belt and entering the Wukong star area, they followed the guidance of the star chart and flew towards the Xinkuan Order. The Xinkuan Order was a mid-tier star area level force. Its overall strength was considered very strong. Of course, it could not be compared to the Heavenly Intention Palace and the other 4 great sacred grounds. However, in the void, any star area level force was not weak. Each of them had a deep foundation and many experts. They had developed for many years. Even though Shenzong was the Taoist disciple of the Heavenly Intention Palace, he would not underestimate any star area level force. After all, they were not qualified to do so. He was the Taoist disciple, but his cultivation was only at the initial level of the Yuanming realm. In the void, combat strength was the only pass. Status, identity, and background were all just a foil. If one did not have enough strength, one could only rely on the prestige of one's ancestral family to protect oneself. However, it was very difficult to make a name for oneself in the void. Even if one made a name for oneself, it was just an empty reputation. In short, if one had an amazing background, others would only be afraid of one for a while. Once a big conflict of interest broke out, one would still have to kill. On the other hand, if one's own combat strength was tyrannical and made others afraid, then one would not have to worry so much. In the void, the strong were the truth. The more one mingled in the void, the more one understood this. The empty realm of the Wukong star area was very vast. There were many galaxies in it. The galaxy where the Xinkuan Order was located was called the Xinkuan Galaxy. It was directly called the Xinkuan Order. The mountain gate of the Xinkuan Order was located on a star. It was a top-grade star surrounded by 5 other high-grade stars. They surrounded it like guards, forming a powerful formation. When fully activated, it was enough to withstand the attack of a Town Master. Even a sovereign powerhouse would find it difficult to break it in a short time. It was enough to resist for a while. However, a force like the Xinkuan Order did not have a sovereign powerhouse to oversee it. Even if this formation could resist a sovereign powerhouse for a while, it would only delay the time of destruction. This was only in theory. The Jinkuan order would not make an enemy out of a sovereign powerhouse unless they were crazy. However, as a mid-grade star domain level sect, it was not that easy for outsiders to enter. Chenzong announced his identity. He was a true disciple of the Will Sky Palace, but not a Dao disciple. After all, his identity was still circulating within the Will Sky Palace and had not yet been announced to the void. However, the fact that he was a true disciple of the Will Sky Palace alone was enough to attract the attention of the Jinkuan order. The Jinkuan order was only a mid-grade star domain level force, while the Will Sky Palace was the number one sacred ground in the void. The gap between the two was like a chasm. Soon, a divine-level elder led a group of Yuan underworld attendants to welcome him. They were very sincere. It was impossible for a Dao Venerate powerhouse to come and welcome him, unless Chenzong really announced his identity as a Dao disciple. However, there was no need to go through so much trouble. It is an honor to have a true disciple of the Will Sky Palace here. The elder of the Jinkuan order led a group of Yuan underworld attendants and smiled warmly. His voice was very pleasant to hear. Chenzong was also very polite. He was led by an elder and a group of Yuan underworld attendants into the Great Jinkuan Order's Great Jinkuan Star. Chenzong did not state the purpose of his visit, and the elder did not ask immediately. That would be too unreasonable and would seem as though he was not welcome. He would greet him first and ask questions later. There might not even be a need to ask before the other party would state the purpose of his visit. Chenzong's purpose in coming to the Jinkuan Order was to abide by the agreement and return the body of the Yukong Venerate. He had no other intentions. Therefore, he did not want to stay here any longer. Therefore, he did not wait for the elder to ask anything and directly stated his purpose of visit. The elder was startled at first and then became excited. Please wait a moment, true disciple Chen. I will inform the sect master immediately, the divine grade elder said hurriedly. The sect master was a Dao Venerate powerhouse. Logically speaking, Chenzong was only visiting as a true disciple of the Will Sky Palace. He would not be able to meet the sect master if there were no special circumstances. However, the body of the Yukong Venerate was not a small matter. It was a big matter. Soon, the sect master and deputy sect master of the Jinkuan Order, as well as other Dao Venerate powerhouses, all arrived. Chenzong took the body of the Yukong Venerate from the void vessel and returned it to the Jinkuan Order. The group of Dao Venerate powerhouses of the Jinkuan Order sighed when they saw the body of the Yukong Venerate. The Yukong Venerate had been one of the top powerhouses in the Jinkuan Order. There had been no news of him after he had gone out once. The Origin Spirit Jade Tablet left in the Jinkuan Order had shattered, so they knew that the Yukong Venerate had fallen. However, they did not know where the body of the Yukong Venerate was. The Jinkuan Order had sent out people to search for it. Unfortunately, they had not found it. There were so many voids and innumerable stars. The desolated dragon star was only a very remote one. It was also very far from the void star area where the Jinkuan Order was located. Even the Dominator Realm experts would not be able to find it. In the end, the Jinkuan Order had worked hard for hundreds of years but still failed to find the body. They had to give up gradually. Of course, they did not give up completely. They still listed it as a task with a high reward. In the Jinkuan Order, whoever could find the body of the Yukong Venerate would get the generous reward. However, after such a long time, this task was still hanging there. No one had completed it. In the beginning, they were very enthusiastic. However, as they failed again and again, they gradually gave up the idea. Chenzong did not take the reward from the Jinkong cult, as he had already received the reward when he promised to return the body of the Yukong Venerable. He had received 2 heaven divine powers and a top-grade void flying ship, the Void Escape. However, when Chenzong wanted to leave, he was asked to stay by the Jinkong cult, who invited him to watch the Extreme Path Conference that would be held soon. The so-called Extreme Path Conference was a grand event held by the Jinkong cult once every 100 years. It would be very lively, and the true disciples of the cult would rush back to participate. Chenzong was somewhat curious about the Extreme Path Conference, so he agreed to stay and watch as a guest. Experience was one thing, but being a bystander was also another. Watching, listening, and experiencing were all experiences. Fortunately, the Extreme Path Conference of the Jinkong cult was not far away. In about a month, Qinzong temporarily stayed in the Jinkong cult. As a mid-grade star sector level sect, the Extreme Path Conference, which was held once every 100 years, would not be held carelessly. It was not unusual for Qinzong to be a guest, because it did not take long for Qinzong to discover that people from other star sector level forces had arrived. They came from different star sector level forces. Although there were not many people from each star sector level force, only 2 or 3 people, in half a month, there were more than a dozen people from different star sector level forces arriving as guests. Most of the star sector level forces were low-grade star sector level forces, and a few of them were mid-grade star sector level forces. Some were from the Eastern Void, and some were from the Southern Void. From this, it could be seen that the Jinkong cult had good relations with people. All the guests from the star sector level forces were arranged to stay in the palace of Mount Wukong, which was the place with the highest standards used to entertain guests. People from star sector level forces were not qualified to stay in Mount Wukong, unless there were special circumstances. Naturally, Qinzong also enjoyed a palace in Mount Wukong. On the Jinkong planet, where the Jinkong cult was located, the primordial qi there was different from ordinary primordial qi. It belonged to a special primordial qi of the vacuum attribute. For example, the Yuan qi in the innumerable divine flame mountain was filled with an intense fiery aura. This was the Yuan qi that was suitable for cultivation in the innumerable divine flame mountain. The Yuan qi in the innumerable divine flame mountain was also filled with the aura of the innumerable divine flame mountain, which was beneficial to the disciples of the innumerable divine flame mountain. On the 20th day, Qinzong walked out of the palace. Standing at the peak of Wukong Mountain, he looked down at the sea of clouds. This Wukong Mountain was more than 9,000 meters tall. Looking down, one could see a sea of clouds as though it was an endless ocean. Standing on top of the mountain, Qinzong looked down at the boundless sea of clouds. His mind was also spread out. Qinzong took a deep breath. This kind of breath had the property of vacuum. When he breathed it into his lungs, he would feel a sense of emptiness. This kind of emptiness was not empty, but a very light feeling. It was as if he was about to fly. I heard that you are a true disciple of the Heavenly Palace. A slightly frivolous voice drifted into Qinzong's ears from a distance behind him. Qinzong glanced over. It was a smiling young man. His hair seemed to be casually tied up with a thin strand of grass. He wore a pale yellow short robe with the lapels open. He held a huge brown wine gourd in his left hand and a black stick hung from his belt. He looked a little unrestrained. You are? Qinzong could sense the other person's cultivation aura. He was at the initial stage of the origin underworld realm. He seemed to belong to the younger generation and was in the same generation as himself. It was indeed shocking to have a cultivation base at the initial stage of the origin underworld realm. Although some cultivators looked very young on the surface, there were still traces left by the passage of time. My name is Wu Xiao. I am a secret disciple of the Southern Void's moon-worshipping sect. The unrestrained young man laughed. He walked step by step towards Qinzong as if he was drunk. Suddenly, his figure flashed, and a blurry shadow of the moon flashed past. In the next breath, Wu Xiao appeared in front of Qinzong. He bent his leg, and a crescent moon seemed to hang in the air as he struck down. From the moment he moved to the moment he attacked, there was no hesitation. His speed was astonishing. However, the other party did not have the slightest intention to kill and did not seem to use his full strength. Qinzong immediately understood that the other party was testing him. In the face of this crescent moon strike, Qinzong did not intend to block it directly. Instead, his body swayed slightly, but his feet did not move at all. Like a bamboo swaying in the wind, he followed a mysterious trajectory and easily avoided Wu Xiao's attack. After his attack missed, Wu Xiao changed his stance extremely quickly. His leg, which was originally striking down from the air, suddenly turned into a jab that carried a terrifying force. However, Qinzong's body did not stop at all. It was as if he used his foot as the axis and his body as the branch to draw a conical arc in the air. The third change of stance, the fourth change of stance, the fifth change of stance, Wu Xiao's leg was many times more flexible than his arm. From the moment his leg struck down from the air like a crescent moon until now, it had changed dozens of attacks in less than a breath's time. However, every change of stance missed. Chen Zong's response was even more amazing. He only swayed his body at a uniform speed, like a bamboo swaying in the wind, and drew a circle, causing all of Wu Shou's attacks to miss. Wu Shou had no choice but to attack with his other leg. As his legs combined, they directly rolled up a storm of leg shadows. They looked like leg shadows, but they also looked like crescent moons crossing the sky, overlapping around Chen Zong. The more Wu Shou attacked, the more shocked he became. He only felt that the person in front of him was like a shadow. No matter how he attacked, he could not touch him at all, as if there were layers of time and space between them. In 3 breaths, Wu Shou attacked more than 1,000 times, but he could not even touch Chen Zong's shadow, let alone attack Chen Zong. Wu Shou's attacks also allowed Chen Zong to estimate Wu Shou's combat strength. He was a 2-star warrior, and if he gave it his all, he might be able to reach 3-star. Although it was not bad, it was actually not enough for him. Wu Shou did not have any killing intent, so Chen Zong had no interest in attacking. At least, Chen Zong had the combat strength of a 6-star warrior, and he could easily crush a 3-star warrior. After this test, Wu Shou also knew that he could not do anything to Chen Zong, so he retracted his leg and landed. "You are indeed a true disciple of a sacred ground. I admire you." Wu Shou was open-minded and admitted that his skills were not as good as Chen Zong's, but in fact, Wu Shou was not so convinced. After all, Chen Zong did not attack and only dodged. From this point, it could only mean that Chen Zong's dodging ability was better than others, and nothing else. However, he had successively executed over 1,000 kicks, yet was unable to touch Chen Zong in the slightest. No matter how unconvinced he was, Chen Zong was in an invincible position, and merely dodging was sufficient to make him run in circles. "You are too polite." Chen Zong smiled slightly. Chen Zong would never treat non-enemies coldly. "How should I address you?" Wu Shou asked with a smile as he let go of the unwillingness in his heart. His wanton and unrestrained temperament gave him a very strange affinity. It was easy for some people to dislike him, but it was also easy for others to admire him. For example, Chen Zong felt that Wu Shou was somewhat interesting. Chen Zong. Since Chen Zong did not dislike him and even felt that he was somewhat interesting, he responded. "Brother Chen, do you want to drink?" Wu Shou asked suddenly, which made Chen Zong slightly surprised. Did this person investigate him? Did he know that he liked to taste good wine? "I will drink if there is good wine." Chen Zong did not think much of it. "Yes." Wu Shou smiled. Now, they knew each other. The Southern Void's moon-worshipping sect was a mid-level Starfield-level force. It was on the same level as the Jinkong sect and had a good relationship with them. This time, Wu Shou came with a Transcendent State Elder to watch the Jinkong sect's Extreme Path Conference as guests. True disciples came to watch to broaden their knowledge and experience. It was also a kind of training. It had to be said that this was the first time Chen Zong drank the wine that Wu Shou took out. The taste was very unique. According to Wu Shou, he found it in a secret realm when he was exploring. It was a 10,000-year-old wine and had a rich aftertaste. The value of a 10,000-year-old wine was naturally shocking. Usually, Wu Shou would not bear to drink it. But this time around, he took it out. Naturally, he wanted to make friends with Chen Zong. Another reason was that he felt that he could make friends with Chen Zong. Otherwise, he would not have taken out this 10,000-year-old wine. After all, Wu Shou only had a few jars of 10,000-year-old wine. Sometimes, having an additional friend was an additional convenience. Although this was not the truth, it could also be said that having an additional friend meant having one fewer enemy. Even a weak enemy could cause some unnecessary trouble at any time. Some troubles could be resolved easily, but they would be as annoying as flies. Furthermore, Wu Shou's temperament was quite suitable. Well, people who liked to drink would always find it easier to become friends with Chen Zong. Of course, this was provided that the person's temperament was not bad. Drinking with Wu Shou could be considered as making friends. Time flew by and the Jinkong sect's Centennial Extreme Path Conference finally started as scheduled. True disciple Chen, please. Please. More than a dozen celestial domain-grade forces that had come as guests were very polite to Chen Zong. After all, Chen Zong's status was extraordinary. After Wu Xiao and Chen Zong had drunk wine, the moon-worshipping sect elder had also come to visit. A transcendent state visiting a Yuan underworld was a very inconceivable thing, yet it had happened. After that, the elders of the other celestial domain-grade forces had come to visit with their secret manuals and gifts, fine wine. As the saying went, one should not slap a smiling face. Furthermore, there was no conflict of interest and they had taken the initiative to lower their status to make friends. Regardless of whether they could become friends or not, they should at least get to know each other. The status of a true disciple of a sacred ground in the void was not to be underestimated. This was especially true for a true disciple of the number one sacred ground, the Will Sky Palace. Furthermore, he was a true disciple at the Yuan underworld grade. His influence in the void was not inferior to a transcendent state elder of a celestial domain grade force. In terms of potential, he was even better. This was also the reason why the elders of the celestial domain grade forces had taken the initiative to visit Chen Zong with fine wine as gifts. If it had not been for his status as a true disciple of the Will Sky Palace, they would not have bothered with Chen Zong. Now that the Extreme Path Convention was about to begin, the guests all came from Wukong Mountain. When they saw Chen Zong, the people from the dozens of cosmic realm level forces, whether they were elders or esoteric disciples, all smiled and greeted him. Were the secret manuals of the celestial domain grade forces not convinced? The great path that the Void sect mainly cultivated was called the Void Path, which was a branch of the Space Great Path. The Space Great Path was one of the top few great paths in the Void. Its power was unpredictable, difficult to comprehend, and even more difficult to master. However, as a branch of the Space Great Path, it was not that difficult to comprehend and master the Void Path. Although it had some of the mysteries of the Space Great Path, the gap was still very obvious compared to the Space Great Path. However, the Void Path was still one of the famous great paths in the Void and had amazing power. The so-called Extreme Path Convention was a competition of the mastery and application of the Void Path. They did not use their cultivation and so on. They only used the power of the Void Path that they had mastered to determine the winner. The Extreme Path Convention was divided into two stages. The first stage was to cross the vacuum wind belt. It was a gigantic canyon filled with the power of the vacuum wind belt. Cultivators couldn't use their cultivation, so they could only use the power of the vacuum path. The Void sect was a mid-tier star sector level sect. Only those at the Tao manipulation realm could be listed as true disciples. This was the same for all star sector level sects in the Void. They were like sacred grounds. As for nebula level forces, they did not have such qualifications. However, although the level of the true disciples of the star sector level sects was the same as that of sacred grounds, there was a huge gap between their talent and combat strength. Generally speaking, the most outstanding true disciples of the star sector level sects might be qualified to be comparable to some of the true disciples of sacred grounds. They might even be better than some of the sacred grounds' true disciples. However, they were only at the level of the lower reaches. There was a huge gap between them and the top true disciples of sacred grounds. When the Extreme Path Convention began, thousands of Tao manipulation realm true disciples of the Void sect arrived at the starting point of the Void wind belt. In the star sector level sects, there was a difference when one's cultivation reached the Yuan underworld realm. Most of them were no longer true disciples and were listed as deacons. A few talented ones were listed as esoteric disciples and had a higher status than deacons and true disciples. Of course, there was no such thing as esoteric disciples in sacred grounds. They were directly divided by true disciples. This was also a difference. Chen Zong stared at the Void wind belt. With his super sharp senses, he carefully felt the fluctuations of the Void wind belt's aura. The fluctuation was very strange. It seemed like the Void, but it wasn't. It seemed very light, very agile, and contained traces of indescribable sharpness that could tear everything apart. As the order was given, thousands of path manipulation realm cultivators of the True Void Society immediately moved and rushed forward. A peculiar aura emanated from their bodies, which was very close to the aura of the True Void wind belt. As expected, they were forbidden from using their cultivation. They could only use the power of the path of the Void. Chen Zong stared at it as he sensed the profoundness of the power of the Void Tao. Not long after, he was able to see some of its mysteries. The Way of the Void was a branch of the Way of Space after all. It contained a portion of the power and mysteries of the Way of Space. The power of the Way of the Void would allow cultivators to become more agile and swift. Even if they did not use their cultivation, they would still be able to fly easily. The Tao-controlling realm true disciples of the True Void sect flew forward at a low altitude with the power of the True Void path. However, at the same time, the power within the vacuum wind belt continued to wreak havoc, stirring up waves of violent wind that whistled endlessly. That wind was the wind of the vacuum. It did not seem to have any order. It constantly changed up and down, left and right without any pattern or direction. It even collided with each other, forming many cyclones. When someone was accidentally affected by the cyclones, they would be sucked into it. As the cyclones continued to spin, they would lose control of their own body. However, everyone had to break through the vacuum wind belt within the specified time to be qualified to participate in the real extreme path convention. In short, the vacuum wind belt was a round of elimination. Open. The people who were sucked into the vacuum cyclones had red faces. As the cyclones continued to move around, they could not control themselves at all. This was the time to test the Way of the Void. With a loud shout, they used the power of the Way of the Void that they had mastered to attack the cyclones and break them open. However, some of the disciples were very strong. They directly broke through the cyclones, rushed out of the cyclones, and flew out again. However, some disciples needed 2 or 3 tries to break through the cyclones. Some disciples could not break through the cyclones at all. It was clear at a glance that the level of mastery of the Way of the Void was high. True Disciple Chen is the most outstanding true disciple of our True Void sect. An elder sat next to Chenzong. He pointed at the young man who not only broke through the vacuum cyclones in an instant, but also avoided the subsequent cyclones. He said, "Of course, he can't be compared to True Disciple Chen." Chenzong looked over. The so-called most outstanding true disciple was not bad. If he was placed in the middle of the way-controlling realm of the Heavenly Heart Palace, there should be hope. However, that was all. What really interested Chenzong was the Way of the Void. Of course, Chenzong could not master the Way of the Void, but he could comprehend some of its mysteries. That might be useful to him. However, the Way of the Void was the foundation of the Xianxia sect. It was impossible for Chenzong to comprehend it directly. The only chance for him to comprehend it was to watch the Extreme Path Convention and deduce it with his superb comprehension and high level. It was a pity that if he could enter the vacuum wind belt, he would definitely be able to better perceive and comprehend the mysteries within. Even if he could not master the Way of the Void, he would at least be able to see the mysteries within and extract part of the essence to integrate into himself. The Great Escape method that the Yukong Venerable created and passed down used the foundation of the Way of the Void. The Great Escape method was a heavenly magical power. Now, with the help of the Heart Palace, Chenzong had comprehended and cultivated it to perfection. When used, he could travel 1,000,000 meters in the void in an instant. Although it was not as fast as the void flying ship, it was still very amazing. The Yukong Venerable hoped that the person who received the inheritance could continue to improve the Great Escape method to a higher level. After the heavenly magical power was the spirit magical power. Chenzong had comprehended it before, but he found that it was not easy to improve it because he lacked a sufficient foundation. Only now did he know that the Way of the Void was the foundation. He could not master the Way of the Void. It was very difficult to improve the Great Escape method beyond the heavenly magical power. It could be said that there was almost no hope. However, it did not mean that he could not optimize the Great Escape method. The Great Escape method was very useful. There was no doubt about that. However, it was not the most suitable for him. There were many escape methods in the Will Heavenly Palace. Compared to the Great Escape method, each had its own merits. However, the most suitable one was still the one that he created himself. Chenzong now wanted to try and see if he could create an escape method that was most suitable for him based on the Great Escape method and other escape methods. Under the 3 wills of the heart, Chenzong comprehended with all his might. The effect was amazing. It was as if there were 3 Chenzongs comprehending with all their might. Each Chenzong comprehended in a different direction and complemented each other. The effect was not 3 times, but more than 10 times. It was very amazing. The mysteries of the Way of the Void were gradually comprehended by Xianxia. Seeing that Xianxia did not intend to speak, the others temporarily suppressed their thoughts of getting closer to him. Xianxia continued to comprehend the mysteries of the true void path as he continued to comprehend them. Time passed slowly. Finally, in the allotted time, a small number of the true disciples of the Way of the Void passed the vacuum wind belt. However, most of the true disciples did not pass and were eliminated. The number of the true disciples who passed in the allotted time was about hundreds. These hundreds of people would participate in the Real Extreme Path Conference. The Real Extreme Path Conference was a battle. Hundreds of true disciples would fight one-on-one to determine the winner. They would advance layer by layer until the end. Of course, because it was the Extreme Path Conference, they could not use their cultivation. They could only use the power of the Way of the Void to fight. This also gave Xianxia a better opportunity to observe the mysteries of the Way of the Void. Let the Xianxia hand over the mysteries of the Way of the Void and let Xianxia comprehend it, that was impossible. Even if Xianxia had a high status, it would be the same. Unless Xianxia became a member of the Xianxia. Since he could not comprehend it directly, he had to find another way. If he could comprehend the mysteries of the Way of the Void through other means, the Xianxia would not be able to say anything even if they knew. The battle began. Hundreds of true disciples who passed through the vacuum wind belt in the allotted time had an extraordinary understanding and mastery of the Way of the Void. As soon as the battle began, they used their own means. The master of the Xianxia cultivated the Way of the Void. His martial arts and divine powers were also closely related to the Way of the Void. In short, they used the Way of the Void as their foundation. Sword techniques, saber techniques, palm techniques, fist techniques, leg techniques, and so on. Each of them had their own subtleties, but they also interpreted the mysteries of the Way of the Void. The battle continued one after another. Xianxia continued to observe. In addition, he fully comprehended the three essences of the heart. The effect was more than 10 times. Xianxia gradually grasped the mysteries of the Way of the Void. As he grasped the mysteries of the Way of the Void, Xianxia's aura also gradually changed. The elder of the Way of the Xianxia, who was sitting beside Xianxia, was stunned. He had a strange feeling. He could not help but pay attention to Xianxia. Suddenly, he found that the aura emerging from Xianxia was the aura of the Way of the Xianxia. Although it was very weak, it could be felt that the weak aura of the Way of the Xianxia was growing stronger as time passed. Moreover, the Xianxia that filled the surroundings seemed to be attracted. Strands of it flowed from the surroundings. At first, it was very subtle and undetectable, but it gradually grew stronger. The elder of the Way of the Xianxia widened his eyes in shock. His heart was in turmoil because he guessed that Xianxia, the true disciple of the Heavenly Palace, was comprehending the mysteries of the Way of the Xianxia. This was simply impossible. The Way of the Xianxia belonged to the Way of the Xianxia. Although there were other branches of the Way of the Space in the Void, the Way of the Xianxia belonged to the Way of the Xianxia. However, before this, Xianxia definitely had not grasped the mysteries of the Way of the Xianxia. It was most likely that he had just comprehended it. Because of this, it was even more shocking. Was this the ability of a true disciple of the Heavenly Palace? If that was the case, it would be too shocking. The last battle is the battle for the championship. Who will win? Who will take first place in the Extreme Path Conference? With the arrival of the final battle for the championship, the vice-sect master who presided over the Extreme Path Conference also shouted loudly. The vacuum aura fluctuated and fused into his voice, pouring directly into everyone's ears. It seemed to have stimulated the excitement of the crowd even more in an instant. They couldn't help but feel their blood boil as they cheered. In fact, the disciples of the Xianxia were indeed cheering. Even the esoteric disciples of the dozen or so star sector-level forces who had been invited couldn't resist this encouragement and couldn't help but cheer. Xianxia wasn't affected. Instead, he stared at the two people who were about to win the championship and wholeheartedly felt and comprehended the aura of the vacuum path. The two people who were about to win the championship were undoubtedly the two most outstanding true disciples of the void path in the thousands of Dao defense realm. According to Xianxia's judgment, if they went all out, their combat strength could reach the 11-star level. However, there weren't many 11-star true disciples in the vacuum path. they couldn't be compared to the 4 great holy lands. As for the 12-star true disciples, there wasn't a single one. They didn't have that kind of talent or foundation. Although their combat strength wasn't at the 12-star level, it was undeniable that their mastery of the vacuum path was the most outstanding among the thousands of disciples. When the battle began, they didn't use their cultivation base and only used the power of the vacuum path. One used a sword, while the other used a saber. The saber and the sword were the weapons that the Xianxia practiced the most. In all fairness, the sword and saber techniques of these two people were nothing in Qianzong's eyes. Qianzong's focus was the mystery of the vacuum path. In the fierce battle, the two people completely unleashed the power of the vacuum path that they had mastered, allowing Qianzong to feel it more clearly. In the end, the person using the saber won by a narrow margin, while the person using the sword lost. Thus, the champion of the Extreme Path Conference was born. However, the Extreme Path Conference wasn't completely over yet. Next, it was the battle between esoteric disciples. The true Void Cult's esoteric disciples were all at the Yuanming realm. There weren't many of them, only a dozen or so. Of course, they couldn't participate together with the true disciples at the Tao manipulation realm. Otherwise, even if they didn't use their cultivation, the power of the Void Path alone would crush them. The Yuan underworld disciples' grasp of the Void Tao was even more profound. After observing, Qianzong's comprehension of the Void Tao became even more effective. His continuous accumulation had already reached a peak. He needed an opportunity. He needed an opportunity to break through. Qianzong's mind raced and he began to think as fast as lightning. How to break through? He believed that if he could comprehend the Void Path inheritance of the Void Path of the Void Sect, he would definitely be able to break through directly. That was the most confident method. However, the Tao of Vacuum was the foundation of the Xianxia sect. There was no way the Xianxia sect would allow the Xianxia sect to comprehend the Tao of Vacuum, not even through observation. Qianzong had already tested the Tao of Vacuum before, and the Tao of Vacuum didn't relent just because he was a true disciple of the Will Heavenly Palace. Of course, Qianzong didn't like to force people to do things they didn't want to do. More than a dozen Yuan underworld cultivators clashed one by one. The final victor was a mid-level Yuan underworld disciple, who was also the top disciple of the Xianxia sect. This person was called Xiaogaofei. Sect Master, Deputy Sect Master, and Elders, I heard that a true disciple of the Will Heavenly Palace has come. I have a request. I hope to exchange pointers with a true disciple of the Will Heavenly Palace and see how big the gap is between me and a true disciple of the Will Heavenly Palace. Xiaogaofei stood on the huge platform and looked around. Everyone was stunned by Xiaogaofei's words and couldn't react for a moment. Then, he looked at Qianzong with some interest. True disciple Chen, this disciple of mine is a little arrogant. I wonder if true disciple Chen is willing to step in and suppress his arrogance? The Xianxia sect master asked Qianzong with a smile. He didn't have any ill intentions and didn't have any enmity towards Qianzong. However, he had some thoughts in his heart. He wanted to see if his disciple, Xiaogaofei, could defeat a true disciple of the Will Heavenly Palace. If he couldn't, then it would be normal for everyone. However, if he could defeat his disciple, then it would undoubtedly be glorious. It had to be said that the Xianxia sect master's plan was very good. The deputy sect master and a group of elders also looked at Qianzong. They didn't say anything, but the meaning in their eyes was very obvious. Deference is no substitute for obedience. Qianzong smiled and immediately got up. He had originally been thinking about how to find an opportunity to break through his comprehension of the Void Path. In that case, fighting with someone who had mastered the Void Path might be a good idea. Please enlighten me. Xiaogaofei's eyes flickered. His idea was very simple. He wanted to defeat Qianzong. The secret disciple of the Xianxia sect had defeated a true disciple of the Will Heavenly Palace. They were both Yuan underworld cultivators. His reputation would definitely soar if word got out. In any case, the gap between the Xianxia sect and the Will Heavenly Palace was very big. People would only remember this. Under such circumstances, defeating a true disciple of the Will Heavenly Palace would be a good thing. Nothing else mattered. It was everyone's instinct to chase after fame and fortune. Ascending celestials were like gods in the eyes of ordinary people, but they couldn't get rid of this. The only difference was how they chased after fame and fortune. Of course, some people were more interested in fame, such as Xiao Gaofei. He enjoyed the feeling of being sought after. It was precisely because of this that he decided to challenge Chen Zong. Anyway, if he lost, it would be very normal and no one would say anything. It wouldn't affect his reputation at all. However, if he won, his reputation would soar. Chen Zong got up and took a step forward. His figure flashed and appeared in the arena. I don't cultivate the void path, so I won't spar with you according to the rules of the Jinkong sect, Chen Zong said unhurriedly. It doesn't matter. You can use your full strength. That way, you can enjoy yourself to the fullest. Xiao Gaofei smiled and a tyrannical power burst out, rolling up an astonishing vacuum cyclone. It swept out like a vacuum storm and rippled in all directions. The mid-level Yuan underworld cultivation and the power of the void path poured out unreservedly in all directions. It was extremely tyrannical and shocking. Senior brother Xia is so strong. The disciples of the Jinkong sect were shocked. Senior brother Xia's strength has increased. The other Yuan underworld secret manuals frowned slightly. The previous battle had only been carried out with the power of the void path. He hadn't used his full strength. 5-star. Yes, he might have reached the peak of the 5-star level. Chen Zong made a fairly accurate judgment based on his opponent's aura. A mid-level Yuan underworld cultivation and a peak 5-star combat strength. In the end, his combat strength might reach the 11-star level. As for the 12-star level, that would be an extravagant hope. However, in general, a mid-level Yuan underworld cultivator with a peak 5-star combat strength was considered very outstanding. There was a chance that his combat strength could reach the 6-star level or even 7-star level. Take my blade. Xiao Gaofei unsheathed his blade after releasing all his aura and slashed across the sky. Thanks to the mysteries of the void path, not only was this blade fast, but it also seemed to be able to ignore the distance of space. The moment the blade was unsheathed, it traversed a distance of several hundred meters and appeared directly in front of Chen Zong. It seemed impossible to guard against. Chen Zong wasn't surprised at all. He had seen many battles of the Jinkong sect disciples. No matter what kind of martial arts they cultivated, their attacks were all the same. This was one of the mysteries of the void path, ignoring space. Of course, this wasn't limitless. The deeper one's grasp of the void path, the more space they could ignore. Sword light flashed as the extreme heart phaseless sword was unsheathed and blocked this exquisite blade. Xiao Gaofei was a little surprised that his blade had been blocked. However, he didn't stop at all. He brandished his blade, brandished his blade, brandished his blade, brandished his blade. In an instant, the blade light flashed and turned into countless blades. Hundreds of dazzling blade lights entered the void and traversed several hundred meters before appearing around Chen Zong. They frantically strangled Chen Zong as if they wanted to crush him. The densely packed blade lights crisscrossed. In just a breath's time, Chen Zong was surrounded by endless blade lights as if he was being swallowed up. The Yuan Ming and Dao controlling realms looked solemn. Would the Will Sky Palace's true disciple be safe under such a terrifying attack? As for killing him, they didn't dare think about it because it was impossible. At the very least, Xiao Gaofei wouldn't dare kill him. The Jinkong sect master and the others wouldn't sit idly by. The blade light paused and the blade returned to its scabbard. A confident smile appeared on Xiao Gaofei's face. Xiao Gaofei didn't put up any resistance and allowed him to attack with his blade. Even an opponent stronger than him wouldn't dare be so careless. Even if he didn't die, he would at least be battered and exhausted. Before long, the blade light dissipated and a figure seemed to emerge from the endless smoke. He was unscathed and untouched. Xiao Gaofei's eyes widened and his eyeballs almost popped out. He couldn't help but open his mouth wide like a frog. Unbelievable, what kind of strength was this? Xiao Gaofei didn't dodge or evade his violent attack. He wasn't injured at all. Even his robes weren't damaged at all. The unscathed Chen Zong didn't counterattack. Instead, he seemed to be deep in thought. Indeed, Chen Zong was pondering the mystery of the void path. Xiao Gaofei's continuous attacks had touched Chen Zong a little, but it still wasn't enough. It still wasn't enough. All of you, come at me together. Chen Zong raised his head and glanced at Xiao Gaofei before sweeping his gaze across the faces of the other Yuanming disciples. His tone was nonchalant. His words immediately infuriated the Yuanming disciples. Xiao Gaofei was even more furious. What was the meaning of this? He was clearly looking down on him. Take another blade of mine. Xiao Gaofei roared and unsheathed his blade once again. In an instant, the blade light expanded 10 meters. It was dazzling to the extreme and seemed to pierce and tear the sky apart. Infinite void slash. In an instant, the blade slashed out, and a huge vacuum blade light that was tens of meters long instantly disappeared into the void. It crossed hundreds of meters and directly slashed at Chen Zong. The blade light became very faint, as if it had become transparent. It also shrunk from dozens of meters to a few meters. Although it had shrunk, its power had increased tremendously. It seemed like it could cut through everything. Infinite void cleave, infinite void cleave. The power of this slash was so shocking that even Chen Zong felt threatened. The power of the saber light that was a few meters long was extremely condensed. The power of the vacuum way made the saber light carry an extremely terrifying sharpness, as if it was tearing through space, tearing everything apart. Chen Zong didn't dodge this cleave. Instead, he drew his sword and faced it head-on. He used his own sword to resist and touch the cleave so that he could directly comprehend the power of his opponent's void path and decipher its mysteries. How powerful! The secret disciples from more than a dozen star domains who had come to watch had solemn expressions. However, a top-notch 5-star combat power was nothing to Chen Zong. The long sword trembled slightly and emitted a melodious sword hum. Suddenly, it flashed. It seemed slow and its trajectory was clear, but it was actually extremely fast. As the sword light flickered, it rose and fell like a tide, forming layers of overlapping circles that immediately bound the tyrannical blade light. The extreme heart phaseless sword was Chen Zong's life weapon. It had been nurtured in his body and was equivalent to a brand new organ in his body. It was connected by blood, so touching it with the sword was the same as touching it with one's own hand. Due to his superb sword Dao, the sword's touch was even clearer and more direct. The power of the void path contained within the infinite void cleave was immediately analyzed by Chen Zong. However, it still wasn't enough. As such, he could only ask the other Yuan underworld secret techniques to make a move. The body of the sword trembled and an extremely tyrannical power shattered the blade light in an instant. Chen Zong casually slashed with his sword. This sword ignored the hundreds of meters of space and stabbed towards Xiao Gaofei. It was extremely fast. It was so fast that Xiao Gaofei, the inheritor of the void path, couldn't react in time. Chen Zong's goal wasn't to kill Xiao Gaofei. Therefore, the moment the sword hit Xiao Gaofei, the sword changed from a sharp weapon to a blunt one. It smashed Xiao Gaofei like a hammer and sent him flying. His qi and blood surged and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth due to the wanton sword qi. I said, all of you come at me together. Chen Zong pointed his sword forward. His sword intent was oppressive as if it wanted to pierce through the other Yuan underworld secret techniques. Humph, arrogant. Even if you are a true disciple of the Heavenly Palace, you can't look down on us like this. As he wishes, let him know how powerful we are. More than a dozen secret techniques roared one after another. Powerful auras burst out one after another. These dozen or so esoteric disciples were all at the initial level of the Yuan underworld realm. However, they were all geniuses with impressive combat strength. At the very least, they were at the 2-star level. Some were at the 3-star level, while others were at the 4-star level. More than a dozen low-level Yuanming esoteric disciples erupted with astonishing power and attacked one after another. In an instant, sword lights and blade lights pierced through the air and surrounded Chen Zong from all directions. However, there seemed to be a flash of sword light around Chen Zong. All the attacks were blocked by Chen Zong and could not be broken. As for Chen Zong, through direct contact with the sword light, he was able to decipher and analyze the mystery of the vacuum doctrine that the esoteric disciples had mastered. Although it was the same path of vacuum, different cultivators would have different directions and different understandings. Brainstorming, many of the mysteries were continuously deciphered and analyzed by Chen Zong's superb comprehension ability and the Mind 3 intent realm. These insights turned into little lights of inspiration that converged into a long river that surged forward. It was like 10,000 streams returning to the sea. Sword lights suddenly exploded. It was as if dozens of swords had pierced through the air and attacked in all directions in an instant. The dozen or so Yuan underworld esoteric disciples were unable to put up any resistance. They were directly repelled and sent flying. Their vital energy and blood were shaken and blood seeped out of the corners of their mouths. They were all injured, but only slightly. Chen Zong's goal wasn't to kill them or cause them serious injuries. He just wanted to find an opportunity to break through the mystery of the vacuum doctrine. That was all. However, Chen Zong didn't intend to fight a protracted battle with them. After all, Chen Zong had already found an opportunity to break through. Defeated, the dozen or so secret techniques of the vacuum doctrine had all been defeated. Everyone was dumbfounded. Is this the strength of a true disciple of the Heavenly Palace? He is clearly at the initial level of the Yuan underworld, but he is actually so terrifying. Wu Xiu couldn't help but smile bitterly. At first, he hadn't been convinced by Chen Zong. He had only felt that Chen Zong's dodging ability was very high. However, he now knew that Chen Zong wasn't just good at dodging. His combat strength was also very strong. At the very least, he wasn't a match for him at all. Although Wu Xiu was confident that he could further improve his combat strength at the initial level of the Yuan underworld realm, he estimated that he would only be able to reach the 4-star level. This level of combat strength still couldn't be compared to Chen Zong's. He was sincerely convinced he was indeed a true disciple of the Will Sky Palace. A true disciple of a sacred ground was indeed extraordinary. The members of the vacuum doctrine were shocked at first. Then, they smiled bitterly, especially the sect master and deputy sect master. They had originally intended to raise the prestige of the vacuum doctrine, but they hadn't expected the opposite. However, this wasn't a big deal. After all, Chen Zong was a true disciple of the Will Sky Palace. Thinking of this made them feel a little better. Countless inspirations burst forth in Chen Zong's spirit sea. They collided again and again, creating even more sparks of inspiration. The mysteries of the void path had broken through and reached a new height. Then, Chen Zong immediately explained to the sect master and the others that he had comprehended something and needed to go into seclusion for a while before leaving quickly. It was a little impolite to do so, but there was no other way. It wasn't easy to find an opportunity to break through. If he missed it, he didn't know when he would be able to find it again. The sect master, deputy sect master, and the elders of the vacuum doctrine also expressed their understanding. After all, they were all cultivators and understood the feeling of having an epiphany and breaking through. It couldn't be delayed. Chen Zong didn't leave the vacuum doctrine. Instead, he returned to the palace on Mount Wukong and began his seclusion. The mysteries of the void path constantly flowed through Chen Zong's mind. Little bits of inspiration flickered and converged into little bits of starlight, turning into a trickle. The vacuum yuan qi gathered around Chen Zong, as if it was being pulled and circled around him. Chen Zong continued to comprehend and deepen the mysteries of the void path. Now was the time to use the Great Escape method as the foundation and combine it with other escape methods and body movements. He integrated the mysteries of the void path and created the most suitable escape method for himself. Great accumulation should be unleashed. Everything was accumulated for the sake of erupting at the critical moment. The self-created escape method was to use the sword way as the foundation, the great escape method as the support, and integrate the mysteries of other escape methods. The sword way was Chen Zong's true foundation. The extreme path convention had ended, but the most eye-catching person was not the people of the vacuum doctrine, but Chen Zong of the Will Heavenly Palace. The dozen or so star sector level forces that were invited originally wanted to get closer to Chen Zong, especially the esoteric disciples, who wanted to make friends with Chen Zong. However, Chen Zong was in seclusion and they didn't know when he would come out. They couldn't wait here for a long time, so they could only leave with regret. As for the vacuum doctrine, they didn't have any objections. On the contrary, it was their honor that Chen Zong was willing to stay in the vacuum doctrine. As for the dozen or so esoteric Yuan underworld esoteric disciples that had been defeated by Chen Zong, they were shocked and felt a sense of reverence for Chen Zong. Thus, they worked even harder in their cultivation. Xia Gaofei, in particular, was unconvinced even though he had been defeated. Thus, he worked even harder in his cultivation in order to catch up with Chenzong. With pressure, a goal, and motivation, his cultivation speed was faster than usual. Time flew by and a year passed in the blink of an eye. From time to time, people from the vacuum doctrine would go to see if Chenzong had come out of seclusion. This time, not long after they left, the doors of the palace where Chenzong was on Mount Wu Mountain were still closed. However, a figure suddenly appeared outside the doors. The figure condensed and turned into a physical entity. It was none other than Chenzong. It was silent and astonishingly fast. It seemed as though it had directly traversed the void and ignored the obstruction of a physical entity. This was the escape technique that Chenzong had created and incorporated the mysteries of the void path of the Great Void Escape technique. Chenzong's figure suddenly curled up and transformed into a wisp of sword light that instantly tore through the sky. His speed had reached an extremely shocking level. The sword light appeared from time to time and then disappeared into the void. It seemed as though the horizon was close at hand. When it shuttled through the void and condensed into a sword light, it left behind a fine sword mark that lingered for a long time. Not only did this escape technique possess astonishing speed, it could even allow one to escape into the void. Furthermore, it also possessed extraordinary offensive power. The mysteries of the Great Void Escape technique, the extreme lightning movement technique, and many other escape techniques had all been shattered by Chenzong. He had extracted their essence and supplemented it with the mysteries of the void path. Then, he had integrated it with the mysteries of the sword path to create an escape technique that was most suitable for him. Chenzong had named this escape technique the Instant Space Sword Escape Technique. Since he had already created the Instant Space Sword Escape Technique, it had replaced the Great Void Escape Technique and the Extreme Lightning Movement Technique. It had entered his heart palace to be nurtured and slowly improved. The Instant Space Sword Escape Technique was a heaven mystique with infinite potential. It had to be improved to the level of a spirit mystique at least. For Chenzong, it wasn't as difficult as the Great Void Escape Technique. Instead, it was much easier. Given Chenzong's Yuanming cultivation base, it was just right for him to use a heaven mystique. Not only could he activate the power of the heaven mystique to the extreme, but it also wouldn't consume too much power. It could be used as a conventional method. After finding the people of the Xianxia and meeting the elder of the Xianxia, Chenzong expressed his intention to leave. Although the elder urged him to stay, it couldn't change Chenzong's intention to leave. After all, his initial purpose in coming to the Xianxia was to fulfill the dying wish of the Yukong Venerate. Now, not only had he fulfilled his dying wish, but he had also comprehended the mysteries of the void path and created the Instant Space Sword Escape Technique. It was time to leave. Adventure, experience, only in this way could he further improve himself. Chenzong had already decided on the goal of his experience and adventure. A figure flew out of the Xianxia star at an astonishing speed. Immediately, a void ship appeared and the figure entered the ship. Start, advance, accelerate. The void ship immediately distanced itself from the Xianxia and kept flying forward. Chenzong's goal this time was one of the many ruins in the void, the Aeon Ruins. The void was vast and there were many mysteries. Some mysteries had yet to be solved by the human race. After all, the human race wasn't the only race in the void. The void had existed for a long time and was divided into epochs. When an epoch was about to end, there would often be a catastrophe that would cleanse the void. Many beings would perish in the process, and only a few powerful beings or forces would survive and enter the next epoch. However, this was a minor epoch. A powerful force like Heart Intent Sky Palace had existed for more than a minor epoch. As the Tao disciple of Heart Intent Sky Palace, Chenzong naturally knew a lot more information than the average person. Heart Intent Sky Palace didn't have a lot of records about epochs, but it should be the most detailed among the many forces in the void. After all, Heart Intent Sky Palace was very powerful and could preserve many things in the face of a catastrophe. Epochs were divided into major and major epochs. Epochs and minor epochs were related to major epochs. Heart Intent Sky Palace's records were very simple and vague. It was just a theory, because no matter how powerful a force was, it couldn't withstand a major epoch. Unless one was a powerhouse that had transcended the void, they wouldn't be able to survive a major epoch. Surviving an epoch's catastrophe. As for the minor epic's catastrophe, it wasn't as difficult as a major epic. At the very least, Heart-Intent Sky Palace had survived several minor epic's catastrophes. Although there would be great losses every time, it had continued to pass on to the present day. According to Heart-Intent Sky Palace's records, the minor epics had been divided into several periods since a very long time ago. The Archaic Epic, the Middle Epic, and the Modern Epic. Heart-Intent Sky Palace had been established at the end of the Archaic Epic. It had luckily survived the Archaic Epic's catastrophe and entered the Middle Epic. It had enough time to grow and survive the Middle Epic's catastrophe. Although it had suffered great losses, it had continued to develop and grow. Now, it was the Late Epic, which was in the middle period and not the end. Decline after the peak was the law of development for everything. The current Late Epic hadn't reached its peak and the so-called catastrophe wouldn't come. These weren't things that Xianxia needed to consider. Even if the catastrophe really came, there was a high chance that sovereigns would die, let alone Yuan underworld beings. There was no point in thinking too much. The ancient underworld ruins was a mystic realm left behind from the Middle Epic. It was an open mystic realm. The so-called open mystic realm referred to a mystic realm that anyone could enter at any time. This kind of mystic realm did not restrict one's cultivation, age, and so on. It sounded like a very safe mystic realm, but it was not. The ancient netherworld ruins were very dangerous. Of course, it also depended on one's luck. Demigod ranks might be able to obtain some incredible treasures, while Dominator ranks might also die inside. The ancient netherworld ruins had existed since the Middle Ages, but they had not been completely deciphered. Moreover, no one knew how many of them were left. Many people from the Heavenly Palace had also entered the ancient netherworld ruins. After returning, they would leave behind some records in the Heavenly Palace. Xianxia went through many records and had a good understanding of the ancient netherworld ruins. If a worker wants to do a good job, he must first sharpen his tools. Xianxia had always done things this way. The distance between the Xianxia and the ancient Hades ruins was not far, but the location of the ancient Hades ruins was a bit strange. It was located in the void belt between the eastern void and the southern void. This void belt was very vast. It was at least 10 times larger than the void belt between the star fields. In the void belt, if there were no void disasters, there would be no wind or waves. Even the flow of aura seemed to have stopped. It was impossible to travel through the void here. A huge dark vortex, tens of thousands of meters in diameter, existed in this belt of nothingness, rotating slowly. It looked like a miniature version of a dark galaxy. The closer to the center, the darker the color. At the very center, it was completely black. This was the entrance to the ancient netherworld ruins. The dark and huge vortex gave off an indescribable feeling. Its aura seemed to be incompatible with the present. However, the ancient netherworld ruins had existed since the Middle Epic. It was normal for its aura to be different from the present. Staring at the center of the dark vortex, it was dark and deep. It was like a black hole that could swallow everything. No light could escape. Just as Xianxia was about to enter, a figure suddenly shot out from within. It was as if the figure had just emerged from the water. The aura that seemed out of place on the figure's body slowly dissipated as the figure appeared. This was a cultivator who had come out of the ancient netherworld ruins. His aura was much stronger than Xianxia's. He was obviously a divine power realm expert. The divine power realm expert looked around and saw Xianxia. After a slight pause, he ignored him and left. This vortex was both the entrance and the exit. With a flash, Xianxia rushed to the center of the vortex and plunged into it. When Xianxia shuttled into the center of the vortex, a feeling of emptiness pervaded his body. It was a completely different feeling. It was very ancient and somewhat dilapidated. The ground was charred black and full of cracks, as if it would shatter at any time. Behind him was a huge dark vortex with a diameter of 10,000 meters. This was both the entrance and the exit of the ancient netherworld ruins. The ancient netherworld ruins was not like the secret realms Xianxia had entered in the past. There was a time limit. Here, one could stay as long as they wanted. However, if they wanted to leave, they could only go through this exit. Demigod realm, Tao controlling realm, Yuan underworld realm, Divinity Realm, Tao Sovereign Realm, and Sovereign Realm could all enter. This kind of open secret realm was also very dangerous. This danger came from the ruins itself, but also from other cultivators. Simply put, if a demigod offended a divine power realm expert, only death awaited. Of course, within the ancient netherworld ruins, there were many mystical places, just like the Great Void Divine Ruins. Therefore, even if a cultivator with a low cultivation base was in these mystical places, there was still hope for him to escape from a high-level cultivator. Tianming Ancient Tree, Ancient Netherworld Tablet, Netherworld King Palace. Chenzong muttered softly. These were all located in the ancient netherworld ruins. They were recorded in the Will Heavenly Palace and belonged to the more valuable places in the ancient netherworld ruins. Exploring the ruins, one had to unearth mysteries that had never appeared before. However, one also had to explore the mysteries that had been discovered by others. These mysteries were not one-off, but could be used repeatedly. Not only did the Will Heavenly Palace have written records, but it also had a map. Chenzong memorized all of these. In the deity ocean, he used his primordial spirit to quickly draw the outline like a master painter. It was vivid and lifelike, and he even marked his location. Soon after, with his powerful memory and logical deduction, he marked out the various mysterious places in the records. He was pretty close to the mark. Next, he naturally had to search for these mysterious places. The closest one was the location of the Tianming Ancient Tree. Not long after, Chenzong saw other cultivators. However, they were not alone. There were several groups of people moving together. These people also saw Chenzong and their eyes were filled with vigilance. Other than those who killed for fun or those who had a change in temperament, when normal cultivators met someone they did not know, their first reaction was not to attack, but to avoid unnecessary trouble. This was not cowardice, but without enough benefits, they would not be tempted to attack. Chenzong did not pay attention to them and walked forward. He just did not know if the Tianming Ancient Tree had borne fruit. If it had, was it ripe? That's right, the most valuable thing of the Tianming Ancient Tree was its fruit. Consuming it could help to unearth one's potential and increase one's cultivation efficiency. However, only the ripe fruit was effective. If it was not ripe, it would be poisonous. There was once a cultivator who consumed an unripe fruit. In the end, not only did it not stimulate one's potential, but it could not stop bleeding. In the end, the cultivator died of blood loss. The Tianming Ancient Tree was thousands of meters tall. Its branches were thick and almost black. Its leaves were round and half the size of a person. The color was dark and the leaves were thick and full of black veins. Green fruits the size of a thumb were condensed between the wide leaves. It's not ripe yet. Chenzong frowned slightly and could not help but sigh. It was a pity. Looking at the size and color of the fruit, it was still far from being ripe. According to the records, the fruit of the Tianming Ancient Tree needed more than 100 years to mature. In other words, it was at least a few decades away from being ripe. It was impossible for him to guard here for a few decades. Thus, he could only leave and look for other mysterious places. Of course, there was not only one Tianming Ancient Tree in the ancient netherworld ruins. There were many of them, but they were scattered in different places. In addition, there were also mysterious places like the Nether King Palace and the ancient netherworld stele that were helpful to cultivators. For example, the Nether King Palace was used for challenges. If the challenge was successful, one could obtain the treasures inside. On the other hand, if the challenge failed, one could die. However, the Nether King Palace was a mysterious place that could only be found by chance. If one was lucky, one could find it. Even if one deliberately looked for it, one might not be able to find it. As for the ancient netherworld stele, there were a few of them. The most valuable thing was the inscriptions on the steles. The inscriptions contained great mysteries that could be comprehended. In addition to these, there were other mysterious places in the ancient netherworld ruins. Whether one could find it depended on one's luck. Of course, it was also related to one's strength. The stronger the cultivator, the deeper they could go and explore. Chenzong was very interested in the ruins that were passed down from the Middle Age. He wondered if there was any difference between the cultivation system of the Middle Age and the current cultivation system. However, it should be similar. After all, the Heavenly Palace originated from the ancient era. Some of the inheritances had been passed down. There should not be much change in the cultivation system. The real change in the cultivation system should be big. The change of the era and the change of the minor era would not have an obvious impact on the cultivation system. Even so, the change of the minor era would still have some impact. The cultivation system of the Middle Age and the current cultivation system, even if both of them focused on cultivating qi and refining the body, there were still subtle differences. The ancient netherworld ruins was very big, and the area that had been explored was much larger than the Great Void Divine Ruins. It was like another world. No, it was as if it existed in another void. Chen Zong recalled that the records of the ancient netherworld ruin in the Heavenly Palace described it as a different space. In other words, the ancient netherworld ruin and the late ancient era's void did not exist in the same spacetime. The whirlpool-like entrance was where they intersected. Chen Zong found a few more heaven underworld ancient trees, but unfortunately, they either did not bear fruit or the fruits were not mature enough. Thus, he could only give up. If the ancient netherworld ruins were to be compared to an abandoned world, then there would be many secret places in this abandoned world. Chen Zong encountered an enormous palace. It was completely pitch black, and it towered on the ground that was like a boundless ruin. It was lofty and majestic, like an ancient black mountain. A mysterious aura was constantly emanating from the black palace. This aura made Chen Zong feel out of place. It was different from the aura of the void he was in. The Underworld King Palace. Chen Zong was delighted. His figure flashed and he seemed to turn into a swordlight as he quickly flew over. The Underworld King Palace was divided into low-level, mid-level, high-level, top-level, and super-level, which corresponded to the 5 levels of the Spirit Ascension realm. This division was not the division of the Middle Ancient Era, but the division made by the Late Ancient Era cultivators for convenience. The low-level Underworld King Palace was suitable for Dao Manipulation Realm cultivators to enter, and only Dao Manipulation Realm cultivators could enter. The mid-level Underworld King Palace was suitable for Yuan Underworld cultivators to enter, and only Yuan Underworld cultivators could enter. Chen Zong did not know what level this Underworld King Palace was, but he could try. If he could enter, it would be the mid-level Underworld King Palace. In a flash, Chen Zong rushed to the door of the Underworld King Palace. The moment he came into contact with it, a strange power descended and shrouded Chen Zong's body. It made Chen Zong feel as though he was being swept away. It was a power that detected one's aura. In the next moment, Chen Zong passed through the door as if it didn't exist. This was a mid-tier Underworld King Palace suitable for Yuan Underworld cultivators. Chen Zong couldn't help but feel a little happy. However, he didn't know what kind of rewards he would obtain after passing this Underworld King Palace. Inside the Netherworld King Palace, there was nothing but emptiness. However, Chen Zong could smell the aura of a battle. Furthermore, the battle had happened not too long ago. Before I came in, someone else had already entered. Chen Zong narrowed his eyes slightly. He carefully observed, sensed, and made a judgment. The appearance of the Underworld Monarch Palace was random and not fixed. In that case, other Yuan Underworld cultivators must have discovered this mid-tier Underworld Monarch Palace and entered it before him. However, he didn't know if the cultivator who entered first had passed through this middle stage King of Hell Palace and received the reward or had failed. In any case, since he had entered, it could be considered fate. He had to continue moving forward and take a look. Inside the Underworld King Palace, there were usually several halls. Generally, low-tier Underworld King Palaces had 1 to 3 halls, mid-tier Underworld King Palaces had 4 to 6 halls, and high-level Underworld King Palaces had 7 to 9 halls. However, he didn't know if this mid-tier Underworld King Palace had 4 halls, 5 halls, or 6 halls. The more halls there were, the higher the difficulty. He had entered the first hall. All sorts of information quickly flashed through Chen Zong's mind. He took a step forward once again, passing through the door of the first hall and stepping into the second hall. The second hall was also empty. However, the remnant aura of a battle was even more obvious than the first hall. The aura was mixed and chaotic, and there was more than one aura. This meant that there wasn't just one cultivator who had entered the Underworld King Palace. There were several of them. The third hall was also empty. However, the remnant aura of a battle was even more intense. It seemed to have happened not long ago, as there were many intersecting marks on the ground. When Xianxia stepped into the fourth hall, intense sounds rang out in his ears. The low roars and the clashing of swords and sabers were like the roars of wind and thunder. Battle, there was an intense battle going on in the fourth hall. On one side were human cultivators, and on the other side was a giant beast. The giant beast looked like a lion and a tiger. Its body was filled with wisps of gray aura that seemed like smoke and flames that flickered and burned. This was an underworld beast, a type of beast that belonged to the ancient underworld ruins. It was very difficult to find it in the current void. Even if it was found, it wasn't exactly the same. There were 4 human cultivators. One of them was at the mid-level of the Yuan underworld realm, while the other 3 were at the initial level of the Yuan underworld realm. They were working together to fight the underworld beast. For a moment, it was difficult to determine the victor. If there were only 4 halls in this underworld king palace, then defeating the underworld beast should be equivalent to passing the trial and obtaining a reward. Otherwise, it would be opening the door to the next hall. Xianxia made a judgment with just a glance. These 4 human cultivators weren't in one group, but 2 groups that were temporarily working together to deal with the underworld beast. The mid-level Yuan underworld realm cultivator was a middle-aged man with a 4-star combat strength that was close to the peak. His partner was at the initial level of the Yuan underworld realm and had a 2-star combat strength. On the other side was a young man and woman. Although the man's cultivation was at the initial level of the Yuan underworld realm, his combat strength had also reached the 4-star level. Clearly, he was a prodigy who could become a secret disciple in a celestial domain grade sect. In terms of cultivation and combat strength, he could be considered to be in the lower or middle levels even among the true disciples of the 4 great sacred lands. As for the woman, her combat strength wasn't bad either. She was at the initial level of the Yuan underworld realm but had a 3-star combat strength. However, even with the 4 of them working together, they still couldn't do anything to the underworld beast. The powerful attack landed on the body of the nether beast, but it didn't cause much damage to it. The nether beast suddenly swung its tail, making a terrifying whistling sound, and directly hit the 4-star young man. This strike immediately sent the youth flying. He landed not far away from Xianxia, his blood surging as blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. "Friend, let's attack together," the youth hurriedly said when he saw Xianxia. Xianxia didn't respond. Instead, he observed the underworld beast. The youth's face darkened as he looked displeased. The 4 of them had originally worked together to barely fight the underworld beast. When the 4-star youth was repelled, the power of the cultivators was instantly weakened and the balance was broken. The underworld beast unleashed its invincible might and immediately repelled the other 3 Yuan underworld realm cultivators. Each of them was injured, especially the 2-star one, who was the most seriously injured. Roar, an extremely violent roar came from the underworld beast's mouth, blasting out a grayish-black storm. The wind roared and swept all around as if it wanted to blow everything out. It was unstoppable. The underworld beast was over 10 meters in size, which was very large for a human. The grayish aura around its body burned intensely like flames. After that terrifying roar, it suddenly leaped and pounced forward. A huge murderous weapon like a tiger's claw swept across the sky, producing a terrifying roar like a hurricane. It was accompanied by a terrifying sonic boom that shook the entire hall. The underworld beast was pouncing in the direction of Xianxia. Its target was Xianxia. The underworld beast seemed to have an extremely strong sense for the aura of humans. Therefore, when Xianxia stepped into the hall, the underworld beast had already sensed him. After repelling and injuring the 4 cultivators, it immediately rushed towards Xianxia. Its duty was to guard the hall and repel or even kill anyone who entered. The young man with 4-star combat strength hurriedly retreated further away from Xianxia as he muttered, "You're digging your own grave." Previously, he had invited Xianxia to help him deal with the underworld beast, but Xianxia had ignored him. This made him feel very unhappy. Now that the underworld beast had pounced, its target was not him, but Xianxia. He felt a burst of pleasure. "Quickly dodge." The middle-aged man with 4-star combat strength suddenly shouted, not bothering to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. The underworld beast's body was huge, but its speed was not slow at all. It was very shocking. It rushed directly, and its huge claws slashed across the sky. The extremely sharp claws tore the void apart. Under this claw, Chenzong would probably be torn apart and crushed by the terrifying power. The next moment, an extremely bloody scene would appear. However, a ray of light suddenly flashed. It was extremely bright, dazzling, and condensed to the extreme. It seemed to be the most dazzling light in the world. As soon as it appeared, it filled everyone's eyes. It was like a world, and it also made the surrounding darkness become deeper and deeper, as if it had turned into an abyss. This was an extremely strong contrast. The sword light was as dazzling and blazing as the sun, as if it could turn everything into nothingness. When their eyes could see again, the scene they saw immediately shocked them to the core. The underworld beast's combat strength was tyrannical. It was at least at the peak of 4-star and close to 5-star. The 4 of them could not fight against it even when they joined forces, and they were even sent flying and injured. But now, the underworld beast had fallen to the ground and was constantly trembling. Sword chi was constantly bursting out from its body, shooting out uncontrollably. In just a short moment, the underworld beast was pierced by the endless sword chi from the inside. With a bang, it directly exploded. The source of the sword chi should be the sword light just now, and the source of the sword light should be this young-looking cultivator. With just one sword, he killed the underworld beast with amazing combat strength. What level has this person's combat strength reached? The 4 of them were shocked, and they kept guessing. Chenzong ignored the 4 of them, but stared at the place where the underworld beast was shattered. After the underworld beast was shattered, a ball of black light was suspended in it. That should be the reward, but he did not know what the reward was. But since it was a reward, and the underworld beast was killed by him, of course it should belong to him. His left hand grasped in the air, and as if there was an invisible rope pulling it, the ball of black light trembled and flew directly to Chenzong. Stop. The young man with 4-star combat strength came to his senses, and his expression suddenly changed. He leaped and rushed toward the ball of black light at an amazing speed, obviously intending to compete with Chenzong. He grabbed with his left hand, and the black light shattered, revealing the item within. Chenzong was slightly surprised. It was a pitch-black token. It had the shape of a crescent moon and emitted an endless icy aura. This icy aura seemed to be able to freeze everything, including one's soul. The crescent moon token exuded an aura that could freeze one's spiritual soul. There were words on one side and pictures on the other. Chenzong did not recognize the words because they were words from the Middle Ages. When the catastrophe came, many civilizations were destroyed. In the recent ages, they slowly developed their own civilizations. However, Chenzong could make inferences based on the traces. After all, the recent ages continued to the Middle Ages and did not completely break away. They evolved again on the basis of the Middle Ages. As such, the characters of the Middle Era were somewhat similar to the characters of the recent era. God of the Underworld. Token. Chenzong stared at the 3 words and identified them. His mind spun quickly. Chenzong's mind was very fast, and his brain capacity was shocking. However, because he had read many books and stored a lot of knowledge, some information could not be recalled in an instant. He had to think for a while. The god of the underworld token was related to the god of the underworld palace. If the god of the underworld palace appeared, one would need the god of the underworld token to enter. In short, the god of the underworld token was the proof to enter the god of the underworld palace. The god of the underworld palace was of a higher level than the king of the underworld palace. Of course, the god of the underworld palace was more mysterious than the king of the underworld palace. Entering the god of the underworld palace also meant greater opportunities. Sir, we found the king of the underworld palace first. Give me some face and give me the token. Prince Ming of the Ice Dragon Path of the Ice Saint Palace owes you a favor. If you have any trouble in the future, you can come to the Ice Saint Palace to find me. The 4-star young man's hand missed. His eyes were gloomy as he stared at Chenzong. His tone was sharp and cold. It sounded like a request, but his tone was very strong, like an order. Chenzong glanced at him and put the god of the underworld token into the 9 heavenly rings. He turned and was about to leave. The king of the underworld palace was worthless. As for the so-called secret of the ice dragon path of the Ice Saint Palace, it was nothing. He was just a 4-star. If the other party dared to make a move, then he would just kill him. However, Qinzong wouldn't take the initiative to kill him if he didn't make a move. Wang Ziming's hands were trembling, and wisps of icy energy were gathering in his hands. His eyes were extremely cold as he stared at Qinzong's back. There were several times when he wanted to attack, but he didn't dare. This was because the sword light from earlier was still flashing through his mind. The dazzling sword light had directly killed the underworld beast. The power of the sword light was estimated to be at the 5-star level. It was a power that he could not resist. When I break through to the mid-level of the Yuanming stage, my fighting strength will definitely reach the 5-star level. When the time comes, I will look for you, Wang Ziming muttered to himself before dispersing the frosty aura in his hand. This trip to the Nether King Palace could be considered a waste of time. However, in this world, there was no way things would go according to one's wishes every time. If one could see through this, they would be able to deal with it calmly. The Sacred Ice Palace? A top-tier celestial domain level force, Qinzong muttered to himself as this thought flashed across his mind. However, he couldn't find the Nether King Palace and could only wait for it to descend. In other words, he could only rely on his luck. However, it didn't matter. The ancient Netherworld ruins were huge and had yet to be fully explored. It had to be known that tens of thousands of years had passed since the birth of the late Antiquity era. This was enough to show how huge and mysterious the ancient Netherworld ruins were. Qinzong walked through the ancient Netherworld ruins alone with a sword, constantly looking for opportunities. A huge black stone tablet towered over the ground. It was 1,000 meters tall and incomparably majestic. The aura it exuded was extremely tyrannical and frightening. This was the aura that belonged to the Nether King. Qinzong's eyes flickered with a faint light as he stared at the jet-black gigantic stone tablet. The surface of the tablet was filled with words, and they were all extremely unique and mysterious. Even with Qinzong's knowledge, he couldn't understand what these characters were. Or rather, they weren't characters, but something similar to runes. Ancient Netherworld Tablet. This was the ancient Netherworld Tablet in the ancient Netherworld ruins. It was one of the mysteries of the ancient Netherworld ruins. Qinzong stood in front of the ancient Netherworld Tablet as he stared at the runes on it. He removed all distracting thoughts and started to comprehend it. Activate the 3 intents of heart. First, he paid attention to the outside world to avoid being attacked. Second, he focused on comprehending it. In the beginning, he didn't have any clue as he couldn't understand it. But gradually, Qinzong was attracted by it. Even if he couldn't understand it, he was able to comprehend a trace of its mysteries. Bit by bit, it was as if he was peeling silk from a cocoon, slowly going deeper. As time passed, there seemed to be strands of cold aura condensing around Qinzong's body. Then, it condensed into palm-sized runes that corresponded with the runes on the ancient Netherworld tablet, emitting a faint light. The primordial sword origin technique started to circulate naturally within his body. Now, Qinzong had already deduced the primordial sword origin technique to the 13th level. The primordial sword origin that was condensed was incomparably pure and its power was extremely terrifying. Among those at the same cultivation level, there might be those who could compare to Qinzong in terms of pure cultivation power, but there were very, very few of them. At least until now, Qinzong hadn't encountered anyone like that. But now, the circulation of the 13th level of the primordial sword origin technique was actually moving towards an even more complicated and mysterious path. It was slowly changing under the mysterious influence of the outside world. At the same time, the remnant power of the world sacred tree was also being stimulated bit by bit, fusing into the primordial sword origin technique and the world sacred body. Upgrade. It was all gradually upgrading. Qinzong's qi cultivation had already reached the peak of the initial level of the Yuanming realm, while his body tempering realm cultivation had reached the peak of the initial level of the greater divine body realm, which was the same as the qi cultivation realm. Qinzong paid great attention to this, because this was the only way he could truly unleash the Lingwu Supreme technique to the extreme and increase his own combat power. Now, the remnant power of the world sacred tree that had fused into his body was being stimulated bit by bit, truly transforming into his own cultivation power. At the same time, the mysteries of the Heartsword Path and the World Great Path were also being comprehended bit by bit. The circulation path of the primordial sword origin technique was becoming increasingly complicated. At the same time, it was also becoming increasingly mysterious as it sketched out a sword diagram. The runes on the ancient Netherworld tablet lit up one by one before extinguishing one by one. It became dark and gloomy, as if it had lost its power. On the other hand, the runes revolving around Xianxia continued to increase. In the end, the runes connected with each other and turned into rune ribbons that revolved around Xianxia's body. They became denser and denser, wrapping around Xianxia like a cocoon, turning Xianxia into a black cocoon that was filled with runes. Every rune was flickering with radiance. The ancient Netherworld tablet in the ancient Netherworld ruins was not inferior to the mysteries of the ancient Netherworld tree and the Nether King Palace. In fact, it was very direct. The true mystery lay in the inscriptions on the ancient Netherworld tablet. However, finding the ancient Netherworld tablet didn't mean that one could comprehend the inscriptions on the tablet. Firstly, one wouldn't be able to understand the inscriptions. After all, it was a civilization that had been separated by a small epoch and hadn't been passed down. Therefore, the only way to comprehend the inscriptions was to empty one's mind and focus on the inscriptions on the tablet. Then, one would have to rely on one's spirit and perception to resonate with it. Therefore, most of the people who found the ancient Netherworld tablet could only look at it. They couldn't comprehend it and wouldn't be able to benefit from it. Xianxia was an exception. With his powerful spirit and perception, Xianxia was able to enter the state of comprehension and benefit from it. Once the ancient Netherworld tablet was comprehended, the power of the inscriptions on the tablet would disappear for a period of time and slowly recover. It would only reappear after it had completely recovered. Inside the big cocoon that was formed by the black runes, Xianxia's cultivation technique was breaking through. His cultivation base was breaking through. His great Tao energy was also breaking through. The big black cocoon trembled along with Xianxia's energy fluctuation. It was like a huge black heart that was constantly beating. In the ancient Netherworld ruins, the passage of time was difficult to perceive. This was the common point of many ruins. Unless there was a treasure that could accurately detect time, otherwise, the concept of time would become very vague. Inside the big black cocoon, Xianxia's eyes suddenly shot out a sharp light. It was like a sharp sword that pierced through the air. It directly pierced through the big black cocoon and tore it apart. The sword light shot out and directly cut the big black cocoon into two. Xianxia's figure then stepped out. A tyrannical aura was surging within Xianxia's body as if it was going to break out of his body. However, it was firmly grasped by Xianxia. It was like an evil dragon that wanted to stir up trouble but was firmly suppressed and subdued. It could not struggle. The aura also gradually weakened and finally became restrained. Xianxia's finger was like a sword and gently drew across the void in front of him. A wisp of sword origin condensed at the tip of his finger. It was as if it was cutting the void, leaving a mark. Of course, it was not really cutting. The strength of the space here was shocking. The sword finger was like a brush that drew across the void, leaving a mark like a piece of paper. It seemed like nothing much, but Xianxia could accurately feel that the power of the primordial sword origin was getting more and more shocking. The 14th level, with the help of the mysterious ancient Netherworld tablet, Xianxia's primordial sword origin technique had successfully broken through to the 14th level. Not only had the quantity of sword origin doubled, but so had the quality. It had become purer and more powerful. The second point was his cultivation. His Qi cultivation had broken through to the mid-level of the Yuanming realm and his body-tempering cultivation had broken through to the mid-level of the divine body echelon. This had also increased his combat strength. The third point was the improvement of the Heartsword Path and the Great Path of the world. He had peered into more mysteries and grasped more power of the Great Path. Martial arts, cultivation, and Great Path. These three breakthroughs had brought about an all-round improvement to Xianxia. His combat strength had soared. Xianxia estimated that his strongest combat strength could now surpass the 6-star level and reach the 7-star level. There were many mysteries in the ancient Netherworld ruins, but there were also many dangers. Opportunities and crises often depended on each other. The most common danger in the ancient Hadean ruins was the nether beast. The nether beasts had been cleared out in the periphery of the ruins because many people had entered. When one went deeper, one would encounter the nether beast. Naturally, the deeper one went, the stronger the nether beast. The nether beast had different appearances, but overall, it was similar to many demonic beasts in the late ancient era. The only difference was the nature of its power. The power that the nether beast had was the nether power. It was a kind of power in the Middle Ancient era. It was very powerful and not easy to fight against. In comparison, the nether power was stronger than the Qi cultivation stage at the same level of cultivation. Only the power of a true genius could fight against it. Otherwise, one could only consume more power to resist the invasion of the nether power. In the late antiquity era, there were also cultivation methods and sects that cultivated the power of the dark attribute. However, the power of the late antiquity era and the power of the middle antiquity era were separated by a small era, so there were still differences. The nether beast was surrounded by a grayish-black aura. It swayed like smoke as if it was going to soar into the sky. However, it was attached to its huge body and burned like a flame. In front of Qianxia, there was a nether beast a few thousand meters away. It was a huge black python that was 100 meters long. With a roar, the black python's huge body suddenly swayed. It charged at Qianxia at an astonishing speed. When it was a few hundred meters away, the black python opened its mouth and spat out a ball of black light. It moved at an astonishing speed and emitted a cold stench. It was a venom that contained the nether power. Qianxia did not dodge. He did not even draw his sword. He used his fingers as a sword and gently drew from the bottom to the top. A flash of sword light suddenly shone and tore the sky apart. It carried the amazing sharpness of the Taichu sword spirit and seemed to split the sky into two. Silently, the ball of venom was also split by the sword light. Under the vibration of the sword light, a mysterious force directly split the venom into two. It flew past Qianxia on both sides and landed on the ground with a thud. A sizzling sound was heard. Wisps of grayish-green smoke curled up in two holes were corroded in the ground. At the same time, the sword light also attacked the python nether beast. It could not dodge and was directly hit. The grayish-black smoke on its body was instantly split. However, the sword light did not really injure the python nether beast. The python nether beast's power was level. The nether beasts. Level nether beasts were at the Yuan demon realm or the Great Success divine body realm. The sword light only caused slight injuries to the python nether beast, but it also infuriated it. The infuriated Jiao python underworld beast speed sword. It flew over like a bolt of black lightning. It swung its thick tail across the sky, carrying a terrifying force that seemed to be able to shatter mountains. Waves of black wind whistled, transforming into a hurricane that swept over. This blow was so powerful that it could destroy mountains. Qianxia's expression changed. Even if his Great Success divine body had broken through to the Great Success divine body realm and his physique refinement realm combat power had greatly increased, he would definitely not feel good if he was hit directly. Of course, Qianxia would not stupidly take this blow head-on. He was not an absolute physique refinement realm cultivator. He was not a cultivator who focused on physique refinement realm. Just as the giant tail swept with a terrifying force, Qianxia's figure flashed and turned into a sword light. He disappeared into the void and caused the giant tail to miss. In the next moment, the sword light rushed out of the void and swept past the black python nether beast like lightning. That sword light was extremely sharp, and the grayish-black fog was unable to resist it at all. In an instant, it was split open, and even the python's tyrannical body was split open. However, the python underworld beast did not die. It was only severely injured. There was no blood spurting out from the place where the sword light tore through. There were only wisps of black smoke that constantly shot out. Instant space sword evasion. Just now, Qianxia directly used instant space sword escape. Not only did he avoid the sweeping tail attack of the flood python nether beast, but he also turned into a sword light and launched a sharp and shocking attack, injuring the flood python nether beast. The injured Jiao python nether beast was instantly enraged and went berserk. A large amount of grayish-black mist constantly sprayed out and shrouded the surroundings. Its scarlet eyes flickered like lanterns, burning incessantly. The enraged flood python nether beast became even more terrifying. What welcomed it was a sword light, an extremely dazzling sword light. Sword technique, fourth sword, a 5-kilometer sword Dao domain was integrated into this sword. The mid-level Yuanming cultivation base, the power of the heart sword Dao, and the power of the 14th level of the Genesis sword origin technique directly made the power of this sword reach the top 6-star level. It was more difficult to improve one's combat strength as one progressed. Even so, Chenzong's Qi cultivation base had also broken through to the top 6-star level, which was equivalent to the combination of the Linggu Supreme technique and the Heart Flame secret technique. The three breakthroughs in the cultivation base, and power of the Great Path had a great impact on one's combat strength. It was a direct qualitative improvement. However, it was still not enough to kill a 6-star underworld beast with instant space sword escape. At least, it was not enough to kill it in one blow. So, it was time to draw the sword. The extreme heart faceless sword was unsheathed. As Chenzong continued to improve, the power of the extreme heart faceless sword was also constantly improving. He raised the sword to his eyebrows and stood still like a tree swaying in the storm. It was also like a mountain towering on the ground, unmoving no matter how the wind blew. In the next moment, the sword light suddenly flashed, like the first ray of light at the beginning of the void. It was the Genesis sword light. A sword and a ray of light slashed across the void and flew past silently. The violent wind was cut open, and the fluctuating grayish-black smoke that was like burning flames was also cut open in an instant. This sword light was sharp to the extreme, and there was nothing it could not cut through. Although the python underworld beast was very strong, it still couldn't withstand the slash of this sword. Kill, it was cut in half by the sword. The underworld beast fell to the ground with a loud rumble, causing the earth to shake. Even though its 100-meter-long body had been cut in half, it was still dozens of meters long. Its huge body was astonishingly heavy. Surrounded by the sword light, Chenzong took out a huge black block the size of a human head. It was a regular polyhedron, like a matte crystal. It was filled with traces of cold aura, very vigorous and astonishing. This was the dark nucleus, the core of the underworld beast's power. It was the hub and source of the underworld beast's power. To a certain extent, the dark nucleus was a treasure, but it was useless to ordinary cultivators. At least, Chenzong couldn't use it, but he still kept it. Maybe it would come in handy someday. After returning the sword to the scabbard and keeping the dark nucleus, Chenzong continued to move forward. There were many mysteries in the ancient netherworld ruins. Whether one could find them or not depended on one's luck. In addition, it also depended on one's own efforts. If one didn't want to move and waited for the mysteries to come to him, it was simply an extravagant hope. Outside the ancient netherworld ruins, in the huge dark vortex, there was a snow-white flying boat with a phoenix wing pattern on it. It looked very lifelike. The whole flying boat looked magnificent and exquisite. In front of the dark vortex, the flying boat with a white phoenix carving stopped. Immediately, a few figures appeared. Each figure was wearing a white robe with the same white phoenix pattern on it. Although they were all white, the phoenix pattern wasn't covered. Instead, it was very eye-catching. There were a total of 3 figures, and all of them were women. Young and beautiful women, but the aura emitting from them wasn't weak. They were all in the path manipulation realm. Senior Sister Bai, this time, we'll have to rely on you. One of the 3, a baby-faced woman, said to the woman with thin lips and long eyes. I just entered the ancient netherworld ruins one more time than all of you. Bai Songdai smiled and seemed to be a little proud. Last time, it was a senior brother from the Ice Dragon Path who brought me in. Wow, is it senior brother Ao Shengwang? The baby-faced woman exclaimed. Yes, it's senior brother Ao Shengwang. Bai Songdai seemed to want to hide it, but she couldn't hide the pride in her heart. Hearing her affirmation, the baby-faced woman seemed to be even more envious. She tugged at the third woman's robe. Junior Sister Yu, Senior Sister Bai's luck is really good. That's senior brother Ao Shengwang. Junior Sister Yu was wearing a white robe and carrying a long sword on her back. She looked demure and elegant, like a lotus flower in a quiet and deep pool. Hearing the baby-faced woman's words, she smiled slightly, like a lotus flower quietly blooming. Senior Sister Bai's luck has always been good. It's my first time entering the ancient netherworld ruins. I'll have to trouble you, Senior Sister Bai. Junior Sister Yu, you're a strong competitor for our Ice Phoenix Path's preparatory Tao disciple. It's my honor to be able to serve you. Bai Songdai smiled and said with some flattery. Last time, Senior Brother Ao even asked me about Junior Sister Yu. It couldn't be helped. In the Ice Phoenix Path, although she was a senior sister, it was only because she entered the sect earlier. In terms of talent and potential, she couldn't compare to Junior Sister Yu. So now, she was a direct disciple of the Ice Phoenix Path. However, other than being a direct disciple, this Junior Sister Yu also obtained the qualifications to compete for the preparatory Tao disciple position. Once she became a preparatory Tao disciple, it meant that she could compete for the position of Tao disciple. Once she became a Tao disciple, her position in the Ice Phoenix Path and even in the Sacred Ice Palace would rise accordingly. She might even surpass a group of elders. In the Ice Phoenix Path, the other senior and junior sisters have astonishing talent and potential. It's still unknown whether I can become a preparatory Tao disciple, Junior Sister Yu said with a smile. The three of them didn't stay still and chat. Instead, they flew into the dark gray whirlpool while talking. In the next breath, the three figures entered the center of the dark gray whirlpool at the same time. Once they entered, they disappeared as if they were swallowed. Not long after, at the edge of the ancient netherworld ruins, three white figures appeared in an enormous 10,000-meter-long whirlpool. They floated and landed on the ground of the ruins. A huge ancient tree that was over 1,000 meters tall stood before him, swaying with the cold underworld wind. Its huge leaves swayed in the wind, making rustling sounds that grew louder and louder. As the wide leaves swayed, fist-sized fruits were revealed. Sky Underworld fruit, these were the fruits of the Sky Underworld ancient tree. Judging from their color, they were no longer green but had turned completely black. When they turned completely black, it meant that the Sky Underworld fruit had ripened. The Sky Underworld fruit on the Sky Underworld ancient tree was in the process of ripening. Qianzong recalled that he shouldn't have to wait too long. Since that was the case, he would just wait here for a while. He would pick them when they ripened. If he could take all of them, it would be pretty good. Qianzong knew that when the Sky Underworld fruit ripened, it would release a unique fragrance that would attract underworld beasts and even cultivators. The Sky Underworld fruit was effective for Tao Manipulation Realm cultivators, Yuan Underworld Realm cultivators, and even Divinity Realm cultivators. It could develop one's potential. The only difference was the strength of the effect. The effect of the Sky Underworld fruit was very strong for Tao Manipulation Realm cultivators. It wasn't weak for Yuan Underworld Realm cultivators, but it was weaker for Divinity Realm cultivators. Even if it was weaker, it was still effective. Furthermore, the Sky Underworld fruit could be consumed multiple times. As long as it was consumed, it would take effect. Compared to cultivating by oneself, the efficiency would naturally be higher. Therefore, Divinity Realm cultivators favored it very much. Sitting on the Sky Underworld ancient tree, Qianzong's body was covered by the dense leaves. There were dozens of Sky Underworld fruits around Qianzong. There were also many Sky Underworld fruits further away. There were hundreds of them in total. Once they ripened, he would be able to harvest the dozens of fruits around him at the fastest speed. As for the other fruits, he would harvest them if he could and give them up if he couldn't. Of course, that was under the circumstance of a powerful force that he couldn't resist. The way to choose, taking and giving, was the way to survive. Many people often died because of their greed. Sometimes, there would always be people who couldn't distinguish between stubbornness and greed. It was often easy to confuse the two and make a big mistake. As time passed, the color of the fruit changed, becoming deeper and deeper. In the end, it turned pure black, as if it had absorbed all the light in the surroundings. Wisps of a unique cold aura also spread out, quickly drifting away with the cold wind of the underworld. You've matured. Qianzong's eyes widened and he instantly attacked. His fingers slashed out like a sword, and the sword light was like a bright silk thread. As it circled around him, it quickly cut off the roots of the Tianming fruits around him. His other hand grabbed at the air, and the Tianming fruits immediately flew into his hand. The moment Qianzong collected the Tianming fruits around him, an extremely high-pitched screech swept over from the distance. Zong could not help but tremble as if his soul had been pierced. Zong's expression changed as a strong sense of danger erupted from the depths of his heart. This sound was not a human's, but the sound of an underworld beast. Moreover, the fact that it could make his scalp tingle in an instant meant that this underworld beast was very, very strong. It was either a top mid-level underworld beast or a high-level underworld beast. Whether it was a top mid-level underworld beast or a high-level underworld beast, it was not something that he could contend with right now. After all, his contracted god had not yet awakened and had only given him the power of a second mind. Although it could increase his endurance in battle, it could not increase his battle strength. With a flash of sword light, Zong did not hesitate to cut off the roots of the Tianming fruits again. He quickly collected them and used the instant space sword technique. In an instant, Zong turned into a beam of sword light and flew out of the Tianming ancient tree. The sword light cut off some of the roots along the way, and before the Tianming fruits fell, Zong collected them one by one. The moment Zong flew out of the Tianming ancient tree, a huge shadow descended from the sky. It was a giant eagle, a pitch-black underworld beast that seemed to be burning with a grayish-black underworld fire. The aura it exuded was extremely strong and terrifying. It was obviously a high-level underworld beast, equivalent to the transcendent realm. Zong could feel an amazing power fluctuation coming from it, as if the void was about to collapse. The amazing pressure made Zong feel like he was about to be crushed. The essence of the underworld beast's underworld power was very strong, and the underworld power of a high-level underworld beast was even more terrifying. In the face of such power, all of his power was unable to resist. Fortunately, Zong reacted quickly and withdrew in time. Otherwise, he would have been in big trouble. Then, in another direction, the earth trembled and made an amazing sound of vibration. There was a rumbling sound, as if a giant beast was rapidly approaching. At first glance, Zong's sharp eyes could vaguely see the figure of that giant beast. It looked like an earth dragon, which was also a nether beast. It was a high-level nether beast that was hundreds of meters long, and it was running at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, the earth dragon rushed to the side of the Tianming ancient tree, opened its mouth, and bit at it directly. There were hundreds of Tianming fruits on the Tianming ancient tree. Zong took away only a little more than 100 fruits, which was only a small part of it. The rest of the fruits were snatched by the two high-level underworld beasts. The 1,000-meter-tall Tianming ancient tree was nothing in front of the two high-level underworld beasts. In just a few breaths' time, it was destroyed. The Tianming fruits on the tree were also devoured by the two high-level underworld beasts, along with many branches and leaves. Fortunately, Zong had already escaped. Otherwise, he would not have been able to withstand a single bite and would have died. After the two underworld beasts ate the Tianming fruits, they roared and screamed at each other a few times, but there was no conflict. Zong, who was watching from a distance, could not help but feel a little disappointed. Otherwise, he would have waited until the two high-level underworld beasts were injured before killing them to obtain two high-level underworld nuclei. The Tianming fruit can't be brought out of the ancient netherworld ruins directly. If you want to bring it out, it must be nourished with underworld energy so that it will not lose its effect. Zong thought. Zong was not sure about the effect of the Tianming fruit to develop one's potential, but he could try. As for the ancient netherworld ruins, it was full of strong underworld energy, so there was no need to worry about the loss of the Tianming fruit's power. However, if he left the ancient netherworld ruins, he would need underworld energy to nourish himself. The underworld nuclei would be a good source of underworld energy. After all, he could not stay in the ancient netherworld ruins forever. After all, the ancient netherworld ruins was located in a different spacetime. It was different from the current void. The remnant of underworld energy was from the Middle Ages. Other than the original life forms in the ancient netherworld ruins, other foreign life forms would be eroded by the underworld energy. This kind of erosion was very slow. However, the lower the cultivation, the more obvious the erosion would be. The deeper one went, the more obvious the erosion would be. As for the length of time one could withstand the erosion of underworld energy, it was related to the individual. For the same cultivation, some people could withstand it for a longer time, while some could withstand it for a shorter time. There was no fixed number. Therefore, it was hard to say how long one could withstand it. When one began to feel that one's power had become impure and his strength was affected, it meant that the erosion of underworld energy had reached a certain level. It was considered a mild pollution. At that time, one would have to take the opportunity to escape and quickly leave the ancient netherworld ruins. As long as one left the ancient netherworld ruins, the erosion of underworld energy on one's body would dissipate in the void. If one began to feel discomfort in one's body and could not tell where the discomfort was, it would be considered a moderate pollution. If one did not leave now, it would be too late. Once it developed to a severe level, it would be difficult to leave the ancient netherworld ruins and one could only sink in there. One thing was certain. The higher one's cultivation was and the purer one's power was, the more effective it would be to resist the erosion of underworld energy, and the longer one could withstand it. At least until now, Qianzong did not feel any signs of being eroded by underworld energy. This was also because Qianzong's cultivation was not low, and the purity of his power was far superior to others of the same level. He took out a Tianming fruit. It was the size of a fist and could not be eaten in one bite. Thus, he ate it in several bites. The taste was not good. It was a little spicy and a little cold, but it was not bad. After all, the void was vast, and there were many strange things. There were all kinds of flavors. When Qianzong was roaming the void, he had tasted all kinds of flavors. This was not a big deal. After Qianzong chewed the Tianming fruit and swallowed it, it turned into wisps of spicy, cold air that quickly spread throughout his body. As the air spread, Qianzong felt as if something in his body had been stimulated and become active. This feeling was similar to the feeling of breaking through a major realm. For example, the feeling of breaking through from the Dao manipulation realm to the Yuan underworld realm for a period of time. The body seemed to be in a state full of vitality, which was the feeling of being stimulated and becoming more active than usual. Of course, the potential stimulated by the Tianming fruit was far inferior to breaking through from the Dao manipulation realm to the Yuan underworld realm. The potential stimulated by this Tianming fruit was about 1/10,000th of the potential stimulated by the Dao manipulation realm to the Yuan underworld realm. Without hesitation, Qianzong immediately took out a second Tianming fruit and ate it. According to the records in the ancient records, the effects of the Tianming fruit could be stacked. The results delighted Qianzong. The effects of the Tianming fruit could indeed be stacked. The potential stimulated by one Tianming fruit was equivalent to 1/10,000th of the potential stimulated by the Dao manipulation realm to the Yuan underworld realm. In that case, 2 Tianming fruits were equivalent to 2/10,000ths. If there was no limit, then the effect could reach 100th if 100 Tianming fruits were consumed quickly. Under such circumstances, the body's potential would be active, and the efficiency of cultivation and comprehension would be much higher than usual. It would be more than 10 times higher. The stimulated potential of the Tianming fruit was different from the stimulated potential of a major realm breakthrough. The stimulated potential of a major realm breakthrough had a time limit. When the time limit was up, the potential would fall into a dormant state if it was not converted into one's strength. You have the smell of the heavenly underworld fruit. In front of Qianzong, there was a gray figure floating 3 feet above the ground. The gray mist shrouded the figure, making it difficult for people to see his body clearly. The strong cold nether power kept spreading out. This guy suddenly approached from a distance and appeared in front of Qianzong. That was the first sentence he said. His eyes were covered by the gray mist and couldn't be seen clearly. However, Qianzong could feel his gaze. He was sure that this person was a human. In other words, this gray figure used to be a human, but now, he was not a pure human, but a nether dweller. The so-called nether dweller sounded like a race, but it was not the case here. This was a human cultivator who was severely eroded by the nether power after entering the ancient netherworld ruins for various reasons. Not only did he not die, but his power was completely transformed into nether power. I finished eating. Qianzong responded slowly. He had indeed eaten more than 100 heavenly underworld fruits, which stimulated part of his potential. He was in an active state, which was more beneficial to his cultivation. It doesn't matter. The power of the heavenly underworld fruit in your body has not been completely refined. The moment his gloomy voice fell, the nether dweller attacked. His claw swiped through the air, and the gray claw enlarged. It grew as if it was facing the wind, and had turned into a dark gray sky that enveloped Su Ming. That claw seemed to have turned into a cage, trying to trap Qinzong. The Nether Dweller acted quickly and silently, instantly sealing Qinzong's surroundings. The sword light flashed and slashed out. When the sword light touched the gray nether power, Qinzong could clearly feel that the sword light was being eroded and disappeared at an astonishing speed. However, the gray light was also torn apart by the sword light. Great World Sword Technique, Boundless Earth, the second sword was slashed out. The sword light unfolded like a scroll, and a vast earth was unfolded. There were bursts of rumbling sounds, as if it was shaking. Under the coverage of the 6,000-meter-wide world domain, the earth power of the ancient netherworld ruins was drawn in. The vast earth was no longer yellowish-brown like before, but a kind of almost dim grayish-black, just like the earth of the ancient netherworld ruins. The Dark Dweller was directly suppressed, unable to move. However, in the next moment, the dark chi on the Dark Dweller's body fluctuated and became more and more violent. It was like a surging tide, and also like a raging fire. It exploded with an extremely shocking power, which made Qinzong secretly shocked. Previously, the underworld being's claw attack had only been at the level of a 6-star Yuan underworld. However, it had actually reached the level of a 7-star Yuan underworld. Such a leap in strength was simply too shocking. The Boundless Earth Sword was very powerful, but he could only unleash the combat power of a peak 6-star with his body refinement realm cultivation. He couldn't do anything to a 7-star. Tear, break, streaks of gray light streaked through the air, each carrying a terrifying power that could pierce through everything. They mercilessly attacked Qinzong. Although the Dark Dweller's predecessor was a human, he was no longer human after being eroded and polluted. His soul and even his body had undergone a qualitative change under the erosion and pollution of the dark chi. He was no longer a human. Therefore, he was merciless when dealing with humans. It was simply a feeling of satisfaction after killing them. Qinzong wouldn't show any mercy to those who wanted to kill him unless he couldn't defeat them. Lingwu Supreme Technique, 12 levels of Heart Fire, Great World Sword Technique, Boundless Earth. In an instant, a sword was swung out. The sword light scattered, and a piece of land appeared. Its suppressive power was much stronger than before, surpassing the 6-star realm and reaching the 7-star realm. Heart Refining Sword Technique, Sword 5. In an instant, the 6-kilometer sword principal domain was integrated into the sword, condensing into the most brilliant and dazzling ray that directly pierced through the void. The sword principal domain had already broken through from 5,000 meters to 6,000 meters, surpassing Sword 4 and creating Sword 5. However, the Sword 5 could accommodate more than 6,000 meters of sword principal domain. It was just that Qinzong's sword principal domain had just reached 6,000 meters. Even so, the power of Sword 5 was still much stronger than that of Sword 4. The Dark Dweller, who had completely erupted, was suppressed by the boundless earth. In the face of this sword, he couldn't resist at all and was directly penetrated. Although his nether power was strong, it couldn't resist the amazing sharpness of this sword. Invincible, the sword chi entered his body and instantly exploded, rushing in all directions inside his body as if it would cut everything into pieces. Even though the Dark Dweller's body was no longer like that of a human, he couldn't resist the power of this sword. In fact, the Dark Dweller's strength lay in his nether power and his soul. His body was somewhat inferior to that of a human. Qinzong's body was directly destroyed by the sword chi. Immediately, a black shadow flew out like a bolt of black lightning, as if it had broken free from its restraints. It directly charged towards Qinzong's head, accompanied by waves of extremely sharp and evil laughter. It was so fast that Qinzong didn't have time to react. In an instant, the black shadow disappeared into Qinzong's head. That was the nether soul, the soul of the Dark Dweller, which was more powerful and strange than that of a human of the same level. It was extremely evil. In the divine sea, the nether soul appeared. It was a black shadow, dark and deep, emitting an extremely cold aura, as if it wanted to freeze Qinzong's divine sea and turn it into an abyss, sinking it forever. The nether soul let out a series of extremely evil laughter and suddenly rushed to Qinzong's primordial spirit. That was the body of Qinzong's main soul. As for the body-refining divine soul, it was like a co-soul. Only by swallowing the main soul could he truly seize this body, and only then could he hope to leave the ancient Hades relic and return to the void. Although he had been heavily polluted and turned into a dark dweller, his mind was still there. It couldn't be better if he had a chance to leave the ancient Hades relic and return. The nether soul's speed was too fast and very strange. It directly rushed to Chenzong's primordial spirit. Chenzong's reaction was also very fast. He moved his primordial spirit and immediately attacked. His seemingly fleshy arm grabbed the air, and a flash of sword light directly broke through the air. In the state of the primordial spirit, Chenzong's swordsmanship was very fast, sharp, and extremely powerful. This sword directly hit the nether soul, and the sword strength condensed by the terrifying primordial spirit's power immediately caused the nether soul to be injured. Although the nether soul was powerful and strange, that was only relative. It didn't count for Chenzong. Even if Chenzong's soul was divided into two and hadn't recovered yet, it was not inferior to the nether soul. In addition, this was Chenzong's divine sea, and he had the home advantage. Under the superb swordsmanship, the nether soul was immediately cut and defeated. Die with me. The nether soul, which was about to collapse, let out a sharp roar. In an instant, it swelled up and directly exploded. Chenzong's primordial spirit reacted extremely quickly. He immediately waved his sword. As the sword light scattered, it turned into an impenetrable defense circle in front of the primordial spirit, blocking the explosion of the nether soul. However, the power after the nether soul's explosion was very strange. It was full of amazing penetrating power. It penetrated through the sword light and shot toward Chenzong's primordial spirit. It was impossible to resist and avoid. Chenzong's primordial spirit trembled unconsciously. He only felt an amazing chill quickly spread and swept out in an instant, as if it was about to be frozen. This kind of chill began to threaten his divine soul. Once it touched him, his divine soul would be damaged. Vicious, the nether soul's method was very vicious. It wanted to destroy itself, but it also wanted to drag Chenzong down with it. Even if it could not perish together, it wanted to cause damage to Chenzong's divine soul. Chenzong immediately burst out with his divine soul power and attacked the remaining cold power of the nether soul. At the moment of contact, Chenzong felt that his divine soul power seemed to be frozen, and then it was eroded and quickly melted. Traces of coldness quickly invaded his divine soul. Just as the remaining power of the nether soul attacked Chenzong in an attempt to erode his divine soul and cause damage, the black light in his primordial spirit trembled and rushed directly toward the remaining power of the nether soul like a shooting star. This change was too sudden, and it was beyond Chenzong's expectations and control. However, Chenzong also sensed that the black light was the core of the inner demon in his primordial spirit after it had consumed a lot of its power and self-destructed. It was the core of the inner demon, the most original inner demon. Now, the inner demon's origin had moved and rushed directly toward the remaining power of the nether soul. Without Chenzong's control, the inner demon's origin and the remaining power of the nether soul came into contact. Chenzong very much hoped that the inner demon's origin would be destroyed by the remaining power of the nether soul. Then, his hidden danger would be eliminated. However, the result disappointed Chenzong. He did not know where the inner demon's origin came from. It was not eroded by the remaining power of the nether soul at all. Instead, it absorbed the remaining power of the nether soul with amazing power. Being in the primordial spirit, it was under the control of Chenzong's spirit. Therefore, Chenzong could acutely and accurately sense that the inner demon's origin was rapidly growing stronger and gradually recovering after absorbing the remaining power of the nether soul. Of course, compared to the inner demon's heyday, it was still a long way off. However, it was certain that the inner demon was recovering. There were many threats to himself and many external threats, but some had not yet revealed themselves. However, there was only one internal threat, and it was a very fatal one. The inner demon, and it was a very difficult inner demon that even the mind dominator could not see through. The inner demon had taken advantage of his weakness and taken over his body several times, giving Chenzong a fatal sense of danger. One thing was certain, once the inner demon seized the opportunity to take over his body again, it would definitely learn from its previous lesson and become more cautious. At that time, it would be much more difficult for him to take back his body. However, he did not have any good methods to deal with the inner demon. With a thought, Chenzong immediately used the demon sealing spell. The spell seal appeared and blasted toward the inner demon that was slowly recovering its power, sealing it in an instant. Seeing that the inner demon that was slowly recovering its power was sealed by the demon sealing spell, Chenzong heaved a sigh of relief. However, he did not really relax. Demon sealing spell, he kept using it several times in a row. The demon sealing spell sealed the inner demon layer by layer. This way, it would be safer. You and I are one. You can't seal me. In Chenzong's spirit sea and primordial spirit, a strange laughter sounded. It seemed to be proud and frivolous. Even Chenzong's primordial spirit showed a strange expression. But in the blink of an eye, his expression returned to normal. In the next moment, his expression became strange, as if it was alternating with each other. It couldn't be sealed, the demon sealing spell couldn't seal the inner demon at all. The inner demon easily broke through the layers of seals under the demon sealing spell. It was as if the inner demon had set the seal himself and was easily undone. The essence of the inner demon was not the soul, but the consciousness. Its purpose was naturally to devour his consciousness, occupy his spirit, primordial spirit, and control his body. But it was very unlucky. It failed again and again, which made Chenzong stronger. However, the inner demon was still a great hidden danger. But now, Chenzong could clearly feel that the inner demon was really integrated into his primordial spirit. They were one. At that time, the origin of the inner demon and his consciousness entered the primordial spirit together. In other words, the consciousness of the inner demon and the consciousness of the inner demon occupied the primordial spirit together. And the consciousness of the inner demon could affect his spirit. Give up your body to me. Only I, the Devil King, am the strongest. The inner demon laughed again. Even the primordial spirit's expression became more and more strange. I advise you to leave on your own, so that you won't be in trouble again. Chenzong responded. In the current situation, the inner demon couldn't do anything to him. Similarly, he couldn't do anything to the inner demon. As for the words the inner demon said, it was undoubtedly to break Chenzong's will. To put it bluntly, it was just talking. Who didn't know how to talk? It was just that Chenzong didn't like to do this kind of thing. The inner demon was very strange and unfathomable. To some extent, it was one with Chenzong. Therefore, it knew Chenzong quite well. It knew that the will of the consciousness of the inner demon was so amazing that it couldn't be shaken by its words. Even if its words carried the power of bewitching the mind, it was useless. I can influence you. For example, when you are fighting with a strong enemy, what will happen if you try to break into the primordial spirit? The inner demon was like a naughty child. After saying this, she laughed complacently. Chenzong's heart sank. Indeed, this heart demon had the ability to affect him. Especially now, when he was breaking through, it had fused with his origin soul. It was as if it had fused with his origin soul, making the impact on his origin soul even more obvious. Just as the mental demon had said, if the mental demon attacked his soul during a battle, it would affect his ability to use his strength and directly affect his battle prowess. This was not an exaggeration. Chenzong knew very well that the inner demon was unscrupulous and would most likely do such a thing. But, so what, give up his body? That was impossible. Chenzong, who couldn't think of a solution, simply ignored his inner demons for the time being. His figure flashed and turned into a sword light that flew away. However, a moment later, the sword light suddenly fluctuated and its speed suddenly decreased. It was a little crooked. Give up your body, or I will make sure you can't control all your strength, the inner demon threatened. Chenzong ignored the threat and clamor. It was impossible for him to give up his body. He would never do that in this lifetime. However, he couldn't think of a good way to deal with this troublesome inner demon at the moment. He could only ignore it and slowly think about it while looking for an opportunity. Perhaps he would be able to find an opportunity to suppress his inner demons at some point in time. As for now, the inner demon was indeed attacking his origin soul. In other words, it was using its ability to fuse with his origin soul to seize control of his origin soul. Although the main control was still on his side, a part of it had been snatched away. The result of having a part of it snatched away was that he couldn't use his full strength. Zhong helplessly discovered that the power he could use had been greatly reduced. He estimated that it was only at the level of a 2-star or 3-star origin demon. In other words, the interference caused by the inner demon's attack on his origin soul was very obvious. How is it? The feeling of not being able to control all your strength is very uncomfortable, isn't it? As the inner demon fought for control of the primordial spirit, it constantly disturbed Zhong. When you meet a strong enemy and are unable to use your full strength, when you are on the verge of death, it will be time for me to reappear. Don't buzz around like a fly. It's very noisy, Zhong replied. What did you say? How dare you say that this demon king is like a fly? Come in here. Do you believe that this demon king won't squash you to death? Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, the demon king's hair stood on end. It was as if he was about to go berserk and transform into a shrew. If he was alone, he would probably be pointing his finger at Zhong and spitting saliva everywhere. Don't clamor like a stray dog. It's meaningless, Zhong said. Zhong added. His words were like a cold knife that pierced into the heart of the demon. If he had a heart, that was. The inner demon paused. If he had eyes, they would have bulged out. In the next moment, he started cursing again. Although it was just a momentary argument, Zhong felt inexplicably pleased when he saw how flustered and exasperated the inner demon was. Cultivation of qi, calming one's mind, and handling things calmly had nothing to do with the inner demon. The inner demon was a condensation of one's negative emotions. It was a collection of various desires and could be easily provoked. Sky-striking ice wings. Amidst the somewhat indifferent low shout, a frosty white light suddenly flashed. Like a white phoenix's wing, it swept through the air and shot down from the sky. This was sword light, an extremely sharp and exquisite sword strike. This strike condensed strands of extremely cold energy. As soon as it appeared, everything in the surroundings froze. Even the nether chi that permeated the surroundings was affected as well. It was frozen into specks of frost that floated in the air. Vaguely, there seemed to be an extremely sharp cry that resounded through the heavens and the earth, piercing through everything. The sword light rushed forward, traversing the void like a bolt of ice and lightning, and directly attacked a nether beast that looked like a giant ape. The nether beast had no way to dodge and was directly hit by the icy sword light. The nether chi on its body was immediately penetrated. It was extremely sharp. Junior sisterly, make a move quickly. Bai Songdai shouted and shook her arm in the air. In an instant, a white light shot through the air. It was a long white whip covered with feather patterns. As it shook, the feather patterns seemed to spread out, emitting an astonishing chill and wisps of terrifying cold light. It was extremely sharp. The whip sounded like thunder, and there seemed to be countless fine and sharp cries, like many birds chirping. White bird shadows about the size of a baby's palm appeared and condensed. They looked like tiny white phoenixes. With the whip, they flew directly toward the giant ape nether beast. The baby-faced junior sisterly also shouted in an instant. Her hands, which were wearing snow-white gloves, seemed to be moving slowly in front of her. Wisps of white frost-like energy emitted an astonishing chill. As her hands moved in the air, they seemed to be outlining a mysterious pattern. Ice Phoenix shatters the mountain. Suddenly, Junior Sister Lee's body moved. She took a step forward with amazing power. Her arms suddenly spread out and pushed forward. As fast as lightning, countless white energy emitted an astonishing chill. It turned into a white phoenix that was a few meters in size. With a sharp cry, it flew across the sky. The three joined forces and attacked with all their strength. The power of these three attacks directly reached an astonishing level. The giant ape nether beast roared and unleashed all its power, but it still couldn't withstand the attacks of the three people. Its nether chi was frozen, and frost quickly spread out from its body. Under the combination of the terrifying power and the power of ice, it was killed and fell heavily to the ground. Phew, finally killed. The baby-faced junior sisterly wiped her forehead as if there was sweat. She heaved a heavy sigh of relief. The combat power of this nether beast was amazing and very difficult to deal with. In a one-on-one battle, none of the three was a match for it. Even if they joined forces, it was still a tough battle. With junior sister Yu as the main force and the other two joining forces to assist, they finally killed it. In this way, the three of them also consumed more than half of their strength. The nether chi here was rich and couldn't be absorbed. They could only take out pills to recover their consumed strength. Roar! In an instant, an astonishing roar sounded from afar, causing the three of their faces to change drastically. It was the roar of a nether beast. They had not recovered the strength that they had consumed. Now, another nether beast appeared. Listening to the sound, the majestic momentum was astonishing. Combined with the surging aura, it was enough to judge that the combat power of this rapidly approaching nether beast was not inferior to the giant ape nether beast that they had killed together. Rumbling sounds continued to be heard, and the earth shook like a giant drum. It was as if thousands of soldiers and horses were charging, and the momentum was extremely terrifying. A huge black shadow approached rapidly. A giant ape, it was another giant ape. Looking at its size, it was 10% taller than the giant ape that they had killed together just now. Its body also looked much stronger. The larger the size of the nether beast, the stronger its combat power. In other words, the giant ape that had just approached was much stronger than the giant ape that had died just now. The three of them had used 100% of their strength to kill the giant ape just now, and consumed more than half of their strength. So, how were they going to deal with this even more powerful giant ape nether beast? Their strength had not recovered yet. When the giant ape neared and saw the giant ape's corpse on the ground, it suddenly let out an extremely sorrowful roar. Its eyes were scarlet red in an instant, as if they were dripping blood. The bloody eyes that stared at them carried an extremely terrifying murderous intent, causing the three of their faces to change drastically, and their hearts to skip a beat uncontrollably. Junior sisters, let's go. Bai Songdai shouted without hesitation. But as her voice sounded, the giant ape let out an extremely violent roar. Its aura rushed out, and it suddenly leaped. Its posture was extremely violent. The nether chi in the surroundings surged, as if it was going to collapse the mountains and split the earth. Countless auras dispersed, carrying an extremely terrifying power as they rotated and attacked. One punch. The giant ape's fist shattered the vacuum. Its power was unstoppable. The three of them immediately retreated. Their bodies soared into the sky like phoenixes spreading their wings to dodge the attack. The ground was bombarded, and a huge pit was blasted out. A crack started from the pit and crazily pushed forward. It was like a bull plowing the ground, plowing out a huge gully a few meters wide and dozens of meters long. The three women's expressions changed drastically. They were terrified. The ground of the ancient netherworld ruins was extremely hard. If it could cause such damage with a single punch, even if they didn't explode, their bones would be broken and their internal organs would be shattered. They would be seriously injured. Senior sisters, retreat first. I will block it. Junior sister Yu shouted. In an instant, wisps of white frost aura gushed out from her body and rushed to the sky above her head. They quickly entangled, crisscrossed, and shuttled back and forth as if they were weaving. Accompanied by a sharp and clear cry, waves of astonishing coldness quickly spread out. Phoenix, the image of a white phoenix suddenly condensed in the sky. Junior sister Yu's eyes were also covered with a layer of frost, white like frost and snow. Waves of frost storms swept out, freezing the surroundings. The nether chi within a radius of dozens of meters was all dyed, turning into wisps of frost that floated in the air like the tip of a sword, emitting a shocking cold sharpness. Junior sister Yu, you can't forcefully activate the power of your bloodline. The baby-faced senior sister Li's expression instantly changed as she hurriedly shouted. It doesn't matter. As long as we block it, you guys go first. Junior sister Yu was incomparably calm. Her tone was also filled with a trace of coldness. Since junior sister Yu has already activated the power of her bloodline, then let's take advantage of this opportunity to kill this nether beast. Bai Songdai was very decisive. Her slightly long and narrow eyes shot out a cold light, and her killing intent blazed. The long whip shook and released a series of fine and sharp cries. It was as if countless birds were chirping at the same time. The frost spread and turned into small white birds, like miniature white phoenixes. Their wings were like blades. In an instant, hundreds of small white phoenixes rushed out in the air. They were as fast as lightning, directly attacking the giant ape. The baby-faced senior sister Li also made her move. Her power exploded, causing the frost around her to explode and freeze her whole body. She waved her arms, drawing out the outline of an ice phoenix. It was vivid and lifelike as it flew out in a flash. It possessed both strength and speed. It carried an extremely cold might as it mercilessly attacked the giant ape underworld beast. An extremely sharp bird cry tore through the air like an ice blade. The white phoenix, which was a few meters in size, instantly released an extremely terrifying chill and power. This was the cultivation art of the ice phoenix way. It would appear after one cultivated it to a certain realm. The three of them were all true disciples of the ice phoenix sect of the sacred ice palace. Among the group of true disciples, they belonged to the upper echelons. Their talents were outstanding, and their battle prowess was also extremely powerful. All of them had reached the 11th star level. This was especially true for junior sister Yu. Her battle prowess had reached the peak of the 11th star, surpassing the other two. Moreover, she had mastered the power of the bloodline. That bloodline was very high-end. Currently, only a small part of it had been awakened. According to the predictions of the elders in the sacred ice palace, once the power of the bloodline was fully awakened, her battle prowess would definitely reach the 12th star level, directly reaching the peak. A 12-star supreme battle prowess was extremely rare even in the sacred ice palace, a top-tier star domain level force. It was because of this that she was qualified to compete for the position of candidate. It was only because of the high-end bloodline that it was extremely difficult to awaken. If it had already been awakened, the candidate would not even need to compete for the position of candidate. They would directly skip this step and be qualified to compete for the position of candidate. Under the forceful awakening of the bloodline, their battle prowess might not reach the 12-star level, but it was still more powerful than the peak of the 11th star level. The frosty aura continued to sweep out. The longsword was unsheathed, and cold light overflowed. The moment the sword was swung, the ice phoenix suddenly flapped its wings, sweeping up an extremely powerful cold air current. All of its power condensed into the longsword in an instant, and then it slashed out. It was a phoenix, a white phoenix with incomparably sharp wings. Its gaze was extremely cold, as if it could freeze space with a single glance. Its beak was extremely sharp, and it fused with the tip of the sword, causing the sharpness of the sword to rise to the peak in an instant. It pierced through everything. It was a kind of penetration that contained superb skill, but also seemed to be very barbaric. The three attacks, with all of its power, went straight for the giant ape. Everything in its path was frozen, turning into frost, and attacked from three directions. If it had been the giant ape from before, it would have died in the face of these three attacks. However, this giant ape was even stronger. Roar, an extremely violent and vigorous roar resounded through the heavens and the earth. An astonishing aura exploded and rushed in all directions. In an instant, the grayish-black mist on the body of the giant ape nether beast shook violently and instantly burned without end. Its originally extremely strong body also expanded by a large size in an instant. A terrifying aura surged like waves, vast and endless. It didn't dodge. The giant ape nether beast didn't dodge in the slightest, and it erupted with terrifying might. Its arms swelled up, and every single one of its muscles twitched. Shocking vital energy and blood mixed with nether energy wantonly surged within its extremely strong body, and it emitted waves of shocking auras that surged like wind and thunder. Take it head-on, attack, his arms blasted out repeatedly in an instant. The air seemed to be unable to bear the heavy burden and let out a series of astonishing roars, like the howling of a violent wind. His pitch-black hair instantly straightened, piercing through the sky like steel needles. Endless frost exploded on its body, turning into an endless frosty white mist that shrouded the surroundings. The chill fell from the sky and shrouded all directions. Countless ice fragments swept out and kept shrinking inwards as if it was about to collapse. In the next moment, it suddenly exploded. Waves of frosty blades rushed out, and each of them was corroded and dyed gray by the underworld energy. In the roar, the slightly injured giant ape became even more violent and terrifying. This combat strength had already surpassed the 11-star level and reached the 12-star level. The 12-star level's combat strength was much higher than the 11-star level. The gap was very obvious. This scene shocked the three of them and made them feel desperate. Junior sister, you forcefully activated the bloodline power that had not been fully awakened. Her face was slightly pale. The other two who had unleashed their full strength were also instantly exhausted and needed to rest. Retreat, retreat, retreat. The giant ape that had unleashed the 12-star level's combat strength was unbeatable. They could only retreat and leave quickly. Otherwise, their lives would be in danger. Bai Songdai made a prompt decision. She mobilized the remaining strength in her body and immediately retreated. Junior sister, you, leave quickly. The baby-faced senior sister Li also immediately shouted. She stomped hard and flew out. Junior sister Yu's bloodline power was restrained. Her long sword returned to its sheath. Her toes tapped lightly. Her body seemed to have lost all its weight. With her slightly lowered arms, she flew up like a phoenix, spreading its wings, and flew away quietly. Amidst the furious roar, the violent giant ape nether beast instantly pursued. Its shockingly thick legs constantly stomped on the ground, emitting a series of extremely terrifying rumbling sounds. Dust flew into the air, and the hard ground collapsed and shattered into countless pieces. Unknowingly, the direction that the three of them fled in was the direction of the ancient Netherworld ruins. They should be heading out of the ancient Netherworld ruins. However, the giant ape was too shocking. Its speed was so fast that they could not hesitate and could not rush past the giant ape. Pursuit, continuous pursuit, the more it chased, the closer it got. The three of them almost suffocated as their hearts beat wildly. If this goes on, we will be caught up sooner or later. We can only unleash all our strength to kill it. As the senior sister, Bai Songdai made a prompt decision. Her expression was resolute. Junior sister Li, junior sister Yu, use all your strength. The two of them also understood that if this continued, it would not be long before they were caught up by the giant ape. At that time, they would not have recovered their strength. It was very likely that they would be killed by the giant ape. They could only fight. They made a prompt decision and unleashed all their strength. Without hesitation, the baby-faced girl's petite body suddenly stopped. The ground also trembled. In an instant, violent snow-white energy surged into the sky like smoke signals. It condensed into a snow-white phoenix in the air. It was filled with endless coldness. Its wings flapped and it let out an extremely resounding cry. It suddenly swooped down and penetrated the baby-faced girl's body. In an instant, the baby-faced girl's petite body seemed to expand several times in an instant. In fact, it did not expand several times. Her body did not change, but it was covered with a layer of shadow that seemed to be condensing into a substance. A white phoenix that was more than 10 meters in size shot out. Its power was more than twice as strong as before. Bai Songdai also activated her secret technique. However, she did not attack. Instead, she flew away in an instant and circled around the giant ape. Relying on the secret technique to increase her speed, she turned into a stream of light and flew into the distance. Senior sister Bai. Junior sister Yu was shocked. She did not expect Senior sister Bai to take this opportunity to leave the two of them behind and escape alone. I'll go look for reinforcements. Bai Songdia's voice came from afar, but her body flew away. Senior sister Li had already activated her secret technique and attacked with all her strength. If she chose to retreat, senior sister Li would definitely die. She forcefully activated her bloodline power again. Secret technique, Ice Phoenix Primordial. A huge white ice phoenix soared into the sky and entered his body in an instant. An astonishing power erupted and finally gathered in the sword in his hand. The sword carried the power of his entire body and directly slashed out. It was accompanied by an extremely sharp and resounding cry that seemed to tear everything apart. It broke through the void and slashed out like the sharp beak of a phoenix. There was a faint layer of illusory white flame burning on it. Under the two attacks, the threat they brought to the giant ape was greater than before. However, it was still useless. They could not kill the giant ape at all. The gap in their combat strength could not be closed. At this time, Bai Songdai, who had used the opportunity when the two of them attacked, had already used her secret technique to increase her speed and had escaped far away. Although the Ice Phoenix Burning Origin secret technique was very powerful, it could only be used once. Both of their auras were rapidly declining, and the giant ape roared and rushed over. It raised its huge arm, and as if it was moving mountains, it suddenly threw a punch. That's Qianzong, who was slowly coming out of the ancient netherworld ruins, saw the figures fighting in the distance. His eyes inadvertently swept across and suddenly paused. He was directly attracted by one of the figures. Are you excited? If you are, hurry up and get a wave of monthly votes. Some figures were imprinted in the depths of one's heart, and one could never forget them for the rest of one's life. Some voices lingered in one's ears and lingered in one's ears for the rest of one's life. Some names were imprinted in one's mind and went straight to the depths of one's soul. Even if one's body died, one would never forget them. Sometimes, one didn't know these things and had never thought about them. But when one saw them, an indescribable throbbing would emerge from the depths of one's heart, as if a torrent had been awakened in an instant. It would turn into a burst of ecstasy and hope, and one's heart would beat wildly. That figure seemed to have been separated by thousands of years and had long become a memory, but it was as clear as a brand. At the first sight, Qianzong could be sure that it was her. At the same time, the giant ape beast went berserk, bearing the tyrannical attacks of the two people. Even if it was injured, it didn't care. It threw a punch, and the terrifying fist force enveloped it. It was like a falling star, destroying everything. There was no way to dodge it, because of forcibly activating the power of the bloodline that hadn't been fully awakened and using the secret method, it suffered a serious backlash. For a moment, it lost the ability to fight and could only watch the punch coming at it. It was dark, overwhelming, and covered the sky and the sun. It was as if a dark world was descending and sinking. Junior brother, I'm afraid I will never see you again. Traces of regret, like the sigh of the wind and snow. That figure had existed in the depths of one's heart for a long time, like a brand. Although they didn't talk much and didn't stay together every day, for some people, at the first sight, it walked into their hearts and left a shadow. They worked hard to cultivate so that one day, they could go back there and see him again, even if it was just a glance. Deep, restrained expectations. But now, there was no hope. Senior sister, I'm here. A familiar voice suddenly came into her ears, which made her slightly stunned, and then she smiled. Was it an illusion? Was this a hallucination before his death? Was it a voice from the depths of one's heart? Was it an indescribable longing that even he couldn't explain? In the next moment, a wisp of light, a wisp of dazzling and resplendent light that carried an indestructible sharpness shot over from afar. It was like an aurora, like a thunderclap, like the brilliance of the beginning of the heavens and the earth. It was a sword light that seemed like the beginning of the world, and when it appeared, the heavens and the earth dimmed down. The sword slashed directly at the fist of the giant ape dark beast. Contact, there was no earth-shattering momentum. There was only a slight sound as if something was breaking. The giant ape dark beast's extremely powerful punch seemed to have lost all its resistance. It was directly penetrated, layer by layer, and broke apart inch by inch. His extremely powerful arm was as weak as tofu. When the extremely terrifying sword light pierced through, it did not completely pierce through the arm. Instead, it curved and circled along the arm. Like a spiritual snake, it directly penetrated the body of the giant ape dark beast, raging, exploding, cutting, and dismembering. Streaks of sword chi shot out of the giant ape dark beast's body in an instant. Accompanied by the giant ape dark beast's blood-curdling screams, its broken body that was full of holes immediately fell backward. One sword. Fatal kill. The two people of the Ice Phoenix sect suddenly widened their eyes and stared at the giant ape dark beast that fell like a black hill. They were shocked. There was no doubt that the combat strength of this giant ape dark beast had reached the 12-star level, but it was killed by one sword. Senior sister, long time no see. Accompanied by the rumbling sound of the giant ape dark beast falling, a gentle and joyful voice sounded in her ears. She looked back in disbelief. Her eyes widened in an instant, and she was absent-minded for a moment. Junior brother, it's me, senior sister Xianxia. Qianzong smiled slightly. Even though his expression was calm, his fluctuating eyes showed the joy and excitement in his heart. Qianxia. Junior brother Qianzong. Xianxia was stunned. Was she dreaming? She didn't wake up? Junior sister you, that's great. It's great that you're okay. The baby-faced senior sister Li finally reacted. She rushed over excitedly and hugged Xianxia. Just now, when she saw the giant ape dark beast's fist bombarding Xianxia, she was almost scared out of her wits, but there was nothing she could do. Because after she used the secret method to attack, she had completely consumed her cultivation strength. It was difficult for her to burst out with a faster speed for a while, so she couldn't help at all. What's more, in that case, even if she helped, it would be of no help. She couldn't stop the giant ape dark beast at all. She thought that under that punch, senior sister Yu would be beaten to death, and then it would be her turn to be beaten to death. She didn't expect that someone would really help and kill the giant ape dark beast with one sword. The distance between life and death was so close. No one was willing to die if they could live. Death was just a helpless choice. Now that she was alive, of course, she was crying with joy. Senior sisterly, I'm fine. After being interrupted, Xianxia collected her thoughts and smiled at the baby-faced person. Thank you for saving me, Your Excellency. Senior sisterly also hurriedly bowed to Chenzong to thank him. If it weren't for Chenzong, junior sister Yu would have died, and she would also have died. It was equivalent to saving their lives. You and senior sister Yu are from the same sect. You don't have to thank me. Chenzong said with a smile. Although he didn't know which sect Xianxia was in now, the aura of the two came from the same source. They must be from the same sect. The baby-faced senior sister Li was very curious, because she noticed that Chenzong called Xianxia senior sister Yu. Your Excellency, are you a disciple of the Ice Dragon sect? Senior sister Li couldn't help but ask, while thinking carefully. In the Ice Dragon sect, there was a disciple with such strength, but she had never seen him before. No, senior sister Yu and I have known each other for a long time. We were from the same sect. Chenzong smiled. When he saw Xianxia, he felt an indescribable joy from the depths of his heart. Senior sister Li didn't know much about Xianxia's past, but she vaguely understood that Xianxia didn't join the Ice Phoenix sect of the Ice Saint Palace right from the start. Therefore, she must have had other origins before that. Is this the desire in your heart? Chenzong's soul in his divine sea revealed a strange smile. He also said in a strange teasing voice, not bad. She's also my type. Since that's the case, what are you hesitating for? Just push her down. Oh, is it your sense of shame? Is it because there are other people watching? It doesn't matter. Just push her down together. The inner demon in Chenzong's divine sea and soul kept clamoring, egging him on, and laughing very viciously. Even if Chenzong wanted to ignore it, he couldn't. Noticing that Chenzong's expression was a little strange, Xianxia couldn't help but ask with concern, Junior brother, what's wrong? I'm fine. Chenzong returned to normal, completely ignoring the inner demon's clamoring. What are you running away from? I am you, you are me. I am the gathering and manifestation of all the desires in your heart. The inner demon continued to clamor, all my thoughts originate from you. Chenzong couldn't help but be moved. All the inner demon's thoughts originate from him? Could it be that such thoughts really existed in the depths of his heart? For a moment, Chenzong's gaze became a little strange. He inadvertently swept his gaze over Xianxia's face, then over to the baby-faced senior sister Li's face. Then, Chenzong shook his head slightly and dismissed this strange thought. It was impossible, he was such a decent person. How could he have such thoughts? Everything was just a scheme of the inner demon. Once again ignoring the inner demon's clamoring, Chenzong looked at Xianxia. When he returned to the Lingwu Sacred World and Baiyun Mountain, he didn't see senior sister Xianxia. He was very disappointed and had offered a reward for information, but in the end, he didn't find her. At that time, Chenzong guessed that senior sister Xianxia might have had a fortuitous encounter. At that time, he also had a premonition that he might be able to see senior sister Xianxia again in the void. However, it was just a premonition, and he wasn't 100% sure. Moreover, the void was so vast that even sovereign-level experts wouldn't dare to say that they could travel to every corner of the void. The possibility of seeing senior sister Xianxia again was not high. He never expected that he would meet senior sister Xianxia on his trip to the ancient Netherworld ruins. After so many years, they finally met again. That kind of joy was indescribable. At the same time, Chenzong could also feel the joy that originated from senior sister Yunyanxin's heart. She was also very happy to be able to see him again. They were happy to see each other again. The joy in his heart was like the ripples of a lake, but he couldn't express it. Chenzong had many questions in his heart. For example, how did Yunyanxin leave the Lingwu sacred world back then? Why did she appear in the void? What exactly happened in between? However, this wasn't a suitable place to talk now. Chenzong guarded Yunyanxin and her senior sister while letting them consume elixirs to recover their exhausted strength. Yunyanxin didn't just consume her strength, she also suffered a backlash from forcefully activating the power of her bloodline that hadn't fully awakened. She was injured, and it wasn't easy for her to recover. In this place, there were very few underworld beasts, and it was difficult to encounter them. Speaking of which, if it wasn't for the fact that Chenzong's strength was restrained by his inner demons, causing Chenzong to be unable to display his full strength, and thus unable to fight against a powerful underworld beast, he could only retreat quickly. He wouldn't have run to this place and coincidentally met senior sister Yunyanxin who was in danger. This could be considered fate. Recovery. Yunyanxin and Li Jiayan's cultivation strength recovered one after another. However, Yunyanxin still needed a long time to recover from the backlash of forcefully activating her bloodline power. During this period, it was difficult for her to display her strength to the fullest. On the other hand, Chenzong was also restrained by his inner demons, so he couldn't display his full strength. His strength was greatly reduced, so he decided to leave the ancient netherworld ruins first. Yunyanxin and Li Jiayan didn't have any objections to this. With a move, the three of them quickly left the place and flew towards the entrance of the ancient netherworld ruins. The further they went, the less likely it was to encounter danger, especially the dangers of the ancient netherworld ruins itself. End of chapter 22-29. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.